I buried the bones of Zhu Jian and Banyan in the ground, then took out a bag of white powder and sprinkled it all over. But I never expected that the land, which was originally barren with no grass growing, would sprout a 10-tailed complete divine tree in less than 2 seconds. What's even more surprising is that not only did I gain all the abilities of Zhu Jian and Banyan when they were alive, but even my own eyes turned into the shape of the 9-tailed jade reincarnation eyes. Since I crossed over to the world of Naruto, I unexpectedly discovered a mysterious farm in my mind. The seeds needed for planting in the farm were terrifying. By burying human bones in the soil and waiting for them to bloom and bear fruit in the future, one could gain all the abilities of the other person. Just then, a strong fragrance suddenly rushed into my nostrils, and my eyes lit up. Could it be that the Sharingan fruit was blooming? As I looked into the distance, the bright red poisonous roots were very eye-catching, especially the black Tomo symbol at the center, which was exactly the same as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. I was about to speak in excitement, but the next moment, I suddenly felt a warmth circulating in my eye sockets. I hurried to the nearby pond, and under the reflection of the water, I quickly saw the changes in my eyes. The 2 deep Tomo were emitting a mysterious light. However, after a while, I sighed heavily. The bones I had worked so hard to obtain belonged to a mere double Tomo Sharingan. If it had belonged to absolute figures like Uchiha Itachi, Hashirama Senju, or the Sage of 6 Paths, perhaps I could have directly become a super-level powerhouse. Although I knew it was not easy to find their bones, I was not discouraged, because the next moment, I suddenly took out a packet of white powder and decisively tore it open, pouring it onto the blooming flowers. In the blink of an eye, the Sharingan flower began to bizarrely expand, doubling in size, and the central Tomo reflected 3 Tomo. This white powder was called high-quality fertilizer, and just 1 packet could quickly upgrade any flower or plant. This small packet had saved me a lot of trouble over the years. At the same time, in the real world, I looked at my Sharingan in the mirror and saw my 3 Tomo Sharingan, revealing a satisfied smile. Now that I have some strength, it seems that I need to prepare for the special fertilizer required to upgrade to the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. But when I thought to restore the Sharingan to its normal black color, I suddenly remembered that today is my big brother Uchiha Fugaku's birthday. Although our relationship is average or even deeply conflicting, after all, he is my own big brother and there is no deep-seated hatred between us. So, to show my intentions and also to see my 4-year-old nephew Uchiha Itachi, I entered my big brother's house with a gift box. However, I did not expect to be detained by Fugaku until the evening. I was sure that my big brother wouldn't do this without reason. Indeed, when my sister-in-law Uchiha Makoto coaxed Itachi to bed, Fugaku spoke first. Shin, currently the village and the Hidden Sand Village are not doing well in the war. The Hokage has decided to join forces with the Water Country to attack the Hidden Sand Village. However, the Water Country has a strict condition to prevent us from betraying Konoha. They demand that the village send Itachi to the Hidden Mist Village as a hostage. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill in my heart and couldn't help but slam the table in anger, saying, "They are taking advantage of the situation. We absolutely cannot send Itachi over, and the Hokage will not agree to the Hidden Mist Village, as the consequences of the Sharingan's bloodshed are severe." Fugaku, despite feeling conflicted, could not hide his bitterness. Danzo and the 2 advisors pressured the Hokage, who reluctantly agreed. Their demand is to remove Itachi's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in loneliness. However, after a while, when his eyes looked at me with a reddish tinge, a bad thought arose in my mind. In fact, the higher-ups in Konoha dare not directly offend the Uchiha clan, so they came up with a compromise. They hope that you can go to the Water Country instead of Itachi. After all, you are the younger brother of the current clan head, which is more suitable than Itachi, and since you have not awakened the Sharingan yet, the bloodline limit will not be exposed. Hearing this, I clenched my fists without expression, but did not answer directly. Instead, after taking a deep breath, I hoarsely asked, "Have I done anything harmful to my big brother in these years?" Fugaku lowered his head and dared not meet my eyes, sighing, "No, then why are you pushing me into the fire?" "Big brother?" I almost shouted out in the end, and even in my anger and shame, I slammed my hand on the table in front of me. I didn't want to be involved in clan matters back then, which is why I gave up the clan head position that should have been mine to you, although you ignored me for years. Let's not talk about that for now, but now you want to push me into the abyss. Is this how you repay your younger brother? Uchiha Fugaku blushed and struggled to find an explanation. However, just as he lowered his head in shame, suddenly there were several arrogant voices coming from outside. "You audacious Uchiha Jin! You have quite the nerve to threaten the clan leader." The sound of the table being smashed attracted the attention of many Uchiha clan members. "This is our private matter. You better not get involved, or else bear the consequences." With that, my pitch-black eyes spun rapidly, and 3 Tomo were immediately exposed to everyone's sight. What a joke! When did he activate the Sharingan? How could he directly have 3 tomo? He's only 12 years old. But as the Uchiha clan members were all incredulously whispering to each other, Uchiha Fugaku, who was a few years older than me, almost stumbled and fell. His face turned green instantly. Originally, he chose me to be the hostage because he knew I hadn't activated the Sharingan, so he didn't have to worry about the bloodline limit issue. But who would have thought that I would directly activate the 3 tomo Sharingan now? And the most deadly thing is that he has already offended his good younger brother, and his words cannot be taken back. I locked eyes with this brother, never expecting him to be so heartless. In exchange for his son's life, he actually let his own younger brother be the hostage. Moreover, the land of water has always been closed off, easy to get in but difficult to escape from. But just as Fu Yue found himself in a dilemma, a clear voice caught my attention. Master Yin. I saw a man dressed in ANBU attire stepping out from the crowd, and upon seeing that it was Uchiha Shisui, I coldly sneered. What do you want? Although it is difficult for the clan leader to make this request, I still hope that Master Yin can agree, as it will benefit both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. However, at that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. For the future of the entire clan, what's wrong with making a sacrifice? Following this, the Uchiha clan members swarmed towards me, ready to challenge me. It seems like you intend to threaten me with force. I narrowed my eyes, dangerous light flickering within. But the next moment, I suddenly changed my tone. I can participate in this mission, but at least let me see your strength. Uchiha Shisui. What? Master Yin wants to challenge me? Shisui was taken aback by my words, surprised not because he looked down on me, but because the young master in front of him rarely left his home throughout the year and seldom practiced ninjutsu, leading everyone to label me as useless. The actual Uchiha stop water is quite valued silver. Low profile does not mean that it is a waste, especially silver open. That 3-hook jade writing while eyes directly stunned him. To know that he is now only 12 years old. If I'm going to lose, I'll be willing to go to the land of water as a hostage. Silver replied frankly, his voice fearless. If you're going to lose, how about giving me 100 milliliters of your own blood? With a flash of fine blankness in his eyes, Silver asked, blood? At that, Uchiha Stopper was stunned. 100 milliliters of fresh blood was fine. It wouldn't kill anyone anyway, and it wouldn't make much of a difference. But what made him care was the usage. Okay, no problem. After gritting his teeth, Uchiha Sesshomaru agreed to the terms, half-guessing Silver's use and purpose. Treading on the iron shoes is not a good idea. Silver sniffed in relief. In actuality, even if Uchiha Sesshomaru refused, he would have traveled to the land of water instead of the ferret. Despite hating his older brother, Uchiha Futsuki, Silver was still genuinely fond of the ferret as a child. After getting 100 milliliters of blood, I've heard that it opens up a quest process within the farm, and it looks like you can get Admiral Sakaski's bones after completing it. Silver's heart was on fire at the thought. Who was Sakaski? Admiral of the Navy, the future Marshal of the Navy, nicknamed Akane. After getting Akane's bones and burying him inside the farm in my head, I'll be able to get all of his powers when they blossom. Silver heart excited beyond words. Red Dog's magma fruit powerful self-evident, absolutely against the sky. In addition to the armed color hegemony and the smell color hegemony, the eyes that looked at Uchiha Sensui also changed, becoming as cold as a hunter looking at his prey. Silver has to get the blood of the stopper. Chapter 6. From this day forward, February 4th, the wide playground was very vast and wide. It was a field that was temporarily packed up in order to allow Silver and Uchiha Sesshomaru to compete. The two people in the center of the field were Silver and Stopper. Bang bang bang. Fierce fists and feet collision exploded incessantly. 2 residual shadows flashed and disappeared. Unbelievable speed beyond human cognition. As a last resort, the Uchiha clan members observing from the perimeter could only see the trajectory of their movement clearly. It was fine if he didn't look good, but at first glance a group of Uchiha family members were directly petrified. Why is that young master who only grows vegetables so strong? Ouch. That's weird. I must be dreaming. Idiot. Maybe that rumor is true. Rumor has it that the reason why the old patriarch gave the position of patriarch to the second young master was because of Silver's outstanding strength. But unfortunately, young master Silver has an insipid nature and is not interested in the position of patriarch, and is obsessed with raising vegetables and planting the land. So he ceded the position of patriarch to his older brother who was more than 10 years older. The members of the Uchiha family were buzzing with conversation, and even though it was most of the night they didn't feel fatigued or chilled. Bang! A blast spread out, and Stopper took several steps backward in succession, looking at Silver in horror, feeling his trembling fist as he was surprised to realize that his force was not as strong as Silver's. With a stony face, Stopper quickly made a seal. Fire transportation howling fireball technique. The giant fireball erupted, and the cold black night instantly blazed with heat. burning the entire sky red with astonishing power, scorching the ground it passed along the way. Sculpture. Seeing this, Silver snorted and made the same hand seals as Stopper, and a large fireball erupted instantly as well. Fire Transportation Hollow Fireball Jutsu. Two fireballs of the same size inevitably collided violently. Boom boom boom. Fire splashes. The surrounding environment is extremely warm. Two fireballs who cannot help anyone, and ultimately have exploded into a land of stars. Shoo shoo shoo. Reading house. Hulu. A sharp cracking sound came head-on. Stopper froze and subconsciously raised his eyes as cold fists blasted head-on. Bang! With a pain in his face, Stopper instantly flew backwards, with some blood splattered on the corner of his mouth. LOL. With the taste of blood in his mouth, Stopper realized that there were more mysterious particles in his mouth, and with a light spit, there was a tooth stained red with blood on the ground. Do you know why my father passed the patriarch position to me at a young age back then? The biting attack suddenly stopped, and Silver murmured softly, "That's because, even though I was only 11 years old at the time, I was the strongest in the Uchiha family. But, alas," said here, Silver eyes like autumn water like diffusion. Will every Uchiha family members of the people in the bottom of the eyes? Resounding clanging iron words resounded in every ear, as if full of magic. A long time does not dissipate. It is a pity that you people are born with pride, thinking that others do not want to fight with the world, do not want to participate in the family struggle, then think that this is a sign of weakness and fear, and even as incompetent waste to look at. Comical joke. Put away your arrogant eyes, or in the future, the Uchiha clan will sooner or later be finished. All people are one head, 2 arms and 2 legs. The Uchiha clan is nothing special. Words. Silver silent down. He found that the previous idea is too naive and ignorant. You do not provoke others, does not mean that others do not provoke you. Take today's matter for example. Silver asked himself, Naruto world of 12 years did not do any bad things, low-key to the extreme, but in the end, but also ended up in such a miserable end. Silver cannot help but ask himself, what he did wrong? No, I'm right. It's these assholes in front of me that are wrong. After half a second, a blood-red light shot out from the sharing wheel's eyes, and those who were swept away shrank their necks and were filled with awe. Seeing this scene, Silver spilled a smile and seemed to understand something. The human feelings within his pupils disappeared, replaced by endless indifference, cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the past. This is human nature. Only strength others will respect you. The so-called brotherly love is just bull *********. The young man's ironic words caused everyone to lower their heads with ashamed faces. The eyes moved and landed on Uchiha Futsuki, who was full of complexity, and all the ties of the past disappeared from within the pupils of his eyes. The love of hand and foot, today is gone, reduced to a stranger. I and the Uchiha family will have no more relations in the future. From now on, each go to the sky. Words. Silver then closed his eyes, recalling the past years. He said this big brother treats him not good, but it is always the last relatives. Brotherly love Silver quite valued. Life within the Uchiha family, although did not feel much pleasure, but is always a family growing up. More than 10 years of feelings have taken root and sprouted. Today a day to cut off all the shackles, the heart of the mixed feelings. For a time, Silver the whole person is towering, pale. Changes also occurred within Silver's pupils, and his pupil power began to storm, surging at full force at a rocket-like speed. Although this scene only lasted for a few seconds, Silver's pupil power was also greatly enhanced. At the same time, a neo-operative eye socket is born. The reason why the Uchiha clan is called the cursed clan is because the more negative emotions a person has, the more powerful their pupils become, and that's where Silver is headed now. Chapter 7, Izanagi, 3/4, closing his eyes and carefully experiencing the changes in his eyes. Not to mention that these members of the Uchiha family were stunned. Even Silver himself was shocked beyond measure. Sharingan's pupil advancement he could still barely understand, but somehow there was an extra mysterious pupil technique. Silver scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. Is it hard to believe that it's Izanagi or Izanami? Trembling and touching the socket of his right eye, Silver was overjoyed and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Today, not to mention the blessing of a disaster, a high possibility of getting 100 milliliters of blood from stop water, but also the birth of a heaven-defying jutsu was enough to make Silver smile from ear to ear. It looks like we can't take young Master Ian without getting real. The heavy murmur of Uchiha Stopper, all of which fell word for word between Silver's ears, suddenly turned into endless ridicule. Then try doing it with all your might. With a soft grunt, Silver's gaze sized up Stopsurge, his pupils more or less cautious despite his contempt. Uchiha Stopsurge was the most talented ninja within the clan, and it wasn't surprising to see what kind of amazing things he could do. Suddenly closing his eyes, after a slight brewing, when he opened them again, they just became three-hooked jade sharpening will eyes. Sucking in a deep breath of cool air, Stopper hurriedly made a seal, moving with agility and without the slightest bit of procrastination. In a single breath, a flaming faucet instantly came face to face. Fire Transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. The sizzling dragon head that was entirely condensed from flames descended with an extremely hideous appearance, and both the power and speed, including the chakra content, far exceeded the power of the previous howling fireball. I'll take your jutsu. Silver in his Sharingan state easily saw through Stopper's movements and made the exact same hand seals as him. A flame dragon of the same scale and power erupted. Fire Transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. Power and stop water almost the same fire dragon spewed out. Stop water jutsu almost all ineffective against Silver. This kind of ordinary fire escape, Shiro eyes can be replicated by looking at it. Boom boom boom, deafening roar explosion and open. Fixed eyes to see. It turned out to be two fire dragon offset each other quite a lot, and finally fused together to explode. Fire splash. The ground within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, all burning with faint sparks. Good chance. His pupils lightly narrowed, his three-horned jade shuriken eyes turned without a trace, and perhaps because of the reason for counteracting Stopper's attack, Silver visibly showed an expression of relief, silently forming a hand seal with a triumphant expression at the corner of his mouth. Stopper softly bellowed, Tora! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, several large and hideous fire dragons roared out, and with just a hand seal, several fire dragons marched in unison, their locked target being Silver. The sudden scene took everyone by surprise and left them stunned. Worthy of being the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, the howling fire dragon just now was obviously a delaying tactic, aiming to make Silver careless, and then secretly looking for a powerful moment to launch a deadly sneak attack. Although young Master Silver is strong, with a combat power equal to that of Stopper, his experience is obviously inferior to Stopper's old ways, and this time it seems that he has been set up by him. Look, it hasn't stopped yet. Stopper has actually made another seal. Mayabage novel. Ayabage. Among the crowd, it was not known who yelled out, and all of them looked at Stopper in unison, completely ignoring the indifferent-looking Silver. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, he was already about to lose the battle. Silver watched quietly, impassive, his face devoid of sadness or joy. It looks like a wind escape. I can't believe it's really a wind escape. It's worthy of being a Stopper. The wind helps the fire, so the howling fire dragon's power and speed will skyrocket. TSK, yeah, looks like it ends here. Fixing his eyes, a violent gust of wind came out of the Uchiha's mouth, blowing everything on the ground towards Silver across the room. The great breakthrough of the wind transportation. With the addition of the berserk hurricane, the mass of the several howling fire dragons immediately changed, increasing their strength and speed by several times. Ow 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 ow. In the darkness, Silver seemed to hear the hissing of these beasts, as if they were going to destroy him altogether with his bones. It's just a few heads in the district, and getting carried away has to be moderate. Gazing at the large flaming dragon that was coming at him head-on, Silver did not retreat but advanced, and his feet resolutely took a step forward. Chakra collapsed within his body, and a wave of fiery and destructive destruction rippled out from Silver's body. How dare you choose to resist? You really don't know how to die. See, from now on, take this kid as a warning. One should never be arrogant. Some members of the Uchiha clan who had brought their children had pointed at Silver, even using him as an example to teach their offspring. The fire escape. For the surrounding disdain ignored, Silver color gradually cold, but the eyes are ablazing. Trance, can see a sea of burning heaven and thirst for fire. Finally, Silver's hand seals were finished, and an infinite mouth of great fire spat out. Howling fire extinction. Endless sea of fire spit out. The diameter reached more than 20 meters of panic range. Face to face with the dragon of fire in the sea of fire in a few moments. Like a stone into the sea and then no movement. Nonetheless, the devastating flame attack surged towards the Uchiha stabilizer. When Uchiha Zebra left the Uchiha back then, most of his ninjutsu scrolls fell into my father's hands, and then my father distributed quite a few of them to me, among which was the Howling Fire Extinguish ninjutsu. It's a pity that I didn't learn the art well enough to utilize the same power as Uchiha Zebra, but nowadays it seems that it's more than enough to deal with Uchiha Shisui. Silver muttered, oblivious to the petrified Uchiha family members around him. Wallflowers only. And we all know that the kaleidoscope is called the eye of the mind writing. Everyone's pupil art is different. Now Naruto many people have Izanagi, Tuanzou and Belt Earth, Uchiha Zebra, and memories of that dragon set. 4 people have, so the author gentlemen think this art does not belong to the category of kaleidoscope. 3 hook jade writing will eyes can be released, the book is so set. Chapter 8 Self-destruction of the sharing will eyes, 4/4. The crowd of Uchiha clan members looked at Silver in shock. only to feel the sky turn inside their heads and see the reflection of a person in Silver's body. Uchiha Spot. After all, the Manhwa Kiryu is Uchiha Spot's specialty, and his astonishing strength has almost crushed an era. Talking about Uchiha Zebra, the world will think of the Thousand Hands. Talking about the Thousand Hands, the world will take the Uchiha Zebra. The two invincible. The world and they go hand in hand with a few characters. Nowadays, one of the paths Silver is following is extremely similar to Uchiha Zan. Both are powerful and have made a complete break with the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fuyua bottomed his head in shame. Noticing the changing eyes of the Uchiha family members, he cursed a wallflower, so complicated that he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. If he did not take the tinted glasses to look at Silver, it would not have fallen into today's situation. Everything is to blame, not to blame others. Aha! It's so hot, it hurts. A miserable howl came out of Stopper's mouth, only to see his body burning with fire, and in a few seconds' work, it wrapped him all over, turning him into a fireman rolling on the ground. Assholes, what are you standing around for? Are you all wooden? Hurry up and save me, Uchiha Futsuki ordered with a stern face. Then his gaze met Silver's eyes as he awkwardly said, "You go back, I'll find other." About the skunk. No need. This time I'll be the skunk's replacement in traveling to the water country. Indifferently sweeping a glance at Uchiha Futsuki, Silver replied, "Don't get the wrong idea. I chose to take the place of the skunk and you guys have no involvement. As I already said before, it's a clean break from here on out. I've got business to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With those words, Silver left everyone with a blurred back, disappearing under the dark night sky in a single figure. The cold tone of Silver's voice still hovered in the sky. "I hope you keep your end of the bargain. Stopper. Stop. You can't leave. What if the blood relay limit of the Sharingan ice falls into the hands of the misty hidden village?" Witnessing Silver's desire to turn around and leave, the members of the Uchiha family immediately stepped forward to stop them. "I don't need you guys to tell me this. If something like that does happen, I'll destroy my own eyes when the time comes to avoid the loss of the Uchiha family lineage." Glancing lightly at Uchiha Futsuki, Silver knew that he actually wanted to ask the same thing, but was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm now cut off from the Uchiha clan. I'm only doing this for my parents. The bloodline was passed down to me by them, and it's my responsibility to keep it going. Goodbye." On the cold path, Silver walks alone. All alone. He is particularly lonely. Silver is not a stone, and break with the whole family. It is natural to feel heartbroken, but also feel lonely. Everything all away from him, and now look back leisurely. The only thing left is that he is alone. In this world, it's true that strength is still reliable. Under the black night sky, the young man with a clear brow lamented alone, quietly enjoying the evening breeze coming from afar. After a long time, all the bleakness within his eyes disappeared, and it was enough to live for himself. The next morning, in the middle of the small courtyard, the warm sunlight shone on his face. Silver rubbed his sleepy eyes and tried to open half of them, looking away from the distant daylight and smiling helplessly. Stretching his waist, Silver said to himself, "Really, breaking with the family? Now on the contrary, it is much easier. Usually a sleep of 5 or 6 hours can be enough. But today, I was surprised that I slept for a full 9 hours. Shaking his head, Silver tried to clear his head, simply put on his clothes, and after hurriedly washing his face, he was about to pack up the vegetables and fruits that he had planted in the past days and so on, when a few unexpected silhouettes suddenly flashed into the middle of his small courtyard. "Who are you guys? Ninjas from the dark side?" Raising an eyebrow lightly and surveying the masked ninjas suspiciously, Silver said, "If so, please tell Lord Naruto III that I will be replacing Weasel as a hostage at the misty hidden village in the land of water." "Poof. Who told you to mind your own business?" The foul-mouthed mysterious ninja growled, with some naked killing intent. "These people aren't the dark side." With a flash of anger in his eyes, Silver asked hoarsely, "Who are you? Is it hard to believe that you're the roots of reunion? How dare you? Is Lord Junzo's name to be addressed by a nobody like you?" The ninja who had spoken earlier burst into a rage, his breath carrying flames that swept over him in a furious, fiery hurricane. "Damn it, is my house for you idiots to run amok? Get the hell out of here." Seeing the situation, Silver anger extremely counterlaughing, this person first hand, and also mouth, immediately as casually pick up the ground-planted flower pots. 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes open. His speed suddenly slowed down several times, able to clearly capture the trajectory of the movement. Bang! The moment he tried to get close to Silver, the flower pot thus willed, and Silver slapped up towards his face without mercy. Click, click, click. The flower pot bursts, smashing the Negi ninja's mask as well, revealing a pale face with a forehead dotted with fresh blood slurps. Bang! With a scowl, Silver did not do anything and kicked him away. Get the hell out of here. Who the hell is Tuanzou? He's not even in charge of my affairs, and you losers are even less in charge. The members of the Roots department were all like falling into hell, their bodies shivering out of instinct as a result of the release of the killing intent. Uchiha Jin, we will be telling Lord Junzo what you have done, and there will be consequences. After saying that, several people left in a hurry, so as not to stay here and disgrace Tuanzou. Idiot. In the past in Kiba maybe I would have been concerned about Tuanzou, but unfortunately I'm about to be taken hostage by the misty hidden village in the land of water. So who's afraid of him? Silver despised coldly laughed, looking at the back of a few people disappeared disdainfully shaking his head, turned around and stepped into the room the moment. A few unexpected silhouettes suddenly descended again, and it's amazing that these guys Silver even knows. Chapter 9, Flattery, 1/4. Deep pupils circled around several people. Especially the blonde man and red-haired woman in the center were particularly eye-catching. Whirlpool Yoshina and Namikaze Minato? For these two loud characters, Silver has long heard of. Powerful. Whether Wave Wind Swayman or Whirlpool Joxinai are strong chilling. And also heard people say, now the two are a couple relationship. Showing love kills you fast. Understand? In his heart, he despised the two men. And Silver asked without moving his face, what is it that the two men have to ask for in their sudden visit? The two of us will accompany you to the misty hidden village and keep you safe along the way. Now get to know each other. Wavewind Sailor Moon smiled broadly, very warmly, with the feeling of being in a sunny March. My name is Wavewind Swikato, and she's Whirlpool Jioshinna. Wavewind Sutman introduced himself by pointing at Whirlpool Jioshinna. Kid, you're not very old, but you're not small in guts. The Tuanzou section dares to fight. This would be a big deal if Tuanzou knew about it. Whirlpool Joxinai's beautiful eyes emitted bright luster, quite admiring Silver's boldness. There are national laws and family rules. This is my home. Of course it's not their turn to be wild. Silver too was indifferent, serenely replied. Whirlpool Joxinai is a nine-tailed human pillar. Isn't there any fear of the misty hidden village leaving her behind if you go with me? Silver secretly pondered the intentions of the third generation of Naruto, looked at the Whirlpool Jioshinna's clear face, suddenly realized that this woman's battle record after a smile release. Whirlpool Joxinai performed many times S-class mission. Strong strength. I'm afraid there is the strength of the shadow. A strength of the nine-tailed human column force to reach the shadow level is enough to sweep the fog-hidden village. And there is Wave Wind Water Gate Escort. No wonder the three generations of Naruto that old man have no fear. It is not possible that he could not wait for the fog-hidden village to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. Just borrow the power of the Whirlpool Joxinai to clean up the fog-hidden village. A riotous nine-tailed human pillar power. I'm afraid that 2/3 of the misty hidden village will have to disappear from the map board. After all, similar to the Whirlpool Jioshinna, this kind of human pillar power situation is special. Far from not yet grown-up human pillars can be compared to the human pillar power. She herself is the strongest nuclear weapons. The law of the land and the law of the home? He won't forgive you lightly if Tenza hears that. Wave Wind Swayman and Whirlpool Joxinai stagnated. Have no words to say. Tuanzou and Kiba within is the law, is the rule. Offend his people have no good end. This is the irony. Cunning boy. I see that you know you're about to go to the misty hidden village. That's why you're not afraid of Suzo. Maelstrom Joxinai bristled, dismantling the lying Silver, and seemingly remembering something else. She gave a decisive thumbs up and praised. I heard that you defeated the Uchiha clan's first genius last night, Uchiha Setsuna. You seem to be pretty good at it too. How long has this been going on? At that, Silver couldn't help but be stunned. It was only a few hours past. I didn't expect the two of them to know about the commotion that happened in the Uchiha family that night. Sighing, I'm afraid that the entire wood industry is abuzz today. However, Maelstrom Juzanai could be close enough. The 9 tails on her could be of great use. Afterglow quietly surveyed the Whirlpool Joxinai. Silver heart calculation. The farm has a seed quest seems to be related to the 9 tails. Pulling the relationship is the best but. Open his mouth. Silver eyes drip turn. Suddenly planned to come to mind. Face gentle smile, Miss Jioshinna joking. Just by chance to celebrate the win a hand. In the end I'm still a child involved in the world. The future of the wooden leaf. But also need to Mizukato such a top pillar to hold up. Involved children? Looking deeply at Silver. Wave Wind Watergate shook his head decisively. Ordinary children can't release a jutsu of the level of howling fire extinction. Not only is it difficult to control themselves, but the chakra content in their bodies also requires a certain level. Don't be too presumptuous. Silver. And the future of the Konoha will still need you guys as thriving shoots. Okay, novel bar. Ox 8. Wavewind Swickedon kept his composure and was not interested in Silver's praise, but simply smiled lightly. Silver was impassive, shrugging indifferently, and then he wasn't saying this to Namikaze Swikato anyway. but to the laughing whirlpool Jasuna. I know the two of you too well. If I compliment Namikaze Swayman, then Swayman doesn't feel much, and Whirlpool Gyoshinna will be overjoyed. On the contrary, if I praise Maelstrom Gyoshinna, she herself will likewise not have much feelings, to the extent that Namikaze Swayman will be quite happy. Silver laughed in his heart, knowing the character of the two men by heart. Naruto-sama is looking for me and Mizukato for some other things. Just come to me if you need anything in the future. No need to be outgoing. I'll do my best to help you if I can. Whirlpool Joshinai's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she patted Silver's shoulder in satisfaction, handing over a reassuring look that clearly said again, come to me if Junzo gets you in trouble. I will. Bye. Silver gave a Burmese smile and waved towards the two. Pity. Nice guy. Too simple in nature. Easy to be taken advantage of. The joy of the faceplate convergence. Silver and returned to yesterday that kind of cold. Looking for Whirlpool Joxinai help? Here also, even if this world can absolutely rely on the only person is himself. Time passes quickly, and without realizing it, the sky dims. Approaching evening. In the afternoon, most of Silver's efforts were spent on pondering the scrolls left to him by his father. Looking at them very carefully, the scrolls are very old and have been passed down from generation to generation of the Uchiha family, and there are even handwritten notes from Uchiha Zebra, as well as his unique insights into the art of ninjutsu, and Silver read them with great enjoyment and benefit all afternoon. It was getting dark by the time he realized it. That went by really fast. Stretching and rubbing his sore arms, he was about to go into his room to prepare dinner when a figure came into view. The Uchiha clan? Looking at that particular flame regalia family crest, Silver frowned. He had said yesterday that he was done with the Uchiha family. Young Master Silver, this is 100 milliliters of blood from Stopper. The middle-aged man held out a special sealed bag and handed it to Silver, looking a little intimidated. Well, you go back. A wave of the hand signaled that he could leave. I can't believe it came so easily. It always feels like it's a dream. Silver looked excitedly at the blood-colored bag in his hands, his arms trembling a little. With this item it would open the quest to obtain the bones of Admiral Akane. Chapter 10, Tuzo's Difficulty, 2/4. Inside the room in the small courtyard, Silver lay quietly on the mattress, seemingly asleep, but in actuality, a piece of his mind, already soulful, flew off to the farm in his head. What? You still have to kill the third Mizukage to get Akane's bones? Within the mysterious farm world, resounded Silver's dismayed shout. Looking at the farm elf Loxin in front of him, Silver grunted with dissatisfaction. Cheat to death. Ah, how come I haven't heard of killing the third generation of the Water Shadow before? Didn't I say that collecting the blood of Stopper would be enough? My master, don't dream about it. A mere 100 milliliters of blood in exchange for a piece of the Admiral's bone. Don't you think it's too unfair? Stopper's blood is only the opportunity to start this quest. To truly obtain Akane's bone, you still need to kill the third generation Mizukage. Luxian rolled his eyes and spat back. This, stammering for half a day, Silver didn't say a word, and after half a second sighed softly and said, well, it does seem a bit unfair. It is an absolute law that never changes that there is no pie in the sky for nothing. Third generation Mizukage? Silver murmured softly from the corner of his mouth. For Akane's bones, he is bound to get it, and must not let it go easily. He understands the antithesis of magma fruits, and this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will not be lost again. No problem. Then go kill the third Mizukage. The hesitation on his brow turned into determination, and Silver muttered to himself with extreme certainty that when it was time to do something, he would never wimp out. Time passes, and in the twinkling of an eye it is the light of 7 days. At this moment, inside Naruto's office, a lot of people gathered. Almost all of Kiba's senior management gathered here. The third Naruto, Shimura Tuso, and the two advisors of Konoha, in addition to Namikaze Mizukato, and Whirlpool Joshinna, including the likes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As for Chikara, she was nowhere to be seen. This time, we must succeed in pinning down the sand-hidden village with the mist-hidden village, or else our village could be in a great crisis. For example, the Iwakunin village's Inoki, as well as the cloud-hidden village's third-generation Reikage, could sneak up on Konoha. The third Naruto said heavily, his words dripping with meaning as if Kiba village was in danger. Knock knock. Just then, the office door slammed a few times. The third Naruto frowned lightly and said stoically, come in. Everyone read the novel. RRK3DXS. LOL. The door was pushed open, revealing the young man's clean-cut face, handsome in appearance, with an angular face and large, soulful eyes that were very godlike. Naruto-sama. Silver, who had stepped into the office, said with a formal demeanor, it's Silver. Do it. Upon hearing that, The third Naruto smiled with old comfort before pointing to the empty seat leaning next to Whirlpool Yoshina and Namikaze Minato and gesturing for him to sit over there. Slow down. The person whose hoarseness was vaguely tinged with a trifle of anger and who was reflected in his eyes was none other than the fiery Shimura Tuanzou. You beat up one of my men. Shouldn't you give the old man an explanation? Seeing that Silver's face was full of confusion, as if he didn't recognize him, Tuanzou reminded him in a cold voice. There's no excuse for wanting to do something. They started it and I was forced to fight back. So what's my crime? In the face of Danzo, whose eyes were streaming with green light as if he wanted to devour people, Silver acted extraordinarily calm. Oh yeah? A devious smile sketched on Tuanzou's face as he said grimly, then do you have any evidence to accuse them of starting the fight? At that, everyone in the room's brows creased and they all sweated for Silver. Anyone who was there could hear that Tuanzou was playing a scoundrel. I didn't. Meeting Suza's man-eating gaze, Silver replied frankly. Jia. Reunion sneered and laughed in a terrifyingly remarkable manner, and was about to take advantage of the situation to take Silver out in one fell swoop when a sudden comment caused Reunion to be speechless and look at Silver dumbfounded. But then again, you have evidence to accuse me of hitting them? Don't give me strong words. My men are the best witnesses. Tuanzou slapped the table and roared, mentally cursing Silver for being shameless and opening his eyes. That means there's no proof. Silver pursed her lips and laughed, teasing written in her eyes. The next sentence was even more so, and it nearly made Suzu explode. Chapter 11. You can't wimp out when it's time to do it. March 4th. People have scales that will kill them if they touch them, and Silver's next words irritated the heart of Reunion. If Negi can produce evidence of my beating, I have nothing to say, but if he can't, I would ask Naruto-sama to do me justice, preferably by abolishing this dark system of arbitrarily wronging people. The teenager's words and gaze were so powerful that he dared not look directly at him. This kid is really powerful. Looks like I underestimated him. Maelstrom Joxianai's eyes were streaming as she surveyed Tuanzou, whose old face had risen to the color of a pig's liver, and she couldn't help but admire Silver's tone of voice. Whether it was deep thought or just a rush of blood, she admired Silver's spirit of playing hard to get. Everyone's eyes unanimously looked towards Danzo, most of them with a mischievous smile in their eyes, happy to see Danzo's bad luck. How dare this brat go against the old man? The old face of the group Tibetan black as 10,000 years have not brushed the black pot. Angry teeth. Naturally he did not have the so-called evidence, because the root of the code has always been known for darkness. Evidence of this kind of thing is just redundant, and no one has ever dared to ask him for proof. Being stared at by a group of people like this, Danzo felt extremely uncomfortable and said in a cold voice, I have been loyal to the Konoha for decades. How could I have wronged someone? Not to mention that the target was still a child. The two advisors must think so as well. Gazing over at the two silent advisors, Danzo said with a smile, these two advisors were members of my old man's team back in the day, and they know my character. Not bad. Tuanzou would never wrong a junior for no reason. The two advisors nodded their heads in deep thought. Blind your dog's eyes? He's wronged as many people as the stars, and I don't see you coming out to testify. Woe begone old pikers. Silver sneered inwardly, extremely disgusted with the two advisors. That's enough. This ends here. The third Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata, slapped the table and decided that Silver needed to go to the water country as a hostage. He couldn't simply be screwed over by Danzo. However, it was clear that Suza had no intention of stopping. Sarutobi, you're too kind. This kid dares to fight the roots at a young age. He might dare to fight the dark sect tomorrow, and the day after that, he'll dare to ride on our heads and flaunt his power. Everyone present could hear that this was a deliberate attempt by Tuanzou to make a big deal out of a small matter. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? Wave Wind Watergate, who was barely acquainted with Silver, frowned. Now that the sandy hidden village is facing a great enemy, we should pay attention to the external enemy instead of making a big fuss over such a trivial matter. Seek the devil. Joe. Humph. Young people are always young people. There's no denying that this is indeed a small matter, but the smallest thing not handled with care can lead to big problems. What if everyone follows his example? Konoha will come to an end. Humming lightly, Tuanzou thumped his chest. So what are you going to do with me? Bored plus uninterested. Silver swept a glance at Tuanzou and asked in a cloudy voice, this damned brat even looks down on the old man? Killing rage surged in the heart of Juzu. Silver addressed Naruto as Lord. While it was you when it was his turn, it was naked disdain and contempt. It's up to the old man to teach you a lesson about being a man. Rising to his feet, Suzu looked at Silver with an awe-inspiring gaze, an otherworldly glow looming in the depths of his eyes. I am firmly against it. Whirlpool Yoshina was the first to stand up against Danzo at the sound of his voice, saying in displeasure, it's not fair that you've been alive for most of a century while Silver is only 12 years old today. There's no fair or unfair in teaching your juniors. Reunion said with an air of determination, his resolute tone not showing the slightest room for backtracking. I see. I'm afraid that this old boy is holding on to me for the sake of the sharing will eyes. If I leave the village to go to the water country as a hostage, he won't have the chance to take away my 3-hook jade sharpening will eyes, so he wants to use this opportunity to injure me, delay the time for me to leave the village, and then take advantage of the opportunity to think of other ways to take away my sharpening will eyes. This old man is so despicable. Silver instantly gained insight into Tuanzou's intentions and secretly pondered a countermeasure. Don't promise this old man. He will never forgive you lightly. A light fragrance suddenly came. Silver froze, looked up, but it was the voice as thin as a mosquito fly whirlpool Joexei. She continued, Kiba all know that he does things hard-heartedly. This is something we all know by heart. Rather than original death also do not want to fall into the hands of Tuanzou. Thanks for the reminder, Jioshin Nasama, but I still want to give it a try. Silver gave a light smile of thanks, his tone sincere. Try it out? What do you mean? Maelstrom Jasuna asked in confusion. You'll see soon enough. Silver guffawed, then stood up, her eyes clear and cold. Seeing this scene, Whirlpool Joexei pretty face changed, hastily said, do not show off your anger. Your identity is special. Naruto Lord will harbor you. There is no need and no problem. I promise. Without waiting for Maelstrom Jioshinna to finish her sentence, Silver's resounding voice brushed against each and everyone's ears. Chapter 12, The Great Battle of the Tuanzou, 4 out of 4. Everyone stared at Silver in disbelief. Who was Gunzo? Even though he rarely fought, there was one particular identity that showed his strength. The student and apprentice of second generation Naruto. It was even rumored that the first generation had mentored him. Good boy. Quite bold to challenge old man. Rejoice, but at the same time shocked and angry. Especially Silver's look of victory, which made him grit his teeth. Forget it, when Silver can't just save him. Tuanzou is also really a handful of years old and a child to see. The more live the more go back. The third generation Naruto passed a look to all of them to stop them from doing anything rash. His pale eyes also looked at Silver with interest. Stopper was the third generation's subordinate. He naturally knew about his strength. Just how strong was Silver who could defeat Stopper? He also wanted to know. The clean playground was surrounded by Kiba's top brass, as well as the heads of the many clans. Sure enough, it's that Silver kid. He wants to challenge Gumiho after defeating Stopper? What a joke. It wasn't Silver who challenged Junzo. I heard that Junzo forced the issue and Silver complied. I've heard that Silver opened his 3-hook jade shuriken eyes at the age of 12. His future potential is unlimited, but it's a pity that he's going to be finished this time. Many family patriarchs were talking. Without exception, all of them were not optimistic about Silver, as he did not have an advantage in all aspects. Kid, fists and feet have no eyes. Don't blame me if I hurt you, Raizo said, friendly, staring into Silver's 3-hooked eye sockets with a flash of fire in his eyes. It's normal to bump and bruise in a fight, so when the time comes, find just the right opportunity to gouge your Sharingan. Tuanzou heart secretly laughed. For the sharpening will eyes he is like a rush. Uchiha-zan invincible power is from this, each other, and you take care. The corners of his mouth flicked up as the 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes rotated within Silver's pupils, and as long as he took the opportunity to get the bones of Tuanzou, he would be able to exchange them for other bones within the farm. Of course, burying the Tuanzou bones in the soil would be fine, but there was nothing bright about that one ability of his. Now then, remember to keep it on point. The third Naruto, who was smoking a large cigarette, reminded. Swoosh. As soon as the third Naruto's words fell, Silver sped in, as fast as a cannonball. This despicable brat even sneak attacked. Hateful. Upon seeing this, Gumiho broke into a fit of rage. Silver sneaking up on him was fine. He was only 12 after all. But Gumiho was going to do this for absolutely 1,000 years. Kazuno vacuum wave. Transparent straight lines. Spitting out of his mouth, bubbling with a cold light, sharp as a blade, sliced toward the lunging Silver. Surprisingly, however, Silver didn't back down and moved forward. Shadow split? Seeing this scene, certain experienced people had already guessed Silver's means. Where did it go? So did Reunion, and his eyes began to look left and right, searching for any sign of Silver. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the ground underneath Tuanzou's feet throbbed, as if something was about to break through the earth, and it actually bulged upwards. So it's underground. The kid is very cunning, even using a shadow doppelganger to attract my attention, and then waiting for the opportunity to hide underground to sneak attack. Reunion bashfully retreated, while his hands formed seals. A cruel smile swept up at the corners of his mouth. Zuo. Click, click, click. Silver broke out of the ground, dagger in hand, and stabbed at Reunion. Seek your own death. The cunning in the bottom of his eyes turned into ferocity, and after finishing his hand seals, Jutsu spat out bullet-like air from his mouth. Wind evasion vacuum jade. Bang bang bang. Caught off guard, Silver was instantly hit, and all hearts clenched, expecting Silver to be instantly hit hard. Bang! The Silver that was hit strangely rose in white smoke and suddenly disappeared. Surprisingly, it's a diversion? Surprised and slightly intrigued, Jutsu tensed up and looked around for any sign of Silver when he suddenly noticed a hurricane of wind coming from behind him. It was several incoming daggers that leisurely turned back. Clever brat. Even the old man has been put on the spot by you. Eyes showing a cold light. Sight dead staring at the backside of the dagger Silver. Tuanzou mouth to praise him. But the old face is angry trembling. Killing machine austere. In full view of the public. By the fart child fooled once. Do not take advantage of this to wash away the shame. He is afraid that in the future the prestige is completely lost. Reduced to all the people's laughingstock. Under the killing chance, Tuanzou instantly took a stern retaliation. Clank, clank, clank. The same densely packed bitterness was flung out, twisting with the incoming bitterness and eventually canceling each other out. Suffer the wrath of the old man, gathering far more majestic chakra in his body than he had just moments ago. Gumiho used a surefire technique. Stop it, Gumiho! Realizing that something is wrong, the third generation of Naruto shouted. The voice is like rolling thunder to make all the people all stunned. They know that the third generation is really angry, but the hostile Suzu didn't care about that. And the echo of his humiliation filled his mind for a long time, and he used one of his strongest killing moves, Kazuno Vacuum Daiyoku. Extremely powerful bullets flew out again. The momentum is fierce. The only difference is that this time, no matter the power or the area has skyrocketed. Said to be a bullet but someone's head is as big as a person's head, will be hit by a direct penetration. Put, put, put. Silver's chest was directly blasted out with 3 huge holes. This is the price for offending the old man. Laughing wildly, with arrogance showing on his face, Suzu was about to taunt Silver while he wasn't out of breath, when the next scene that happened stunned him. Bang! The body that was blown apart by Suzu turned right into a piece of wood. Or is it a diversion? Frowning, a haze flashed across his old face as he looked around, only to find an infinite fire sweeping to his left. Naruto Hao Fire Extinction. Chapter 13, The Thunderclap Griffin. The sea of fire swarmed over him, and the world, as far as Tuanzou could see, was filled with fire, the expanse of which emboldened him. How did this kid know this technique? Duzu's face was blue, but he still chose to react at the first opportunity, looking at the arrogant and incomparable sea of fire, as if it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. A heart that was extraordinarily upset. Isn't your Uchiha clan good at using fire escape? I'm going to use the fire escape to defeat you, the strongest genius, and make your Uchiha clan lose face. The disbelieving Suzu also began to form seals. He possessed the 5 attributes of fire: wind, earth, water, and yin, and naturally knew the fire escape as well. Fire escape Dian Bomb. A large flame erupts from Junzo's mouth, but there is a difference in temperature and range between it and the oncoming Halhuamayo. Don't think that's all. It's much more. Continuing to make the same hand seals as earlier, Junzo bellowed, Fire escape Great Inferno Bomb. Fire escape Dian Bomb. Fire escape Dian Bomb. Several flames were spewed out in succession, all coming together to form a rushing fire, finally leveling with the fire blowing from the opposite side, both arms forming a seal once again. Suzu bellowed, the great breakthrough of wind transportation. Whoosh! Berserk wind waves swept out, the ground, all the material all blow up, into a majestic thrust diffusion. Group hide painstakingly condensed sea of fire to get vigorously added. Instantly more arrogant arrogance. The silver of the magnificent fire extinguished but annihilated engulfed. The 2 flames exchanged blows, burning the sky red. The air heated up dramatically, forming many updrafts. The sky was dim and very depressing. Without a trace, he swept the depths of the sky, and a fine blankness flickered in his silver eyes. Boom boom boom. The howling fire extinguished but was eventually engulfed by the flames of the Tuanzou as the giant fire came in a devastating manner, sweeping across the sky and the earth. Strange, the howling fire extinction jutsu isn't this weak. Rumor has it that Uchiha-zan was famous for this jutsu back in the day. Wave Wind Watergate's eyes were full of doubt. Frowning in disbelief, the third Naruto nodded his head, glanced deeply at Silver, and said in a hoarse tone, although I don't know what kind of devilish ideas that Silver Kid is playing, it's safe to assume that he's purposely weakening the power of the howling fire extinguisher. Ha 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 ha. Today I will defeat you with my inept fire escape and trample your Uchiha clan's dignity to a single point. Seeing that the Halwa Kiryu has been destroyed and broken through, Shimura Suzu's confidence grows and he displays all the fire dodgers that he has learned in his life. Just in time. Seeing the situation, Silver not fear but joy, the the body's chakra vast rushing. Perhaps because of the relationship of crossing over, his body chakra content is amazing. More or less 4 or 5 times more than the same age Uchiha family members. Hatsumi extinguish. Silver's old technique was repeated, and a large sea of fire once again erupted. The only difference was that it was not a star stronger than the howling fire extinguisher just now. Boom boom boom. 137. 137 XS. The two huge flames inevitably collided, and the air currents in the depths of the void kept storming away, and cumulonimbus clouds unexpectedly appeared above the heads of a group of people, and even the roaring piercing sound of some lightning could be heard. Boom boom boom. After a stalemate, Junzo's fire escape was finally no match for Jin, and was broken through strongly, with monstrous fire sweeping in like a sea wave covering the sky. Damn it, it's even been breached? Reunion's eyes rounded, observing the continuous sea of fire, keenly smelling a crisis. To think that you could push me this far, the old man must admit that not only me, but the entire Konoha has underestimated you. Reunion growled in a low voice, a touch of shock showing in his words. His gaze traveled through the heavy sea of fire, and in the underworld, he saw the indifferent-looking Silver, whose expressionless little face was quite similar to that of the Uchihas. Indifferent to everything, but to try to win against me with just you? Delusional. With his mind collected, Reunion finally pulls out his final killer move. Psionic Dream Taper. A large cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the ground, followed by a massive four-legged monster falling from the sky. Ow ow ow. The strange roar shook the sky and the earth, and a touch of invisible air wave erupted, transforming into a tens of levels of stormy wind, and the oncoming sea of fire was instantly suppressed compulsorily and blown into the depths of the sky. Is this a psychic technique from Suzu? He's getting serious. It's amazing. Silver actually forced Gumiho to use a psychic technique. That kid is going down. The people watching the battle were shocked beyond measure as the giant monster caused everyone to stutter and instinctively back away. This monster is from an extraordinary source, and with the combination of the Toho and the psychic arts, the use of the Kazekage can even tear apart a Susanoo. Silverheart is also cautious and incomparable. He also remembered the Uchiha Sasuke future and the great battle of Junzo, during which Junzo as the two cooperate to break through the defenses of the Sunanuho. But luckily I was prepared in advance. Looking at the hidden lightning in the sky above, Silver inhaled a deep breath of cool air, and his right hand suddenly swept up a burst of dazzling lightning. Snap! The ear-piercing screech was numbing, raising goosebumps, and the entire sky was filled with that terrifying roar. It was Kakashi's Chidori. It's almost time to release you from your cage. The 1,000 birds in his hand zoomed in, and like gravity, the lightning-filled sky flashed with an unprecedented and overwhelming beast, descending from the depths of the clouds. Rado Kirin. Chapter 14, Spitting Up Blood at Suzu. A huge divine beast descended, and everyone was stunned by the hideous appearance, as well as the huge size. Ho ho ho! The dark blue divine beast roared up to the sky. The vibrations that came out destroying the entire void trembled with it. Extremely terrifying. Everyone smells a death smell. That jutsu in Jin's hand. It seems to be Kakashi's Chidori. When did you give him this jutsu and develop such a horrible one? Wave Wind Swayman twisted his head to look at the silver-haired teenager beside him, and witnessed the hideous divine beast in the void that was coiled up in almost the entire sky, and couldn't help but stand in awe. Upon hearing this, the always indifferent Kakashi revealed a self-deprecating bitter smile and said with a sad face, "Sensei, truth be told, the 1,000 birds was handed over to me by Uchiha Jin." These words caused everyone to be dumbfounded, and they were all appalled as they surveyed the fluttering young man who was bathing in the light of the thunder as if he was normal. This kid is so cunning. We are too underestimated him. Loss of the old man thought to be able to see through every person. Did not expect this time the turn on the Silver to look away. This art, the actual he had already counted everything. Nishio sighed with emotion, his tone giving the impression of having aged a dozen years. Mizukato, what does Lord Sandane mean? Maelstrom Jusina asked quietly as she came over. This jutsu transcends the ranks of ninjutsu and can be classified as a forbidden jutsu or something like that, or what we often refer to as an S-class jutsu. Namikaze Minato looked at the mighty Kirin in the sky and marveled. How is this possible? It's impossible for Silver to obtain an S-rank jutsu, and it's also a Reito. The Uchiha clan doesn't seem to have one. And there's also the even more important factor that Silver simply doesn't have that much chakra to unleash an S-rank jutsu. Whirlpool Joxin Nai questioned. Her pretty face was written with skepticism. This kind of large-scale offensive S-rank jutsu consumed chakra tremendously. Even if Silver was barely able to use it, he was surely too tired to stand up. On the contrary, he didn't have anything at all at the moment. That's why he's smart. The silent Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth in admiration and wisely analyzed. From the very beginning, Silver took advantage of the change in the weather. Remember the upward flow of air just now? That's because most of the fire escape caused the air to heat up dramatically, thus creating rising air currents, which in turn created cumulonimbus clouds, which ultimately created thunderbolts. Therefore, Silver himself did not use much chakra. Not only that, this kid is really cunning. He intentionally reduced the power of the fire extinguish, but the essence of the purpose is to take advantage of the heart of Junzo's competition. If there is no Junzo's own fire escape, he is afraid that this art will have to take a lot of effort to complete. Junzo was indirectly doing Silver a huge favor. These words fell into everyone's ears, and they looked incredulously at Silver, whose face did not change, and Suzu's old face turned even greener, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. That means from the very beginning, this kid has calculated everything? Maelstrom Gyoshina's eyes went round and she gasped. You dare to use the old man? Tuanzou glared at Silver in annoyance, and if his eyes could kill, he was afraid that he would have 1,000 holes in him by now. It's not that I used you, it's that you underestimated me. I was always an overgrown child in your eyes, so you'll fail, and you're going to pay for it today. Silver was indifferent, and the 1,000 birds in his hand were suddenly raised. 1,000 degrees Chinese net. Kiandazu. Ouch. The Kirin perched in the sky suddenly roared at Tuzo, the deafening blast causing everyone to look away. Gulp. Being stared at by the divine beast of the void, Shimura Tuzo was creeped out, sweating profusely, and soaked to the skin. Never felt that death was near. Don't you dare mess around, Sarutobi said point blank. Disobeying Naruto's orders will result in death. Raizo threatened, his words dripping with fear. I'm a person who will repay favors and not forgetting grudges. You just revealed your killing aura to me. If it wasn't for the shadow divergence, I might have been killed by you. I'll keep this grudge. The three-hooked jade shuriken eyes flowed with deadly light, and under everyone's astonished gaze, the 1,000 birds in Silver's hand blasted down to the ground. Ow ow ow. The Kirin, which was being pulled, also lunged at Reunion with a destructive impact. The exaggerated formation shocked the eyes as azure flashes poured down as if a piece of the sky slammed into Tuanzou. Killing you isn't so bad, or the Konoha village won't let me go, but I'm taking your bones. Silver muttered in his heart. Killing Gumiho would be like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the chances of trying to get out of the village alive would be zero. At the same time, the Kirin's hideous maw tore towards Tuanzou. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion shook the clouds and resounded with a destructive airwave. Everything within 100 meters of the material was all scorched, and the entire playground was dark. What was most ominous was that the place where Juzu had previously stood was directly blasted out into a deep pit that reached a scale of over 10 meters. Bang! A bloodied Tuanzou fell to the ground, and bizarrely, he was unharmed, only having an arm torn off. This guy, a cold-blooded animal, is really unusual. To run and stay inside the belly of a psychic art, even though he escaped the fatal attack, it seems that he was also injured quite a bit. The quick-eyed Silver, seeing Shimura Suza's broken arm, took advantage of the dust and smoke to chip away at Suza's pinky bone, and then stood as if nothing had happened. P.S. 3,000 flowers plus more. 3,000 rewards plus more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus more. Chapter 15 Ghost Road Bones, First Shift. This miserable appearance of Shimura Gumiho made everyone chilled, and they sweated for Silver, which was tantamount to offending Gumiho to death. Silver, the old man said point blank. So why the ruthlessness? The third Naruto leapt to Jin's side, his grim eyes overflowing with ill will and a faint hint of murderous intent. Old fox, just now you didn't say point blank, and now you come to put a horse in the race? Silver smacked his lips, the heart extremely disdainful thought. This old man is nothing more than want to use his own hand to knock the group Tibetan, now brewed into such an unforeseen disaster, I'm afraid out of his imagination. Before, Lord Junzo had said that fists and feet have no eyes, which means that he has come to his senses. Moreover, he didn't surrender, which means that he has confidence in his own strength, so I can't be blamed for injuring him, Silver said with an innocent look on his face. Apologizing. Gazing deeply at Silver for a moment, the third Naruto sighed sadly and waved his hand. Soon, you'll be going to the misty hidden village with Mizukato and Joexei and Nai, so take care of yourself. With those words, the third Naruto turned his head and left. The heads of a number of clans also left in pairs, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before Uchiha Jin's name becomes the center of after-dinner gossip among the residents of Kiba village. Meanwhile, Junzo's men rushed to take him away, deliberately bypassing Silver and treating him with respect. In this regard, Silver does not care. There is nothing wrong with a little show of strength. If not, it will still be treated as a wimp. Feeling the pocketed Tuanzou hand bone through his shirt, Silver went home full of excitement. At home, Silver sat quietly on his mattress, and after heavily exhaling a cloudy breath to stabilize his emotions, he entered the farm world within his mind. The scenery is pleasant, the climate is suitable, Like a heaven on earth is refreshing. Happy heart, get your ass out here. A terrifying roar exploded, like a wild wind sweeping across the world. I'm not dead. Why do I have to be so loud? Pink and jade carved young girl came out from the hut. Her face was still hung with deep tiredness. It looked like she had just woken up from sleep. What kind of bones can I exchange for the hand bones of Junzo? Taking out a small piece of bone wrapped in cloth, Silver asked expectantly. It seems like it's just redeemable 4 Ghost Road bones, and he has no blood relay limit, so the price is average. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Xin suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Silver's eyes couldn't help but dim extraordinary, and sighed softly. It's not bad, knowing what's good for you. That Ghost Road bone you mentioned is the ability inside the Shinigami? It's divided into 2 abilities, the Broken Dao and the Bound Dao. Yes. With a light nod of her white chin, Lu Xin replied. Second Chinese network. Derzwix's eyes released a burst of fine blankness. Disappointed face resurfaced smile. Silver gladly said. That's not bad. No need to form a seal to fight to take advantage of a lot of advantages. So master wants to redeem it? Happy Heart asked with a wink. Of course I'll exchange it. Without even thinking about it, Silver agreed with a single breath. As the bones of Tuanzou were useless anyway. Master, wait a moment. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Xin began to concentrate on her concentration. Silver also knowingly stepped aside, strolling among the idyllic garden. Mind extraordinarily relaxed. Ghost Road bone actual also good. Can play a wonderful use of surprise? After all, do not need to seal the art is rare. Can play a role in attacking the unexpected. What is this place? Unconsciously, walking up to a wooden workshop, Silver muttered softly, suddenly smelling a strange aroma, and after some hesitation stepped into it. LOL. The door was gently pushed open, but the interior was empty, and the signboard of processing workshop was just hanging in the middle of the air. Master, it's rude to break into someone's room without their permission. Lu Xion's pleasant voice resounded in his ears, followed by a flash in front of Silver out of thin air, looking at him in exasperation. Without anyone's permission? This is supposed to be my territory. Silver bristled in disdain, then asked curiously, what's a processing workshop? A place where seeds can be processed? Let's talk about this later. The processing workshop hasn't finished manufacturing yet. It will naturally open to the owner when it's finished then, Lu Xin said, then handed Silver a luscious piece of special material. What is this, jade? No use giving it to me. I want bones, Silver said with a stern face. This is the bones of the Ghost Road. Lu Xin laughed, his words dripping with arrogance. Lu Xion's output must be of the highest quality. I'm not as sloppy and casual as my master. Silver didn't have the time to listen to her long-winded speech and ran away in a puff of wind. Inside the farm's test plots, Silver carefully buried the alabaster bone in it, which was a relief. The moment he stepped into the soil, an LCD screen suddenly appeared in front of Silver. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it takes 5 years to bloom. Is there any mistake? Looking at the text on the LCD screen, Silver spat out with a black face. He had almost waited for several years when the writing will I fruit blossomed. Now Silver didn't want to wait, or rather there was no chance to wait. About to rush to the water country, whether he could survive or not was questionable. Forget it, give up the kid for the wolf. Teeth bite, Silver pulled out half a packet of white powder things. Face flashed a flash of meat pain. This thing is called fast fertilizer, able to shorten the bones for 5 years light. In other words, just pour the fertilizer in and the ghost path bones will instantly bloom. Chapter 16, Uchiha Fireflame Formation, Second Shift. Silver's thoughts tumbled. He had a total of 2 bags of fertilizer. One bag had been used up by the previous evolution of the 3-hooked jade sharpening wheel, and the other bag was the one at hand. This trip to the misty hidden village small life may not be able to keep. Life is gone. To fertilizer is useless? Understanding what was at stake, Silver poured down the white powder without hesitation. Click, click, click. Powder deep into the surface of the moment, immediately staged an unbelievable scene. The wet soil began to tremble slightly. A wisp of purple shoots quietly poked their heads out, like eating hormones like wild growth. Just a blink of an eye, the shoots become comparable to the arm of the flower stem, the top of the top. A large purple flower bud clearly visible. Gollum! Silver swallowed hard. It was just a snap of the fingers, and through the potentization of the fertilizer, the Ghost Road bones went from seeds to budding flowers. Blooming? His eyes were fixed on the purple flower, seeing the petals slowly bloom. Silver's heart was in his throat, excited. And at the same time, he felt a special energy flowing out from within his heart. Strange. I didn't release chakra, Silver murmured in disbelief, looking at the beautiful and enchanting purple flowers, and it dawned on him what that mysterious energy was. It's like spiritual pressure. Immediately after that, a large amount of information flooded into his mind, and the various types of moves of the broken Dao and the bound Dao played out like a movie in Silver's mind. This scene lasted for about 5 or 6 hours more. Nice ability. Silver, who had opened his eyes, said, his expression tinged with delight. Indeed, it's a good ability, but all moves strong or weak depends on the host himself. You must not forget the content of your own spiritual pressure. The stronger the soul, often the stronger the spiritual pressure. You a normal human, how strong do you think your soul is? Luoxian's voice rang out and continued to explain. Moreover, the ghost Dao relies heavily on spirit pressure, and certain moves you can't utilize their full power even if you can use them. I know. Silver nodded his head to indicate that he understood, opened his mouth, was about to ask if there is avalanche jade, this kind of heavenly cheating device, but the wisdom to shut up. Whether there is or not is not important. The key is that he does not have the ability to master. It's no good hanging around empty. Let's go back first. Thinking about it for a while, Silver left the farm world. We'll soon be going to the misty hidden village as a hostage. The murderous. There is extra time might as well be used to cultivate ninjutsu. Surprisingly, there are still so many scrolls have not seen. The Uchiha family heritage can be really rich. The continuation of prosperity for hundreds of years is not without reason. 9 Cakes Chinese. Inside the room, looking at a drawer of scrolls, Silver began to seriously read the contents of which, most of these are generations of elders passed down the insights, hoping that the younger generation can seriously study, leading the Uchiha family to the road to prosperity. Among them, there are some super geniuses left behind the insights, such as the Uchiha spot. This jutsu, pupils narrowed lightly as a special black scroll attracted Silver. Looking old and somewhat vintage, interest led Silver to open it. Most of it was left behind by the Uchiha family's forefathers, so there should be no harm in it. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation? It's like a jutsu for knots or something. After carefully reading the text on the scroll and confirming that it was some sort of exaggerated boundary, Silver's eyes shot out in a brilliant blaze of light. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. I remember during the 4th Shinobi World War, Bandu used this to block the 8 Tails attack and protect the Outer Path demon statue. It's extremely powerful and seems to be able to burn enemies. Silver excited. Did not think that the Uchiha family still have this kind of good things. Carefully read every paragraph of the scroll, not missing a word. See the end of the time, but the face suddenly collapsed. It requires an extremely large amount of chakra, and it drains your life force when you don't have enough chakra. Seeing these 2 paragraphs, Silver a heart cooled most of the way, surprised to find that the penman who wrote this paragraph was Uchiha-zan. No wonder this powerful jutsu within the Uchiha family is silent. I'm afraid no one can use him. Silver secretly guessed that Uchiha Zebra even used the words extremely huge to describe the chakra required by the Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. I'm afraid that it would require at least as much chakra as the shadow level, if not more. Often the more powerful the jutsu, the more chakra it takes. After pondering for a while, Silver still chose to learn this art. If he couldn't use it now, he would naturally be able to use it in the future. There's no harm in learning more. This look is a night. Silver will be all the ninjutsu scrolls filtered once, until the second morning, this only to clean up the spilled scrolls on the ground. These things were originally only to be touched by successive generations of patriarchs, and now I can read such precious scrolls thanks to my father in the 9 Springs. Silver sighed. Why was there a scroll or even a handwritten note from Uchiha-zan? He wasn't sure of the exact reason, but there were rumors that the current lineage, Silver and Uchiha Futsuki's biological fathers, had a blood relationship with Uchiha-zan back then. That's why these valuable scrolls were able to fall into the hands of Silver's father. So much so that they have now been passed on to him. Uncle, I've come to play with you. At this moment, an unexpected silhouette floated into the eyes. Handsome in appearance, with a clearly visible 8 marks on his face. So it's you, Skunk. Chapter 17, Teaching Skunks, 3rd Shift. The eyes looked extremely. In the courtyard, the clear-eyed young man was clearly visible, hanging a warm smile. Very warm, giving the first impression of politeness and affinity. I used to avoid letting the skunks see me for fear that the waste disease would be as contagious as it is, and now I'm letting the skunks approach me of their own accord? Silver lamented later, while beckoning toward the teenager in the courtyard. Come in, Skunk. The latter nodded and stepped into the room obediently, looking at the room full of scrolls, and couldn't help but say in surprise, how long will it take to finish this? Yeah, it's going to be a long time. Silver nodded without a trace and smiled. I'll be leaving the village on a mission soon, and all of these items will be given to you. Skunk, really? The skunk was overjoyed and suddenly caught the despondency deep in Silver's eyes and apologized. It's all my fault. Without me, Uncle wouldn't have been sent on a dangerous mission to the misty hidden village. The skunk was filled with guilt and bowed his head, unable to raise it. there's no need to blame yourself. It was all of my own volition and none of your business. Silver patted the weasel's shoulder in relief. Completely from the bottom of his heart, even without this sudden mission, he would have participated in this war. After all, he could gradually become stronger through hunting, and also get a mission to earn point coupons. So it was destined that Silver would not be nestled in the village. On top of that, it turns out that when the entire Uchiha family isolated him, this nephew was the only one who took the initiative to approach Silver without the slightest prejudice. Take them, they're no use to me anymore. They'll be of great use to you. As he spoke, Silver then packed all the scrolls in a backpack before leading the skunk from the room and sending him home. He was leaving tomorrow, and he would have to meet with Maelstrom Joshinna later, as well as Namikaze Swakato to discuss tomorrow's journey. Uncle, I know that you purposely hid your strength just to make your father's clan leader's name live up to its name. The Uchiha are a family that is carried on from the warring states, focusing on strength, and only the strongest of the strongest are eligible to be the clan leader. Blinking his eyes, the ferret continued, if you showed strength stronger than father, then everyone would question him. So you deliberately suppressed your strength and bumbled around so much that you were called a peasant young master, with the underlying purpose of taking care of father's feelings. Silver quietly listened, until after a half a minute to look at the weasel in surprise. No wonder big brother he thinks so highly of you. You do have the potential to make the Uchiha family rise. Manchild is really smart. Look at the book house. Kanshu 55. Weasel sniffing silence. He since childhood often go to Silver to play. Often see Silver experiment all kinds of ninjutsu. Kakashi's thousand birds, wave wind water gate spiral pill, as well as many all kinds of ninjutsu. Weasel have seen Silver used. He is an expert in ninjutsu. As if he is all-knowing, and there is nothing that he does not know. Fame, that kind of thing is practically useless. It's not as real as a meal. On the contrary, in these years of being a farmer's young master, I've also seen a lot of things clearly. Silver murmured, his eyes glowing with wisdom, his eyes showing a fine blankness. Weasel, listen carefully, there is no one in this world who deserves absolute trust, including the so-called relatives are no exception. The only one who can be trusted is oneself. Want to see the essence of a person, only in their own hard times to see his inner. I know, the skunk replied crisply, and was about to pull Silver home with him when the latter suddenly stopped in his tracks. You go back, I have things I need to do first. With those words, Silver rubbed the skunk's hair and left. Silver's shadow extraordinarily long against the setting sun. The tender face surged with an old-fashioned sigh. Looking at Silver's gradually disappearing back, the skunk's clear face had more than a touch of sadness, and then he still stepped into his home with a bag full of scrolls on his back. This should be the place. Is it possible that I'm remembering it wrong? Scanning a few houses close by, Silver frowned, suddenly realizing that he couldn't tell exactly which one was which. He had already gone to the wrong two houses in a row. Knock knock. Knocking on the door, Silver said in a loud voice. I'm Uchiha Silver. Is Ms. Jasuna home? The room seemed to be empty and did not respond. LOL. When he was planning to leave, the closed door suddenly revealed some cracks. Silver poked his head in and looked around, and couldn't help but be stagnant. Suddenly he could be sure that this was Maelstrom Joshinna's home. Chapter 18, So It's a Cat, 4th Shift. The room was neat, without the slightest hint of dust, and the furniture was arranged in a regular layout, giving the room a feeling of being generous. The owners were obviously very meticulous and the floor was eye-wateringly clean. Only Maelstrom Joshinna would be so attentive, right? Silver's mind thought. So he stepped into the room and slowly surveyed Maelstrom Joshinna's room. It wasn't luxurious to talk about, but it was exquisite and warm and cozy. Isn't it a bit abrupt to barge into an unmarried woman's room? Raising an eyebrow slightly, Silver hesitated as he looked towards the lights deeper into the corridor. And it was also at that exact moment that an unexpected voice caught Silver's attention. Get the hell out of here! Ear-piercing screams suddenly came. Silver as stunned, hesitation in the bottom of the eyes within the convergence, into a clear wind whistling out. Instinctively thought that Whirlpool Joxian out of danger. Deeper into the corridor, breaking into the steam-filled room, Silver was shocked to find a clothed, delicate body looming. A plump career line could be captured, and even though it was covered by the water vapor, Silver, who had excellent eyesight, had an unobstructed view of it. Gollum! Silver choked unnaturally, his face turning a deep red as he looked towards the ground to see what turned out to be a trampled rat. Who the hell is it? Perhaps it was because of the excess steam in the bathroom that caused Maelstrom Joxian now's vision to be blurred, yet she still stepped and followed the source. Bugger off! Do not even think about it. Silver directly used instantaneous art to run wildly to escape. In the twinkling of an eye, it is a wretched escape from the Whirlpool Joshinna home. Hoo. Maelstrom Joshinna door outside the shade of the tree. Silver gasping thick breath. The heart-depressed spit blood. Cannot help but curse, although it is good to go peach blossom luck, but also cannot play me like this. By the way, when Shui Min know that I looked at her future wife's nude body, will definitely put me in pieces. Right. Maelstrom Jioshinna certainly will not let go of me. Silver calm and quiet big mouth inhale smooth emotions. Last time did not pay attention to stumble upon their sister-in-law Uchiha Meichin full body. This time and become a whirlpool Jioshinna. Think of Silver Soul or chilled. No good spit, if the future I am still in the wooden leaf. Surely it is necessary to take the turn of Hinata after the pro-daughter of Hinata head. 7 realms. 7 Jie. It's you. Silver. Pleasant voice came from behind. Ghostly turned his head. Floated into the eyes as precisely draped in a simple bathrobe whirlpool Joexayanai. So it's Jioshinna-sama. At those words, a wave of despair ran through Silver's heart, and he took a step backwards, saying, "You're not here to kill and exterminate, are you? Killing people to silence them? What are you babbling about? Did you see anyone running past just now?" Taking a strange look at Silver, Maelstrom Joexayanai asked. So she didn't realize it was me. Relieved, Silver wiped away the cold sweat on either side of his temples and smiled calmly. "I didn't see any people, but I saw a black cat run past just now. So it's a cat." Then, Maelstrom Joexayanai said as if relieved, for Silver's character also did not have doubts. After all, he is now only 12 years old, despite the maturity of the child. But Silver's slightly childish appearance is still to dispel Maelstrom Joexayanai's misgivings. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew. Whirlpool Joexayanai was chilled, then realized that he only wore a bathrobe, face slightly red, and hastily pulled Silver into the room. "Just wait, Mizumon will be here in a few minutes. I was just in the shower. Now I'm going to go change my clothes." With those words, Maelstrom Jioshinna hurried up the stairs. There's a thrill. Swept a glance at the whirlpool Joexayanai. Silver reveals a relieved smile. His mind cannot help but float out of the whirlpool Joexayanai's exquisite carcass. A burst of heart. A heart cannot help but begin to reverie even. 12-year-olds, especially Silver who works out all the time, have long since awakened in one way or another. Chapter 19 Leaving, First Shift. A few minutes later, Whirlpool Joshinai came downstairs in brand new clothes, and the burning fire in Silver's eyes dissipated. Suikato really? To be that slow? Whirlpool Joexayanai, who went downstairs, pouted her lips and complained in dissatisfaction. "There's probably been some kind of delay." Silver laughed, and muttered uncontrollably in his mind. And yes, if he could have come a little earlier, surely this pitiful thing wouldn't have happened. "Did you come in a bit of a hurry?" Maelstrom Jusina questioned. Silver had nothing more than a backpack. "I'm well prepared, a ninjutsu bag, and a ninja backpack with some compressed, hunger-filling food in it." Passing a comforting reassuring look, Silver rode. Gulp! Just as the words fell out of his mouth, Silver's stomach rumbled with displeasure, and a wave of embarrassment washed over his old face. "Swayman hasn't come yet." There's no need to rush. When a ninja is on a mission, they have to keep enough energy. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. So you wait. I'll go cook and eat together later. With that said, Maelstrom Joexayanna headed for the kitchen. Meanwhile, the other direction. Surprisingly, he's leaving so soon. How can I let him leave when I still haven't avenged my Sharingan eyes, as well as an arrow? The eerie root part, surrounded by all kinds of thick and different sizes of several strips. Tuanzou thunderous roar shook the surrounding walls are trembling. Chopping off an arm by Silver was not a problem for the moment. He could reattach it anyway by borrowing Orochimaru's power. But the fact that the Sharingan was about to fly away was something he couldn't stand. "This is what you're forcing me to do." Blood spread within the eye sockets. Ferocious light is revealed. One does not do not rest Shimura Tuzo writing. Quickly repair a letter to the subordinates. Instructed, give this to the sand-hidden village of the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow. The mission failed, do not come back alive to see the old man. About 10 minutes later, Whirlpool Joexayanai carrying fragrant rice, as well as 2 plates of colorful and delicious cuisine kitchen out. Exquisitely done. After observing for half a second, Silver commented, "New novel city, XXSC." From that tantalizing sense Silver could analyze that Maelstrom Juxina's cooking level was not bad. "Come over and join us." Putting the dishes lightly on the table, Maelstrom Joexayanai looked at the wide array of dishes, smiled smugly. The portion made was originally for 2 people. She herself could not finish it. At that, Silver nodded and walked towards the table and sat down, picking up his chopsticks and placing a strand of meat foam in his mouth. "How's the flavor?" It was made in a bit of a hurry, so it might be relatively rough. Maelstrom Jusina asked expectantly. "There's no need to be presumptuous. Juzin-chan, your cooking is delicious," Silver said with a shake of his head. This was much better than the usual cuisine he ate. Living alone within the Uchiha clan, he usually made do with what he had, mostly buying buckets of instant noodles to fill up on. Count on you kid being smart. Whirlpool Joxinai laughed with a fluttering brow, and promptly did the same and began to eat. And due to the time issue, the two did not focus on what they were eating, sweeping up the food on the table as if it were a windfall. Meeting up with Namikaze Minato just as he arrived at the entrance to Kiba. It's almost time to leave. Looking at Silver and Whirlpool Jyoshina, Wave Wind Water Gate mused. On the way to the water country, we must pass through the Sand Hidden Village, then take a boat to the Mist Hidden Village. Be careful when traveling in the dark. Namikaze Swakato and Silver nodded at the same time, and immediately the three of them scurried into the dense forest. On the way out, with a deep look at the Kiba behind him, Silver left without any lingering feelings. Whoosh! 3 black shadow paces extremely agile. Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Joxinai, not to mention. 2 people have carried out many dangerous S-class mission. Strength can be imagined. Even if the Silver first time out of the village to carry out the mission also calm to the extreme, he has enough confidence in his own strength. Encountered shadow even if you cannot fight to escape is not a problem. That being said, who made the proposal to travel to unite the water country together to pin down the Sand Hidden Village this time? The black night sky rang with the whisper of Silver. It's Shimura Tuzo. He joined with 2 advisors to put pressure on Naruto-sama. Eventually Naruto-sama compromised. Namikaze Swakato replied. At those words, Silver's expression froze, and he steeply realized a wave of discomfort. Who was Shimura Tuanzou? A typical schemer. Not only did he pit his enemies against him, the worst thing was that he didn't even spare his teammates. Silver has offended him for now, and there's a huge target, Namikaze Swakato. Gumiho tends to be very interested in the position of Naruto. For example, if there is any accidental death of Namikaze Mizukato in battle, then the position of Naruto will most likely fall on the head of Orochimaru or Shimura Gumiho, and since the 2 of them are allies anyway, it's better that it falls on the head of whoever it falls on than on Namikaze Mizukato. Chapter 20, I've just studied 2 more years, second shift. Silver old face black, heart cursed a bad year. Due to the reason of being the young master of the Uchiha family, he was born to attract the enmity of the Tuanzou. The contradiction between the Uchiha family and the Tuanzou is known to everyone, and now he has gotten on the pirate ship of Wave Wind Shui Men, and he can only report it with a bitter smile. Mizukato, will Jun Kanzo be counting on us? Thinking of Junzo's poisonous character, Maelstrom Gyo now worried. This, Wave Wind Water Door also do not know how to answer. Change into its people may not believe, but the object is to put a big question mark. Undoubtedly, for the Wooden Leaf Village group Hyde is absolutely loyal, but his fierce means is not to be admired. And put the Black Gun Pit their own people, this kind of thing. Group Hyde has also had a previous record. Let's take one step at a time. I'm sure that Suzu will keep the greater good in mind. Showing a smile, Silver softly consoled. What should come cannot be blocked. Rather than worrying about it, is better to relax and face the unknown changes. Surely children are optimistic. Maelstrom Jusina sighed, a comment that caused Silver to roll his eyes. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was one night that passed, and the next morning there were no clouds in the sky, and the 3 of them stopped within a dense forest just a short distance from the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The border of the sandy hidden village is just ahead. Let's eat some food and intensify our journey, Wave Wind Swayman said, with a touch of caution between his words. It wasn't easy for the 3 of them to cross a country. Once they were discovered, they would be facing countless sand hidden village ninjas, and might be hunted by a large ninja village. It was self-evident how resolute the mission was. Therefore, the 3rd Naruto also classified this mission as Super S-Class. Whoosh! A sandstorm suddenly hits the clear sky, and when you open your mouth a large amount of sand remains in your mouth, making it impossible to open your eyes. Be careful. Wave Wind Swayman was assured of the compressed cookie in his hand, a wary look written in his eyes, and the bitterness had been taken out. It should be fine. Whirlpool Joshinai asked with a frown. This is very close to the Land of Wind. It's normal for a sandstorm to blow over. It's not normal. Similarly with Wave Wind Swayman, Silver was also full of caution, eating this cold light flashing bitter no in his hand. While being on guard, he explained, don't forget that this is within the woods. How could any sand be able to blow in? The dense foliage is a natural sheltering place. It's obviously man-made factors. Good point. Namikaze Swakato gave Silver an unexpected look. Impressed with him, so young yet so attentive. It looked like he had already noticed the subtle change. TSK, when did Konoha produce a young man like you? Seeing that you kid is only 11 or 12 years old. Are you interested in joining the Sand Hidden Village? I can personally teach you. Carefree you. In the violent wind and sand, several silhouettes suddenly descended, and the one in the center who was the leader praised. Listening to the source of information, you seem to be a member of the Uchiha family. Join us in the sand-hidden village. I'll treat you with absolute sincerity. Treat me sincerely? I'm afraid to gouge out my eyes and kill me is trash. Silver snorted a cold laugh. Surprisingly, it's the 4th generation Wind Shadow. After witnessing the visitor, Wave Wind Sumon's mind sank, and after seeing the few people behind him, his heart fell even lower. The sand-hidden village's Chio Brahma. Also, that old man seems to be the sand-hidden village's one-tailed ninjutsu Funfu, and the 4th Kazekage's wife, Kakuro. After seeing a few people, Whirlpool Joexai and nice pretty face just like losing luster, said the last more and more solemn. Surprisingly, he brought so many people with him. It seems that he set up an ambush in advance to wait for us. Silver suppressed the road. Obviously the wooden leaf internal leakage of information. The heart of the dark, I thought that the group of Tibet that old boy even if I am dissatisfied with me and Wave Wind Watergate, but also will be out to deal with their own. And now it is surprisingly eternally. Will be our news betrayal to the Sand Hermit village of the Wind Shadow. That old man's but not to be underestimated. Silver, come here. Wave Wind Suikato suddenly leaned in close to Silver and whispered. Later on, Jo Shinna and I will try to hold them off while you fight for a suitable opening to escape. Escape? Hearing this, Iniran shook his head and denied. This is impossible. It's not hard to see that they have long been waiting for us here. And I'm afraid that there are ninjas ambushed in the surrounding forest. And it's estimated that the dragnet has already been set up. And it's impossible to want to escape. Some words make Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Joexai and I face slightly change. Looking at the 4th generation Wind Shadow Luosha talk about laughing and smiling appearance. Obviously he has a plan. In fact, it's not that there is no chance of victory. When I came here I have already paid attention to it. The surrounding land is at different levels. It's obviously been damaged. And the soil that should be underneath the ground has been turned up. And that soil is still wet. It's estimated that there was still a big battle happening here a day or two ago. The only enemies that are engaged here are the Kiba and the Sankane. So if we focus on raiding out and being able to meet up with the Kiba's large force, we can just do it. Strange. You're on your first mission and you didn't even go to ninja school. Who taught you all this? Staring dumbfounded at Silver, Maelstrom Joexai and Na was amazed beyond measure. Such a small thing that even she and Wave Wind Sailor Moon hadn't noticed. I've just been reading for 2 more years. Staring at the sand-hidden village crowd, Silver replied innocently. As long as we severely injure the few people in front of us, we will be able to escape. The gaze was awe-inspiring and cold. Killing machines surfaced within the silver pupils, and the thunderous action stunned the entire audience. Only when that whistling sea of fire appeared did they come back to their senses. Chapter 21, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Raza who spit out blood, 3rd shift. All people are feeling incomparable consternation, especially the side of the sand-hidden village. The 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Rosa is a little dumbfounded looking at the silver, until he felt the skin tingling, as if he was going to be roasted like he came back to his senses. Looking at the sea of fire that came in the face hastily dodged away. Silver analyzed exactly the same. They did ambush here for several hours. And a few days ago in this place also did happen a big battle. Sand-hidden village frontline troops and Zarya-led troops in this place big battle. But the double opposite strength balance. In the end, no one did not help anyone. Hatsumi extinguish. The boundless sea of fire flew out like a sea wave, covering the sky and the earth. And the inside that whizzed by were all scorched. Namikaze Minato and Maelstrom Joexai and Na looked at each other and also made a big show of their power. The great breakthrough of the wind transportation. Bitter cold wind from Namikaze Mizukato mouth spit out. The wind to help the fire. Magnificent fire extinguish but the sharpness of the even more. Into the sky of the fire is as strong as a breakthrough. Damn it. It's hot. It hurts. Although these shadow class experts who reacted as quickly as possible dodged at the first opportunity. The ninjas who lurked within the dense forest ninjas were out of bloody luck. Fire like the autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. Due to the addition of the wind escape, the power and speed of a split second have skyrocketed several times. The dark hibernating ninjas directly turned into a fireman. Miserable screams creepy. Black smoke rose from the sky, and the entire forest was leveled by the fire. That despicable brat. Seeing this, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa was furious. His eyes spreading like spider webs of blood, gritting his teeth and hatingly said, "Finish them off at speed. These black smokes will surely attract the attention of most of the people here. To be discovered by Jiraiya will be in big trouble. His nose is even better than a dog's nose. Well done, Silver." Wave Wind Swayman revealed a satisfied smile, looking at the black smoke that covered the sky, secretly sighed a clever. Nearby if there is a wooden leaf village ninja will naturally be attracted to. Hold on for a while can wait for reinforcements. Without it they do not have to wait. Directly all-out breakout can be a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Swoosh. Sharp air-breaking sound to meet the face. Look up, only to see the atmosphere is covered with sand and dust. A silhouette hidden in the wind and sand swept rapidly. Red eyes. It is now the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Rosa. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't. The 4th generation Wind Shadow Luosha was annoyed to the extreme. Looking at the miserable sand-hidden ninja behind him who were burnt, his old face was even more green. At the beginning his main attention was put on Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Joexei and Nai, so he also didn't pay much attention to Silver. Now who would have thought that this seemingly harmless little kid is so terrifying, waving his hand and releasing a shocking fire ninjutsu, so that he suffered a big loss. It's fine if you want to kill me. I was just about to test how much weight I have. And now you're just right. The corner of his mouth swept up in an arc. Silver did not retreat but advanced, and did not dare to be too big. His eyes twisted sharply, and his demonic 3-hook jade shuriken eyes were exposed under the air. What's that? It seems to be a metallic mineral. Through the special vision of the Sharingan eye, Silver saw that there were countless flashes of light within the sand and dust that danced wildly in the sky, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it turned out to be various types of metal minerals. That's something to utilize. I'll give you a big surprise later. The cunning light in his eyes flickered away, and witnessing the pouncing 4th generation Wind Shadow, Silver smiled calmly. Fire transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. A hideous dragon of blazing fire stood out. The moisture that remained in the air due to the high temperature was burning and bubbling. Sculpture. First X. The corners of his mouth flicked up in a scornful smile, and the 4th generation Wind Shadow immediately responded most vehemently. Magnetic transportation sands waves. The earth's surface rippled, and the golden sands in the depths of the earth tumbled, exposed to the sun's rays, and pulled by the 4th generation Wind Shadow. They lapped at Silver like waves after waves. The sand and dust cover a large amount of metal that is visible to the naked eye. Boom boom boom. The incoming howling fire dragon technique was instantly extinguished by the metallic sandstorm, without the slightest room for resistance, and was easily suppressed and obliterated. Sutengumi Great Falls of Water. The sea of water erupted from the silver mouth. The water was so powerful and ferocious that it sealed the incoming wind and sand into a large swamp, where the sky returned to clear. Did you restrain it with a waterbender? Seeing this, 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa's eyebrows raised, and then his face lifted up a cold smile as he sneered. When the sand reaches a certain measure, it can likewise restrain water. With those words, the chakra within the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa boiled even more. Magnetic transportation sand and gold burial. A rainy, dense sandstorm swept in, nearly covering the sky and dimming the entire world. The 4th Kazekage is getting real. Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Joexei and Nai face changed greatly. Looking at that panicked sandstorm, both are for Silver worry up. They too have been 1,000 generations of mother-in-law, as well as his brother, and the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow's wife Kakuru Luo hold. Want to help the Silver also have the heart to do nothing. Just in time. Looking at the golden sands that littered the void, Silver was overjoyed, and his right hand suddenly extended with flashes of electricity. Chidori! As the words fell from Silver's mouth, the entire sky resounded with a piercing roar, as if thousands of birds were screaming at the same time, and the oozing sound was disconcerting. Idiot brat, what's the point of such a thing? Looking at Silver with disdain, the 4th Naruto sneered and laughed, his face full of sarcasm. At that, Silver didn't think anything of it, just stepped the Chidori in his hand into the sand. Swoosh! The unruly lightning spread out instantly, and the distant sand-hidden village ninja was directly injured by the inexplicable lightning. Does it mean that? Eyes wide and horrified at Silver, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa's heart chilled, suddenly thinking of a terrifying pair of lightning attributes. Thunder and lightning is something that conducts electricity, and naturally it was fine before, but the ground is now sand everywhere, and it's buried with all kinds of conductive minerals. Asshole, can't it be that this little bastard was planning to do this from the start? Thinking about it, the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa's face turned green and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 22, Getting Out of the Trap, 4th Shift. The 4th generation Wind Shadow was shivering with anger, gazing at Silver's face, gnashing his teeth in anger. Especially the shining Chidori in his hand was making him tremble. Calculate it or not, it doesn't matter because you've already lost. And I still want to thank you for it, Wind Shadow-sama. I couldn't have done this kind of thing without your great help. You ing brat. Pupils narrowed. Blood-red eyes saw flashes of realization. Obviously remembering something, the 4th generation Wind Shadow angrily shouted. The Uchiha family specializes in using the fire escape. You intentionally use the water escape in the hope that I will employ the magnetic escape to suppress you? Good cunning kid. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow gasping thick breath, cursing Silver sinister. Just like when encountering a fire escape attack, the first thing all ninjas think of is the water escape. Right now this is the same meaning. When encountering the water escape, most people will imagine to earth escape and other ninjutsu to restrain. such as magnetic escape. Glancing at the 4th generation Wind Shadow Rosa, Silver earnestly thanked him and explained, "When I saw you use the magnetic escape attack, I had this idea in my mind. Who let you guys outnumbered? Deliberately use the water is to hope that you use the magnetic escape to restrain me, so that the magnetic escape contained within the metal substance will certainly spread throughout the entire war zone." They used to give Chidori conductive as appropriate, but, taking a deep breath, a large amount of chakra was mobilized within Silver. Chidori! Silver did not hesitate to press the 1,000 birds to the ground, and immediately exploded. Electricity flew, and countless electric currents then erupted, following the various types of minerals within the buried sand, and in an instant swallowed up all of the surrounding ground within 100 meters, like an electromagnetic field, gathering a large amount of lightning. These metallic substances, which cover nearly the entire ground, are excellent conductors of electricity. Boom boom boom, the ground splashed with dazzling sparks, and densely packed electric currents ran amok, delivering indiscriminate strikes that followed the metal minerals on the ground in an unlimited extension, expanding 30 feet away in an instant, and devastating all living creatures within 100 meters. A large number of sand-hidden village ninjas were struck by the sudden lightning, their bodies suddenly swept up in flames, unable to defend themselves, and were burned and scorched before planting themselves in a miserable state. Retreat! Taking advantage of the chaos in the sandy hidden village, Silver hurriedly blasted out towards Whirlpool Yoshina and Wave Wind Swayman. This kind of large-scale move, I also need to use up a lot of chakra, and I won't be able to hold out for long. Silver's tone was weak afterward and very labored. The jutsu was extremely wide-ranging and used up an incredible amount of chakra. Namikaze nodded his head and passed a look towards Maelstrom Jasuna. Damn it! Even though my chakra is 4 or 5 times that of an unusual Uchiha family member, I can't withstand this kind of depletion. Silver's gaze was cloudy. This kind of large-scale ninjutsu, almost all at once covering the ground within 100 meters. The chakra in his body had already bottomed out, and his vision was a bit blurred. Was going to sit down on the ground to catch his breath when Silver suddenly noticed that the white tender small hands will grab her, and then they put down on the shoulder to flee rapidly. Dream Shang novel. Angshinx's. In a trance, he saw the delicate pretty face as well as the red hair. So it's Chiyoshina. Nighttime by the river. Inside a lighted tent. Bang! The 4th generation Wind Shadow smashed the table in front of him and gritted his teeth as he said in a hateful voice, "I really didn't expect to fall into the hands of a child who was how many years younger than me. Outrageous. By the time I catch that kid, I will first gouge out his sharpening will eyes and then skin him." Silver borrowed the characteristics of the magnetic recluse and heavily damaged the entire raid squad, leaving a psychological shadow on everyone despite the fact that no one died. The blow to the military center of gravity was extraordinarily deadly. And the other side, in what looked like a dilapidated cave, Silver and the other 3 camped here for the time being, making a temporary rest. Silver, thanks to you this time. Whirlpool Joshinai handed Silver a glass of water and thanked him. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid it would have been a bitter battle. At those words, Silver laughed bitterly and shook his head in a hurry, saying, Miss Yoshina doesn't need to praise me. I know in my heart how many pounds I own. The actual Silver is the biggest burden, even if suffered as siege. Whirlpool Joxanai and Wave Wind Watergate can also leave unharmed. One is the 9 tails of the human pillar force. A golden flash. How strong can be imagined. The reason why the choice to stay in the bitter fight. The fundamental purpose is the Silver. After all, on his strength is the weakest. Run up also slow enough. Either way, you've been a big help. With a smile on his face, Wave Wind Watergate gave a thumbs up in appreciation. It was the 4th generation Wind Shadow who was gullible. He was fooled by my child's appearance. If he knew that I had the lightning attribute, he would never have rushed to use the Magneto, let alone make that kind of low-level mistake. Next time he encounters it will become tricky. Silver softly analyze. The demeanor is modest, indifferent and calm tone, does not have the slightest pride. Although he said he did not use the full force, the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Rosa is the same. Really want to fight with all their strength. Silver can be sure that he is the losing side. This time to get out of the trap is entirely by virtue of small cleverness. Chapter 23, Transferring the Tiger from the Mountain, First Shift. Whirlpool Joxanai and Wave Wind Watergate glanced at each other. Can see the shock in the bottom of each other's eyes? A 12-year-old child, although with the scheme pit the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow. But the collapse of the village of Sand no doubt is really Silver. So big credit can be openly face. Really make the Wave Wind Watergate admiration. Namikaze Swakato's gaze towards Silver also changed, upgrading from that of a tender child to one of equal treatment. A young man, with a clean and boyish appearance, yet worthy of his attention. Hurry up and eat and rest. You must be refreshed. If you want to take a boat to the misty hidden village, you'll have to go to the Wind Country's harbor, and you won't be able to avoid a bad battle then. Wave Wind Watergate sighed. This time the 4th generation Wind Shadow had suffered a big loss. Next time more ninjas would surely be mobilized to guard the gate, which also meant that it would be even more difficult, and it was a must to build up his strength. Indeed. Silver nodded in approval and ate a few compressed crackers before going to bed. Time passes. In the blink of an eye is 7 days. Silver and his party experienced a long journey, which came to the port city of the Wind Country. Due to the fact that the city in front of us was extremely prosperous due to the fact that it was bordered by the sea to the east, and the climate was different from the rest of the Wind Country, so that it did not have to suffer from the pain of wind and sand attacks, and thus the capital of the Wind Country was located here. It's impossible to go to the misty hidden village unharmed. Inside the dark alleyway, Namikaze Minato murmured, glancing diagonally over the distant harbor outer standing full of a large number of samurai and ninjas. And around them are also posted a lot of Whirlpool Gyoshinna and Namikaze Minato in silver and other people's portraits. Once appeared will be immediately captured. Just have to let it go. Silver gritted his teeth. It was naturally best to avoid the danger. But if not, he could only swim against the current. All in all, one should never wimp out when it's time to do something. This was Silver's guideline. Right. I think how about this? A cunning smile flashed in his eyes. Silver made a long story short and said, we could attack the palace of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind and attract all of this group of ninjas guarding the ship to the palace, and then Gyoshinna-sama will take advantage of the opportunity to seize the ship that we're preparing to sail on. Tweak the tiger? The quick-thinking Wave Wind Watergate instantly realized Silver's intentions, and after quickly contemplating for a few seconds, said, this plan is feasible. Silver nodded, and several people used a few minutes to work out a detailed process, with Namikaze Swikato and Silver going deep into the daimyo's palace to launch a sneak attack, and Maelstrom Joexayenna in charge of capturing the ship. 1 hour later, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* at the lavish and elegant palace below, immediately provoking Silver's hatred of the rich. "Humph, I'll set fire to you later." With a grim sweep of the imposing palace, Silver groped his way towards the daimyo's palace. If the daimyo could be taken out, the sandy hidden village would surely suffer a heavy blow, and the actual thing that provided the sandy hidden village's war resources was the wind country. Swoosh! The moment he jumped out of the tree, there was a burst of shuriken coming at him. I thought all the people guarding the palace were samurai, but now it seems there are also ninjas. Pupils shrunk. Silver bashfully turned his head to gaze at the incoming mass of ninjas. He did not hide his breath. Anyway, it is squarely engaged in sabotage. The only way to attract a large number of ninjas to come over to reinforcement. The Whirlpool Joxin will be able to take advantage of the opportunity. Chi Dian. Hatsumi extinguish. The rushing sea of fire swept out. 20 meters in diameter of the flames stunned everyone. A group of people were to come back to where? Don't panic, bunch of idiots. A shocking burst of applause emanated from the crowd, as if it contained magical power, soothing everyone's heart and instantly stabilizing the panicked and tumultuous crowd. Fourth generation Kazekage-sama. An exclamation said the name of the visitor, and everyone went around a path. Ghostly, and an old man. Sweeping a glance at the bald monk, Silver frowned. That old man is the one-tailed human pillar power split foo, right? Everyone team up and use Suetun to deal with him. Witnessing Silver's appearance, a sinister red light shot out from within the eyes of the fourth generation wind shadow. Rosa. Water transportation. Water transportation. Water transportation. A group of ninja worked in unison to make a massive water escape to fend off Silver's attack. The two diametrically opposed attributes collided and immediately cancelled each other out, splashing massive steam. Swoosh! Inside the steam, a dark shadow came face to face, as fast as lightning. Good timing. Pupils turning. Three-hooked jade shuriken eyes surveying every move ahead. Silver similarly transformed into a remnant shadow to meet it. Bang! The air imparted an explosion, sweeping up a wave of air that blew away the blazing steam, and the two silhouettes took a few steps backwards in unison. Why is this brat so strong? Touching his fist with numbness and soreness, the fourth generation wind shadow Rosa said in dismay. Looking at the undaunted Silver, a frightening thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Can it be that this brat deliberately hid his strength last time? Chapter 24, One-Tailed Human Pillar Power Splitting Blessings, Second Shift. The fourth generation wind shadow was shocked and furious. An invisible flame skyrocketed in his heart, nearly incinerating his entire sanity, suddenly feeling like he was being underestimated by this fart-sized kid. Against me even dare to retain strength. Good boy. I have to say, you are the most courageous brat I've ever seen. I've long heard that Konoha is the cradle of geniuses, and now that I've seen it, it's true what I've been told, and the name of genius put on you insults you instead. While hating Silver, the fourth generation wind shadow couldn't help but admire him. At his own age, He was still playing around with a bunch of fart-sized kids, with a touch of talent appreciation rising in his heart again. The fourth generation Wind Shadow pulled in. If you're willing to join the Sand Hidden Village, I can promise to give you the best treatment, and you'll be able to touch all sorts of forbidden arts that you haven't had the chance to touch in the past. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Without even thinking about it, Silver sounded coldly and directly resolved. Then you, just go to hell. I shot out a blatant killing opportunity. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow momentum like thunder. Lifting his hand is an overwhelmingly powerful jutsu, Magneto-san's Shuriken. The Shuriken, composed entirely of sand and gold, came at him head-on, with extremely bloody methods, aiming at Silver's head as well as his limbs, and his heart. Wherever he could be killed in a single blow was targeted. Innocent. Seeing this, Silver's pupils shrunk. A cold smile swept up at the corner of his mouth, and just as he was about to draw his shuriken in return, an aura appeared in his mind. Though it's said that fighting focuses on keeping your cards, it's time to try out how good the Ghost Road is. Giving up on his intention to use his shuriken, Silver raised his thumb, the front of his fingertip glowing faintly white. The four white thunders of the Broken Way. The whitish burst of flame shot out, and the light-containing light that stabbed at him head-on suddenly went up in smoke. Another jutsu that doesn't use seals? Seeing this, the fourth generation Wind Shadow Rosa could not help but be stunned. The last time Silver used Chidori there was no seal. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a huge vibration came from the other direction. Ear-piercing explosions accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, spreading and extending like a hurricane. It's finally started. Guangxi Penjing, GXGQT, org. Looking up into the distant sky, Silver muttered that if he wasn't mistaken, it would be Wave Wind Sutman who did it. Lord Wind Shadow, leave him to me. That direction is the residence of the daimyo, and the consequences of something going wrong are unimaginable. One-tailed human pillar force Minuteman Blessing said furtively. Humph. Fun Fu, be careful. This kid is evil. Don't be careless. I'll come over to support you after I go and clean up Wave Wind Sailor Moon. You don't have to deliberately pursue victory. Just suppress him. Glaring at Silver, the fourth generation Wind Shadow Rosa instructed. I understand. Fun Fu nodded, his beard all white and windswept-looking features rather feeble, as if a gust of wind had shaken him. All follow me. Leaving with a large group of people, Fraction Blessing was left alone in the same spot, apparently believing that Namikaze Sailor Moon was a much greater danger than Silver. Old monk, don't think that I'll be merciful just because you're a monk or a 70-year-old man. I know that you're a human pillar of strength, so don't be careless. Silver tensed his nerves, his sharpening will eyes circled around Fractal Blessing. This old man was unusual. Ordinary human pillars could just borrow the chakra of tailed beasts, but this old man was different. He was a close friend of one-tailed Shizuru, and with Shizuru's approval, he might be able to directly tailed beasts to deal with Silver. The level of danger is no less than that of the fourth generation Wind Shadow. The two countries are in a stage of war. I won't blame you if you kill me. Who made this a war? Split Blessing Monk rightfully said, while his body bubbled up with many crimson chakras, filled with all kinds of hateful repressed negative emotions. Chilling. The crimson chakra gathered but did not dissipate, coalescing on Split Fu's body and turning into a coat-tailed beast tunic? You just came up here and you're planning to use this? Silver frowned and muttered, then released. The old man was already old, almost only a sentence of skin and bones. The only way to fight was to count on the tailed beast's chakra. Shoo! The fiery red residue lunged, sharp claws clawing at Silver face. Chapter 25 verses. One-tailed human pillar power, third shift. Gazing blandly at the sharp claws that pounced, the fiery red demonic light was enough to crush a human's neck, and the cold light pulsating from his fingertips was more than enough to blind a human's eyeballs. But for some reason, in the face of this shocking scene, Silver did not have half a bit of fear, and the only thing that flowed within his eyes was pure contempt. Broken. The moment Fun Fu was about to claw through Silver's throat, the backhanded retaliation was a large ball of energy. Spiral Maru. The whitish glow pulsed with dangerous fluctuations, and Fun Fu was alarmed at the sight. His sharp claws hastily shifted their trajectory and lunged towards the energy ball. Bang! The energy ball exploded with a bang, sending out a powerful wave of air. Fun Fu's face changed, almost did not hold back the spray of blood. His right hand was uncontrollably trembling, was forced back a dozen or so steps barely before stopping. Fixing his eyes, his old hands full of dead skin were worn out. Be careful, old man. Inside his head, there was a sudden raspy voice. Shizuru? Fun Fu froze and hastily pulled out a burst of distance from Silver on his own accord, his cloudy eyes full of wariness. This kid is not right. His eyes are dangerous, and he is calm and scary. That everything is under control in the eyes of this big master is very upset. Use that art. Let me come to clean him up. Non-beating his father and mother do not recognize him. Shohei barked in displeasure, uncomfortable at being stared at by those red eyes. That's the Uchiha family Sharingan. A very dangerous pupil technique. Fractional blessing grueling road. Tone hoarse. Heavy abnormal. This is not the most evil. I heard that a few days ago the Wind Shadow adults have suffered a big loss from his hands. This kid eccentric very. Can't be cheated by his appearance. Just now is not my reaction fast. I'm afraid that a moment will be seriously injured by him. Shizuru was silent, and after half a second, he said, I'll lend you my chakra, so don't worry about the chakra. That's good. At those words, Funfu sighed in relief, his face returning to its ancient state. Use that and finish him off in one blow. Within Fraction Blessing's spirit world, Shizuru said with a murderous intent. Indeed it is not fit to drag on. With a scowl, a cold light also floated within Fractured Blessing's eyes, and a large amount of chakra erupted from his body, condensing a black ball of energy in his hand. The moment the black sphere flashed, the surrounding space was dead silent, and the leaves in the courtyard unexpectedly turned yellow in an instant, having their life force eroded by some mysterious force. Tailed Beast Jade? With a raised eyebrow, Silver went on guard, his expression suddenly austere and incomparable, choosing to strike first. 12,345 novel. 12345XS. At his current level, being hit by the Tailed Beast Jade would surely kill him. Fire Transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. The fiery dragon head whistled out and swallowed straight toward Funfu. It doesn't work. Fractal Blessing laughed lightly, looking at the oncoming fire dragon with great calmness, and an arm formed entirely of Tailed Beast chakra surprisingly sprang out from his back. Bang! The strong and powerful arm blasted out with a single punch, and the fire dragon could not withstand the powerful force and directly collapsed, turning into a starry fire in the sky. Ha ha ha. Young man, don't waste your energy. This single jutsu can't hurt me at all, unless you use several fire dragons at once. Yeah, thanks for the reminder then. With a wry smile, the thumbs of both hands suddenly straightened out, and Silver once again connected a hand seal. Whoosh whoosh. Several fire dragons flew out one after another, encircling Funfu from all directions. This hateful boy. Seeing this, Fractal Blessing's face changed greatly. His body's chakra erupted, and several Tailed Beast chakra arms extended out behind him again in a hurry. Bang bang bang! The incoming fire dragon was once again brutally shattered by the chakra arm, and the flames extinguished, revealing a frightened Funfu. At this moment, he had an old face that was green, blaring viciously at Silver, looking at that bad smile and feeling that this face was extraordinarily beaten. Buzz! Right at this moment, the front end of the Tailed Beast Jade swept up a touch of violent hurricane, snapping the surrounding trees and destroying the buildings, and the light of destruction descended with a bang, the high-speed rotating sphere filled with a palpitating power. Is it finally done? The corner of his mouth swept up a sly, treacherous smile. The silver body secretly converged for a long time of spiritual pressure is also ready to be continued. I'm afraid that just this one hit is going to use up all of my spiritual pressure, but it doesn't matter. I can still use chakra when my spiritual pressure runs out. Silver mused darkly, his eyes bubbling with a forced chill. Chapter 26, Abolish Your Arm, 4th Shift. Silver's eyes gazed faintly at the evil-tailed Beast Jade, and could feel the weather getting noticeably colder as the evil blow gradually amplified, and the area it was rippling through was one of deathly despair. Tailed Beast Jade's power is beyond imagination. Everything that comes into contact with him will be destroyed, even if the one-tailed Shoha is the weakest of the tailed beasts. The Tailed Beast Jade that he struck has the power of the S-Class, the 63rd of the Broken Path. Palm aimed at Funfu, who was wrapped in the Tailed Beast tunic. Light floated and crackled between the silver palms, and the mighty golden light pulsed non-stop like lightning. Disappear! Young man! Split Blessing's ferocious light was revealed, and the miniature Tailed Beast Jade in his hand was thrown out, as big as the palm of his hand. It looked worthless, but the density of chakra was frighteningly high, reaching the level of an S-rank jutsu, just in time. Seeing this, Silver laughed out loud with no fear and used all his strength to strike the long brewing light, breaking the Tao of the 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. The golden beam of light roared out, pulling the long sky in a long, straight line, like a golden spear stabbing toward the black sphere. Hoo. Both Silver and Funfu were panting heavily. Obviously both were extremely depleted, but compared to the pale Funfu, the younger and stronger Silver was much better off. From his wretched appearance, it could be guessed that Funfu was around 60 or 70 years old, and his body had already run out of gas. Age is not forgiving. Can insist on fighting until now, thanks to the one-tailed Shoha's chakra. At the same time, a black and a gold-colored move collided. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion rose into the air. A powerful shockwave visible to the naked eye spread, and the palace of the Wind Country trembled fiercely. centering on the ground where Ian and Funfu fought. And within a radius of 20 meters were all raised to the ground. Clack clack clack. Looking forward, the black energy ball and the golden light continued to rub together. And there were constant ripples of destruction overflowing. And the place that was affected was a mess. Even the surrounding ninjas who were hidden and watching the battle had their internal organs shattered by the intense energy fluctuations. Get out of the way. The daimyo-sama is being attacked. Get out of the way. Meanwhile, the ninjas stationed at the harbor sensed the movement within the palace and rushed to support them with great alarm. And waves of people left one after another, leaving only a handful of a few people behind. Looks like Silver and Mizuto made it. Whirlpool Joxinai pretty face written full of relief smile. Tightly lifted the heart also peacefully landed. Looked toward the harbor residual sand hidden village ninja. Eyes within the smile convergence, but filled with coldness. This was precious time that Silver and Mizumon had staked their lives on. And she absolutely could not afford to miss it for nothing. Looks like I lost. Fanhu. Fanshu ate. His expression stiffened slightly, and Silver murmured with an ugly expression. Click, click, click. Tailed Beast Jade and Thunder Roar Cannon continued to rub together, seemingly indistinguishable from each other. In actuality, the light of Thunder Roar Cannon gradually dimmed, and a large ball of energy was eroded to only a quarter of its original size. Or the reason I'm not technically proficient. If the spiritual pressure is a little more. If the control of the broken path is a little more skillful. Forget it, it's useless to complain. The silver gaze resumed its searing glow, and whining was all that was needed. Boom boom boom. The tailed beast Jade flashed out a burst of black light, shredding the golden light with devastating force, breaking it into thousands of drifts of snow, and finally lunging at Silver with unabated momentum. Oversized Jade Spiral Maru. The face coalesced with materialized cold light. A large energy ball formed in an instant, and Silver manipulated the giant sphere rotating at high speed and slapped it up. Boom boom boom. A huge flame rose up, and the two ferocious moves ended up being reduced to nothing together. Waves of air swept over Funfu's body, and the gasping man was stunned. It actually cancelled out? How is this possible? The tailed beast Jade is a proper S-rank jutsu. This kid is tricky. He might have counted on this kind of result, using that golden jutsu before to consume most of the power of the tailed beast Jade, and then coming back with a move that can dissolve the tailed beast Jade is nothing to sneeze at. He's got it all figured out. The one-tailed Shohei within the spirit world said in a deep voice, "Let me do it instead. This kid is cunning and still smart. You might not be his match." And, run, the kid's coming. The words stopped abruptly, and one-tailed Shoha burst out in a hurry. Although it was strange, Funfu still nodded his head, and the moment he was about to draw away, a blinding bolt of lightning filled his entire eyeballs, and he instinctively moved his body away, but suddenly felt a pain in his left arm. Thunder cut, put. The sharp white light pierced through Funfu's body. His face was suddenly pale, and the ground was suddenly filled with a puddle of blood slurps and a severed arm that was bubbling and twitching with blood. P.S. 3,000 flowers plus more. 3,000 rewards plus more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus more. Chapter 27, Destroying the Daimyo, 3,000 flowers plus. Funfu bared his teeth in pain. His eyes reddened, spreading countless threads of blood, and his old face went white more like a layer of snow. Retreat! You're bound to die if you keep fighting. An old man's energy is no match for a bloodthirsty young man. Within the spirit world, there came a complex light sigh from one-tailed Shoha, filled with 1,000 complaints and displeasure. Funfu was over the age of old, and the coordination of all aspects of his body had declined to a new low. If he were to change to a younger human pillar force, he would more than likely be able to avoid the fatal attack from before. It will have to be a temporary retreat. Funfu took a deep look at Silver, not caring about the tingling in his body, and pulled out his legs. The old man runs pretty fast. Looking at the split blessing that turned into a gust of wind and left, Silver did not have the intention of pursuing, completely killing the split blessing. The sand-hidden village will surely chase to the end of the world. In addition to that, whether or not it can kill the split blessing is also a problem. After all, this old man may completely tailed beasts. At that time, Silver can only ask for trouble if he goes. And there was a more important matter at hand than chasing after Funfu. Looking at the ground was chopped off the blood-stained arm. Silver excitement is incomparable. Look around after no one. Casually find a piece of rags will be wrapped up in layers. Spinning around, he looked for an unoccupied place to hide for the time being. The farm world inside his head, where Silver is now present, is bargaining with a young girl. How can it be so worthless? Only 100 vouchers for such a big piece of bone? You're blackmailing me. Silver spat out in dissatisfaction, looking at Luxian with an obvious change in his eyes. Luxian was speechless, stating that she was very wronged. I'm just a program similar to what the master had seen in his previous life. Everything is according to the rules and has nothing to do with me. even if it's a tiny bit of powder, or an entire bone. The redemption here is practically the same. Forget it, let's just redeem 100-point vouchers then. A mosquito is still meat, I have things to do. With a wave of his hand, Silver didn't bother to count. Once the exchange was complete, Silver emerged from his hidden room and looked out over the crowded palace, trailing certain samurai and ninjas as they went to protect the daimyo. Gyoshinna hasn't sent a signal yet, which means she hasn't managed to capture the ship yet. So let's wait for now. Thinking about it, Silver gave up the intention of running away, but followed the group to find the daimyo of the Wind Country. After killing him, the sandy hidden village is bound to suffer a heavy blow. After all, provide to the sand hidden village combat resources is the Wind Country. The daimyo died sand hidden village will certainly also be implicated. I love to search and read net. 520 Sodux. After a few turns, he finally quietly followed the group outside a secret room. Ha ha. Little beauty, don't run. Let's go together. He. Inside the room, lewd obscenities came from the room, and Silver, who had been hesitant to think that this was a sound and fury deception ploy, was 100% sure that this was the daimyo of the Land of the Winds. After hearing this, Hatsumi extinguish. An endless sea of fire fell from the sky, catching everyone off guard, and the ninjas and samurai stationed in front of the daimyo's room were turned into firemen, wailing in agonizing pain and misery. Bang! Silver broke through the door with a kick. The smell of lewdness greeted him, and he looked into the pool, where the daimyo of the Wind Country, who was naked and frolicking with several beautiful women, was on fire. After beating the door, you still have time to play with women. Since you like Mandarin duck baths so much, go inside hell and have a good time. Water transportation suffocate you technique. Spitting out large masses of water from his mouth, the pool in which the daimyo of the Wind Country was located was instantly filled to overflowing, and the crashing currents existed with an appalling weight, suppressing the daimyo and the others underwater for all eternity. After a few minutes pass, he'll die of asphyxiation. Boom boom boom. The sky exploded several times one after another. The firelight scattered like fireworks, and Silver, with a smile in his eyes, left the palace in a hurry and ran wildly towards the harbor that had been agreed upon beforehand. After the successful capture of the ship, Maelstrom Gyoshinna would send a signal to notify them. Not only Silver, Wave Wind Swayman heard the sound of the explosion the first time to get rid of the pursuit of the fourth generation Wind Shadow, turning his head towards the harbor at full speed into the attack. Chapter 28 Escape, First Shift. Silver and Namikaze Minato retreated, not forgetting to burn the obnoxious palace with a single fire as they left. A blazing fire that burned throughout the capital of the Land of Wind. Get your asses to the daimyo-sama. Fools! Looking at the fire in the palace that covers the sky, such as thunder struck the fourth generation of Wind Shadow. Rosa Storm jumped and yelled, the heart of a cold. Where's Namikaze Minato and that Uchiha Jin? Grabbing the collar of the henchman beside him, the fourth generation Wind Shadow lowered his voice and asked, hissing low like a snake swallowing a letter horrifyingly. The ninja who was grabbed trembled with fear. Trembling and fearful, looking at the Wind Shadow who almost stormed out. In a trance, he saw a giant sky-swallowing boa constrictor. They ran away. This ninja choked on his spit and said, his face full of respect and sad humility, asshole. The fourth generation Wind Shadow's old face darkened as he threw the ninja in his hands, his eyes flickering back and forth as he organized his thoughts before and after, filtering everything through. During this period of time, he had been at war with Wave Wind Swayman, and hadn't had the leisure time to think about it much. Now that he turned his head, the fourth generation Wind Shadow, Rosa, keenly realized that something was wrong. Bad. It's a trick. The fourth generation Wind Shadow's teeth were grinding so hard that it looked like they were on the verge of crunching. The samurai from the palace stay behind to put out the fire, and all the rest follow me to the harbor. On the other side of the harbor, the remaining ninjas were easily defeated by Whirlpool Gyoxan Nai. The two sides are completely incomparable. Almost a lopsided situation. Crushed by Whirlpool Gyoxan Nai. How's the preparation going? A golden flash of light broke into her eyes, and when Maelstrom Gyoxan now looked up, it was Wave Wind Swayman. Where's Silver? With her agaric nose slightly pushed up, Swirl Gyoshinna's tone had an extra touch of worry. I didn't see him either. Wave Wind Swayman shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly. He was good at speed, and it was simple to shake off the sand hidden village's pursuers. And as for Silver, he didn't know how far away. Why don't you go after Namikaze Minato? Glancing at the crowd behind him, he accelerated the speed on his feet. On the spacious avenue, Silver ran wildly alone, and behind him was a large group of pursuers, baring their teeth and snarling at him. Stop right there, little bastard. Reddening his old face, the fourth generation Wind Shadow caught Silver and wouldn't let go, his body's chakra spewing wildly as he tracked the nearby Silver. If we don't take effective measures, Sooner or later this old guy will catch up with us. Silver eyebrows deeply solidified. Flashed a touch of caution. Extreme eyes. The port is clearly visible. Do not want to find a way to put the 4th generation of the wind shadow dragged. Sooner or later, we'll be involved in the whirlpool Joexian Nai and other people. Love book house. Isex. There was a sudden lull in his steps, and Silver twisted his head to stop his pace. Humph. Not going to run? That's right. Not everyone is like Wave Wind Sailor Moon. Your speed and strength are far worse than his, so just tie your hands for me. While catching his breath, the 4th generation wind shadow regained his strength, exhausted from the group of them running after Silver. Looks like there's trouble. Sight spread. Gazing at the ninja after the 4th generation of wind shadow Rosa, Silver sighed darkly. Not good. Rushing more and more people. Once dragged to a certain death. If I don't come up with a countermeasure soon I'm screwed. Silver's face was unsightly. His heart was extremely nervous. Forcing himself to calm down. Secretly thinking, although using the Rado Kirin can attack the enemy in a large area, but creating thunderclouds is too troublesome and requires a lot of time. At the moment we need to fight a quick battle. It is obviously not suitable. Although adding my own attributes to the Spiral Maru can form a wind transportation spiral rapier, I may not be able to use my arm afterward. And there are so many people. A wind transportation spiral rapier can't take care of all of them. Thinking about it for a moment, Silver realized helplessly that none of his best tricks were working. There's only one big gamble to be made. Inward hesitation turned into determination. Remembering the huge side effects of a certain move, and then thinking about his own life, he decisively discarded the former. The side effects might have drained his life force, but they were not as important as his little life. Silver decisively raised his palm, and an azure sheen overflowed with it. Strength is originally a world of difference, and now that I'm outnumbered, it's hard for you kid to fly. Can't understand what Silver is doing, but seeing the dense crowd behind him, the 4th generation wind shadow Rosa calmed down immensely. After all, this is the land of the wind, the land of the sandy hidden village, and it's not Silver's turn to act wildly. Kid, listen to me very carefully, as long as you. Just as he was about to open his mouth to teach Silver a lesson, he noticed that the sky had suddenly turned azure blue. And the 4th generation wind shadow instantly froze. Swoosh! Thick azure beams of light whistled. Boundless. The entire sky was replaced by him, turning into a deep blue color. And wherever the devastating light went, houses collapsed, buildings crumbled, and the ground was scorched. The vastness crushed towards the 4th generation wind shadow. Broken down no. 88 flying dragon strike thief shocking thunder cannon. As Silver fell, the azure glow grew even more intense, engulfing the entire crowd in an instant. And a wailing sound followed. And Silver is also very miserable. His hair actually began to slowly gray. Eyes are godless. His spiritual pressure is not enough. Mandatory use of the 88 broken road depletion of life force. Not caring what happened to the sand hidden village ninja, Silver dragged his tired body and ran. 1. Chapter 29 Arriving at the misty hidden village, second shift. The sharpness of the 88 broken road destroyed and swept across the entire street. And all the people who touched it were burned all over their bodies, including the 4th generation wind shadow, who was caught off guard and had his right arm severely burned. Looking at Silver, who had sailed away, the 4th generation wind shadow could only secretly swear in his heart that he would break him into pieces in the future. This technique is simply fighting for your life, and should never be used in the future. Feeling the changes within his body, Silver's face changed drastically, and a Jia surged between his eyebrows, naively thinking that the so-called depletion of life was actually just a few years of life reduction. But sensing the changes within his body, he instantly knew that he was very wrong. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were severely damaged, and the bones actually began to soften. There are also large swaths of cell death. After careful perception, Silver an old face has blackened. This is only the 88th broken road. If he was forced to use the 90th broken road black coffin, perhaps directly will be killed on the spot. Looks like it's here. A ripple splashed in the depths of his pupils as he looked at the painstakingly waiting Namikaze Swakato and Maelstrom Jioshinna. Silver jumped onto the pre-prepared boat in a single arrow step. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye it is 10 days later. The misty hidden village in the land of water, surrounded by the sea on all sides, is shrouded in mist all year round, with very few days of frontal exposure to sunlight, thus contributing to the eerie nature of this village. The same is true for people. Mizukage-sama, are we really going to cooperate with Kiba? Cooperation? Completely superfluous. The misty hidden village is alone overseas, far away from the continent. They can fight as they like. It has nothing to do with us. Having to get involved is now asking for trouble. In fact, as long as we stay on the sidelines, waiting for them to lose both sides, we can send troops. Of the room, a dead, smoky silence, with occasional flashes of a few rough faces. scowling. All of them by no means good. The hostages from Kiba village are already here, and we're going to have to cooperate even if we don't. Another suppressed low rumble rang out, hoarse as if it were a wild animal. Enough. This matter ends here. You all don't want the misty hidden village to remain alone overseas. Although we are protected from wars because of our geography, our development is also slow, so we must cooperate with the countries on the continent. A strong and favorable voice spreads. Full of energy, this person wears a unique Mizukage hat. It is the current third generation of Mizukage. But what good is a hostage of the Uchiha clan? If it ever flips out, the Konoha can always abandon the child. It's just an outcast anyway. Nothing can be relied upon in the face of absolute profit. No, all of you be quiet. Bai Hui novel. By Wixioshuo. Inside the Mizukage's office, the third generation Mizukage looked down at the misty hidden village executives below, a confident smile hanging on his face. I have already sent people to inquire clearly. The child who came over is extraordinary. Is now the patriarch Uchiha Fuyue's biological brother. Only 12 years old. Called Uchiha Silver. 12 years old to open the 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes. And with the plan to hit 3 times twice to hit the sand hidden village. Even the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Rosa have suffered a great loss. Such a person like an outcast? No way. Are you kidding me? Think Shadow is a shimanobi? It's just a 12-year-old kid. At 12 years old, you can make the 4th generation Wind Shadow helpless? Funny joke. Even the Uchiha clan's ancestor Uchiha-zan wasn't that demonic at 12. Rumors are really getting out of hand nowadays. They don't even have the most basic desirability. Vulgar. The Mizukage's office becomes a mess, with many bigwigs disagreeing and bickering, while Jin and the others set foot in this strange land. The misty hidden village. Kiba's honored guests visited. The misty hidden village naturally treated them with courtesy, sending out high-ranking officers to greet Silver and the other 3, with the sound of gongs ringing in the sky, so lively and cheerful. Of course, it's all a prelude to working together and getting the mood right in the first place. Inside the Water Shadow's office, there were 3 more unfamiliar silhouettes at this moment. Undoubtedly, these 3 people are Silver, as well as Namikaze Swayman, including Whirlpool Gyoshinna, the Misty 7? Staring at the 7 figures sitting on the couch, Silver guessed darkly. The appearance of these people were all uncomplimentary. All of them were fierce and vicious. Their bodies were overflowing with surging killing intent, and each of them was permeated with suffocating danger. Hanging like a 250, skimming his mouth, Silver despised in his heart. At the same time, he began to secretly observe the third generation Mizukage. There was very little information about him, so the third generation Mizukage was extremely mysterious. At first glance, the first impression of the third generation Mizukage is one of compassion and good eyes, without a bit of bitterness, quite similar to the third generation Naruto, with a mild temperament. A person who can be the upper shadow is by no means an ordinary person, and the fact that he can hide so that people can't find any weaknesses only means that his city is even more terrifying. Silver was secretly on guard for the purpose of his visit to the misty hidden village to kill the third Mizukage. After taking him out, he would have access to Admiral Sakaski's bones, no matter what kind of god you are. The head on your collar. I'll take it. Chapter 30 Pitiful Union, Third Shift. If you want to get to heaven in one step, just take the head of the person in front of you. Let's wait for now. I'm going to stay in the misty hidden village as a hostage anyway. There are plenty of opportunities. Thinking of the unfathomable strength of the various village shadows, Silver's thoughts were instantly extinguished. Even a horny old man like the third Naruto was extremely powerful, and this third Mizukage in front of him certainly wasn't bad either. Mizukage-sama. This is Whirlpool Gyoshinna. This is Uchiha Jin. And my name is Namikaze Mizukato. I believe that Mizukage-sama understands the purpose of the 3 of us coming. With a gentle smile, Namikaze Mizukage took off his backpack and took out a sealed scroll, saying, "This is the proposal for an alliance. As long as Lord Mizukage signs it, the Misty Hidden Village and the Kiba Ninja Village will be in an alliance." Upon hearing that, the third generation Mizukage just glanced at Namikaze Swakato with interest. Clearly he wasn't interested. "I'm sorry, but the so-called treaty is meant to be torn up, and it always feels a bit ridiculous to hastily turn 2 shinobi villages into an alliance just because of this piece of paper." Wave Wind Sumon's face froze and his smile tightened as he murmured, "Then what does Lord Mizukage mean? Or is it that you don't want to make an alliance? An alliance is fine, but there are conditions." Looking at the expressionless Silver out of the corner of his eye, if anything, the third generation Mizukage flashed a refined blankness in the corner of his eye and said bluntly, "It's impossible and unrealistic to completely tie the 2 villages together with a single paper treaty. Frankly speaking, even if this kid called Uchiha Jin comes as a hostage, I can't trust you, Kiba." Silver secretly nodded his head. The third generation Mizukage's enmity was clear, and he had a point. In his heart, he could not help but extend a touch of goodwill to him, and was about to open his mouth to speak when the third-generation Water Shadow's sudden words almost choked Silver to suffocate. Unless this boy can marry my daughter, I can grant you an alliance. Once the two sides joined forces, the deal immediately took a qualitative turn. I object. I object. Whirlpool Joexian Nai froze. Her delicate pretty face was embarrassed. She didn't know why she ghostly stood out against it, as if it was a nervous reflex. The other person who objected, naturally, was Silver. Hey, kid, don't be in a hurry to refuse. My daughter is beautiful. The third Mizukage passed a satisfied look to Silver and opened the door. This is not my idea, but a proposal from the village's top brass. The only way we can work together without any worries. Of course, if you guys are unwilling, I can go to the Cloud Hidden Village, e-book shop, in Foxes. Upon hearing that, Namikaze Swakato's face instantly became unsightly. This was a naked threat. Don't bluff there. The Cloud Hidden Village is known to the world for its wolfish ambitions. The villages that cooperated with the Cloud Hidden Village in the past were all eventually annexed by them by force. Isn't the Mist Hidden Village afraid of inviting the wolf into the house? Silver stood out and continued to demolish the stage, sneering, even if Lord Mizukage wants to cooperate with Cloud Hidden Village to reap some benefits in this great war. But I think Cloud Hidden Village must have put forward harsh conditions. For example, letting Mist Hidden Village hand over the tailed beasts or something like that. Click, click, click. The information clutched tightly in his hand turned into crumbs, and the third Mizukage's face clouded over. Glancing deeply at Silver, the third-generation Mizukage said in disgust, "You're right. The Cloud Hidden Village did make such barbaric conditions to me. I'm sickened when I think of the third-generation Thunder Shadow's face, and of the 5 great powers. It's the Cloud Hidden Village that is the most barbaric and unreasonable." Ha! That's why you're backing out and wanting to cooperate with Konoha? If that's the case, then please, Mizukage-sama, show your true intentions. I don't want to hear that kind of unreasonable condition just now a second time. The mission of getting Sakazuki's bones is to kill the third Mizukage. How else can you kill him if you become his son-in-law? I'm serious, and I'm not joking. The marriage was a decision made by the village executives, and since you and my daughter are not close in age, and you're both talented and strong, and the doors are right for each other, it's a match made in heaven. The third-generation Mizukage looked at Silver, his eyes glowing. I'm sorry, thank you Mizukage-sama for the compliment, but, I refuse. Eyes glowing with burning color, Silver replied decisively, immovable as a mountain tone without the slightest wiggle room, giving people a feeling of having eaten the weight of iron. If the two sides really have feelings it's fine, Silver can still reluctantly accept it, but somehow a wife is stuffed. He is naturally unwilling. This is completely equal to a meaningless political marriage, especially the third generation of Mizukage is still his prey. Father, a pleasant and clear voice came. The door to the Mizukage's office was pushed open. The delicate girl came into view, and in the underworld, Silver was surprised to see a familiar silhouette. This is Terumi? Chapter 31, The Challenge of Terumi, 4th Shift. Silver opened his mouth, a heart in a state of confusion and unclear thinking, and after some careful confirmation, he could be sure that the young girl in front of him was Shimikazu. The young girl looks clean, charming with just a smile to the city and then smile to the country. Turquoise jeweled eyes regaling the soul, especially the face in front of the already quite large. The whole person is like a ripe apple, so that people cannot help but want to bite on the bite. A bad year. And Silver sighed in his heart. 1,000 thoughts did not come up with the idea that Shumikata was actually the daughter of the third generation of Mizukage. Humph. Even so, it won't stop me. Depression transformed into a grim killing opportunity. The head on the neck of the third generation of Mizukage. Silver stared for a long time. Absolutely impossible to let go easily, regardless of whose father he is. This has nothing to do with Silver. Your name is Uchiha Jin? The young girl bounced and stepped in front of Silver, blinking her soulful eyes and smiling. My name is Terumi. Uchiha Jin. Silver nodded his head in polite reply, suddenly catching the slyness in the young girl's eyes and frowning lightly. We'll be friends from now on. Terumi maiden laughed optimistically. Her eyes all narrowed into a crescent moon. Her face hung with cute dimples, and she gracefully stretched out her arm which was thin into a willow branch. In full view of everyone, Silver was too embarrassed to refuse, and at that moment, he also pulled out his right hand. It feels good. Experiencing the comforting touch of soft, boneless little hands, Silver nodded without a trace, and was about to let go when he realized that Terumi had actually grabbed him. That was just the beginning. The force gradually became greater. Is this a disrespect to me? I haven't offended her. Silver bowed his head in thought, expressing deep puzzlement, and looked at the young girl near him, and thought to himself, is it possible that she overheard the refusal of the union and wants to clean me up? This is the only thing that is currently the most likely. I'm going to duel you. Eyes dribbling and turning, Terumi said in a shocking voice. No fooling around, the third Mizukage said with a stern face. Hearing, Silver quietly looking at Shine Beauty Meditation, secretly sighing small children really like to win, is going to directly admit defeat. Shine Beauty Meditation, that unintentional laughter ringing between the ears. Fine as a mosquito fly. Only Silver can hear. The first Chinese network. You just stole 3 glances at my ing part, 7 times at my big 2A, and your eyes invaded me. So if you don't want me to tell you, you'd better promise me. Hearing these words, an army of 100,000 grass mud horses erupted in Silver's head, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No problem, Silver agreed frankly, sneering in his heart. Without giving Shimikaze an unforgettable lesson, she wouldn't dare to ride on her head and boss her around in a few days. Some women need to be coaxed, but some can only be conquered with high strength. Promise? The third generation Mizukage looked at Silver in surprise, and after brewing for a while, he thought to himself, I also want to see if your strength is that strong or not. What do you two think? Eyes looking towards Whirlpool Gyoshinna as well as Wave Wind Swayman, the third generation Mizukage asked with a big smile, having 100% confidence in his own daughter. That's not very nice. Compared to the confident third generation Mizukage, Wave Wind Suikoden was much more hesitant. Worrying, Silver is the young master of the Uchiha family, and Ms. Shumisha is the daughter of Lord Mizukage, so it would really be unseemly to fight. There's no need to worry about such a small matter. I'll make that little girl point blank. Waving his hand, the third generation Mizukage said in a very chipper manner. Mizukage-sama misunderstood me. Wave Wind Watergate laughed bitterly. He was worried about Silver injuring Terumi, and Wave Wind Watergate never had any doubts about Silver's strength. Forget it, just take a step. Witnessing the third generation Mizukage's face full of confidence, Namikaze Suikoden also closed her mouth. There was no harm in killing his prestige. Really strange. There's definitely something wrong with the two of them, and there's absolutely no way they're related by blood. I'm a serious traveler, but I've never heard that Shimikazu's old man is the third generation Water Shadow. You guys want to fool Grandpa? I'm dreaming. Sight swirled around the heads of Shimikaze and the third Mizukage as Silver tumbled in his thoughts, thinking about the intent. Chapter 32 Late Night Assassination, First Shift. Quietly surveying Wavewind Mizukato and Whirlpool Gyoshinna, the two didn't suspect the identity of Shimikaze. Perhaps it seemed normal to them for the Mizukage to have an offspring. After all, not everyone is in the same crossover status as Silver and can see into the future. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves. Thoughts of internalization. Silver also no longer think more, at present can only see the trick. After all, this is the land of the misty hidden village. He wants to fool around is equal to looking for death. After chatting for a few moments, it was getting late, and only then did the third generation Mizukage leisurely prepare an inn for Silver and a few others to rest in. Misty Hidden Village is a dormant volcano island. Many hot springs on the island. After dinner, late at night, idle Silver also went to soak in the hot springs. More than half a month of successive labor. Need to relax. LOL. Gently pushing open the wooden door of the hot springs. The steam-filled hot springs were so smoky that one couldn't see what was in front of them. But Silver, who had excellent sight, caught an unexpected silhouette and said in surprise, Ms. Gyoshinna? Seeing this, Silver was embarrassed for a moment, his old face reddening as he fixed his eyes on the fact that Whirlpool Gyoshinna was only clad in a towel. It's Silver. Come along. Swirling Josina laughed, very naturally. At the words, the bottom of the Silver eyes flashed a flash of consternation. After a long time, rigid head. Men and women share a bath. This kind of thing this war-torn world is very common. After all, this is the culture of a certain country. Phew. Soaking into the hot springs, Silver inhaled the hot air fiercely, stabilizing his mind before saying thank you. If it wasn't for Whirlpool Joexai and Nisama's help before, it's unlikely that I would have been forced into marriage. Don't worry about it. It's the misty hidden village getting their way. Whirlpool Josina shook her head slightly and said softly, you are the strongest genius of the village. And even though it is said that Naruto-sama demanded that you flow down as a hostage, if we could, Mizukato and I would definitely take you away. With a stiff look on his face, Silver said seriously, I appreciate it. Although on the surface, Silver heart actually do not think, now he is not strong enough. After reaching a certain level, he will leave the Kiba ninja village. The peaceful atmosphere of Kiba was not suitable for Silver. It was getting cold and cloudy. After soaking in the hot spring, Silver returned to the hotel to rest. Bursts of fatigue swept the heart. Just stepped on the mattress, Silver fell into a deep sleep. The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go to the hotel. Time passed and it was midnight. Whoosh! Sharp brakes greeted him. and the ear-piercing sound produced by the dagger slicing through the void was gut-wrenching. Trying to kill me? Silver, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his three-hooked jade shuriken eyes, which were extraordinarily demonic in the dark space, clearly capturing the various types of shurikens that were coming at him. Whoosh! With a sideways dodge, Silver avoided the deadly attack. You are inside the eye sockets. A scarlet glow turned, and Silver could see the outline of the visitor. Terumi, I have no grudge against you. Why did you kill me so viciously? The light of Jie surged within his eyes, and Silver suppressed his expanding killing intent. He still had a lot to ask. There's no grudge now, but there will be tomorrow. And who wants to marry someone like you? Terumi complained with dissatisfaction, a touch of resentment filling her words. It really doesn't add up. I told you they weren't father and daughter. Despite the veiled flicker of murderous intent, Silver was keenly aware that a biological daughter would not show murderous intent toward his father. Trying to kill me? The corner of his mouth swept up an arc of conspiratorial triumph. Silver teased. That's fine, but the two of us fighting here will surely attract other people's attention. Change to another place. Of course, if you're not afraid to die. With those words, Silver disappeared in a gust of wind. Am I afraid of you? Terumi Haim sensed the provocation within Silver's tone, and followed without hesitation. She is also a generation of heaven's proud girl, has two different blood succession limit boundaries. Losing is not shameful, but if she is scared by a sentence to go to even dare not go, how can she still have the face to meet people in the future? Chapter 33 Easily suppressed, second shift. As night fell, the waves in the distance kept lapping at the reefs around the island. The loud sounds coming from the rocks and splashing huge waves were quite spectacular, but neither Shimikaze nor Jin had the leisure time to enjoy them. This place is far from the center of the misty hidden village and is off the beaten path. Terumi is surely aware of the conspiracy. Gazing at the young girl about 10 meters ahead, Silver secretly mused. The so-called competition is obviously a deliberate delay. I really don't know what the third-generation Mizukage is plotting. Brows furrowed. Silver could be sure there was a conspiracy. There was also definitely something wrong with the pitiful union partner in front of him called Shimikaze. I've heard that the ninjas of your Uchiha clan specialize in the use of fire escape, while the ninjas of our misty hidden village happen to specialize in water escape. So it seems that I'm your natural enemy. Terumi laughed daintily, her confidence high. Water and fires are but two attributes that are incompatible, but who can suppress who depends on the user himself. Silver does not deny. The last words turn, full of indifference. The face is the flow of cold air. Dark pupils also began to change over and over. However, I'm better at using my Sharingan than my fire escape. The three hooks turned, and the silver sight was extraordinarily clear under the black night sky. Fire transportation how fireball jutsu. The large, rolling fireball protruded from its mouth, and from the formation to the release was done in one fluid motion. And Shimikaze didn't even look at the gesture of the linking of the seals. The speed of the sealing is so fast. Is this guy really only 12 years old? It can't be an old monster who has returned to his old age. Looking at his old-fashioned appearance, he doesn't look like a beginner rookie at all. With consternation written all over her pretty face and an involuntary slander in her heart, Terumi Haim witnessed the oncoming fireball and gave the most violent retaliation at the first opportunity. Suetun bursting water clash. A water ball of enormous size, similarly spat out from the thin lips, was clearly larger than the oncoming ball of horfire, and was of extraordinary power. Bang bang bang. The two spheres inevitably collided, and Sutengumi easily extinguished the blazing fireball, splashing up a large amount of steam, and the already blurry blackness of the night became even more muddy, so that Shimikaze couldn't tell exactly where Silver was. Can't see anyone else. Brows knitted. Shimikaze was on guard, her eyes darting around, searching for Silver's movement. Shoo! There was an unusual movement from the left side, and Shimikaze backhandedly shot out countless bitterness. Bang bang bang! Silver was stabbed all over his body. His heart was full of daggers, and he looked dead as a doornail. However, Shimikaze remained calm. This was just a mere test, a substitution technique. Fire transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. A low, steady cry came from the back flank, and a fiery dragon of fire met him. I knew you boys wouldn't die so easily. Terumi Jade remained unchanged in her shock. Her gem-like pupils creased and glowing, her aura serene and calm, her hands rapidly forming seals. Even if it was not as fast as Silver, it was still a snap of the fingers. Dissolving transportation, dissolving monster technique. Heavenly novel. Taixo. The mysterious liquid body was spat out from the mouth of Shumimai. It was very viscous, almost sticking together, and it also possessed an extremely powerful corrosive property, and the moment it touched the howling fire dragon, it melted it effortlessly. Sculpture. How can you count on the fourth generation wind shadow with just you? It must have been fabricated by Kiba to encourage the military. With a winning expression on her face, Terumi Mochizuki laughed with a fluttering brow. Click, click, click. Right at this moment, the land underneath Shumi's feet suddenly burst, and a black shadow swept out underground, holding a dagger and stabbing at Shumi. Puff! Terumi-jin was shocked at the sight, and was about to retreat, but it was too late. Caught off guard, she was stabbed through the heart by Silver. A bloody hole appeared in front of Ing. With her heart crushed, an unwilling Shumikado pulled out her bittersweet and shot it at Silver. Whoosh! With a sideways flash of his head, he easily avoided the sharpness of the bitterness. A little fledgling is always a little fledgling, always too far off. Witnessing that Terumi's expression was unwillingly collapsed to the ground, Silver was indifferent and unmoved, and was about to turn around and leave when Terumi's corpse unexpectedly turned into a large stream of water. This is a water body? His pupils widened in horror, Silver said, while looking around with open eyes, searching for any sign of Shumikado. Puff! Silver suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. When he twisted his head, the whole person lost consciousness. He just became a headless corpse. You still want to fight me with just you? You've underestimated me too much. Behind her came out the cool and complacent young girl with a face full of contempt. It was none other than Shumikado. If you die, I get relief. And if you want to complain, complain about your fate. Indifferently sweeping a glance at Silver's corpse, Terumi rubbed her shoulders. And just then, a shining silhouette descended from the sky, blocking Terumi's path of retreat, and with lightning already locked around her throat. It was Silver who held the Chidori in his hand. I can't believe you're not dead? With her small mouth open and round enough to fit a fist, Shumikado was filled with stupefaction. Die? Glancing salaciously at Terumi, Silver said softly, that's why you're still a fledgling. Far from it. It's not death until the enemy is completely crushed. Silver, who had been killed earlier, was transformed into a piece of wood. Seeing this scene, Shumikazu's pretty face turned red, indignantly glaring at Silver, her shell teeth clenched, looking at this unchanged cheeks furious. This is the end of the child's play. Tell me why you are posing as the daughter of the third Mizukage. What is your plot to join forces with me? And don't try to challenge my boundaries, or else. Silver deliberately shook Chidori's thunderbolt, full of threats. Chapter 34, Scare Terumi, Third Shift. Terumi was furious at the situation, but she dared not say anything. From the pupils of Silver's eyes, as well as the cold aura of her body, she read the crisis of death. The sweat couldn't help but stay. Uchiha-jin, don't mess around. This is the Misty Hidden Village and I'm the Mizukage. Don't be ridiculous. You'll be in more danger after exhausting my patience. A hunter who has no patience to wait it out. What are the consequences you want to experience? Silver asked coldly, while the light of the 1,000 birds in his hand, crackling with a piercing roar, caused a despair in the heart of Shumikado. This guy. Shumi, my heart bitter smile. Face raised a touch of powerless self-deprecating smile. Originally thought that even if you do not defeat the Silver, but also can consume his chakra, the two sides in the end can be barely even. Now the cruel reality of the blow of the Shomei fantasy. Silver, that contemptuous eyes obviously say again just now to accompany her to play. It's true that I'm not the daughter of Lord Mizukage. And arranging a competition out of nothing was actually manipulated by the Mizukage behind the scenes to delay your departure from the mist-hidden village. Deeply sucking in a breath of cool air, Shumikado said in a deep voice, better to die than to live. Being inexplicably killed off by Silver, it would be better to let go of the fight to live. The misty hidden village has indeed betrayed Konoha. Silver eyes flashed through the right, eyebrows cannot help but pick. Although he said that the wooden leaf has no sense of belonging, but now also inhabits the wooden leaf, this tree under the sky. Cannot let the wooden leaf collapse. Under the tree is good to cool well. How do you know that the Mizukage betrayed Konoha? It's only right that the misty hidden village had everything well prepared, and even those who were previously hostile to Konoha were imprisoned in order to put on this big show. Terumi blinked her eyes in curiosity as she saw how certain Silver was. It's simple because they act so normal that sometimes seamlessness is a break. Silver voice is filled with a little magnetic. Maybe it is the reason that Terumi Nini is willing to truthfully confess. The mood is much smoother. A rare explanation, the First Shinobi World War and the Second Shinobi World War. The wood leaf and the misty hidden village has a contradiction. The two sides are also a long time grudges. The situation is like a fire in the water. The wood leaf cannot kill the death of the misty hidden village's ninjas, and their descendants are also alive today. It is too late to take revenge. How could it be? How can they greet each other with a smile? The revenge of the parents is not shared by all. How can it be casually forgotten? And the streets I passed along the way, people were all smiling and very kind. In fact, this just shows that they have a problem. In addition to that, another most important factor is that the inn where we stayed today, those shopkeepers and fellows are not normal. If I'm not wrong, it should be a dark ninja pretending to be a ninja. You don't have to be in a hurry to deny it. because to ninjas like us often hold a bitter mace. So the palms of our hands have calluses worn out, but those store fellows don't. No means they're normal, Terumi said, raising her tone. No, it's because there aren't any that I suspect them. Silver's gaze was like a torch as he analyzed wisely. Their performance was even stranger. Their faces were kind, but a person's aura doesn't lie. Being a shopkeeper and boss should be covered in copper, but those people were not, and their work was extremely delicate and meticulous, as if they had gone through training. And the thing that I can't get over is, doesn't it seem ridiculous to you, Ms. Terumi, that if you were the shadow of a village, you would arrange for a visiting honored guest to be halfway up a mountain outside of the misty hidden village? Saying that the scenery is good and suitable for relaxation is completely nonsense. That old fox is clearly afraid that we'll take advantage of the situation or hurt innocent villagers in the event of a fight. Hacker novel. Hikexes. With his grim sight looking in the direction of the misty hidden village, Silver sneered coldly. Maybe that old fox, the third generation water shadow, is now transferring the villagers to prepare for the next big battle. Opening her mouth, Shumakato was dumbfounded, and after half a second, she said in surprise, it's really rare for you to be so attentive. It's no big deal. There are too many people working against me. It's just a matter of growing an extra set of eyes. Silver replied in a clear voice, and finally asked in a stern voice, answer my question quickly, and after consuming my patience, your little life will not be safe. Terumi stomped her foot straight, her eyes changing rapidly as she sneered. Then come and kill me. Kill me and you'll never know the truth. Are you pushing me again? Raising his eyebrows lightly, Silver's face overflowed with a touch of playfulness as he looked at the slightly interested Shumimai and laughed in a conspiratorial manner. Do you know that there is a method called life is worse than death? The demonic smile made Shumakato shiver and asked with an unnatural look on her face. What do you want? This is the misty hidden village. At those words, Silverton snorted and said lewdly, we're going to be joined in marriage anyway, and today's day is bad, and it just so happens that I'm in a bad mood too. How about I do you in advance? I'm also a man who keeps his promises and a seed of infatuation. As long as you obediently follow my instructions to do the job I can still let you go once. Who would have thought that you'd come and douse me with a downpour of rain? Now I can only do it brutally. A single word sent Shumakato pale with fear, and chills ran up his spine as he looked at Silver, whose eyes shot out an ethereal light. Seeing Terumi shivering, Silver laughed darkly in his heart and surprisingly began to undo his clothes. No, don't take it off. I'll tell you. The body of the viciously cold Shumakato hurriedly said, I'm not sure about the specifics, but what is certain is that the third generation Mizukichi has joined forces with the ninjas of the Cloud Hidden Village, and the actual plan for this alliance is a front. In order to trick you guys into coming to the Mist Hidden Village after the two villages join forces to swat away the Konoha. Chapter 35 Threats, 4th Shift. At those words, Silver's heart fell to a low point. Remembering the behemoth that was the Cloud Hidden Village, he couldn't help but get a nasty chill. This shinobi village's fighting strength were beyond imagination, strong and unreliable. There were even rumors that the current third generation Reikage could suppress the Eight Tails with his own power. That is to say that the so-called alliance plan this time is a complete fabrication. And you sought me out for a match for no other reason than to intentionally stall for time, so that when the ninjas from the Cloud Hidden Village come to the Misty Hidden Village, you'll join forces to annihilate us? Silver asked cautiously, while muttering, if we retreat early, we might be able to avoid this catastrophe. If you want to escape, you might as well give up. Seeing Silver Rinran's expression loosened up quite a bit, more humane, Shumikazu's tightly lifted heart landed peacefully, and his demeanor was meticulous. The Misty Hidden Village's ships are all controlled by the dark sections, and it's unrealistic to want to snatch a ship and leave. And now that the Misty Hidden Village is an isolated dead island, you're all going to die for sure. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Shumakato stared intently at Silver, hoping to see an expression of nervous awe as a way to get out of her sulk. Her hopes were doomed to be dashed though. Silver was like iron, not reacting at all. You're not afraid? I've heard that this time the Cloud Hidden Village brought all of its high-end fighting force. The third generation Reikage, an old monster, came for now. The famous world of combination, aka Kairabi, and later the fourth generation Reikage AI, came. In addition to that there are also a large number of elite ninjas, and I've even heard that the two-tailed Rinpuri, the Urikage, was there as well. Terumi tried to strike Silver, but the latter was still full of coldness. Silver waves without shape of the bottom of the eyes swept out ripples, and finally sighed tersely, I'm definitely afraid. But afraid of that group of jackals and tigers will let me go? Obviously not. In that case, can only let go. Is your source of information accurate or not? Silver asked threateningly as Chidori let out another blinding ray of lightning. Of course, during this period of posing as the Mizukige's daughter, I have inquired about a lot of information. Smiling smugly, Shumikaze proudly puffed out her chest. Silver could only nod gently, and the suspicion in his eyes tightened. The misty hidden village was unfamiliar, and for the moment he could only rely on Terumi. But the cloud hidden village's battle this time is just too big. I really can't understand what they're thinking. They brought out almost the entire village's top-end power. Tapping her white chin with her oniony fingers, Shumikaze murmured in puzzlement. Full power? At those words, Silver's pupils shrunk, contemplating for a moment. His eyes swept over with clarity. Analyzing, there are only two scenarios. The first is that the cloud-hidden village wants to capture the three of us from Wavewind's Sailor Gate as a way to threaten the Woodleaf and seize benefits, such as being able to blackmail the Woodleaf into handing over the Nine Tails. The whole world almost all know Nine Tails in the Woodleaf, because when the end of the Valley of the War, Nine Tails on the disappearance, apparently by the first generation of Naruto captured, but the specific seal to the body of who, but no one knows. Cloud Hidden Village before sent people to Woodleaf spying on the Nine Tails of the news, but a few times are empty-handed back. Now this is but changed the pattern. In order to live to capture Whirlpool Joxai and Wave Wind Water Door and so on to threaten the Woodleaf, forcing them to hand over the Nine Tails. 9 Peach Novel. 9 TXS. This reasoning is definitely possible. You have a point. Shumi uncontrollably nodded her head. The Cloud Hidden Village had always advocated war and aggression, and tailed beasts whose chakra could be described as unlimited and powerful were naturally the object of their desire. So they often searched for information related to tailed beasts of all the major villages. Point 2. Speaking of this, Silver let out a grim smile. If I'm not mistaken, the Third Raikage wants to take advantage of this great opportunity to annex the Misty Hidden Village in one fell swoop. That's impossible. Don't be ridiculous. Immediately, Terumi retorted with her pretty face reddening. Seeing that Terumi was full of distrust, Silver didn't care. Anyway, the death or life of the Misty Hidden Village had nothing to do with him. Even if the whole village died out, it didn't matter a dime to Silver. The immediate priority is to quickly finish off the third Mizukage and then retreat. Contemplating for a few seconds, Silver immediately made a decision and ordered to Shumi. You go and trick the third Mizukage out, preferably in a place that is off the beaten path like it is now. I'm going to kill him. Are you crazy? That's a Mizukage, not a watchdog. Terumi gasped as her head filled with black lines and nearly freaked out at the casual tone of voice as if it was as simple as killing an ordinary old man. Do you cheat or not? Humph. Dream on. In case you fail I'll be exposed along with you, and the Mizukage will definitely not let me go. That means you're not going to help me? That's fine. Then I'll go to the Mizukage right now and expose you, and say that you betrayed the Mist Hidden Village intending to frame him, and that you told me all the secrets of everything. Chapter 36, The Great War about to begin, First Shift. Shumiyamai heard the tone could not help but stagnate. The gemstone's turquoise pupils almost spewed out flames, gazing at the light-hearted little face in front of him. A great headache. Silver to Shumimai impression is covered with thorns hedgehog. No way to start not to mention. The slightest carelessness will also be pierced by their own body. You're on my ship and you want to stay out of it? Don't be naive. Maiden. Seeing that Terumi moved her mouth as if she was still going to die, Silver continued to threaten. Collaborating with the enemy is not a small offense. Not only you, but also your family members will be given heavy duty. Shumimai sniffing body cold, face pale, unkindly glaring at Silver, was about to move to kill and kill, but then remembered the gap between each other, or wise to close his hand. I promise. After a half a ring, Terumi could only helplessly bite her teeth and agree, placing all of her family's life on Silver. Right as a big gamble. If you kill the third generation of the Water Shadow, the power of the Mist Hidden Village will be reshuffled, and her family will naturally be benefited. If she didn't agree to Silver, the end of Terumi would be even more miserable, and by following Silver's madness for once, she would at least have a chance of survival. You'll be glad you chose to cooperate. MS. Terumi. Inside the Mizukage's office, the third generation Mizukage looked at the young girl in front of him with a torch-like gaze, frowned slightly and asked without moving, Didn't I order you to go and spy on that brat? What are you running back for now? Give me a quick return. Mizukage-sama. I apologize for the hasty intrusion, but I have inquired about important information, which is why I took the risk of informing you. With a face full of respect, Terumi said in an organized manner as her mind recalled the word Silver had instructed her to say earlier. That kid called Uchiha Silver drank a little bit of wine at night, and he went so far as to say that Maelstrom Josina is the Nine Tails human pillar power. And, impossible. Where would that kid know about such a confidential matter? You've been tricked. Before the voice of Terumi Shimi could fall, the third generation Mizukage questioned with a gloomy expression. For this kind of thing, Konoha has done a very good job of keeping things hidden. Not to mention that Uchiha Jin, I'm afraid that even Wave Wind Sutman might not know who the nine-tailed human pillar power really is. The third generation Mizukage's words were sharp in rebuttal, breaking down in one fell swoop that this was a plot and trick. Upon hearing this, Shumikazu continued in Silver's manner, saying, "Does Lord Mizukage know who the first generation nine-tailed human pillar force was? Novel bar. Shao's 8. I'm not sure about that one." The third generation water shadow glanced at Shumikato in surprise and recalled, "But there are whispers that the first nine-tailed human pillar power was Maelstrom Mito, but what can you do if you know who she is?" At that time, Chicken Juna was still alive, and he was a super weapon that was even more powerful than the Nine Tails, although in the end he died. But his younger brother Chikanzuya is not bad, and at that time the Whirlpool Mito strength is also extremely powerful. The villages also only dare to think about it, do not dare to hit the Nine Tails of the idea, but today it is different. The wood leaf through the first two of the Ninja World War strength one day will not be as one day, and now in the Sand Hidden Village is at war with the village. The split is not able to do anything. That's why the Cloud Hidden Village dared to join forces with us to pinch the wood leaf, and one-on-one they have no certainty of defeating the wood leaf. It's good that Mizukage-sama knows. Shumi Mayangi smiled and said, "That Whirlpool Joexian Nai is also the surname of Whirlpool. I heard that she is still the person who spent a lot of effort to find in the wooden leaf back then. And some people even said that this is the Whirlpool Mito handpicked. Could this be a coincidence?" At those words, the third generation Mizukage fell silent, and fire swept up from the bottom of his calm eyes, clearly moved by his intentions. There's no harm in meeting him. And this little girl, Terumi, wouldn't dare to lie to me? This is the Misty Hidden Village, my territory. What are the consequences of lying to me? As well as what price she will pay understand for herself. The third generation of Water Shadow Ice Change, pondering in his heart, looking at Shumikato pupils eclair, does not seem to be lying, silently nodded his head, remembering his own strength is also relieved. He is a serious water shadow. If he is afraid of a 12-year-old child, and do not dare to even see his people, it is better to hang while you are ahead of the game. Where is that kid? What are the conditions? The third generation Mizukage asked without moving. There is no pie in the sky that falls for nothing. This is the unchanging irony of the ages. Terumi said with a burst of embarrassment, her pretty face reddening. Uchiha Jin will stay in the Misty Hidden Village from now on, and has also asked us to arrange for her to be served by 10 young women of closed moon beauty. Hateful brat. How can this ridiculous reason convince the Mizukage? In case he gets killed I won't let him go even if I become a ghost. Terumi cursed in her mind, not even daring to look at the third Mizukage. Ha ha. That kid is also a normal person. I thought he was a monk. No problem. I'll go see him right away. After half a minute, the third generation of Water Shadow's laughter spread. According to the eyes of May perhaps this reason is very strange, but the eyes of the third generation of Water Shadow is extremely normal. As a man, who does not want to sit on the beauty of countless? Silver is still in physiological period. Have this kind of idea is very normal, when the three generations of Water Shadow is also so, but later with the growth of age, this young heart, also dissipated. All in all, the third Mizukage was convinced, and said to Miyabi, speed leads the way. Chapter 37, One person is enough, second shift. The third Mizukage trailed Shumikato, jogging all the way to the entrance of a chilly valley, where no one was around, and the deadly silence cut off from the world. You asked him to meet you in a place like this? Surveying the eerie, dead environment around him, the third generation Mizukage couldn't help but frown, his face full of skepticism. That's right, after all, it's about the top secret information about the nine-tailed human pillar power. It's impossible to be casual and sloppy, and be careful of ears through the wall. So I looked for a place where it's quiet in the dead of night. Terumi Mura replied frankly, and rightly so, dispelling the mutterings in his mind. The third generation Mizukage stepped into the middle of the valley. Inside the valley, there were surprisingly torches all around, and the dark environment was always much brighter. Aren't we going to negotiate in secret? Why are there torches? The third generation Mizukage said in displeasure, with a feeling of being tricked. That's to show you who the enemy is, so you can die with some clarity. Out of the darkness came a silhouette. Features, handsome, especially the black night sky set off that pair of sharpening will eyes especially conspicuous. You're Uchiha Jin? Trying to kill me? How dare you? The third generation Mizukage was full of grief and pain. I'm going to betroth my daughter to you, and now you, this little brat, are going to kill me? Lesson that lie ghosts. Shine beauty everything from the truth to find. Your plan I know exactly. Silver coldly laughed repeatedly, cursing not to see the coffin. At those words, the old face of the third generation Mizukage changed drastically, rising red in the face and twisting up in sadness as he roared toward Shumikato. How dare you betray me? So what if I betrayed you? It's useless to talk about this now. Terumi Heim's face was expressionless and very cold. This place is far from the center of the Misty Hidden Village. You are destined to fall here. Just the two of you? The third Mizukage laughed in anger, never imagining that one day two brats, who combined were not even as old as he was, would mouth off about killing himself. No, you'd be wrong. Glancing faintly at the third-generation Mizukage, Silver softly said, to solve you, I alone am sufficient. Upon hearing this, both Shumakato and the third-generation Mizukage were petrified, and the latter was even more furious, as the shadow of a village, a mere 12-year-old brat threatening to kill him. This was naked defiance. Don't try to be a fool. My life and family's interests are tied to you. Don't do anything reckless. Terumi Hime chortled after she froze. Idiot, do you think you have a chance against Ichimura no Kage with your level of skill? You'll only cause me trouble if you get involved. You might even hold me back. You don't want to die yet. I can tell you're an ambitious woman. Just go outside and stand guard. If someone comes, finish them off immediately. Silver ordered with a stern face. Shomei was inexperienced in battle, and at only a teenager's age, her strength was even more vastly different than that of the third-generation Mizukage. This, Shumakato hesitated in her mind, and it was precisely at that moment that the third-generation Mizukage made the first move. Traitor, go to hell. Tower Fiction. Taxia Ashuo. Like a ghost silently circling around behind Terumi, Sano Mizukage stabbed Terumi's neck with a dagger. Clank! The clash of steel produced a crisp roar that spread out, and just in the nick of time, Silver blocked the deadly attack for Terumi. I know. Wincing and glancing at the third Mizukage, Shumakato passed a grateful look toward Silver before striding away. Why does this kid have so much force? Is he a monster? Noticing the strong force coming from the dagger, the third-generation Mizukage was appalled in his heart that he was being slowly forced back by Silver. Don't get too carried away with me. His body erupting with explosive power, the third-generation Mizukage forced Silver back in an instant, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his hands quickly forming seals. Water Divergence Jutsu no Jutsu. Bang bang bang. Several of the same third-generation Mizukage appeared one after another and lunged at Silver. Boom boom boom. Several silhouettes intertwined together, fists and feet against the bombardment. A few strokes later, the third generation of Water Shadow more and more shocked. For to fight as Silver unexpectedly not at a disadvantage, but also easy to use, as if there are eyes behind them, extremely difficult to deal with. The powerful attacks can be neutralized. Whoosh! Just then, Silver leapt up, his body stalled in mid-air, and bellowed, Spiral Maru. The right hand coalesced a huge energy ball, the black night sky as white as day, followed by Silver borrowing the force of the fall to blast towards the third generation of Mizukage. Idiot, when a person lands from the sky, it's uncontrollable. Now you're a living target. The third generation of Water Shadow was not afraid but happy. In his eyes Silver is just like a fat sheep. Suetun Swiriobam. In the blink of an eye, a mighty and unearthly water dragon formed, grimly demanding Silver with its large mouth. Ka-ching! I was expecting to see the scene of the separation of corpses and heads, but who would have thought that the earth under his feet would suddenly loosen, and black shadows covered in white light would break through the ground. Sharp booms rang through the sky as if millions of birds were chirping. Chidori. P.S. Everyone vote on Jioshinna's question. Appreciate it. Chapter 38, The Third Mizukage Who Stormed Out, Third Shift. The third generation Mizukage's pupils shrunk, noticing the unearthly flash of Silver's right arm, and cursing in his heart. This despicable brat. To shadow detachment to attract my attention. Their own even secretly hiding, waiting for me to have a crack appeared. Immediately jumped out to give me a fatal blow. Goodwill. With a sneer in his heart, the third generation Mizukage's face resumed its bashful color and said, however, the shadow is the shadow. How can it be a realm that can be touched by a brat like you? With a sideways dodge, the third generation of Mizukage dodged the deadly lightning. But not only that, his right arm like a viper is extremely tricky, easily overpowering the hand holding Chidori Silver, stuck in Silver's throat. The third generation of Mizukage but full of strange eyes. Compared to just now, Silver's power is much weaker. No matter what, you're dead this time. Smiling smugly, the third generation Mizukage picked up the Bitmapu and was about to decapitate Silver's head when the demonic light of that Sharingan turned smoothly and directly engulfed the close-by third generation Mizukage. Oh no, it's an illusion. Seeing this, the third generation of Water Shadow face changed greatly. Face indignation occasion. Almost angry, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Within the mind of a spiritual force scurrying around. Annihilation of his own thoughts. Wanting to pull him into the boundless black hole. You little bastard. I'm going to skin you and bone you. The third generation Mizukage's old face flushed red as he used his mental power to resist the invading mental power within his mind. His eyes spitting fire as he glared fiercely at Silver. An enemy's defenses are most lax only when he thinks he's winning. Standing up, Silver patted the dust on his body. Safe and sound. So you purposely lowered your force and let me tackle. hoping that Lao Fu would lower his guard? Outrageous. The little child is hateful. The third generation Mizuki's eyes dilated several times, and his eyeballs seemed to be falling out. This is your own carelessness. In your eyes, I'm just a brat, so you don't bother to defend yourself against me, and a loss is expected. Silver said flatly, and it had to be said that his teenage body was enough to fool many people's defenses. Don't give me the satisfaction. The third generation Mizuki's face turned blue as the dormant chakra in his body erupted, emanating dangerous fluctuations all over his body. The magic shackle hanging technique. Seeing this, Silver's Sharingan eyes once again floated out a burst of demonic light, and his spiritual power surged, instantly annihilating the resistance of the third generation water shadow with a wailing momentum. Put. 12 Shua. A smear of blood slurping out from the corner of his mouth. The third generation water shadow's face was pale and powerless. What surprised him the most was that his body's limbs seemed to be tightly nailed by invisible chisels, unable to move at all. Sharingan illusion? Lowering his voice, the third generation Mizuki's tone was extremely hoarse, looking at Jin who was approaching like a cannonball. He swung his dagger at himself with all his strength. Put. At the thigh, a fist-sized bloody hole came into view, the skin of the wound open and bleeding. The third generation Mizuki felt his fuzzy thinking much clearer, and the shackles that bound his body all disappeared, enabling him to move around sensitively and freely. Spiral Maru. The azure light fell from the sky. The movement of the injured thigh of the third generation Mizuki was restricted, and he could only look at the incoming Spiral Maru. Boom boom boom. The high-speed rotating Spiral Maru contains explosive power, an instant blast back the third generation of Water Shadow, his belly out of all the skin torn, blood and flesh flying, by the rotating Spiral Maru twisted into meat foam. Phew, now you're going to lose a lot of your fighting power even if you don't die, right? Eyes lightly raised, Silver sighed in relief as if relieved, and then began to jog, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the third Mizuki when a strange change occurred. Unexplained chakra fluctuations overflowed from the third generation Mizuki's body, drying up all the places it passed along the way, and wherever the invisible ripples went, there was a mess. The third generation Mizuki then stood up in a zombie-like manner. Kid, you've managed to provoke me. Haven't used that trick in quite a few years, so I'll give you a face today. The stabbing pain all over his body caused the third generation Mizuki to become extremely ferocious, and that cold light coalesced in his eyes, more so than a wild beast, and even more so than that, it sent shivers down one's spine. Under Silver's puzzled gaze, a large amount of water overflowed from Mizuki's body, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the entire interior of the valley. What is this stuff? Water? It doesn't seem to be. Looking at the water stains at his feet, Silver unnaturally raised an eyebrow, keenly smelling a crisis, and looking at the hysterical face of the third generation Mizuki, he instantly hit the ground running, knowing that the third generation Mizuki was thoroughly enraged. This water tastes so strange. It's pungent. Frowning, Silver lowered his head, dipped his thumb in some of the water stains, put it to his nose and sniffed, and blushed. The end of chapter 39, fourth shift. The pungent smell came from the liquid in his hand, both the smell of water and at the same time an extremely unpleasant and disgusting smell. This is actually oil. Looking at the scowling third generation Mizuki, Silver's guardedness skyrocketed, and with his extreme eyes, the entire valley was filled with this particular oily liquid. I see you noticed. Seeing Silver reveal a rare panic, the third generation Mizuki then faintly explained. Seeing as you are about to fall, I will mercifully tell you that the name of this jutsu is called Steam Danger Explosion Might. It is a jutsu that was taught to me by the second generation Mizuki-sama, and I am also a member of the Anajirai clan. Do you know why the second generation Tsuchikage of the Iwakubo village was wearing bandages all over his body? It's the reason why this jutsu burned his entire body. Silver did not say anything, observing the scene in front of him with calmness, without any sadness or joy, pondering the countermeasures in his mind. The range surprisingly encompasses the entire interior of the valley, which means that I have no chance of escaping, and can only fight hard. Thinking of this, Silver heart cannot help but tremble. Attacking jutsu he will be a lot, but defense jutsu he is really not very proficient, even do not understand. This jutsu is very dangerous. Maybe we'll really fall in today. With his eyes fixed on the third Mizuki, Silver couldn't take his eyes off of him, secretly mobilizing the chakra in his body. Squeak! Strange roars suddenly came, looking up and swept away. 5 or 6 figures in front of them, completely composed of oil and water in the form of water bodies. Tap tap tap. The water bodies swept in sharply, obviously under special control, and all of them rushed towards Silver. It's dangerous. Silver frowned as the group of water incarnations ran, their bodies all glowing red, like powder kegs, their bodies suffused with destructive waves. Whoosh! Moving his body back, Silver decisively pulls out some distance. Boom boom boom. The doppelgangers, which were entirely condensed by water and oil, exploded one after another, ringing out huge waves of air. And even though they were tens of meters away, Silver was still shaken back a few meters one after the other, with astonishing power. After the violent turbulence, the water bodies disappeared, and Silver breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was also precisely at that moment that the weather suddenly started to hail. Those weird water bodies surprisingly coalesced again, and there were more of them. So it is. Seeing this, Silver's eyes flashed with a flash of understanding. Once the doppelganger begins to move, the oil on the surface will heat up drastically, and the water inside the body will evaporate drastically as a result, which will lead to a water vapor explosion. At this point, the doppelganger shrinks into its original form. Then, affected by the water vapor explosion, the surrounding air floats to high altitude to form hailstones. The hailstones land, and the bilocation absorbs them and can once again prepare for the next explosion. An infinite cycle. To put it in simpler terms, the number of these water bodies does not decrease, but rather increases with constant explosions. Is he a man or a ghost? 3 generations of Mizukage black old face. Eyes shocked. This is their ghost lamp clan secret art. This little kid, why look at it to understand the principle of it. 69 Shubao. 69 Shubao. However, in the case of a powerful spell, as long as the caster is dead, he will automatically lift it. The falcon's gaze fell on the head of the 3rd generation Mizukage. Silver intended to go all out to finish him off. This jutsu was tricky to the extreme. Sooner or later the 3rd generation Mizukage would be consumed by it. In that case, it would be better to go straight for the kill and finish off the 3rd generation Mizukage. Gathering pounds of chakra under his feet, Silver transformed into a spray of lightning. Whoosh! The whitish glittering man came face to face. Only the remnants of Silver could be captured due to the sheer speed. Sculptor, your target should be me. In that case, he. With a grim smile, the 3rd generation Mizukage's mind moved, and the scattered exploding water bodies quickly drew closer to him, detonating as soon as Silver attacked. Shoo! As expected, Silver could only look away as he witnessed the 3rd Mizukage surrounded by several exploding water bodies. Give it to me! Seeing Jin standing in place, the 3rd generation Mizukage, who saw the right moment, shouted, and all of his water bodies pounced on him. Boom boom boom! A violent explosion rose into the air, and the entire valley shook around as if it were an earthquake. A black shadow, blown up, fell out of the smoke. Ha ha, this kid is finally being asshole. It turns out to be a cut-off wood. The smile came to an abrupt end as the 3rd Mizukage broke into a grin, looking around with open eyes as he continued to track Silver's movements. Die, old man. A blast of wind came from his side and flashed behind Silver, who was holding a chidori. Idiot, how are you going to kill me when we're both still so far away? Fly over? Turning around and witnessing that Silver was still 5 or 6 meters away from him, the 3rd Mizukage let out a scornful laugh as his mind took control once again and the water bodies surrounded him once more. Smarty pants. After stepping forward and shortening the distance, the corner of Silver's mouth lifted up in a hidden arc. His right hand snapped, and the 1,000 birds unexpectedly shot out a straight line of light. Rado Chidori sharpshooter. Witnessing such a sudden scene, the 3rd generation Mizukage froze, panicked and hurriedly turned to dodge, but the speed of the lightning was so fast that it pierced through his heart in the blink of an eye. The water bodies that would explode dissipated. Chapter 40 Izanagi. Unleashed. First shift. The bright eyes of the 3rd generation Mizukage were dark and lifeless. His trembling eyes looked at the sharp edge in his chest. Despite his first reaction, he was no match for Raiden, and was crushed in the heart before he had time to get out of the way. That should finish it now. Seeing the situation, Silver, a highly guarded heart, this only piece, taut nerves barely relaxed. Invisible back with 1,000 pounds of huge mountain also dissipated. After all, the target was the shadow of a village, which brought him pressure as heavy as Mount Taishan. GGG. Finished? An eerie, ghostly, stern voice greeted him, dripping with contempt and disdain. Hearing that disdainful tone, Silver's brows squeezed together, and without moving, he asked, "Your heart is broken, and you still want to die? Stupid." As if he had heard the funniest joke under the sky, the 3rd Mizukage laughed aloud. Do you think the shadow of a village would be killed so easily? Childish. Not only will I not die, but you will die a horrible death. The 3rd generation Mizukage looked contemptuous and said shabbily, "Those exploding water bodies just now were secreted from my body, and I have a large amount of oil stored in my body. That's why those water bodies exploded." At this point, Silver's demeanor stiffened and he asked in a chilling voice, "That means your body is the equivalent of a giant oil reservoir? Not bad, kid. It's undeniable that you're incredibly smart, but as the saying goes, smart for a time and confused for a time. This time, you are destined to die by my hand." As the words fell, The body of the third generation Mizukage expanded rapidly, slowly taking off into the air like a hydrogen balloon. Using the last of his strength, he said, "When I blow myself up, everything within a 5-kilometer radius will disappear from the map of the misty hidden village, but I won't die after blowing myself up. And when I'm depleted of chakra, my body will only fall into a weakened period. So that means that there's no use in you escaping." This old man, Shadow, really can't be underestimated. At those words, Jinya stopped his pace, looking at the vacated third generation Mizukage. His face turned blue, thinking about it for a while. The 3 hooks of the right eye's shuriken, rotating fluctuations that had never been seen before. Desperate? That's right. After all, this is my ultimate technique. Withdrawing his eyes from Silver, the third Mizukage made a seal with one hand and bellowed softly, "Explode for me." Boom boom boom. The black night sky, instantly bright as day. That blinding light gives a person a kind of illusion to the center of the sun, followed by unprecedented impact and large-scale monstrous sea of fire spread out. The valley of Jin and Mizukage's third generation was forcefully leveled into an endless plain, and nonetheless, the ground was covered with an additional deep crater many kilometers in size. Even the pitch-black sky was chiseled with a large hole in the eye. The entire misty hidden village shuddered fiercely, or it would be more apt to say that the entire island trembled. 88. Roto 88. Ahem. This time that kid should be dead clean. Right. The whole body's chakra is completely exhausted. It's hard to move my body. It seems that I can only wait until the people from the misty hidden village send me away. Dragging his overburdened body to make it to the ground, due to the reason that the power of the explosion was too strong, the ground that was affected by the wave did not even leave behind any stones. All of them were dismembered by the destructive force. It's a pity that kid has a pair of sharpening will eyes. Otherwise, TSK. Never mind. We're going to join forces with the Cloud Hidden Village to attack Konoha anyway, so we're not worried about having sharpening wheel eyes. The third generation Mizukage laughed it off. As the shadow of a village, he was able to hold his own. I don't know if the Cloud Hidden Village can get the sharpening wheel eyes, but it's certain that you, the Mist Hidden Village, definitely won't get them. Spiral Maru. Under the night sky, the spiral of light behind the sudden attack, the unexpected third generation of Mizukage was easily hit. But the high-speed rotating sphere was mighty and incomparable, directly integrating into the belly of the third generation water shadow, leaving a large bloody hole that ran through his entire being. All of the 5 organs and 6 bowels were turned into blood foam. You're surprisingly not dead. And not even a little bit hurt? Shiver twisted his head around, and what met his eyes was none other than the intact Silver. The only strange thing was that his right eye was sealed and turned white. But Silver did not have the extra effort to answer the third generation of water shadow. Bitter no directly cut his head. The body separated. The abdomen was also mandatory, pierced by the spiral Maru. The end is very miserable. Put hurriedly ran to the third generation of the water shadow side to chop off one of his hand bone. Take the cloth wrapped up after Silver turned to skedaddle. After running a dozen meters, suddenly turned his head and looked at the third generation of water shadow, who did not close his eyes until he died. Silver fled straight away, the void just hovering a paragraph. The name of the jutsu is Izanagi, one of the ultimate pupil arts of the Uchiha clan. At the expense of an eye, it turns all disadvantages into illusions. Very few people have seen this jutsu, and you'll be able to rest in peace enough in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 41, Akane's Bones. Second shift. The violent vibration woke up the sleeping people. Have all hoofed it to the loyal zone to run. A few minutes later, that was inhumanely divided into bodies of the third generation of the water shadow, particularly conspicuous, stunned in all directions to rush to the misty hidden village ninjas. Did that guy really make it? In the pile of people, Terumi looked at the third generation Mizukage that was split in two. Her small mouth opened round, gasping in shock, her phoenix eyes bulging even more as if they were about to fall out. Frankly, she even had a plan on how to get out of it after Silver died. Surprisingly, it really did it. What kind of despicable ploy did that kid use? Bright eyes rolled and a pair of bright eyes creased, 100% sure that Silver was using a treacherous ploy. Terumi had even investigated Silver's profile. He wasn't even considered a ninja. He hadn't even attended the most basic of ninja schools. However, such a thing that could be called a miracle was accomplished by a 12-year-old boy. Looking at the large mountain that was flattened, Shumakato had a heart attack, cold sweat, and couldn't help but wonder how Silver had survived. Mist hidden village of the third generation of the water shadow died. For the whole island of the blow is no less than being struck by divine thunder. The entire mist hidden village is caught in a wave of public opinion. All began to ponder who the murderer behind the scenes is. In the end, who has such a strong strength, actually able to kill the village of the third generation of the water shadow. With all the noise going on outside, Silver returned to the hotel unnoticed to rest. Phew, luckily I ran fast, or else I would have been split up by the ninjas of the misty hidden village for sure. Looking through the window at the crowd gathered in the distance, Silver muttered to himself thankfully, while gazing with excitement at the half-dozen hand bones in his hand. Bastard! To cause me to lose a Sharingan eye. Observing the right eye that had turned white in the mirror, Silver's cheeks gathered cold air, and in his heart, he seriously consoled all 3 generations of Mizuki's ancestors. Sharingan is one of Silver's cards, especially Izanagi. This heavenly art is so easily wasted. Heart extraordinarily flesh pain sad, a heart broken into pieces. No matter what, after this mission is completed, Akane's molten pulp fruit as well as her seeing color hegemony, and her armed color hegemony will all belong to me from now on. Silver's eyes welled up with fascination, recalling Sakazuki's battle achievements and almost dancing with excitement. Although the 3-hooked jade sharpening will eye is precious, but compared to these 3 things, the lesser is more important. Exhaling heavily in a cloudy breath, Silver's mind quickly sank into the farm world within his mind. It's always a cloudless, sunny day here, and the fresh air is refreshing. Where did Joyful Heart run off to? Silver opened his eyes to look for, witnessed no one in all directions, was about to open his voice to yell when the absolute beauty fell from the sky. The small dimples on his face hung full of complaints. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. It seems that the master's task has been accomplished, and sleep is not peaceful. Looking at the silver hand wrapped in the hand bone, Liu Xian was quite surprised. After all, the other party is the shadow. The strength of nature is not bad, and then perceived the silver closed right eye. The beautiful eyes flashed a color. Master's sharing will eye is closed? Actually, it is still possible to regain the light. The last time the master gained 100 points of vouchers. Just redeem a packet of ordinary fertilizer and pour it on the sharing will eye fruit, and the light will be regained. Liu Xian's eyes blinked, shooting out a cunning light. 10% traitorous. Instead of feeling happy, Silver was calm. 100 points of vouchers that he had earned by fighting for his life, and it would be too abrupt to say that he would use them. Is there any other way to regain the light? Of course there is, as long as after opening the kaleidoscope in the future, the master's right I will see the light of day again. Liu Xian's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and replied playfully, let's wait until later then. 100-point vouchers are hard to come by. Waving his hand, Silver chopped his head off. Finally, he handed the 3rd-generation Mizuki's hand bone wrapped in rags to Liu Xian, and said excitedly, hurry up and exchange this for Admiral Akane's bone for me. Che, cheapskate. It's only 100-point coupons. Stingy as hell. Happy Heart grumbled with a small grumble, turning away in exasperation to go prepare Sakazuki's bones for Silver. Little kid, what do you know? Sweeping a glance at the shapely back, Silver lay down on the ground to rest. When the time is critical, the 100 points of vouchers can even save lives. There is no need to hastily exchange into the sharpening wheel eyes, and put it in the waistband to run away. With one less Sharingan eye, my combat power hasn't dropped much. At least there's still a Sharingan eye that can save my life as well. Silver smiled a very contented, knowing smile. Take that! A dainty cry came from the sky, and Silver looked up, only to see white jade hand bones flying, and hastily reached out to grab them. These are Sakazuki's bones? Experiencing the warm, cool touch, Silver's heart rose into his throat and he rushed inside the farm's fields. Chapter 42, The Bitter Wave Wind Sailor Moon, 3rd shift, digging a hole in the ground as fast as he could, after which Silver threw in the bones of the white jade, and subsequently buried them carefully with both hands. I wonder how long it will take to bloom. Silver was full of anticipation, full of hope for the future. After having Akane's ability as well as her dominance, not to say that she could be invincible to the world, but at least she could have one more guarantee for the future. Ding 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 ding. A machine-like sound rang out, and Silver subconsciously looked over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the can it take 10 years to bloom? What a joke. The demented scream resounded through the sky, like rolling thunder, chilling, unconsciously goosebumps all over the body, involuntarily trying to avoid Silver. Silver's old face reddened. If not, the LCD screen in front of him had no entity, absolutely no matter what it took to smash him. Pale 10 years, the future cannot survive is a problem. Silver cannot have time to wait. By the way, you can spend 1,000 vouchers to exchange for extreme fertilizer. Tangled gaze flashed with refined confusion. Silver couldn't help but calculate, thinking, last time, cutting off the arm of the one-tailed human pillar power. Fun Fu, got 100-point vouchers, which means that as long as you do it to the other human pillars, I'll be able to continue to get point coupons. Silver's heart was murderous at the thought. Right now is indeed a good opportunity. I'm in the misty hidden village. There's 6-tailed human pillars, as well as the cloud hidden village's 8-tailed human pillars Kairabi. as well as the two-tailed human pillars Yakido are about to come to the misty hidden village. But it's a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity to send. Silver's eyes were glowing. He couldn't help but move with greed. Knowing that the cloud-hidden village had joined forces with the mist-hidden village to pin down the three of them, he planned to remind Maelstrom Joxai and Wave Wind Watergate to run away later. But now he couldn't help but be hesitant. A Wave Wind Swayman, and Maelstrom Joxai the super cheater, as well as myself. It's not certain who will lose or win in a real fight. Such a luxurious combination can be completely in the fog-hidden village front one-on-one, especially the 3 generations of Water Shadow just killed. Now the fog-hidden village is in a period of disruption. 3 people alone to fight against a ninja village sounds crazy. In fact, carefully think about it, is not without a chance of victory. If you wait until the fog-hidden village and the cloud-hidden village to join forces, that Silver and other 3 people break out of the cage and the opportunity is even smaller. The only way to start now is the right way. Go find Namikaze Minato now. With his mind made up, Silver immediately exited the farm world in his head. They must have killed the 3rd Mizukage and want revenge. Not bad. And the only people who can do it are the 2 of them. Everyone together, capture them to find Kiba to claim. Love Chinese net. The clutter of noise came in along the window, and Silver raised an eyebrow lightly as he walked over to the window and looked over. But the sight that came into his eyes caused him to freeze for a moment. Namikaze Minato and Whirlpool Jasuna? What is this? Silver was stunned to find that several of the misty hidden village's top brass were looking for Wave Wind Summon's indignant theories. That red-faced, agonized face like a mother's. Silver sidled over and listened. Wave Wind Mizumon, give us an explanation for the misty hidden village. Lord Mizukage died as soon as you arrived, and the wound on his abdomen is similar to your jutsu. The only ninja in the misty hidden village who would want to kill Lord Mizukage would be your Konoha ninja. The mist hidden village's high-level words. Some words said Bofeng Shuimen full of fog. He had just been sleeping, heard a violent vibration and immediately got up, just when he was about to go out. This group of mist hidden village's ninjas came to the door and falsely accused him of killing the 3rd generation of Water Shadow. So it is. Hearing this, Silver secretly laughed. Presumably the said Wave Wind Watergate technique is Spiral Maru. Silver at that time precisely used this technique to kill the 3rd generation of Mizukage. No wonder I found Wave Wind Sutman. Spiral Maru's attack track is extremely special. The high-speed rotation of the energy sphere will also be accompanied by a similar cutting wound. Although the entire world like this attack of the art there are quite a few, but at present the misty hidden village is the only one who will be Wave Wind Shuigate. Suspect him as normal. After all, his shadow class strength is there. Silver drifted off, not realizing that a careless act on his part would end up framing Namikaze Sailor Moon. But it's such a good opportunity to take advantage of. Whoosh! Silver jumped straight out of the window and scurried over to Namikaze Swayman and Maelstrom Joxai in a few arrow steps one after another, yelling at the top of his lungs and sweeping across the black night sky. Misty hidden villages people. You guys blinded my Sharingan eyes and now you dare to throw dirty water? Can't you really think that our shinobi are easy to bully? Put. Being drinking water shumimai. Lungs rolling, directly uncontrolled wild spray out. The body swayed, almost unsteady to fall 4 feet to the sky. Pretty face stunned look at Silver. The heart-cursed shameless despicable villain, killing the 3rd generation of the Water Shadow. She saw Silver blindly fleeing from the scene. Chapter 43, Throwing Dirty Water, 4th Shift. Terumi Nini Phoenix eyes were shocked and angry. Spring water like beautiful eyes splashed with a touch of flame. Was about to question Silver face to face, but remembered the subtle identity of both sides. Simply chose to retreat 3 times. Let's see you make a mess. Or maybe you'll just get yourself killed. Terumi swept a glance at Silver in dismay and simply chose to avoid hearing about it. She was afraid that she would be delirious with anger at this guy's impudence. Silver, you, what happened to your right eye? With her jade nose slightly wrinkled, Maelstrom Jioshinna asked with worry. Silver's words attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at his white eyes with a strange expression on their faces, and a group of people from the misty hidden village all looked at each other in disbelief. I was just sneak attacked by someone from the misty hidden village. He shamelessly poked my right eye blind. Silver hardened the corners of his eyes and squeezed out crystallized tears, his voice tearing up. You old farts. Upon hearing this, Maelstrom Jioshinna's beautiful eyes spewed fire, and her biting, knife-like sight brushed past the crowd of mist-hidden village executives, including Wave Wind Watergate face also overflowing not good. Face brewing killing opportunity. Originally a still quite affable gaze shoots out the cold wind. A moment to make the whole atmosphere icy cold down. Gentlemen of the misty hidden village, an explanation is requested. Wave Wind Swayman said expressionlessly, his body already drifting out in a gust of dangerous harshness. Explanation? There is no explanation. It's his bloody mouth with no evidence. An exasperated misty hidden village senior pointed at Silver. You fart. Who else in this village would do such a thing except you misty hidden village people? Am I going to blind myself and accuse you? That's ridiculous. Silver retorted with a righteous face, his words sharp and giving no room for maneuver. You, the face of a group of misty hidden villages top management is like a 10,000-year black pot. Have trembling shaking locking Silver's eye sockets. The heart holds its breath, but it can't be attacked. After all, what Silver said is a fact. Within the misty hidden village, there is no one else to be attacked except for their own people. Give us an explanation. Silver's right, I should never just go blind casually. Wave Wind Swayman took a step forward. In actuality he had a grudge in his heart, being treated as a murderer for no reason, and the people of the misty hidden village accusing him indiscriminately. It was clear that they didn't have the Konoha in their sights. It's better to say you're here to cooperate than to be aggravated. It's not even close to being clinical. Sea Wave Wind Water Door's color gradually cold. Silver heart secretly laugh. Exceptionally pleased. The line of sight finally put on the Whirlpool Joexei and Naibody. Look at her right full of not good pretty face. The heart cannot help but rise a touch of guilt. After all, she is the use of the whirlpool will be inside the sympathy. V3 school. V3SY. There are still long days ahead, so we'll pay it back later. Silver sighed helplessly and moved his eyes away, looking at both sides of the arrows, inwardly saying to himself, just detonate this powder keg. This kid is even in the misty hidden village? Eyes lightly lifted, Silver's sight stumbled upon a tender little face, with a clear, rather handsome appearance. The teenager looked very young and tender. This kid's name is Hidaka, the six-tailed human pillar of the misty hidden village, and as long as I get my hands on him. The corner of his mouth swept up a cold aura, and Silver whistled out like a cannonball. Stop it! The Mist Village ninja who were the first to turn back were furious. They didn't expect that Silver would suddenly lay down a black hand. This is the Mist Village. This kid even had the guts to be so fat, and the target of the strike was still a human pillar power. Silver, however, didn't care, deliberately feigning a furious appearance. Roared, the one who blinded my eyes is this kid. He revealed a monster with a red tail to injure me. The chakra is evil, a complete negative collection. He must be made to pay for his blood. Otherwise where is the majesty of the wooden leaf? A monster with a red tail? These words fell. Everyone was stunned to the right, especially the Whirlpool Joexei and Nai for the most, as the nine tails of the human pillar. She knows the tailed beasts of the chakra. We all know that if this Hagaru can really break out with the power that Silver said he had, then it's sideways proof that Silver's attacker is Hagaru. Don't blame me. That's how the world works. Sacrifice the little you for the big me. Silver mused in his mind that as long as he forced Haka to use his tailed beast power, he would also prove that he was telling the truth. After all, no one knew that Haka was a human pillar power. The only exception to this is Silver the Traveler. Stop him. A crowd of misty hidden village ninja high voice burst shout. Words between the flow of anxious meaning. Have thought that it is Fei Hai sneak attack Silver. After all, no Fei Hai real identity of a handful of people. The misty hidden village are no one to know. And Silver recognizes Fei Hai, indicating that once sought his tailed beast chakra. It's also tantamount to indirectly admitting that Hagaru was the one who sneaked up on Jin. Chapter 44, The Six-Tailed Human Pillar Power, First Shift. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Conversely, if you do something wrong, you will be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. At first, seeing the mist-hidden village crowd so agitated, each as if they had been strangely humiliated, Whirlpool Joexei and Namikaze Minato really thought it was Silver who had wronged them, but now it seems that this is not the case. Being so irritated rather suggests that there is a ghost in the heart. Whoosh! Several cold light flashing bitter endlessings in succession cut through the void and stabbed forward. Shu, a high-ranking member of the misty hidden village leapt up, his large, rough hands transforming into the letters of a viper as he grabbed at Silver. Also precisely at this moment, under the black night sky, suddenly swept up a burst of bright light, followed by a golden flash out of thin air. A small leg swept across. Bang! The force of the incoming calf kick was not bad, and this high-ranking member of the misty hidden village retreated backward, the arms he used to fend it off tingling. How did this guy come out of nowhere? Why does he look like a ghost? The top brass of the misty hidden village were incredulous that there was no movement when Wave Wind Sailor Gate appeared without the slightest perception. Idiot! This guy has a nickname called Golden Flash. He's fast. Pay some attention. I heard that he's also Jiraiya's disciple. He has a tendency to be better than the blue. Damn, Kiba is really talented. The other misty hidden village executives who had rushed up reminded, deep scorn flowing between their words, but of course only a little. After all, this was the misty hidden village's territory. A dragon must also coil. A vicious dog must also keep its mouth shut. Put. At the same time, The agonizing screams attracted everyone's attention, and under the black night sky, the twisted pale little face and the constantly bleeding fingers were particularly conspicuous. Silver chopped off the small thumb of Rokuto Rinpoche's hand. Although you and I have no grudges, from the moment I obtained the Sakazuki bones, as well as the moment you became a human pillar power, it was noted that it was destiny for each other to become enemies. Staring indifferently at the teenager's agonized face, Silver was impassive. Assholes, how dare you commit murder within the misty hidden village? The third-generation Mizukage Lord was probably killed by Wave Wind Shui men, and now you are hurting innocent people. Do you really think that our mist-hidden village is made of clay? Let's all go together. It's best if we can capture them alive. If not, we'll kill them. The top brass of the misty hidden village shouted out an order, and the ninjas around them swooped in. Ho ho ho! A heart-rending hoarse roar suddenly struck, and Silver turned his head furtively to see that the six-tailed human pillar force Hagaru, who had had his fingers chopped off, was glaring at him ferociously, with crimson chakra trappings sprouting from all over his body. Penjink, honk, it's the tailed beast's chakra. Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Joexayanai face to face are full of stunned. At the same time the face is also hostile, indicating that Silver just that word said is the truth. It's really this kid who poked and blinded his right eye. Now what do you have to say? Give us an explanation for Kiba. Namikaze Mizukato and Maelstrom Yoshina questioned, their faces unkind. Explanation? What explanation do you need? Have you made a mistake? This is the Misty Hidden Village. When we say you killed the third Mizukage of the Misty Hidden Village, you killed him, and when I say Hager didn't blind him, he didn't. The higher-ups of the Misty Hidden Village disdainfully said, and then swarmed over and surrounded them. Whirlpool Joexayanai and Wave Wind Swayman looked at each other. Both could see the murderous aura in the bottom of the other's eyes. The Misty Hidden Village has no sincerity in cooperating. This is obviously a deliberate attempt to find fault. Ho ho ho! Shocking roar came from behind, also mixed with endless resentment. Silver turned around peacefully, looking behind him at Haka, who had already had his sanity eroded by the tailed beast chakra, and frowned lightly. It seems to have been controlled by the tailed beast's chakra, so it's true that seizing the human pillar power's handbone isn't that simple. Silver sighed helplessly, knowing that the next monster surpassed all the enemies he had encountered before, the six-tailed human pillar. Whoosh! Sharp roar came in his face. Silver subconsciously used his only remaining left eye to look over. The six-tails Hidaka had already disappeared, to the point that in front of him lay prostrate a body that had turned blood red, with a completely different face, and possessed four tails, and the smashing fist. So fast. Seeing this, Silver's pupils shrunk, rarely showing a touch of panic. Still the first time both arms against the front. Boom boom boom. The powerful force destroys the sky and destroys the earth. And the force condensed by that tender fist is definitely enough to disintegrate a mountain. Click, click, click. 100 meters away. Silver stopped here, his arms trembling uncontrollably and his face a little pale. If it was the abdomen that was blasted just now, I'm afraid I would have already been torn apart. Silver murmured with his head bowed, his back slightly hunched, while the two silent and dormant energies within his body began to race, the spirit pressure and chakra resonating. Chapter 45, Single Brush with the Six-Tailed Human Pillar Power, Second Shift. Spiritual pressure is different from chakra, but also has an extremely powerful deterrent effect, and after reaching a certain level, it can directly press a person to the point of not being able to stand up. Of course, Silver today is naturally not up to that level. Ow! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth met him, transforming into a violent impact that shattered the wall behind Silver, and everywhere that was affected by the ripple shook and swayed, the so-called earth shaking to and fro more like a jumping bed. It's stronger than the last one-tailed Rinpoche by more than a hair. Noticing the chakra fluctuation that wanted to destroy the world, Silver's face changed slightly and decisively chose to strike first. Hatsumi Hatsumi extinguish. Under the night sky, a sea of fire erupted on a grand scale. The ground that passed by was turned into scorched earth, and the sky, which was out of reach, turned to a solid red. Whoosh! Fire red shadow whistling out, potential like lightning, completely ignoring the existence of flames, even directly against the sea of fire swept. The blazing temperature of the six tails cannot play the slightest role, even if it barely managed to hurt him a little. The tailed beast's perverted repairability instantly fixed it. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled violently, as the six-tailed human pillar power took a step. The ground trembled with it, and the explosive force crushed the solid ground alive. Oh, get out of the way. Silver. Whirlpool Joexayanai noticed six-tail face surging worry color. Also as a human pillar force of her tailed beasts know the roots. Unusual ninjutsu simply on the human pillar force they do not work. This was the deterrence of higher creatures to lower creatures. A small person like Silver was just a worthless ant to the tailed beasts, without the slightest comparison. Crush him. A group of fog-hidden village ninjas see the situation, shouted pain, and wave wind Watergate and whirlpool Joexei knife fighting, instead of not taking the slightest advantage, but successive losses, screaming bitter. Sure is wild enough. Eyes overflowing with admiration. Silver also gave up the unusual jutsu. Want to completely suppress this kind of monster? The only way is to take out the bottom of the box skills to fight violence with violence. The corners of his mouth swept up in a contemptuous yet bland arc. The spirit pressure within Silver's body stormed out, and a whitish glow floated out of his body. Binding road of 61 6 staffs of light prison. 6 huge strips of light flashed in the void, coming from all directions, targeting only the six-tailed human pillar power. Ow ow ow. Although the first time to detect and realize that these light bands of extraordinary, the six-tailed human pillar force immediately side-dodged to avoid the sharp attack. But who would have expected the light bands also followed the transfer orbit, as if automatically tracking the same, a moment to lock him subdued. Fate novel. 51 yuanks. Snap. Seeing this, Silver's pupils danced with icy killing intent, and dangerous lightning flashed between his palms, breaking the Tao of the 63 thunder roar cannon. Straight beams of light whistling out, the vast golden light tearing the sky, especially the lightning that click 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 sound to hear people's hearts jump. Where on earth did this kid get so many jutsu that don't require seals? And the power is extraordinary. Even among them there are more powerful than my spiral pills. The Uchiha family has this kind of art? Kicking away the attacking ninja, Wavewind Sailor Moon said in a depressed voice. Hell knows. At these words, Whirlpool Joexei bitterly smiled. Eyes looked to Silver, deeply touched. Teenagers alone face tailed beasts. The childishness has not yet retired the small face, but the chest is ready. Serene temperament gives a person a feeling of peace and stability. Boom boom boom. Six-tailed Rinpoche's body rose up in a large ball of flames. The large crimson mushroom cloud stunned the ninja of the misty hidden village. The charred six-tailed Rinpoche landed in their eyes is even more shocking to the eyes. Ow! Six-tailed human pillar force wailed with pathos. His body was burned. Miserable to the extreme. Although it was not fatal, but it also really hit him in pain. His eyes shot out scarlet demonic light. Similar to magma, eyes flowed tyrannically. If he had only wanted to play with Silver a moment ago, he wanted to break him into pieces now. Ow ow ow. Landing on all fours, the six-tailed human pillar power opened his mouth wide. Endless catastrophic chakra spewing out from within his mouth, as if a natural disaster had caused everyone's breathing to stop in an instant. That monster is getting serious. Maelstrom Jioshinna's face surged with urgency, forcing back the enemies in front of her, and was about to sneak attack the six tails when the ninjas of the misty hidden village rushed to surround her. Knocked the fire out of this guy. Seeing this, Silver's heart trembled fiercely, and his inner hesitation dissipated as he examined the expanding ball of black energy in a low tone. Even though using that move drains life force, there seems to be nothing that can be done about it now. I'm afraid I'll just fall apart when I'm blasted by that thing. Heavy inhalation of cold air. Silver thinking agile to the extreme. Firm eyes through the meaning of no regrets. And compared to the life of a small, the district, a few years life expectancy is nothing? Completely worthless. Chapter 46, The 90 Black Coffins of the Broken Road. Third shift. Thinking of what Lachine had told him on the farm, Silver threw his worries to the winds and planned to let go of his mind. There was no other way out. With his sight focused on the reddish body of the six-tailed human pillar power, Silver raised his arm under everyone's gaze, his thumb taut and pointing towards the heavens, and the corner of his mouth gently opened. Ancient and obscure incantations were spat out from his mouth one after another. Hidden heraldry, untamed flailing talent. The whole world is quiet. In the face of the swelling-tailed beast Jade, the teenager's thin figure looms large. Just the corner of his mouth reading ancient words that others do not understand. It looks quite ridiculous and funny, tantamount to looking for death behavior. But witnessing Silver's mutated body, everyone tensed their minds. No one dares to underestimate. Mizuto, why is Silver's hair turning gray? Whirlpool Jioshinai's eyes dimmed considerably, her clear eyes filled with worry. I don't know. Maybe it's to prepare some kind of unprecedented forbidden art. Certain powerful arts will have great side effects. I even heard that some arts are forced to use to lose their life force. Enigmatic young man. Wavewind Suikato sighed with emotion. He looked like he was 1,000 miles off when he was Silver's age. This is the end of the line. Rokuroku. After half a ring, the incantation is completed. Silver opened the only remaining left eye. Not as bright as just now. Very vicissitudes. Silver before and after the temperament changes greatly. A few short seconds as if decades as long. Withered white hair fluttering. The tone of voice also sounds hoarse abnormal. Looking at the gradually forming tailed beast Jade, Silver dropped it with a bang, instantly putting an end to it. The 90 black coffins of the broken road. Around the six-tailed human pillar power, a dense black luster rose up. blocking the sky in the blink of an eye, and a giant incomparable black coffin stood between heaven and earth, suffocating everyone. What the hell is that? A coffin? What a joke! I'm dreaming, right? Even if the one who fell was a six-tailed human pillar power who could be given special care, there's no need for such a large-sized coffin. Are you an idiot? Do you need me to remind you? This is definitely an illusion. That's right. Everything that violates the laws of common sense is a forbidden art. The size of this black coffin is beyond imagination, much larger than a mountain. That kid has limited chakra. He definitely can't release a forbidden art, so it's said to be an illusion. Be calm. All we're looking at is just a false impression to fool people. The ninjas, who were fighting fiercely, had faces of panic and trepidation, full of stupefaction and awe as they looked at the oversized coffin of Prime. All of them were stunned, and the aura of the ancient vicissitudes of decay made them feel uncomfortable, not daring to get close to it. A snicker followed, all thinking that this was an illusion. Put, Pu thou. 56 novel. 56 Xiaoshua. After a few seconds of silence, the black coffin interior issued a seeping cutting sound. Brush sound endless. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire sky is filled with dense knife sound. Gulp. Bean-sized cold sweat fell low. The misty hidden village ninjas couldn't help but fall back. The alarming cutting sound, even if it was really a dream, they were all chilled to the bone. Bang! After half a second, the black light exploded with a bang, turning into fragments that returned to nothingness in the sky. Hanging heavenly six tails human pillar force flame out, lying on the ground half dead, his body all over the dense stab wounds. Some places have been turned into broken meat. The ground can be seen everywhere in the meat foam. The air mixed with the rich smell of blood, breathing air are filled with disgusting flavor, and the black coffin of the smell of decay. Is it dead? Isn't the human pillar power invincible? I've heard it said that a single-tailed beast jade can take out a village. How did it get taken out in a single move? Back to the misty hidden village executives' demented road. See the blood flow more than the feather high, such as thunder. Even their old characters who are used to seeing the wind and rain also wipe their old eyes, have thought that it is the old eyes. Surprisingly, he didn't die, although he only utilized 1/5 of the black coffin's power, but he could survive for a long time, which is really good. The vitality is also tenacious enough. White crushed hair fluttered, and a sigh of silver fell on all ears. 1/5 of the power? Whirlpool Joexianai and Namikaze Swakato blackened their faces, full of speechlessness. If the full power was exerted, wouldn't it be a disguised indication that even the strongest 9 tails might be taken out instantly? Looking at Silver's head full of white hair, all of them shook their heads. Even if they could really utilize their full power, he would definitely have to lose his life. The power is powerful, but only 1/5 of the power is enough to consume 10 years of my lifespan, so it's better to forget about the full force black coffin. Silver resolutely shook his head. If he could, he would not wish to use the black coffin in its full power state in his life. Now despite the 10-year life cut, which sounded like a loss, the actual benefits were there. When using the black coffin again in the future, as long as you don't chant, Silver won't drain your life either. But of course the side effects are still there, but not fatal. Chapter 47 Snubbing the Misty Hidden Village, 4th Shift. The scene was silent, a dead silence. Everyone looked at the white-haired teenager. Their minds couldn't help but associate it with the huge black coffin in the prime just now. Uncontrollably, he fell back a trifle. Bad. The heart of the army is being crushed by this kid. This asshole kid. The Misty Hidden Village's senior management have cursed at the sight. Just now that black coffin's attack was really feared. So was the oppressive force, causing all of them to develop a sense of trepidation. Everyone go together. Don't cower. This kid is using a forbidden technique. The side effects are extremely great. Look at his hair is all white. It's not hard to see that it's going to consume his young life. Go together and drag him to death. Everyone. Cold eyes stared at the Misty Hidden Village executives who spoke freely, and Silver's dry lips lightly parted. The 90 black coffins of the broken road. Dense black rays of light fell from the sky, instantly penetrating him. Put. Even though the power was not as powerful as the black coffin that was chanted just now, the power was still not bad. It was like chopping vegetables simply and casually. Many small holes appeared in his body, and bright red blood flowed out from the rushes. Anyone else who still wants to give it a try and thinks their body is hard and strong enough to do so, might as well give it a shot. Mighty hoarse loud shout resounded in everyone's ears. The bright side so. Silver's mouth actually secretly twitching. Although there is no chanting of the black coffin does not need to consume life, but he is as if he has been ruthlessly smashed in the fist. The body bones are huge pain unbearable. The spirit is also a moment of trance, and the consumption is also extremely great. Gentlemen, forced to endure all kinds of discomfort in his body, Silver gaze looked around the circle, subjecting everyone to the bottom of his eyes. The corner of his mouth swept up a trace of a cunning smile. Today's misunderstanding all started because of the death of the third Mizukage, but there are other people who really killed the third Mizukage, and I had the honor of seeing them. Silver's words instantly triggered the scene, and everyone was murmuring, their faces hanging in skepticism. The culprit for the murder of the third Mizukage was actually the Cloud Hidden Village. AI Way Novel. AV. The words came out of Silver's mouth. A sentence that shook everyone out of their ears and blurred their minds. You're talking nonsense. The people of the Cloud Hidden Village have no grudge against us. Instead they have great hatred with you, Kiba. This is you deliberately stirring up trouble. Immediate skepticism came from the seething crowd. Is that so? But it's a fact that the Cloud Hidden Villages appeared on this island. And even if it has nothing to do with them, doesn't it seem strange to everyone that someone from the Cloud Hidden Village appeared in Mist Hidden Village territory without any warning? Silver replied with a smile. This kid is despicable. Terumi Mora, who had been observing Silver's movements from the shadows, gritted her teeth and cursed her shamelessness. The secret alliance with the Cloud Hidden Village was something that only a few people in the entire village knew about. Damn. Does that mean this guy did it on purpose? Looking at the cold and bone-piercing corpses on the ground, Terumi Mora's heart was horrified and her eyes were round. These people who were killed were people who knew about the secret alliance between the Misty Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village. All dead would be dead. Once the Cloud Hidden Village people appeared on the island of the Misty Hidden Village, it would be able to be regarded as an invasion because all the people who knew about the covenant would be dead or alive. Uchiha Jin. Is he trying to use the Mist Hidden Village as a gun against the Cloud Hidden Village? Terumi Moa is also not a normal person. Blinking to understand the Silver's sophisticated, whether intentional or unintentional, know the truth behind the people were all killed on the spot by him. This kid must be intentional. The mastermind of the 3 generations of Mizukage secret was killed by him. Feather high, that kid is young. Due to the reason that is a human pillar force and an important combatant also know the truth. But in the end, also by the Uchiha Silver hit screaming, there is no chance to speak. Just now the senior was also killed. Cannot dismantle this kid, nowadays. Although I know that this kid are all nonsense, but there are handle in his hand. Hateful despicable kid. Terumi Hein was spitting blood in her heart with anger and her face was blue, due to Silver's threat. She had long ago told Silver about all the people who knew about the alliance between the Misty Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village this time. Looking at the radiant Silver, Shumikazu had already guessed the following. I'm afraid it was to break all the dirty water to the Cloud Hidden Village. Gentlemen, it is true that I killed your Misty Hidden Village people, but I was forced to do so. It was Hagoromo who started the fight, and that boy even sneaked up on me and poked my eyes out when I wasn't looking. I am a person who always makes a clear distinction between grudges. If the people of the Cloud Hidden Village appear on this island, it means that they are the ones who assassinated the Mizukage, whom I respect the most. After proving Kiba's innocence, I will pay with my life. Silver Sprinkle's expression was full of justice, and his voice fell into everyone's ears. Put. Terumi almost choked to death. A life for a life? Completely nonsense. Borrowing the power of the Mist Hidden Village of cleaning up the Cloud Hidden Village. You're afraid that the kid is far away from home. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Cloud Hidden Village ninjas, first shift. Meanwhile, the other direction. Strange. Where are the people from the Misty Hidden Village? We from the Cloud Hidden Village are here and they don't even have a ghost? Is this the Misty Hidden Village's hospitality? There must be a lesson for them to learn. Disgruntled grumbles came from a ruddy-faced AI who was irritated. His muscular, wheat-colored skin highlighting a robust body full of explosive power. This man was none other than the future 4th Reikage, now the son of the 3rd Reikage. The trailing Cloud Hidden Village ninja laughed bitterly. Successive generations of Reikage had bad tempers. To say the least, all of them were irritable, especially the current AI. Compared to his father, he had the momentum of being more blue than blue. Don't be ridiculous. The Misty Hidden Village is an important ally of the village. On the sailboat, a man similar in appearance to AI came down. Significantly older, very imposing, with a meticulous demeanor. He is AI's father and now the 3rd Reikage, Father Sama. Although it is said that we share common interests with the Misty Hidden Village, the 3rd Mizukage's wolfishness has to be guarded against. AI worried. He had always advocated for the Cloud Hidden Village and Kiba to fight 1v1 one-on-one, even though the casualties would be high. At least he wouldn't have to be wary of his allies. There were no trustworthy villages in this world. Idiot. Cooperation is a double-edged sword that hurts people. I know this naturally. The dull-looking 3rd generation Lei Shadow showed his dissatisfaction and reprimanded. The first thing we have to consider is how to minimize the village's loss. The strength of Kiba and our village are not on par. They are equal. Even if we can really win against Kiba, we ourselves are bound to be crippled. And the other villages will also send out a hard time to exterminate us. So uniting with the Misty Hidden Village is a necessity. I know that the Misty Hidden Village is utilizing us to strengthen themselves, but the Cloud Hidden Village is likewise utilizing the Mist Hidden Village. AI. You must remember clearly that all allies in this world are quasi-enemies. Father Sama is right. AI nodded gently. His gaze lifted lightly, doubts flashed in his tiger eyes, and he said suspiciously, but where have all the people from the Misty Hidden Village gone? It can't be that they want to ambush us. Ambush? So what? Our village's elites are here. There's no need to be afraid. There's no need to be afraid at all. The corner of his mouth lightly grinned. The third generation Reikage was calm and relaxed. At the same time, AI's righteous brother Kairabi, as well as the two-tailed Rinpoche's 2-bit Yukido leaned towards the third generation of Reikage at the same time, and a few of them looked at each other and walked serenely towards the Misty Hidden Village. Within the 5 major countries, the military strength within the Cloud Hidden Village, one of the absolute existence. Is what that kid said true or false? 52 Literature Pexes. Looking ahead at Silver, who was giving an impassioned speech. The few remaining Misty Hidden Village executives looked at each other. This I don't know either, but the Cloud Hidden Village's ambition is known to the world. They have dared to sneak and play dirty before. You all should remember how the second generation Naruto of Konoha died. They have a history of this kind of thing. Another high-ranking member of the Misty Hidden Village whispered, full of skepticism. It would be fine if the Cloud Hidden Village was open and aboveboard, but the point was that this kind of thing had happened before. And look at it, if the village really has people from the Cloud Hidden Village, no matter how, it certainly has nothing to do with them. Namikaze Minato has a good reputation as well, so it shouldn't seem like the kind of person who would lay a black hand on them. Several of the Misty Hidden Village's top brass nodded their heads, and weren't afraid of Silver lying anyway. After all, this was the Misty Hidden Village, and lying would only lead to a worse death. Silver, are you telling the truth? The people from the Cloud Hidden Village really killed the third water shadow? Wave Wind Swayman and Whirlpool Geoshinna approached Silver, the former surprised. Of course not. I made that up, but it's a fact that someone from the Cloud Hidden Village is about to show up in Mist Hidden Village territory. Shrugged Silver, admitting it outright. We'll be eaten alive when that group learns the truth. Whirlpool Geoxinai rolled her eyes in dismay. No, I'd think it's good. With a flashing aura in his eyes, Namikaze Swakato revealed a meaningful smile and praised. We can also take advantage of the pandemonium to escape. The 3 of us are facing too much pressure from a village and we need the help of the Cloud Hidden Village to help break the siege. Silver, well done. Nice. Silver smiled without saying a word, his eyes ghosting over to Terumi and blooming into a gentle smile. Humph, sly devious boy. Terumi stomped her foot, her demonic features blooming with contempt, very disdainful of Silver's tactics, but she also had to admit that it worked. A grasshopper on a rope can only live as long as it moves forward in unison, and this smart and discerning woman should know how to be powerful with her. Silver Cloud Light murmured, thin as a mosquito fly voice only he can hear. The Mist Hidden Village's third generation of the Water Shadow died tragically, for the Shumakoto has a great benefit, means that the Mist Hidden Village's power will be all shuffled, and she can also take advantage of this time to go down the stream of the Tailwind. Chapter 47, He's My Future Father-in-Law, Second Shift. As Silver's goading fell, the people of the Misty Hidden Village also temporarily believed. Anyway, the whole island was closed, and there was no fear of Silver and the others bugging out and escaping, and when the time came to know that they had lied and cheated, they would only die a more painful death. Will this work? Whirlpool Joexayanai pretty face born out of misgivings, eyebrows slightly folded. Not that she doubted Silver, but always feel that Silver said some of the sky. The people of the Misty Hidden Village are not so easy to fool. Relax, we have God's help. Seemingly seeing Whirlpool Geoshinna's doubt, Silver mysteriously laughed. His so-called heavenly master was Shimikazu. I found the Cloud Hidden Village. They're right there, east of the harbor. And, a clear, delicate cry attracted everyone's attention, and the ninjas of the Misty Hidden Village froze at the sound of it, running towards the harbor in unison. This woman is ambitious. Seeing this, Silver's furrowed brow stretched, and the person who spoke up was none other than Shimikazu. The 2 villages' duel is also beneficial to people like Shumimai. Fighting means that people will die. The geniuses of the Misty Hidden Village will gradually wither away, and the remaining genius blood will be more and more precious. It is necessary to be valued, especially Shumimai, this kind of person who has 2 kinds of blood succession limit. When the time comes, it is even more meat and potatoes. On top of that, the family she is in can also gain a lot of benefits. Really, to help harm the people of your own village. Complicatedly looking at the fading crowd, Terumi Mora's bitter smile was full of helplessness. She had a handle in Silver's hands, and if it was made public, not only her, but even her parents' family with her, would be severely punished, and the entire family would be torn apart. There's no need to be sad. It's good to be alive. like a ghost walking motionlessly to the side of Terumi Meiji. Silver rapped. The hometown where I used to live has a saying that those who know the time are wise. People have to look at the situation. There's actually nothing wrong with being a wallflower. Terumi's demeanor stiffened and she said unkindly, "Are you being sarcastic?" "No. No. No." Silverhead shook like a rattledrum and said seriously, "I am appreciating you. Being able to work with me shows that you are smart enough to see the times. So you're flattering yourself." Terumi bristled in disdain, rather disgusted with Silver's self-absorption. "Think what you will. In short, we have a common enemy next, the cloud-hidden village." Glancing lightly at Terumi, Silver looked like a light wind and drifted away, leaving Terumi with a back shadow. The book of the net. Shush. It looks like there's only one way to go. Impotently forgetting a glance at Silver, Shumikado had mixed feelings, her delicate face of alabaster losing its luster. Unless she could kill someone, she would forever be at the mercy of Silver. After all, she was the one who had tricked the third Mizukage out. Half an hour later, the distant sky rose up to fish belly white, already gradually approaching the break of dawn. A night without sleep. The misty hidden village ninjas did not feel fatigue, have angrily looked at these uninvited strangers. Faces are overflowing with fleshly indignation. Something doesn't seem right, Kairabi asked in a somewhat guarded tone as he approached AI's side. They were already surrounded by the misty hidden village, a particularly spectacular brick wall piled entirely of ninjas, being stared at by a pack of hungry wolves. Even with Kairabi's big personality, he was uncomfortable. "It's more than wrong. It's like we become a thorn in someone's side." AI, who had noticed something strange, grimly said, approaching the third Reikage in a deep voice, "Father Sama, hurry up and explain to this group that we are secretly allied." "That's what I was going to say." The third generation Reikage was full of tangles, depressed. "Unfortunately, there are only a few people who know about the secret alliance. The third generation Mizukage and the others don't seem to be around. When I say it, others think it's just a bunch of nonsense." "And did you feel it? That crazy look in the eyes of this group of people. They clearly see us as enemies. It's not just that they are not in the right place. They are literally treating us like starving wolves. How dare you kill the one I respect the most, the third Mizukage-sama." Half a second later, a mournful cry resounded through the heavens and earth. A silhouette swept out from within the sea of people, and looking up, it was none other than Silver, who looked sad and full of resentment. "Mizukage-sama, he's my future father-in-law. Asshole, where did you come from? Don't think that just because you're a brat I won't dare to beat you up." AI loudly refuted. His voice shook everyone's head. His tone was like rolling thunder sound spreading to every corner of heaven and earth. "This kind of pitiful crime is going to fall on the cloud-hidden village. How can it be? The consequences would definitely be no less than a natural disaster." Not seeing the coffin, the hidden arc of Silver's mouth increased, sneering and looking very cunning, and his next sentence infuriated the already ill-tempered Thunder Shadow father and son. Chapter 48, A Stormy Situation, Third Shift. All know the cloud-hidden village and the fog-hidden village alliance of people all by all means to weed out. Even if there are thousands of bitter water in the heart, they cannot pour out. Hold in the stomach extraordinarily difficult. Then what is the purpose of bringing so many of you to the mist-hidden village? Terumi asked with a small, cold face, a sentence that rendered the misty hidden village ninja speechless. We're, cloud-hidden village and others were dumbfounded, opening their eyes to look for signs of the third-generation Mizukage. Half a day two ghosts were not there. Not only was there no third-generation Mizukage, but the other senior members of the mist-hidden village who knew about the alliance were also absent. Can it be that the third Mizukage is really dead and those top brass were killed? The third Reikage's eyes danced with an incredible light. While a dormant ambition thumped awake, this was the worst-case scenario and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This old man wants to go straight for it? Sight has been staring at the robust old man, witnessed the depths of his eyes' fleeting blaze. Silver brain flashed through the bad. Eyes glanced at the 8 human pillars Kairabi and the 2-tailed human pillars. Silver inner followed by the greed of the smoke disappeared. Tailed beast bones are certainly precious, but the current exaggerated occasion also needs to have the life to get it. Silver, Joshinna, be careful later. The third Reikage might just rip his face off. Wavewind Sailor Moon delivered a meaningful look to Silver and Whirlpool Joshinna. A silent message to bolt as soon as possible when they saw the situation. It really should have slipped through the cracks. Silver does not say, just nodded silently. Take advantage of the fire. This kind of thing in village, not a lot of work. Stay may not be buried with them. 3 parties on the 3 of them alone. The 8 Rinpoches were far from being a match for the 6-tailed Rinpoches. And Kairabi, a freak of nature, was thoroughly in control of tailed beast transformation with great skill. Are you sure all of them are dead? Rough old face hung with gloom. The third Reikage suppressed the fire in his lungs and said in a deep voice, the third Mizukage was killed? As well as those few mist-hidden village executives are also dead? Including that 6-tailed human pillar power was also crippled? Yes, Reikage-sama. The culprit is that Kiba brat. Seems to be called Uchiha Jin. The six-tailed human pillar was crippled by that one-eyed brat. The power of the forbidden jutsu he used just now was very astonishing. It was at least an S-ranked ninjutsu. And a high-ranking official who knew about the alliance between the village and the Misty Hidden Village was exterminated by him on the spot. The third-generation Reikage's gaze was like a torch as he surveyed the person in front of him, dressed as a Misty Hidden Village, but a person from their Cloud-Hidden Village, an undercover agent sent in many years ago. This is bad. Mist Hidden Village ninjas eat people's eyes. 3 generations of Lay Shadow see in the eyes, headache in the heart, know the truth of all the people killed in action. Cloud-Hidden Village 100 mouths cannot explain clearly, for no reason for the 3 generations of the Water Shadow's death to pay for the bill. Gentlemen, truth be told, the Cloud-Hidden Village has come in secret to make an alliance with the Mist Hidden Village to share a great cause. And we, an alliance? You need to sneak around to make an alliance? Does Lord Lay Shadow treat all of us as if we were 3 years old? All of the Cloud-Hidden Village's top powerhouses came uninvited. Even if it's a secret alliance, there's no need to bring so many people. Silver spoke eloquently on the matter, just from the perspective of a bystander, while his gaze swept the likes of Kairabi and AI, as well as the large number of elites behind them, and said in a conspiratorial manner, with so many high-end combatants, it's more than enough to destroy a village. Worry-free. 51 issue. You. Gazing dead at Silver's smiling face, AI felt extraordinarily piercing, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a thorn in his side. They brought so many people naturally want to start a war, but the target is not the Misty Hidden Village, but directly with the Misty Hidden Village to join forces. From the surface of the water by boat sneak attack Kiba. Don't get angry. As an alpha, a calm mind is more important. The third generation of Reikage waved his hand, although he was on fire, but also tried to suppress. For no reason Hai had gouged down in favor of the powerless to refute. No one cannot get over it. You Kiba don't want to spit on people. In my opinion the person who killed the third generation Mizukage was someone from your Kiba. In the previous 2 Shinobi World War, you and the rest of the 4 major countries have grudges and entanglements. And now see that the momentum is not good to sneak attack the third generation of Mizukage in line with common sense. The third Reikage argues his case and turns the dirty water back on Kiba. Lord Lay Shadow doesn't need to sow discord. Lord Mizukage has promised to betroth Terumi to Jin. The 2 villages have already made an alliance. How could we, Kiba, harm Lord Mizukage? Wavewind Sailor Moon shot back with a barbed laugh and quick thinking. Good. I'm willing to sacrifice my color to marry her. Silver nodded furiously like a chicken pecking at rice. Shomei hears the words and her pretty face is shocked and angry. Silver uses her name without authorization for the moment. But what is the situation with his expression of being at a disadvantage? As if he has been insulted in a big way? Since our village is allied with Kiba, there's no need for the Wave Wind Watergate to kill Lord Mizukage. I heard that they're going to be allied with Kiba this time to deal with the Sandy Hidden Village. There's even less need for them to sneak up on Lord Mizukage. Lord Mizukage's death should have nothing to do with Kiba. There's no reason for them to sneak up on him. And the Wave Wind Watergate won't be idiotic enough to set up a formidable foe for Kiba with a fighting strength not even remotely inferior to that of the Sandy Hidden unless they want to perish their nation, destroy the village. That's right. The fall of Lord Mizukage is of the greatest benefit to the Cloud Hidden Village. And once the Mist Hidden Village fights with Kiba, they are the only one of the 5 major ninja villages that will stay out of the fight and sit back and watch the tigers fight. And I'd say that the murderer will be them in 9 out of 10 cases. The ninjas of the Misty Hidden Village exchanged harsh words and comments that nearly made the Reikage father and son vomit blood in anger. Since the explanation is not clear, the only way to prove our innocence is with strength. The third generation Lay Shadow noticed the hateful eyes of the Misty Hidden Village ninja. His body was gathering majestic chakra, and the surface of his skin was overflowing with azure light. It's about to start. Silver breathed a sigh of relief as if he were relieved, his pace slowing back, intent on buggering off. Kid, I told you earlier, don't think I wouldn't dare fight just because you're a kid. Behind him, suddenly rough and hoarse, a great body obscured the dawn's light. Chapter 49, Perverted Physique, 4th Shift. AI gazed down morosely at Silver in front of him, witnessing his sudden unconsciousness, and a flash of contemptuous murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Kids need to go home and eat and drink their milk. Adult life and death battles are not kids' games. With a light grunt, the fist covered in lightning light blasted out. Bang! There was an explosion of white mist, and Silver turned into a piece of wood. Surprisingly, it's an instantaneous body technique. Could it be that this kid guessed that I would sneak attack him before? AI was quite surprised to see this, his boring old face spluttering with interest, his brow furrowing slightly as he noticed several strands of cold light locking onto him behind him, and calmly turned around. Click, click, click. Stomping on the ground, the top of his foot exploded and shattered into particles as AI burst out. Rado Chakra Mode. Covered in deep blue light, AI's body actually climbed significantly, and his gaze was even more awe-inspiring, even as the muscles on his body swelled by 3 points. Whoosh! The moment the sharp flashing bitter nozzle wanted to pierce through AI, he displayed unparalleled perverse speed, withdrawing at a speed no less than that of light, and even Silver, who had his 3-hook Jade Shuriken open, didn't see the exact trajectory of his movement clearly. Listen up, Cloud Hidden Village Ninja. The Brazen Mist Hidden Village falsely accused us of killing their 3rd-generation Mizukage. Now show our strength to prove our innocence. And by the way, snatch that crippled 6-tailed Rinpoche for me. The 3rd-generation Lay Shadow raised his arms and shouted, his tone filled with endless magic power. All the people of the Cloud Hidden Village were like chicken blood. All of them turned into tigers and wolves and piled into the pile of people. By the way, you're from the Uchiha clan. And even though there's only one eye left, if you're going to be willing to join us, I'm sorry, I don't think I'll get anything out of joining your village. Even if I destroy my own Sharingan, I won't give him to you. Pointing to his left eye, Silver spoke in a light tone. Although it was soft and sounded feeble, the resilient look in his eyes was something that could not be underestimated. Guarding the lineage of the Sharingan I was only for the sake of his parents who had passed down the Sharingan I lineage to him in the first place. With you? Can you guard it if you want to? Whoosh! AI smiled contemptuously, his body swept up in a thunderous light, as fast as the lightning could go. Shoo! Crossing the heavy space in a single thought, when he flashed his body again, he appeared in front of Silver, as well as the elbow strike that was enough to smash a small mountain. Heavy flow storm. Click, click, click. The spot where Silver stood shuddered viciously, like confetti being easily crumpled, splattering a great deal of smoke and dust. Too much force. I guess the kid was blasted. Search and read ebook. Sodux. The voice that reached his mouth came to an abrupt end, and in Dust's eyes, just then, there was a sudden splash of bright light. Rado Chidori Sharpshooter. Straight rays of light stabbed at him, so fast that it was hard to catch, and in an instant it was about to engulf AI, who hastily stepped back and sidestepped the sharp edge, but he was still a beat too slow. Put. Despite dodging away from where the silver light attacked his heart at the first opportunity, his right arm was still scratched, leaving a crack visible to the naked eye. It actually cut through my skin? I can't believe I didn't chop off his arm? 2 murmurs of surprise rang out at the same time, and both Silver and AI were very surprised. Rado Chakra Mode belongs to the ninjutsu of a kind. Whether it is attack, speed, strength, defense, have been greatly improved, so under such a state, AI's chances of getting hurt are very rare, even if there are occasional injuries, but also negligible scratches. Silver also frowned straight. The surface of AI's skin, just an extra bloody hole about the size of a thumb. It didn't affect his fighting strength. For his perverted physique, the wound was not worth mentioning. Whoosh! Raging winds and waves swept in. A thick black elbow strike came, and even due to the reason that the power was too strong, the powerful explosive force even gave Silver the illusion that such a huge volume of moving mountains were crashing into him. Whoosh! Seeing the situation, Silver hurriedly buggered off and drifted away as a clear wind. Trying to run? Sarcasm rang out as AI came around from the other direction, his lightning-covered iron fist penetrating with breathtaking power. 2 assholes who work so well together. Silver cursed in his mind and decisively went back the way he came, preferring to face another person than AI. Bang! Dull air came from the violent explosion. Strong airwaves exploded and opened. Silver was forced back nearly 20 meters by the strong force, his fist red and swollen. His arm also trembled. Shocking power does not have to AI difference in the slightest. The 8-tailed human pillar power Kairabi? Seeing the face of the visitor, Silver's handsome face is filled with grim caution, or he may really die this time. 3,000 flowers plus more 3,000 rewards plus more 1,000 review votes plus more. Chapter 50, Woe to the East, the 5th more. 6,000 flowers plus. Silver watched the two with full attention, holding 100% scorn for the brothers. One could get a headache, and the chances of surviving dropped to a negative number if the two came together. If you deal with one of them, you can barely maneuver for a moment even if you're not defeated. But if both of them come together, Silver shrank at the thought, fearing that he would be torn apart by the 2 brothers as if they were ants. It has to be just one of them. The line of sight fell on AI, and the corners of Silver's mouth swept up in a hidden cunning smile as he said contemptuously, "You're fast, but compared to one person, you're nothing more than a piece of trash." Absolute speed was exactly where AI was most proud of. Now being called trash by Silver, how could his proud heart withstand it? Even if the other party was a child of only 12 years old, he was moving for real at the moment. His body was filled with violent killing intent, and veins floated at his forehead. "Kid, who is he? You'd better name a character that can quench my anger. Otherwise, when I start my fire, I myself wouldn't dare to imagine how terrible the consequences would be. M warned viciously, demonstratively raising his massive fist, an iron fist comparable to a bucket of water unnaturally choking his throat with awe. That's him, pointing to the man in the distance whose golden light flickered and flashed with incredible speed. That's our golden flash of Kiba, Namikaze Minato. Hearing this, the future fourth generation of Reikage bowed his head and fell silent. His body's violent murderous intent also rested. Wave wins someone's name he naturally heard of. The reputation of Golden Flash is heard throughout the world, and Speed is even more popular, and even deified by some fanatical fans. Well, there's nothing to be said for that. You're nothing more than that if you don't get up with him. Skimming his lips, Silver said with adoring fervor, for Namikaze Swayman. Oh no, for Boss Swayman, I harbor awe, for a little person like you. Speaking here, Silver face swept up a disdainful smile. Contemptuous, you are only a small role. Mizamon boss and I always 1v1 sparring. Only you this kind of rookie will only 2-fight 1. So that is to say, whether you are the strength or speed, or the temperament, then the Mizamon boss is inferior to 100,000 80,000 miles. Penjingui book bar. Schwoba. The words made M's old face red with anger and his fists clenched with a cackle. Then, this guy is all yours. That guy Namikaze Minato is all mine. I'm going to tell him that the fastest people are our cloud-hidden village ninjas. Blaring viciously at Silver, AI stormed off in the direction of Namikaze Sailor Moon in annoyance. He also knew that this was probably Silver's way of provoking him. But so what? Kairabi was a serious 8-tailed human pillar power, and AI didn't think that a 12-year-old brat could defeat Kairabi. That muscular idiot. Looking at the departing AI, Silver laughed darkly while his eyes locked on Kairabi with a fiery gaze. As long as he chopped off his hand bone, he could redeem 100 points voucher. Previously, he had already obtained 100 points. And then he had obtained the hand bone of the 6-tailed human pillar force Hagoromo, and if he had obtained the bone of Kairabi, it would be the same as 300 points clutched in Silver's hand. Thinking about it, his heart was all agitated. Exchanging extreme fertilizer only required 1,000 points of vouchers, and he was a little bit closer to the time when Akane's bones would bloom. Idiot, how dare you fantasize about defeating Kairabi-sama? Not awake? Idiot. Witnessing the burning battle intent under Silver's eyes, Kairabi acted chesty, dancing an unidentified burlesque dance path, dancing with borderline hand gestures and that clown-like movement. He is a comedy staffer who is clearly out to be funny on purpose. Oh, not only do I fantasize about defeating you, but also, a cold smile surged out of the gentle smile, freezing the moisture in the air and freezing it into ice slag visible to the naked eye. Silver's eyes suddenly shot out monstrous hostility. Silver turned into a cannonball and flew out, ferociously saying, I still want your life. 3,000 flowers plus more, 3,000 rewards plus more, previous evaluation votes plus more. Chapter 51 versus Kairabi, first shift. Kairabi's thick black eyebrows couldn't help but raise at the sight, and witnessing the incoming Silver. Though puzzled, he rushed forward without fear. The fists of the two men inevitably slammed together. Bang bang bang. A huge ringing sound spread with a bang. The air trembled fiercely, and the residual power of the two men turned into waves of destructive air, and they retreated a few steps backward in unison. This guy's force has gotten stronger. Is he using some kind of secret technique? Kairabi furrowed his thick black eyebrows, more than a little surprised, and subconsciously raised his eyes to shoot at Silver. There's nothing out of place. Frowning, noticing that Silver was as flat as usual, the 8-tailed human pillar power Kairabi was rather puzzled that there wasn't the slightest appearance of using a secret technique. Does it mean that this guy? And ridiculous thoughts flashed through his mind. And Kairabi said incredulously, this kid deliberately hid his power? What's his purpose? It shouldn't be on purpose. Otherwise Big Brother would have already. No, he did it on purpose. Kairabi, displaying an amazing judgment that did not fit the tailed beast human pillar power, guessed, due to this kid's deliberate lowering of his force, I'm afraid that Big Brother tested his strength in one go, so he's not interested in this kid anymore. Geez, that's amazing. You're strong for a Rinpoche, and even if you're powerful, your head should be at least a little slow, otherwise it's too unfair, Silver said helplessly, half jokingly, half seriously. I know. After staring at Silver's face for half a second, Kairabi woke up from a big dream and said indistinctly, you deliberately lowered your strength. That is, you lowered yourself to the position of a weakling. Big Brother is only interested in the strong, and he has no interest in killing a weakling like you. Therefore you intentionally used the method of provocation, using Wave Wind Sailor Moon to attract his sight. Such a tactic is really bad. However, you think you can beat me by deliberately separating Big Brother and I? Naive. Kairabi sneered, full of disdain. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I didn't think about beating you, but I wanted to kill you. Spitting out cold air from his mouth, Silver indifferently said. The chakra in his body collapsed and a hand seal was completed in the blink of an eye. Fire transportation howling fire extinction. Pen Literature 2020. DST-9. A boundless sea of fire erupted. Flames reaching more than 20 meters in diameter engulfed the sky and devoured the earth, and the ground passed along the way was scorched black. Che, trying to beat you Kairabi-sama with this embroidered pillow? Don't dream of it. Kairabi bristled in disdain as his body climbed with fiery red chakra fluctuations. The tailed beast trappings of his 6 tails clearly visible as he rushed over, directly ignoring the sea of fire. Damn, tailed beast human pillars are really blessed. Silver frowned as a large amount of chakra piled up on the surface of Kairabi's skin, all of it defending the flames down, leaving him unharmed. Let's show you the power of this great master. Kairabi let out a hideous laugh. His muscle-filled elbow strikes razor-sharp. Thunder plow hot knife. Behind the words, Kairabi's power skyrocketed, and he was about to crush Silver. And it was also precisely at this moment that a strange change occurred. The 6 huge bands of light came from all directions, binding road of 61 6 staffs of light prison. It was as if the light had grown a tail and had been stalking Kairabi, subduing him in an instant. What is this thing? A junction? It's rare, and it's even rarer to see a knot that doesn't require a seal. Kairabi envied after being stunned. The jutsu that didn't need to form a seal had a huge advantage, as at the moment, Shangxia had the time to form a seal. Click, click, click. At the same time, thousands of birds resonated, their piercing roar making Kairabi feel slightly threatened. Lifting his head 6, a huge behemoth of thunder and lightning met him. Chapter 52, The Tentacles of the 8 Tails, First Shift. This monster's specific appearance is difficult to recognize. Long and vicious, completely made up of high-density chakra. Scarlet eyes that people dare not look directly at. To look at a glance, there is a kind of like on in the back of the feeling of trembling. What kind of monster is this? Kairabi's dangling, rough face lifted up a flash of caution as he looked at the imposing, hideous visage, and out of caution, Kairabi took a few steps backward one after another. The tailed beast exosuit was certainly powerful, but it wasn't invincible. Want to run? Seeing this, Silver's face swept over with cunning sarcasm. This move was stolen from Kakashi, but he himself had greatly improved it, and had already reached the realm of blue as better than blue. Thunderclap Thunder Tiger Pass. The silver chakra monster took on a new look, opening his gleaming fangs and his strong, powerful limbs to grab at Kairabi. How could this lord be solved by such flowery punches? Kairabi smoothly drew out the large sword that was submerged within his body, and the whitish blade swept up in an azure light. Rado Ultrasonic Shock Rado Blade. Under the covering of lightning, the sharpness of the weapon held by the Kairabi was significantly greater. The pupils of his eyes were pained by the sight of it, making people not dare to look at it. Whoosh! At the same time, Kairabi's power of tailed beasts all over his body went to the next level, with one more tail of tailed beasts to the level of 5. It's true that all of the ninjas are blessed with natural resources. Seeing this scene, Silver lamented, quite envious. The 8 tails, even if not as good as the 9 tails, is one of the absolute existence. Kairabi endless squandering chakra does not matter. Disappear. The taijutsu Kairabi was holding came down with a sharp edge, and the oncoming thunder wolf exploded. Click, click, click. The power to reach the S-level jutsu, like confetti, was easily torn. Kairabi that can be called perverted speed, enough to shock anyone's eyeballs. Just a second. Kairabi unexpectedly cut dozens of slashes. The thunder wolf dismantled in 8 pieces. Strange. It shouldn't be so fragile. Eyebrows slightly raised. Kairabi was not happy but rather jealous, his eyes subconsciously looking towards Silver. That flash of a cunning smile, although hidden, Kairabi still saw it clearly. Bad. Might have fallen for it. A flash of foreboding suddenly bubbled up in his heart, judging from the fact that he had deliberately suppressed his strength just now. Silver's strength and mind were by no means as simple as they appeared. To be able to kill a high-ranking member of the Misty Hidden Village in a single move. This is an unusual person? Buzz off. The ground was chopped up reggae. Surprisingly rose a blinding luster. Very hot. Penetrating extremely dangerous fluctuations. Kairabi saw the situation is not good, even quickly skipped. Want to run? It's too late. Bao Lai. Beishai. Silver snorted as the ground shone brightly to the extreme, followed by a series of explosions that followed. Boom boom boom. The white shards he tore apart all turned into a devastating explosion of machinery. Flames soaring into the air, blackening the ground, and a deafening roar that left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on here? AI craned his head to look at Kairabi, who was engulfed in the explosion, his tiger eyes flashing with worry as he glared dead at Silver's smiling face in the face of the shock, and was about to rush to his support when the golden light blocked his retreat. Get out of my way. Wave Wind Sailor Moon. AI eyes with murderous intent. To the eyes gazing at the handsome young man, he was quite scornful. The name of the Golden Flash is well deserved. I'm sorry, I won't let you pass. Namikaze Swakato's face was full of determination, his firm tone full of remorselessness. You idiot, that's the kid who drew me to you. Seeing that Namikaze Sailor Moon was as stubborn as a rock, AI's heart twitched and cursed the fool. It was Silver who had lulled him into dealing with Namikaze Sailor Moon. Think that's the end of it? Violent explosions resounded non-stop, and Silver did not stop, continuing to make seals. Thunder cut. Completely ignoring the explosions around him, he swept to Kairabi's side like a gust of wind, and took advantage of his carelessness to stab his head with a sharp blade. Ka-ching! Sharp lightning chopped off his head, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his neck like a fountain. Got it! Silver rejoiced at the sight and was about to chop off the bones of his hand when the body bizarrely turned into a tail bubbling with tailed beast chakra. I can't believe I used my tail instead. Frowning, Silver's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. He had always practiced the policy of eliminating the root and branch, especially a strong enemy like Kairabi. Although upset and unwilling, he still put away the tentacles of the 8 tails. This item can also be used as a hand bone to exchange for 100-point scrolls. You want to kill my lord with just you? There's still 2 years to go. No, 20 years to go. Kairabi, who had appeared in the distance, continued to scratch his head and do his weird moves. It doesn't matter whether I kill you or not practically, because I got what I wanted to get. Laughing off Kairabi's sarcasm, Silver put away his 8-tailed tentacles without a trace, his face showing joy and excitement. Gaining 100-point scrolls so easily was not a loss to him by any stretch of the imagination. Chapter 53, District Human Pillar Power, Second Shift. Silver was indifferent to Kairabi's taunts, going in one ear and out the other. There was no harm in letting the kid take advantage of the verbalization, as what he wanted was already in his hands anyway. It's your turn next. The line of sight moved, fell to the tender young girl's head. Silver mouth gently murmured, eyes burning coveting undisguised. The young girl's skin is white and beautiful. Her features are delicate like jade, a golden waterfall of long hair pouring down. But her temperament is surprisingly arrogant, although her age is young. But that is like a queen, like an unbeatable gaze that makes all people ashamed of themselves. It was as perfect as if the heavens had purposely crafted it and made it to strike people on purpose. Her name is Tutu Yakido, and she is also a Rinpoche with a very haughty personality, so I would advise you not to mess with her. Kairabi's eyes turned to see Qing Yin's gaze lost in thought fixed on the Tu Yakido. Out of sympathy, he persuaded, she is young, but her achievements are enviable, and now she has full control of the tailed beasts, so that is why I advise you not to. Whoosh! Completely ignoring Kairabi's flirting, Silver turned into a silver flash pouncing on the Tu Yakido. Indifferent face without emotion. At this moment Silver completely put life and death at risk, through the endless spontaneity. Since the chance to cross into this world, we must live with a bang. The time to do absolutely can't wimp out, absolutely can't cower. This guy, is he crazy? Surprised a few seconds after the recovery of the Kairabi shocked, subconsciously wiped his eyes, thought his old eyesight is dreaming, provoked him a 8-tailed human pillar force, and now do not know how to die to provoke another human pillar force. This kid simply do not know how to write the word death. Humph. You want to run away even after angering you, Master Kairabi? Leave your left eye as the price. Kairabi chakra surged, tailed beast coat's color became more demonic, transformed into a gust of wind blocked in front of Silver. This kid dared to ignore his presence in a dignified manner. It was too hateful and arrogant, completely not putting him in his eyes. If you want to go messing around with attacking people, get over my dead body first. A mere human pillar trying to get in my way? It's not self-conscious. My journey in this life can't be ended by a. The clear cold disdain directly interrupted Kairabi, making his old face twitch straight. His nose was almost askew. As a human pillar force, what people are respectful to Kairabi, harboring fear, now for the first time to be called. His whole person exploded. However, Silver didn't give him a chance to lash out and storm off, and the sonorous attack went straight across Kairabi's body, tearing the sky apart, breaking the Tao of the 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. A huge vibration resounded through the clouds, and the golden beams of light were particularly conspicuous, especially the teenager who was walking in imperial light, instantly becoming the center of everyone's attention. Shanfeng, Zinfeng Wengshu. Amazing, to be able to step on light. What kind of art is this? Inside the ear, the energy fluctuation that shredded the eardrums was unceasing, and the aftermath of the sound was not dispersed for a long time, and Maelstrom Joxanai was inevitably attracted, and the scene that came into her eyes caused her invincible attack to stagnate, and she only saw Silver stepping on the immense and incomparable beam of light, descending from the sky and smashing towards the two Yukimas. carrying the power of destroying the heaven and destroying the earth. The young man stepped on the light and walked, cold gaze from all the body one by one swept through. No emotional color, plain and strange, only to see that closer and closer to the blonde girl. The bottom of the eyes only swept through some fluctuations. What an arrogant brat! Muttering under her breath, Terumi looked around the room, only to see everyone's eyes focused on the white-haired teenager, all with dumbfounded expressions. Yukito, be careful. This guy is targeting you. Earth-shattering roar came. The moment the two Yukis turned their heads, bright destructive light shot into the eye sockets, stinging incomparably, as if they were going to be blinded. The two Yukis hastily took coupled arms to block the pupils, through the weak gap between the 5 fingers to examine the young man who looked so light-hearted. Angry. Damn you, Cyclops! What's the point of being goddamned? I'm going to knock you down. The two Yukitos' bodies were flooded with highly dense chakra, and their fiery red-tailed beast trappings were instantly visible. The young girl with a brash demeanor looked up to the sky and witnessed the light of defiance treading beneath Silver's feet, a flash of color in her eyes. This kind of jutsu, the power belongs to at least an A-rank jutsu. Noticing the power of the light underneath Silver's feet, the two Yukitos' noses wrinkled slightly, and a cautious intent flowed through her eyes as a ball of energy condensed entirely from negative emotions gradually took shape in the air above her head. Although the two Yukis knew the power of the light under Silver's feet, their mouths were unconvinced and refuted. The light of a glowing fire is instantly extinguished, and it will immediately blast you to the point that there is not even a crumb left. Glow in the dark? At the word, Silver eyebrows raised lightly, looking left and right. Half a day did not figure out what the two by the woodman said. Realized that the foot of the afterglow this is to release. Glowing light indeed. Glancing back at the large chunk of Kairabi who was in pursuit, and savoring the fragility of the light under his feet, Silver apologized with an apologetic face. This is just a token to avoid that big guy, and it really isn't up to much, so I'm sorry to make you laugh. Now let's make it true slightly. Citing the two Yukis, Silver's eyes spluttered with a light murderous intent at the corners of his eyes. The 90 Black Coffins of the Broken Road. Chapter 54, The Great Battle of the Human Pillars, Third Shift. Spiritual pressure boiled within his body. Wave after wave of vast power fluctuations swept out, and Silver's entire person was suffused with a destructive halo, and his cold eyes made people not dare to look at him. This guy's vision is horrible. The corners of the two Yukitos' mouth quirked, and the words that came to her lips were retracted. Silver's falcon-like eyes that did not possess the slightest bit of emotion, leading her to feel a kind of discomfort from the depths of her soul. The 90 Black Coffins of the Broken Road. The demonic curved moonlight glow came from all directions without warning. The 2-bit Yukito just concentrated on selling her huge-tailed beast jade. Put, put, put. Shining black light penetrated the pitch-black sphere, cutting several large cracks, the size of a thumb. Dry and simple casual looked like cutting pieces of that effortless. How is this possible? The 2-bit Yukito was stunned. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at the giant sphere in pieces above her head, her entire mind frozen, replaced by endless dismay. Even the golden light that was whistling and smashing into her oblivion. After using the tailed beast jade for many years, it was the first time that it had been broken so easily. Whoosh! The destructive beam had no intention of stopping, turning into a deadly impact that invaded. What are you gawking at? Go away! Yukito! The cloud-hidden village ninjas witnessed the two Yukis absent-mindedly and reminded them with a worried look on their faces. Boom boom boom! The earth trembled with a loud bang. A large mushroom cloud of flames rose. The temperature instantly increased 100 times higher. The moisture that lingered in the air was evaporated in the blink of an eye, and the solid ground was torn apart by the strong force, revealing shockingly deep craters. Not bad for a cat. Quick reflexes. Sweeping a contemptuous glance at the uninhabited pit, Silver's line of sight turned left and landed on the two panting Yukis at the backside. Just now, in a flash of lightning, she dodged the fatal shelling, avoiding the range of the thunder roar cannon with an action that was no less than the speed of light. And Silver was also impressed by her athletic movements. Even so, however, the two Yukito were badly hurt, her golden hair covered in dirt, her proud eyes clouded as if covered in dust, and her ninja costume burned, as if she were a defeated warrior. Boom boom boom. Just at this time, behind the Silver, suddenly swept the unusual vibration, twisted his head to see. A fire-red residual shadow instantly pounced in front of, rough full of muscle elbow smash, beanbox, doo-doo, thunder plow hot knife. There was no end to the powerful onslaught brought about by Kairabi, and Silver, who had been hit squarely in the face, blinked and pinned out of sight. As soon as the kid is a kid, he's sent flying with a mandatory knockout. Click, click, click. 100 meters away from the open area, Silver lying in a deep pit, face piled up with dust, tattered clothes, looks like a scavenger who has not bathed for many years. But that gaze, but people dare not underestimate. Apparently he is not in serious trouble. Had ha. Looks like the plan worked. With his eyes lightly raised and looking extremely far away, he was already out of the center of the battle between the misty hidden village and the cloud hidden village. Now was undoubtedly the most perfectly suitable opportunity to escape. Whoosh! There are also two uninvited guests who came uninvited. The residual shadow attacked from different directions, before and after sealing Silver's retreat, such as the eyes of hungry wolves extraordinarily ferocious. Surprisingly, you can be intact? Only minor bruises. Geez, I'm dreaming, right? To be hit by that monster Karabi in a state of five-tailed beast trappings and still be unharmed? Is the gods kidding? The sharp-eyed Tuyakido exclaimed, trembling tone full of shock. Silver just arm skin abrasion. Ordinary trauma only. Will not have any discomfort? The fighting force still exists. Karabi power of the powerful two by the wood people know. Not to mention the Silver is now only 12 years old. Even if a village of shadow was hit by him may not be alive. How could she not be shocked when a 12-year-old was hit without even a scratch? What's going on? The touch just now was definitely not right. Hard and hard. Where is the structure of a human body? To like some kind of extremely strong armor? Strange. What exactly happened just now? What did this kid do? Kairabi, full of confusion, touched his reddened shoulder. The pain and soreness then spread to all parts of his body, and his face was extraordinarily grave. It's just a little carving, just stealing your technique, Silver frankly explained. Is this move of but copied Kairabi's? Will their own skin covered with high-density chakra? Turned into impenetrable armor. Side effects are also very obvious. This way to consume chakra is also extremely fast. The only people pillar force this kind of chakra large can play with it. Nosy guy. Not good to scrutinize the 8 human pillar force Kairabi. Silver eyes of the scruples swept away. Cannot give up the child, cannot set the wolf. Do not pay a little price to want to collect the bones of the two by the wood people is tantamount to a nightmare. Chapter 55 Reito Spiral Shuriken. A penny for a penny. A penny for a penny. This is the unchanging iron truth. Can only go out once. Silver was also quite helpless, and he could never wimp out when it was time to fight for his life. This was a guideline he had always believed in. This time you will die for sure. Karabi and the two Yakido grunted in unison. At the same time, both of them were feeling a burst of nesting fire in their hearts. Proper-tailed beast human pillars. Never thought that someday they would have to use their full strength to deal with a fart-sized child. The fire in his heart rubbed off. Whoosh! With his right arm lightly raised, the circular ball of high-density chakra energy rotated at a high frequency, flinging out biting wind waves that were as sharp as knives, leaving deep knife-scraping marks on the ground they passed through. Is this wave wind Sutman's spiral pill? The large ball of energy was like a black hole. Kairabi and the two Yukis were dumbfounded and looked at Silver in surprise. This technique was a masterpiece of wave wind Watergate. But what's the point of that? This jutsu won't do anything to us as human pillars. The two Yukis skimmed their mouths condescendingly, their faces showing disdain. Idiot, be more careful. Kairabi raised his tone in warning, not to mention his gruff appearance, but in actuality he was very delicate and serious, and he wouldn't let go of any clues and any kind of loopholes. Together, Kairabi and the two Yukis looked at each other and swooped in as two straight beams of light of different colors. How dare you look down on me even now? It's normal for you to be able to lose. If you were able to show your tailed beast transformation stance from the start, maybe I would have been killed in seconds by that devastating absolute power. Silver shook his head darkly and smiled without saying anything, deeply disdainful of Kairabi and the two Yakido. The two of them might not be able to put up a fight, dealing with a teenager who had to use tailed beast transformation. Where was their face? But that's fine. Darkly smiling for a lifetime, the corners of Silver's mouth pulled out a cunning arc. His arm shook. Special chakra attributes were injected into the spiral pill. The originally transparent spiral pill was sublimated and underwent a qualitative transformation. Snap! Crackling irritable sound came out, stabbing people deaf. Uncontrollable goosebumps all over the body. Kairabi and the two Yumi people are full of incredulity. See that produced a change in the nature of the spiral. Have to be angrily stared at. A heart in the throat above. Was I wrong? He actually injected other attribute chakra inside that energy ball. Breasts rise and fall. The two-tailed human pillar forced two Yukido's beautiful eyes glaring round, although the face hides very little. From that trembling shaking corners of the mouth is not difficult to see the shock in her heart. Click, click, click. Lightning danced recklessly, and both Kairabi and the two Yukis were stunned, glancing at each other in unison as they stormed their bodies with tailed beast trappings, their powerful chakra leaking out. Tailed beast jade. Bobo novels. Bobox. Two large energy ball clip attack came. In the middle of the Silver cannot retreat, can only open his eyes powerless look at the incoming tailed beast jade. Let's take out one first. Pupils swept through a heavy murderous streak, eyes moving to the left as the silver-colored ball of energy in Silver's hand flickered to the extreme. a white light in the form of a shuriken forming in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! With a scowl, staring at the apparently slightly more powerful tailed beast Jade, Silver flung it out without hesitation. Rado Spiral Shuriken. The moment the long brewing light flew out, the void all visibly trembled and slightly distorted, leaving a trace visible to the naked eye. The target of the locked attack was Kairabi's larger-tailed beast Jade. Kid, wait for me. The second-tail human pillar forced 2-by-wood people silver teeth tight, viciously glaring at Silver, pouting extremely dissatisfied. Angry show fists are tightly clenched together, look full of indignation. Obviously Silver looked down on her. Think their tailed beast Jade is not a threat, so take the lead in choosing to eliminate Kairabi's tailed beast Jade. Boom boom boom. Giant fireballs soared into the air, setting off a shocking explosion, and the earth was leveled by the destructive force, leaving behind a deep crater that reached hundreds of meters in diameter. Damn, is that a side effect? It hurts. Silver's face went pale for a moment, and his arms felt like they were being stabbed by thousands of needles. Boom boom boom. Another equally powerful tailed beast Jade swooped in, unstoppable, looking to crush Silver. Unable to move your hands? You're bound to die, aren't you? The 2-bit Yakido released a relaxed smile and looked at the expressionless Silver, about to taunt the boy while he was still alive, when a strange change was in the air. Whoosh! Only Silver dodged back in a hurry to avoid tailed beast Jade's attack. Want to run? Dream on! Seeing this, the two Yukis had murderous intent in their eyes. Their chakra surged, completely liberating their ability to tailed beast transformation, and a huge blue cat demon descended from the sky, opening its mouth to several large-tailed beast Jades. Run? A smile appeared at the corner of Silver's mouth as he calmly ran towards the east side, which was full of dormant and sleeping craters, and where Silver was aiming for. This will all be completely aborted. End of chapter 56. Kairabi thick old face straight frowned. After a succession of several vicious fights, he has already eaten enough lessons. The next fight absolutely impossible in carelessness. He has a new understanding of Silver. Absolutely a cold death god in the cloak of a young child. Be careful. There's something wrong with that brat. Carelessness wheel. Boom boom boom. Without giving Kairabi a chance to speak, a powerful power fluctuation J ravaged the entire island, and the unpleasant smell of smoke then spread. The island was destroyed? Looking at the distant crater that flashed up in flames, Kairabi's eyes showed surprise as the silent volcano was struck by a fatal blow and erupted once again, tumbling crimson magma spilling out from within the crater. The appearance of magma caused the temperature of the entire misty hidden village to skyrocket. The area isn't big enough and the temperature isn't hot enough. It needs a few more hits. Silver sighed softly, exuding regret, and then continued to run towards the place that possessed the crater, and opened his voice to rampantly provoke. Just a stinky cat. You're nothing but a watchdog of the cloud-hidden village, and one day when you're no longer of any use, they'll be the first one to go after you. You shall die. The 2-bit Yakido, thoroughly two-tailed, was so ferocious that the cat whiskers on either side of his mouth stood up. Ho ho ho! Opening his mouth was the voluminous tailed beast Jade, which coalesced and took shape the moment it exited, even faster than a moment ago due to his anger. What on earth did this guy have in mind? He definitely did this on purpose. He definitely has an unknown purpose. Kairabi's whole face was almost squeezed together, contemplating what exactly Silver was planning to do. Despite the fact that there were only a handful of encounters, Silver would never scurry around like a headless fly, and definitely had an unknown plot. Boom boom boom. In succession, there are several big explosions. The unstoppable tailed beast Jade can be called invincible. Any material in contact with the smoke is dissipated, and in a snap of the fingers, the ash flew away. Whoosh! The air currents in the sky began to change, and a light rain began to fall, and had a tendency to gradually become bigger, catching Silver off guard. He also became a drenched chicken in an instant. Ha ha! How dare you mock me? I'm a 2-bit Yakido of the cloud-hidden village. The 2-bit Yakido was spirited. Her tailed beast personification high and proud. The next round of tailed beast Jade sends you to heaven to sign up. Goodbye, Junior. I'll always remember you. 2 Yakido tone with a little admiration. She can be so strong, and the body of the tailed beasts have a great deal to do. On the contrary, Silver alone, the only thing to rely on their own strength. Go to hell. The last tailed beast Jade was also mercilessly struck. The spreading energy fluctuation was desperate and chilling. Everyone thought that Silver must die. After all, he had already run out of gas. Boom boom boom. Tailed beast Jade crushes Silver, and the wave of power from the explosion vaporizes him, and the whole thing disappears without a trace, leaving large, charred deep craters in the ground. The shocking cracks made everyone think Silver had been killed. Silver. 14. Maelstrom Geoshin now roared sadly, revealing endless pain. One of the saddest people left was also a teenage girl. Bastard. Hateful. I haven't even utilized that brat yet and he's dead. Outrageous. Then I'm not losing a lot of money. It's cheap for that brat. Terumi gritted her teeth in anger, cursing the loss in her heart. Silver had been using her all along. She hadn't even used Silver yet. And as a result, Silver hung up, and Terumi had a moment of heart-wrenching sadness. We won. The entire world was depressed, and the cloud-hidden village ninjas were cheering when a flash of silver light streaked across the void, and a huge boom silenced the entire world. Snap! In the depths of the sky, thick thunder and lightning covered the sky. Thousands of hisses broke off, and a layer of dark clouds covered everyone's hearts. Bang! She was dumbfounded when a burnt piece of wood fell from the sky at the feet of the 2-bit Yakido. It's a stand-in? The two Yukis were stunned. A little girl is a little girl, destroying a piece of dead wood so happily. Silver's voice fell from the sky with great irony. Snap! 1,000 birds floated in his hands, and in the void, a ferocious beast with an imposing appearance stepped down from the depths of the sky. The monster was perched squarely in the sky, the size of which could not be estimated. In short, as big as the sky was, he was as big as it was. If you hadn't sold your efforts to use the tailed beast J to blast the volcano, it wouldn't have created an updraft. Now that the strengthened Kirin is completed, I should be thanking you, Yuki Mankuen. Put. These words directly caused the two Yukis to vomit blood. Staring blankly at the void of the divine beast, she was incapacitated. Simply did not dare to imagine that it was their own to help Silver to complete. To the two Yukis of the blow is no less than the 5 thunderbolts. As a thank you, use the Kirin to repay your cloud-hidden village. A cold sweep of the two Yukis followed by the thumping descent of the divine beast, and the moment it touched the earth, everything vanished. Boom boom boom. The entire island of the misty hidden village began to shake, and everything that protruded from the material began to go up in smoke and ash, showing widespread charring, and the entire misty hidden village was a mess. The ninjas of the misty hidden village cursed Silver for being shameless, and they were among the targets of Silver's attack. Bang! Blue blowing tails fell in the distance, and the quick-eyed Silver swept over at the first opportunity. This is the Tale of Two Tails? It took all the effort to get it. Chapter 57, Return to the Village. Silver was overjoyed and rushed to pick up the tail of the second tail, even though it was said that only hand bones could be exchanged. The body organs of the tailed beasts had the same significance as the hand bones of the human pillar powers. The relentless attack shocked everyone, not giving whether it was the ninja of the misty hidden village or the cloud hidden village. All of them received the most relentless blow, and the whole world was silent. Run! What are you standing around for? Looking at the blissfully unaware Namikaze Swayman, as well as Maelstrom Jioshinna, Silver was deeply speechless, and it was obvious that the two of them hadn't expected Silver to be so shameless as to lay hands on his so-called allies. It's time to leave and retreat. Jioshinna, the first to react to the wave wind water gate instantly, turned into a golden flash of light and flashed away. Whirlpool Joxan trailed behind. Bastard! Didn't that Uchiha Jin say he was at our disposal? Idiot! You pig brain! We're being used. It's a classic case of crossing the river. Hurry up and chase. Don't care about Kiba's leaky fish. Anyway, the whole island is blocked off, and the net is laid in advance. They can't fly. First clean up the people of Yunin village. That human pillar power of theirs is almost scrapped. It's just as well that we can catch her. Focus on taking out the Yunin village first. It's the best if we can capture the human pillar power. The Mist Hidden Village's top management stopped the pursuing ninjas, with strong disdain and sneers dripping from their words. The Misty Hidden Village had now become a dead island. Where could one run to? There was absolutely no need to worry. Fixed eyes to see. The two-tail of the human pillar forced two Yakido face pale. Powerless carrier fell to the ground. Consciousness just like fainting. Then we'll destroy the cloud hidden village first. The harbor area of the Misty Hidden Village. Where's the boat? Hurriedly rushed to the Silver and other 3 people. Full of worry. Offended Cloud Hidden Village and now indirectly offended Fog Hidden Village. Not timely leave inevitably be devoured by the bones of the body without surviving. Silver suddenly whipped his head around, his headache eyes turning cold, and with a soft grunt, he burrowed in as a cannonball. All creatures that moved had unusual movements, even though the slight movement just now could be ignored. He perceived it very clearly. Whoosh whoosh, without even thinking about it, Silver turned into a hurricane and followed. Swoosh, 2 silhouettes. A chase and a run. Speed are very agile and athletic, but obviously Silver is slightly better, and gradually closed the distance between each other. It's a long way to wave wind Sutman. After half a second, Silver suddenly stopped in his tracks, looked at the masked silhouette in front of him, and blurted out, "MS. Terumi, take off your ugly mask. You guy, penny fiction, Li Fan." After a few seconds of silence, The mysterious person reveals his true face. His clear face is refreshing, and the caressing smile at the corner of his mouth is evocative. Terumi? Silver said unexpectedly, then released it and asked. Don't say something stupid like come out and get me. You. Exasperated. Shumimai's jade face shot out many grievances as she said. So what if I say it? You're going to kill to silence? That's not true. Silver shook his head. If I'm caught, I'll be the first to confess that you and I teamed up to kill the third Mizukage. You. Shumimai's pretty face reddened. Looking at Silver's small face, her heart was extraordinarily depressed. Having gotten on Silver's pirate ship, it looked as if there was no possibility of getting off. There's a small boat in the West Harbor, so get your asses out of there. Terumi pouted impatiently. Silver dawned, then skimmed his mouth, directly demolished the purpose of Shumikado. Contemptuous. So you are still afraid that I will be caught to give you up. Although so, we are also each other to use or to say thank you. Regardless, it was a fact that she had helped Silver. Even if it was out of a desire for her own safety that she had helped him. Count on your kid having some conscience, Terumi said easily. She was really afraid that Silver would get caught and give up herself. After all, the kid's knuckleheadness was obvious to all, specializing in pitting so-called allies. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. Those who have helped me will definitely not forget, and those who have framed me will likewise be engraved in their hearts. The help you gave me will definitely be returned later, and those who have offended me. Humph, said the last. Silver face of coldness piled up mountains, obviously on the Mist Shadow village as well as the cloud-hidden village of the matter of nagging. If not he this time smart, it is possible to have been the two villages join hands to pit death. However, Shomei frowned lightly as Silver's words fell on her ears with a different meaning. You're warning me, aren't you? Terumi said, rolling her eyes with a hint of sultriness. Silver smiled without saying anything. There was no need to bother with words to a smart person. It was not good to speak bluntly. There were words that did not need to be said more than necessary for her to understand what they meant. After a few more words of chatter, Silver and the rest of the group left on their journey back to Kiba. Chapter 58. Two villages join forces, first shift. Time passes. In the blink of an eye is half a month later. The bumps along the way. But in the end, the three are still intact back in the Misty Shadow village. Wave Wind Swayman informs the third Naruto of the pain and suffering along the way as it is, which can be said to have shocked the entire Kiba. Mist Shadow Village wants to join forces with Cloud Hidden Village? Damn it! It turns out that they are trying to design a trap for our Konoha. Damn it! If it weren't for Wave Wind Mizukado and Whirlpool Joexei and Nai, Konoha would be in 9 cases out of 10 this time around. It would be another big disaster. I heard that Uchiha Jin also lost one of his eyes. Blind in one eye? Then what use is he? Looks like he's just risen to prominence and will be wasted again. Pity. Blind in eye. Che. It's a blessing that that kind of person doesn't become a burden. And you expect him to save the world? Don't laugh. Within a short period of 2 or 3 days, the fame of Silver and the others spread throughout Kiba, becoming an existence that countless people talked about. But there were mixed reviews of Silver, and most people were skeptical. For that, Silver didn't care. Home on the attic, looking down on the people passing below, Silver a heart-cold extraordinary, like a stone, without the slightest emotion. Below the people's conversation he heard clearly. Wave Wind Watergate told the third generation Naruto all about what had happened to the Mist Shadow village, and also informed the entire Konoha through the years of the third generation Naruto, but everyone was unimpressed, thinking that Wave Wind Watergate was intentionally exalting Uchiha Jin by fighting a large number of ninjas from the Cloud Hidden village. This is absolutely impossible. In any case, a genius is just a 12-year-old kid. This group of people nah. Forget it, and don't bother to get closer to you guys. Fame and I are like floating clouds. That kind of thing is useless. Pulling up the curtains, Silver walked downstairs, just pushed open the door. Burning eyes shot into the eye socket. Silver subconsciously took his right hand to block his left eye, casting through the gap between his 5 fingers to raise his head to look at the sky. Silver's eyes flashed a touch of despondency. Kiba, like this harsh sunlight, does not suit me. Silver toned vicissitudes of emotion. Dry corners of the mouth is full of confusion. It is not that he has not thought of leaving Kiba, but at least there is a suitable place to go. But now there is no suitable place to settle down. Leaving Kiba is also dewy-eyed. Silver, what are you sadly lamenting about? A silhouette drilled into the eyes. Red lips and white teeth. Decent features. Watery eyes are particularly moving. Crispying high. All permeated with the scent of you people. Red? So it's you. The slightly pale complexion was swept away, and a gentle smile hung at the corner of Silver's mouth. The young girl was called Yuzuru, one of the few people within Kiba that Silver knew. You've been making a big splash lately, so you're so capable that you were able to help Whirlpool Joshinna and the others get out of their trap and escape from the Misty Shadow village. Beauty Nest Novel O. Yuzuru admired, her eyes blinking with starlight as she said, handing it over to the upper shinobi may not be possible. And you managed to escape the misty shadow village. Not bad at all. At those words, Silver glanced faintly at Yuzuru and said softly, this could also be a rumor. I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need to make a fuss. I thought it was made up too, but as soon as I saw that look on your face, I knew it was true. Yuzuru mysteriously said, words filled with strong confidence. Can be sure that Wave Wind Swayman and others said the truth. Why? Silver wondered, rather puzzled. Because you were always like that as a child, always looking preoccupied, and the less you tend to care, the more you sidestep the fact that it was you who did it. Hearing this, Silver was directly speechless, crying and laughing at Yuzuru, and didn't bother to ask more questions. Remembering the recent anomalies in Kiba, he asked curiously, the village seems to be very busy in these days. Zaraya among the three ninjas, as well as Chikage Tsunade, including Orochimaru seem to have been recalled by Naruto-sama. Something big is going on? Something did go wrong. Yuzuru didn't hide it in the slightest, and bowed her head. I heard that the fourth generation Wind Shadow of the Sand Hidden Village has joined forces with the Iwakunin village, and the situation of our Konoha is very dangerous. At those words, the mind appendage's face swept through a flash of color. Silver came to be interested, and asked without a trace, surprisingly, they have joined forces. Then the high-end fighting force of the Iwashin village should have come quite a bit, right? And their four-tailed human pillar power and five-tailed human pillar power should have come as well, right? And I've just heard about joining forces. I'm not sure exactly. Yuzuru raised her eyebrows slightly, blinking curiously as she asked, what is this human pillar power you speak of? Human pillar power. At that, Silver's tone stalled. This kind of problem he couldn't explain clearly. After all, seeing is believing. Or to skirt around the topic, if the Sand Hidden Village and the Iwakunin village join forces, they should come in force, so it would be justifiable to recall the three ninjas. I even said that this news is heard. Don't take it seriously. There was even a big war between the Iwashin village and the Sand Hidden village before. This kind of gossip is likely to be empty. No, it's not something out of nothing. Remember, an empty cave may not be without a cause. Silver bluntly said, remember, there is no eternal hatred in this world, and under absolute temptation, priceless things become priced. Besides, if Kiba can choose to join forces and ally with the feuding Mist Shadow village, why not the Sandy Hidden village? Of course it could, and it would be a huge opportunity for Silver as well. Chapter 59, Encourage me to sell my son? Second shift. Yuzuru's pretty face was written with complexity. Her perception of Silver was quite complicated. It was this kind of existence that people could not understand. After a half a minute, a self-deprecating bitter smile was written on Yuzuru's face, and she said feebly, all along, you've been a strange existence amongst our peers, and everyone else thinks that you're crazy, when in actuality, it's them who are ignorant. No one could understand what Silver was trying to say. Most kids their age still thought about how to have fun all day long, not like Silver, who said things that people couldn't understand from time to time, so he was always treated as an anomaly. I've got a bit of a headache. I need to rest for a while. Sorry Red, go ahead and head back. Silver rubbed his temples and looked apologetic. Then you pay more attention to rest. Don't come out to walk around. It's very windy outside. With a smile in her eyes, Yuzuru instructed. I will. Raising a hand and smiling, Silver passed a look of no need to worry. Inside the farm world, Master is sure about exchanging the tentacles of the 8 tails, plus the tail of the 2 tails, and the hand bone of the 6-tailed human pillar? Within the warm world, the heavenly voice of a young girl resounded, and Lu Xian's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, her flushed face very cute. Redeem it. Waving his hand in a needy manner, he could only endure the pain when he remembered that he could exchange it for 300-point scrolls. No problem. There were 100-point scrolls left from before, plus 400 this time. Lu Xian smiled like a yen, her eyes rolling, unusually cunning, and said, 400-point scrolls can purchase quite a few bones. For example, shut the up. Silver chided with a stern face in an unkind manner. Don't bait me there. These point scrolls are used to buy extreme speed fertilizer. Cheapskate. Lu Xian beamed with dissatisfaction. Right. Thinking of the shortage of point scrolls, Silver eagerly said, is there any other way to obtain a source of point scrolls besides hunting human pillars? Although Akane's bones are important to me, there's no way I'm going to herd Maelstrom Jioshinna just for the sake of strength. She treats me with great kindness. Xinghua Novel. QHXS. Org. Thinking of Whirlpool Jioshinai, Silver cold heart appeared to loosen. Really in the heart, Whirlpool Jioshinai help him a lot. Do not return the favor but sword to harm her, even are not as good as. Of course I have. Lu Xian patted her folding boobs and egged on. My lovely little master. I forgot to tell you before. There are many ways to obtain point scrolls. For example, certain high-powered blood relay limit boundaries, and destroying the entire Uchiha clan will earn you 100 point scrolls. Turns out it wasn't easy. Even though I parted ways with the Uchiha clan, I'm exhausted after destroying them. Do you think Kiba will let me go? Silver asked rhetorically with a frown. Taking out the Uchiha was no problem, but he was also wasted and would be swarmed to death. It wasn't cost-effective. Hey! A seeping smile suddenly drifted out of Lu Xian's mouth, his eyes glowing as he approached the silver headset and lewdly said, other than that, there's also the most evil and at the same time the most point scroll earning way to take a young girl's first time, and then planting her within the farm world. Shut the up. At those words, the corners of Silver's mouth twitched, almost suffocating to death without slowing down his breath. This was encouraging him to rape, and the most impudent thing is, but also the other people's first planted down, presumably the future after flowering, but also to take to sell. Cut. But this way is the most effective. Lu Xian skimmed her mouth to show her disdain and said in a very ghostly manner, after blooming, a cub will be born. Worth 1,000 point scrolls. Damn. Have you got it wrong? Old me worked hard and fought with human pillars in a bloodbath, and each time the loot was only 100 point scrolls, and that kind of thing was 1,000 point scrolls at a time? 100,000 grass mud horses flew by in Silver Heart, spitting stars flying all over the sky, spraying Lu Xian's beautiful pretty face with saliva, and roaring with fire. Give me a reason. Reasons? Of course there are. In fact, that condition is pretty harsh. Lu Xian at the shock, calmly said, first of all, the object has been qualified. Must be a female human pillar force. An analogy, for example, you on the 2 Yakido. What you get can be used as a pup's embryo hatching. Raised in my recently built ranch, the future maturity can be obtained for 1,000 points of scrolls. Even if the birth of the pups directly sold, you can also 500 points of scrolls. This valuable? Silver's face reddened. His tone trembled, shuddered unevenly. In his heart he suddenly regretted a little. If last time he directly put the 2 Yakido that, he could directly obtain 500 points rolls, or even put the 2 people's crystals in the pasture, and after maturing, he could obtain 1,000 points rolls. That's not right. You're tantamount to instigating the old man to sell his son. Returning to his senses, Silver cursed hard. Chapter 60, The Fated Meeting, Third Shift. Silver ferociously glared at Lu Xian, hated to bite her to death at once, knew that this little nymph did not have a good heart, and even fooled him into selling his son. Her heart was malicious to the extreme. Give up the kid for the wolf. That's a saying you always recite. You can. I chant my ass off. That's just an analogy. Who would feed their own son to the wolves? Silver rudely interrupted Lu Xian and ordered with a stern face, tell me an effective way, or else. Humph. You don't need me to say more to understand what the consequences will be. Silver's tone was threatening, with no room for maneuver. You're a hard man to serve. Witnessing that Silver was really a bit angry, Lu Xian just made a face towards him, and also put away her teasing mentality. Appropriate jokes can be made. She knew that the one who really pissed Silver off was definitely herself in the end. There's been a nice quest recently, and when you complete it you get 60 minutes of Akane Bones Liberation, which means that for an hour you can use all of Akane's moves, but only for an hour. Beyond that the ability disappears completely. Of course if you directly exchange it for 100 point scrolls that's fine too. Lu Xian said in a shocking voice. That's not bad. 60 minutes is short, but it's exceptionally precious. It can preserve a life. It's a kind of a bottom card. Silver came to be interested, his left eye glowing, quite eager. Then remembered the characteristics of the farm mission. Suddenly heart has been apprehensive. Said, you here is a penny for a penny. This time there is what drudgery. Just seize the bones of the head of the rain-hidden village, Hanzo Yamashiro. Rakishin said lazily, as if narrating some trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. Very serene. I knew it was definitely not something good. That mountain pepper fish Hanzo is a man who is called a demigod. Even if he hasn't reached the level of a god, he definitely has the strength of a shadow. And the worst thing is that the hidden village is his territory. Even if 10 lives may be swallowed without even a bone left. Silver pulled back and spat. It was the same thing every time. The more palatable the task the harder it was. So are you going to do it or not? Take it or leave it as you like. Each person forces you anyway, so please feel free to choose. Happy Heart shrugged, signaling Silver's casual choice. Silver frowned lightly. A headache. In all fairness, for this kind of pitiful bone mission, he extremely hate. Every time almost as taking life to joke, is equal to indirectly in the gambling life. But one thing Silver had to admit again was that he had no choice at all. because it was the only shortcut for him to get stronger. Forget it, this mission. I accept. Go to the Rain Hidden Village. I am not alone. At least there is a potential ally exists can help me. Confused eyes outlawed by the chopping block. Silver a face of valor. Pen Literature 2020. DST 9. Potential allies? You can't be talking about that Dawn organization. Lakshan guessed. Looking at Silver Strike. Even though the Dawn organization and Hanzo Yamashiro are enemies, you have to be careful. That man with the chakra eyes is dangerous. That kid is more than dangerous. He's a hungry tiger. Thinking of the madness of the Whirlpool Long Door. Silver straight goosebumps. Palpitating. In short, I will never provoke the Whirlpool Long Door. That powder keg. Reincarnation. I also forget. That guy is really too dangerous. It is not likely that the Uchiha Zebra also sent someone to secretly stare at him. I go to mess with the Whirlpool Long Door is tantamount to leading to self-immolation. But only to temporarily utilize a little Dawn power only. Power only. Are you planning to use the Dawn organization as a gun? Instigate them to deal with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish? Her beautiful eyes narrowed lightly, and Lu Xian immediately understood Silver's intentions. What's not to like? Our enemies are all Yamashiro Hanzo anyway. As darkness falls, Silver is alone and escapes Konoha unnoticed. Whirlpool Nagato. Minami. Yahiko. With his athletic stance weaving within the dense forest, the outlines of the trio surfaced in Silver's mind. And remembering the horror of the strength of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, the idea of uniting the trio to deal with him became even more unshakable. How do I get the three of them to trust me though? Those young men are so guarded. It's hard to blend in with their team. Silver secretly thought about the countermeasures. The so-called moral justice thrown to the winds. Can now use the power of the Dawn. Even if a little despicable does not matter. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp cracking sound met his face, and Silver froze, raising his only remaining right eye. The prior of his three-hooked jade shuriken enlarged to the extreme. Under the black night sky, the outline of a young girl was reflected in Silver's pupils. Surprisingly, it's her? Chapter 61. Arriving at the Rain Hidden Village, 4th shift. The wretched maiden was none other than the two Yukis that she had encountered the other day. What is the purpose of Yukito-sama's late-night visit? Footsteps stopped at the branch. Silver stood on the branch asked. Two by the woodman also did the same. Both sides each stepped on the branch. Confrontation. The atmosphere of extraordinarily tense and solemn. How dare you ask me what I can do for you? Hateful brat. I'm here to break you into pieces. The 2-bit Yukito clenched her shell teeth, full of fire. At this moment, her clothes were in rags. Her once clean face was now piled with dirt, and her gem-like pupils had lost their luster, as if covered with a layer of invisible dust, radianceless and very wretched. What's it got to do with me? What do I have to do with you being hunted? Don't fabricate accusations. Hearing the cold and hateful tone of the 2-bit Yukito, Silver, who was baffled by the situation, also revealed deep ill will between his words. Get the hell out of my way and disappear while I'm not interested in you. It's because of you that I was resented by the ninja of my village, and everyone is now extremely hostile towards me, to the point that the third Raikage-sama has decided to siphon off the tailed beasts in my body, and find a new, suitable human pillar power to replace me. The two Yukis were disheartened and their tone was very grim. I see. I used your power to crush the Cloud Hidden Village's siege and killed quite a few of your village's people. Everyone's but complained about you. But you're a human pillar power anyways. A high-end power within the village. So it shouldn't be possible for them to just casually kill you. Silver softly consoled, signaling that the two Yukis need not worry. You don't mind sitting and talking. There is no doubt about the status of the human pillar power, but it is also the object of everyone's loathing, especially since I've killed people in the village at the moment, and have become the object of everyone's criticism. Raikage can find someone close and trustworthy to replace me. When he said this, the two Yukis were filled with loss. Is that why you got back at me? Silver laughed coldly and sneered coldly. Who do you Cloud Hidden Village blame for your greed? It's your own fault. So don't complain there, stupid ignorant woman. And with this opportunity, I let you see the true face of the Rain Hidden Village ninja. You should thank me. War is supposed to be about you and me. But thanks to you, I've already fled the village, and unless I go back with your head, I'll never be able to return to the Cloud Hidden Village in the future. So that's why. Borrow your head. After saying that, the two by the wooden man 5 fingers extended sharp cat claws. The body leaped up, toward the Silver stab. Whoosh! Silver saw the pouncing black shadow. The only remaining left eye blossomed with a demonic luster, and dodged several times in succession. Love and Shui. Put. Puffing. Puff. Silver's technique was extremely tricky, easily avoiding the attacks of the two Yukis every time. The branches she stepped on under her feet were crushed by her, but she herself was unharmed. Let's go to the Rain Hidden Village first. It's not worth the delay for this little girl. Sweeping his deep gaze over the two Yukis, Silver decisively chose to leave, glancing back at the hardened face of the pursuing two Yukis on his way out. "Tu Yakido, I hope you'll be a bit more sensible, although I'm not above doing that nasty business of rape, but if you push me, then don't blame me for the hot hand," Silver Heart murmured to himself. Remembering the farm world, that strange exchange mission, Heart cannot help but a burst of fire hot. The dog was forced to jump over the wall. Was forced. Silver will stab the sky. Time passes. In the blink of an eye is 3 or 4 days of light. Silver finally feel the rain-hidden village. During the road to spend a lot of time to get rid of the pursuit of the two Yakido. It took almost another day to find out about the Dawn organization. The world in the rain. A figure wearing a bucket hat walking alone. The back is very lonely. Hunched back. Seemingly out of place with the whole world. Use this outfit to sneak up on the Dawn organization. And preferably kill a few of the Dawn executives. So that they will be completely at war. Right. And I can take advantage of the situation to fish in the water. Silver's face showed a sinister chill. And at the moment he was wearing the costume of a ninja from the rain-hidden village. Whirlpool Nagato strong unreliable. Even if he does not have complete control of the reincarnation eyes ability, the strength is also powerful extraordinary. As for that Xiaonan also has the blood succession limit. The strength is also not weak. So the only thing left is that Yahiko good to deal with. He is still Dawn organization nowadays the boss. Take out him should be enough to completely detonate the contradiction between the two sides. And then transfer the charge to the mountain pepper fish version of Tibet. I take advantage of the muddy water to fish. Find a good opportunity to take out the mountain pepper fish Hanzo. With a plan in mind, Silver became ferocious and headed for the base of the Dawn organization. For Yahiko, he could only say sorry. He was going to die anyway. It would be better to cheapen Silver instead of being used by others. And this world is so cruel. The survival of the fittest. No power but stand in the most dazzling position doomed to be eliminated. Chapter 62 Xiaonan, 5th Shift. Persimmon picks up the soft pinch. This kind of simple truth. The world knows. Silver is no exception. I think that's where it is. Looking at the abandoned steel world in the distance, Silver strolled away. There is a fierce conflict between the two sides. As long as they put on the clothes of the rain-hidden village ninja to finish off Yahiko, the mountain pepper fish Hanzo jumped into the yellow river cannot be washed away. TSK. After killing Yahiko, I'm taking advantage of the situation to infiltrate the Dawn interior. Encourage Minami and Whirlpool Nagato to go together to take out Yamashiro Hanzo. And then take advantage of the situation to take Yamashiro Hanzo's handbone. He. A smug grin resounded through the deadly rainy world as Silver's figure gradually blended into the darkness and the whole thing disappeared. Nagato. Where's Minami? Inside the cloudy lit room, the orange-haired young man asked the red-haired young man, dressed in the same outfit and obviously belonging to a common organization. The two were none other than Yahiko and Maelstrom Nagato. She was a little tired, so I arranged for her to go back and rest first. Maelstrom Nagato said. His demeanor was very tired, like someone who had just recovered from a major illness, and his entire body had a tendency to be disheveled. Not only him, including Yahiko was also full of drudgery, always trying his best to force his spirit to be full of energy. Judging from his face, this recent period of time had been very sad as well. Forget it, don't bother Nan. Let her have a good rest. A girl has been hanging out with us all year round for so long. I know it's hard for her. Yahiko sighed inside, revealing endless bitterness. Although it is said that nowadays Dawn organization rises very quickly, the rain-hidden village can already and has half-god called Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo fight flag and drum. But the Dawn after all is a newcomer. Compared to the Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo have obvious shortcomings. The other party occupies the rain-hidden village most of the resources. The other party occupies most of the resources of the rain-hidden village, leaving little resources for Xiao to develop. Let's take one step at a time. If we can't, we'll just have to tear our faces off. This world is a world where the strong speak for themselves after all. Whirlpool Nagato guffawed, patting Yahiko's shoulder in comfort. What the hell is this place? Lurking in the base of the Dawn organization, Silver grumbled with resentment. The current Dawn is different from the future. The number of members is extremely large, so there are a lot of tents set up. It is not easy to find Yahiko's location. I think that's where it is. Looking into the room with the bright lights in the distance, Silver's eyes lit up and he floated away like a ghost. Silently. Yahiko is known to be very responsible and does everything himself, so he's often busy late into the night. And while the lights are out in the surrounding tents and a handful of buildings, the only one that's lit up is the one in Jinga, which is most likely Yahiko reviewing paperwork late into the night. You won't have to be so tired after sending you to heaven. Thank me. Wonderful book bar. Ayashaba. LOL. Gently pushing the door open, Silver poked his head out, looking for any sign of Yahiko. There? Eyes shifted. noticing the white mist bubbling in the depths of the compartment, the cold light within the silver pupil, swept in. The scene that invaded his eyes was worlds apart from what Silver had imagined, even the opposite, and the words that came to his lips came to an abrupt end, instantly retracted. A delicate body within the water vapor if the shadow appears, crisping shaking to and fro, very burning eyes, before convex after warped, thrilling arc as people straight swallowing, reverie, even if you can only look at the blurred outlines. Silver is also the master of that beautiful carcass to attract the line of sight, as if the black hole emits a strong gravitational force, so that people cannot move out of the pupil. Seeing this scene, Silver's heart 100,000 grass mud horse army flew and burst through. His old face turned green, knowing that he had mistakenly entered which girl's bathing bathroom again. I don't know why he always encounters people in places like the YU room. Better leave while you can. It's obviously not Yahiko. Glancing at the bathing young girl, Silver shook his head. This person is obviously not the five big and thick Yahiko. Silver was about to retreat and leave. The young girl's clear and pleasant voice, but it was beforehand. Yahiko, Nagato, is that you guys? I'll be right out. The young girl, mistaking it for Nagato and Yahiko, hurriedly put on her clothes and ran out in a trice. Damn, it sounds like Minami. Silver was petrified and looked around openly, pressing not Yahiko and Nagato, but himself accidentally touching the table with a creaking sound. Gulp. Silver tensed up, cold and sweaty. Minami was about to walk out of the room where she was bathing with her eyes wide open. Chapter 63, The Great Battle of Minami. Silver blackened his old face and hid to witness the gradually approaching back. His old face going green and white for a while. Since it's come to this, there's nothing to do but take the initiative. If I get caught as a peeping Tom, my whole plan will fall apart. The hesitation in his heart turned into determination, and a biting light flashed in the bottom of Silver's eyes. Fire transportation Hawu Ryu no Jutsu. Huge fire dragons erupted, mercilessly raging towards Xiaonan. Damn it, what kind of person is it? How dare you peep at someone else's bath? You bastard want to be shameless. Seeing the situation, Xiaonan's small face, dismayed incomparable, condensed into a ball, then noticed the cool body, shame and indignation, to know that she can now still wear a bathrobe, now bathing in the room, even drilled out an inexplicable guy peeping. Think about the spirit of Xiaonan is a burst of confusion, thinking almost collapsed. No matter what you are today, I will kill you. The killing machine austere Xiaonan into god like a devil. Body erupted amazing ferocious killing gas, the flow of cold air isolated from the world. Like a goddess of ice and snow, the body floated out countless pieces of paper, all of which turned into thousands of drifting snow and flew out. Boom boom boom. The moment the fire dragon touched the confetti in the sky, there was a violent explosion, and the mighty magnificent fire dragon burst apart, turning into flames scattered all over the ground. But that's all. Seeing this, the corners of Xiaonan's mouth swept up the arc of contempt, bland tone of confidence. At the same time, both shoulders of the paper vibration, extended completely by the paper condensation of the wings, rise up in the air. Xiaonan himself is even more exaggerated, soaring in the sky, flying. Fast I 123, Quian 123, paper escape style paper dance. The chakra in her body erupted, and Minami's two flapped feathered wings shook, fanning out thick stormy winds, and her speed skyrocketed, briefly spanning several meters in a flash, her eyes ignoring the presence of distance to see the silhouette of the intruding mysterious person's outline dress. With a mask? But judging from the costume and dress, it should be a you hidden village ninja. Tell me who sent you or I'll blow your corpse to bits. With his face covered in cold air, Minami's killing chance skyrocketed. No comment. The masked Silver replied. There was no way he could just say that Hanzo Yamashiro had sent him, and it was 100% certain that even if he confessed his identity, he would be blown to bits by a rampaging Minami. Start the fire. At those words, Xiaonan killed even more. The air explosion talisman flying in the sky followed, much like a torrential rain, cold eyes completely like looking at a dead person sizing up the Silver. Hatred with the wind. Perhaps her eyes Silver is now a dead body that can't speak. A living person, there is no need to fight with the dead. Boom boom boom. Under the black night sky, a wide range of flames rose, and a series of explosions followed, sending out waves of destruction that were visible to the naked eye, and violent shaking could be felt from 100 meters away. The room that Minami and Silver were in was even reduced to nothing and level to the ground. Chapter 64, The Great Battle of Minami, Prologue, Shelf First. Violent vibration attracted everyone's attention. Shao organization camped around the personnel. All rushed to support. Now Xiaonan in the Shao organization has a pivotal position. Can be called one of the three big head. This unique blood relay limit isn't too bad. Silver with a mask. Face swept up arrogant arc. The body dormant chakra began to gradually burst. since now has been completely exposed traces, then the only way to take out the real strength to fight head-on. The mouth spat out fiery bursts of flame, and boundless flames came out with it. Hatsumi extinguish. The tumbling flames ran at great speed, and the flames reached a panicky range of 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Idiot, these origami are detonation charms. This fragile flame is useless. Xiaonan clasped her hands in front of her disdainfully said. Her demeanor was arrogant, and she was very confident in her own art. She lowered her head, her beautiful eyes gazed at the monstrous waves of fire. But in her heart there were shocking waves, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. What kind of person is this guy? Most of the ninja of the Yuin village specialize in using water escape. Someone who can use such a wide range of fire escape is rare in the world. Minami's gaze fixed on the heavily armed Silver. His heart exclaimed in disbelief. Silver was covered in heavy armor, masked and airtight, the signature dress of the rain-hidden village's ninjas. Based on that kind of strength, I'm afraid he's a close associate of Hanzo Yamashina-yu. Eyes shining brightly, Minami secretly guessed. At the same time the detonation talisman and flames intertwined with each other. The dark night sky turned fiery red within a few short seconds. Boom boom boom. The boundless explosion turned into a hurricane of extermination and swept over. And the surrounding Shao organization that had set up camp immediately suffered a great misfortune. Due to the power of the explosive talisman explosion, all the tents were instantly set on fire, turning into a sea of fire. Aha! It's burning me, help me put out the fire on me. The miserable howls stretched on, all falling into Xiao Nan's ears. What on earth are you? And this burning flame is not right. The range should be limited. How can it burn so far? What have you guys done? Xiao Nan's face was filled with stunned stagnation. The flames that should have been blown apart suddenly spread hundreds of meters away. How could she not be shocked? Most let her care is. The air is obviously permeated with some kind of unpleasant odor. Staining the flame will expand the burning range. The spread of the fire is obviously related to them. Sculptor, I got to something special at your compound ahead of time. Silver stretched his voice, put on a different kind of oral cavity. Bad smile, before sneaking up on you. In order to be safe and wipe out all of you in one go, I got a lot of fuel oil in the surrounding area of your base, thanks to the characteristics of your paper recluse explosions to enhance the flames, so that it can spread across the entire Shao organization turf. I want to thank you. And, of course, there is also, I'll kill you. Not waiting for Silver to finish his explanation, Minami stormed off with a green face, chakra exploding without boundaries, her jutsu being utilized to take out her companions. Minami a heart to be reckoned with. A large number of pieces of paper peeled away from her body, and without exception, all of them landed at Silver's feet. Boom boom boom. The earth shuddered with a sharp boom, followed by a ground-shaking explosion that engulfed Silver's entire being, and hideous cracks began to appear in the surrounding mountains. Love book house. Isex. Now you kid should be dead. It's best if your corpse is boneless, or else. Humph. Xiao Minami cursed viciously. Looking at the body of the spring light leaked, the whole person almost went on the rampage again, and could not wait to kill Silver with the body 100 times. After looking around a dead silence before relieved sigh of relief, the culprit Silver has been life and death of the road to disappear. Her whole person extraordinarily relaxed. Whoosh! Sharp-eyed Minami saw a ninja suit full of dirt scattered on the ground, and hurriedly swept away in an instant, and put it on his body to feel at ease. Wearing a bath towel out to wander around is really conspicuous. Swoosh! The air exploded with several more explosions in quick succession, and several young men with clean eyebrows suddenly descended. Minami, you! Yahiko scrutinized the blushing Minami. Her brows furrowed lightly, and she didn't know what to do. Rather strangely, Minami had been with them for a long time, and rarely showed the shy side that belonged solely to a daughter. What kind of people do that? Yahiko growled, taking in the wind and grass within 100 meters, looking at the miserable base of the Dawn organization. Yahiko's puzzled expression turned into fury. His face was covered with rain. He said in a hateful voice, absolutely not, let him go. Good. Can't get around him. Whirlpool Nagato also heartache like a knife twist. This is the three of them for many years of hard work and dreams, and now one day turned into ashes. How can not be angry? It was the work of a ninja from the rain-hidden village. Minami told him everything that had happened, without hiding anything. Yahiko's factor aside, Maelstrom Nagato is the biggest tantalizing piece of fat meat. Can we just watch him leave when the duck is delivered to our mouths? Absolutely not. Inside the ruins, a pair of thieving eyes turned animatedly, their little faces gray. The life force of the Whirlpool clan is strong, and being a descendant of the Six Paths is uniquely blessed. I consumed a lot of life force by forcibly using the advanced Oni path the other day, and my hair is all gray. If I can get the bones of the Whirlpool Nagato and plant them in a farm, then not only will I be able to make up for the lost life force, but the pupil power of my sharpening will eyes might also be enhanced. Silver's eyes shot out a ghostly light. His expression was excited and extraordinarily thrilled. It was well known that the power of the immortal's body could ease the heavy burden of the Sharingan monorail, and as long as he obtained the handbone of Maelstrom Nagato and planted it within the farm in his mind, Silver would be able to obtain the immortal's body after it blossomed in the future. On top of that, you get access to the majestic chakra of the Vortex clan. There are exceptions to everything, regardless of whether Uchiha Spot spies on Maelstrom Nagato or not. I have to let go of my hand. It's just taking Maelstrom Nagato's bones. It's not like I'm robbing the chakra eyes. Even if Uchiha Spot really exists, he may not do anything about it. With the chakra in his body running to the extreme, Silver shone with light and launched a deadly sneak attack. Chapter 65 Being Mean. On the shelf second shift, Silver secretly mobilized a large amount of chakra, seeking the opportunity for a fatal blow. Minami and Yahiko both have absolute certainty of victory. The only Whirlpool Nagato that kid is a little difficult to deal with. Reincarnation Eye of the powerful Silver know well. As despicable as Hanzo Yama ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* is the best way to do it. Inside, the benevolence and righteousness and morality are still to the clouds. Silver full of greed. He knows that Xiao Nan and other three people are bitter people. Since childhood, they have been living a life of upheaval, and their childhood has been very miserable, which is simply synonymous with tragedy. But this is not important. There are countless bitter people in this world, including Silver. From childhood life is also a variety of bitterness, can rely on only themselves. Silently approaching a few people, the cold light that had been brewing in Silver's hand for a long time shot out. Rado Chidori sharpshooter. The straight blade came head-on, striking out viciously, shooting towards the heads of several people. Whoosh! The beam forces Minami and Yahiko back, targeting Nagato. Nagato, get out of the way. Yahiko and Maelstrom. Nagato and the other three turned pale and were anxious. A sneak attack? So naive. Maelstrom. Nagato loomed large at the sight, and his clothes as well as his body began to swell up as invisible power fluctuations erupted out. Shenla Tianzheng. The repulsive force transformed into a round sphere visible to the naked eye, protecting Maelstrom. Nagato within it. Bang! The silver cold light that attacked, unable to break through the gas defense, was forced to change its orbit, and was easily elastically flown. It looks like he's using his reincarnation eye ability pretty well. Seeing the situation, Silver demeanor peaceful. Whirlpool. Nagato was implanted in the reincarnation eye at a very young age, now the age of the youth, but he also almost 10 years of using the reincarnation eye. I am afraid that has already touched the reincarnation eye technique. What man? Get the hell out of there. Soft vision instantly biting like a sword. Maelstrom. Nagato stormed towards the ruins on the east side, while his right arm was raised, a small black hole flashing in the palm of his hand, spewing out strong gravitational force. 10,000 elephants heavenly guide. The collapsed ruins unexpectedly began to float upwards, controlled by some kind of mysterious power. Whirlpool. Nagato's pale right arm, just like the hand of the heavens, can come and go freely to control the broken walls and rocks. Beneath the rubble, a tender figure was exposed within the three men's eyes, worthy of being the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. It is simply omnipotent. Calling it the Eye of God is not an exaggeration. Looking at the violet eyes of the vortex Nagato, the silver with the mask envied immensely. Nagato's pupil power that he is now exerting is insignificant, and compared to the Uchiha zebra it is crumbs, but even so, it is very tricky. Looking toward the world's fascination of the Eye of Reincarnation, Silver heart is ancient well, without the slightest greed. He cares about the only Whirlpool. Nagato's bones. I'll take away the chakra eyes 1 foot, and the Uchiha spot will come back to claim my life the next, I guess. Silver sighed in his heart. He is not a saint. For the reincarnation eye, Silver naturally has a strong interest in the eyes of the legend of the 6 paths of the immortals to create the world. Who will have a covetousness? One should be self-aware. This kind of stuff is not something I can get involved in at the moment. Shaking his head, Silver shook off the covetousness within his mind and said in disguised surprise, "Purple eyes? What kind of eyes are those? It looks so powerful." For Zun Shuyuan Eisensi. Stupid. So it's an ignorant brat. Upon hearing this, Yahiko scornfully bristled. And with an optimistic nature, he immediately explained with a smile on his face. "This is Yahiko. Be careful. The one who took out our Hiroshi organization is him." Minami immediately spoke up to interrupt Yahiko and said cautiously, "Don't be deceived by his appearance. This guy is dangerous." Minami clearly emphasized the word dangerous when she said dangerous in advance. Really? Yahiko was quite surprised and raised his eyebrows lightly, remembering the devastated surroundings, and said in a cold voice, "Judging from your clothes and attire, you should be a ninja of the Hidden Village." Which means that you have been instructed by Hanzo Yamashoyu? No comment. Silver replied coolly. A direct acknowledgement of Yamashina Yu Hanzo would be too false, but would instead arouse Yahiko's suspicion. There's no need to ask more questions. Just catch him and find out who's behind it. Whirlpool Nagato pounced over. The shaking bitter endlessness is particularly piercing. Minami and the other three are the strongest among him. In every aspect is one of the most extreme existence. Whoosh! Minami and Yahiko glanced at each other, and both unanimously pinched from the rest of the direction, to avoid being recognized in the future. It's better to use a jutsu that I'm not good at and is seen less often. Eerie sight shot to Yahiko. Silver eyes killing intent surging. Three people within the most mediocre. Sees the threat of Nagato and Minami surrender will be accomplished. Want to run? Dream on. Seeing Silver leave himself and Minami behind and pounce on Yahiko in a fury, Maelstrom Nagato sneered. Now get your ass over here. Mangekyo heavenly led. An irresistible gravitational force descended. Silver's body became uncontrollable, and his entire body flew towards Maelstrom Nagato. Idiot, I'm begging to get up close and personal with you, just in time to cut off your hand while I'm at it. Seeing the situation, Silver heart sneer unceasingly, also did not do excess resistance. As if resigned to wait for death to stop struggling, the whole body flies straight to the whirlpool long door. Right hand but quietly condensed a ball of energy, close to the whirlpool long door. The sphere in the hand light generous, the volume of an instant tens of times larger. Spiral Maru. Due to the gravitational inertia, all of a sudden the whirlpool Nagato saw the face black. Want to flashback too late. Can only hard shoulder down the rolling sphere. Boom boom boom. A brutal explosion swept out, and Maelstrom Nagato was blown out. His chest even became a bloody mess, and in an instant his face was as pale as paper. That's not right. The power of the spiral pill can't be this weak, and I hit this with full force. The force is sufficient. It shouldn't just be this kind of skin wound. Silver mused darkly, looking at Maelstrom Nagato and realizing with a jolt that something was wrong. Chapter 66 Surprising Uchiha Spot. Third shift on the shelf. Silver face written full of caution. Normal human body with spiral pill hit non-death or injury, and the current spiral pill in his full power to hit the high-density energy ball. The destructive force should be more powerful. Killing power is also stronger. Not to say can kill Whirlpool Long Door. Want to open him up is by no means a difficult task. Nowadays it's just a matter of grinding some flesh and blood, but the silver ones are hard to take. It should have absorbed my chakra with the special nature of the chakra eye, causing the power of the spiral pill to be greatly reduced. And the incident was so sudden that he could only absorb a small amount of the spiral pill's chakra, and the rest of the power was taken up by his body, so it just churned up some flesh and blood. Figuring out what had happened, Silver released, regained his full concentration, and looked at Maelstrom Nagato with a lot more caution and prudence in his eyes. Asshole. Seeing that Maelstrom Nagato was injured, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a wanton luster. Not only did you kill our companions, but you even dared to injure Nagato. No matter what you are, you will surely die. Ha! Silver sniffed in disbelief, not the least bit afraid, and said sarcastically, companions? Are you kidding me? The people I killed before were nothing more than your baggage and burdens. I'm just helping you get rid of the baggage on your mind. What's wrong with that? Your name is Yahiko, isn't it? Don't talk about your ridiculous dreams. You can't even save your own life in a war-torn world. So who are you to talk about dreams? Children's games are appropriate. Don't overindulge. How dare you dishonor my dreams? At that, the fire in Yahiko's chest climbed and he rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight Silver. Meanwhile the other direction, the dark and rotten depths of the earth, where humidity and despair are perennially shrouded. The lack of fingers is breathless, and in the darkness, there is also a faintly pulsating cold and chilling light, and in a trance, a knife-wielding elderly elder is seen. His skin was dry and dead, his hair was disheveled like weeds, his eyes were sunken, his gait was hobbling, and his walk looked very painful and laborious. Funny boy. After half a minute, the dead silence emanated a vicissitude of emotion, permeated with the aged meaning of time decay. Interesting? Lord Zeb seems to be mistaken. That Nagato kid is about to spit blood from the beating. Not interesting at all. The freak with white skin all over his body grumbled. This person was none other than the White Jedi. And the old man who opened his mouth to speak before was the Uchiha Zanzu who had ruled the world in the past. That's good. Nagato and the three of them do have some ridiculous ideas. Peace? Funny. What would a bunch of them brats know about peace? They're just pawns for me to use. It's just right to use that masked kid who suddenly killed them to teach them a lesson. It's best if they can discard that ridiculous idea, and it's also in line with my plan to make Nagato realize the preciousness of power. Uchiha Spot muttered to himself in his old mind, and then he thought of something, his brows furrowed, and he grunted in dissatisfaction. But Whirlpool Nagato is also too useless. Having my chakra eyes, but he can't even beat a kid from an unknown path. It's simply an insult to my eyes. Indeed, if Nagato had the pupil power of Lord Bam's one spot, he could also sweep the world. The White Jedi nodded approvingly, knowing all about Uchiha Zebra's power, and ultimately had a headache. Then what measures should we take for the best? We can't just do nothing, right? In case that kid is killed, Lord Zebra's plan will completely fall apart. Nagato and the others, they are just my dolls. The lines that control the puppets are always in my hands. If I want them to go left, they can't go right. I want Maelstrom Nagato alive. He must never die. After all, he is one of my key pawns to rule the world. Uchiha-san said ambitiously, dragged his body to the side of the White Absolute. Sinister cold smile. Nagato and their Shao and the Rain Hidden Village's Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo conflict is very big. You go to the Shao organization suffered a siege of the news telly. At that time Hanzo will definitely send people to pick up the advantage. Take the opportunity to take out those few partners of Nagato. He extremely valued the bond. After experiencing a painful blow, Nagato may use certain forbidden techniques of the Eye of Reincarnation to kill painfully. At that time will certainly return in one piece. Zayashwoa. Uchiha wise analysis. Even though his body 1,000 pale holes, but his brain is still bright light. Continued. Whether it is Hanzo, or the masked brat who is currently fighting with Nagato, in front of the reincarnation eye certain forbidden techniques are just ants. Lifting the hand to be extinguished a small insect. Understood. Spot-sama. Baijia nodded his head, and his entire body burrowed into the depths of the ground and disappeared. How's Nagato? Minami's small face was filled with worry as she looked at the shocking crack in Nagato's chest. A heartbreaking moment. Of course he's fine. He didn't even break a bone. Silver was full of resentment and sighed that the reincarnation eye was against the sky. Your enemy is me. Yahiko dodged sideways and swept down in front of Silver, dagger in hand and full of caution. Innocent, with a contemptuous smile, Silver's body seemed to be transparent, blandly passing through Yahiko's block, the sharp edge in his hand pointing straight at Maelstrom Nagato. The paper escape. Seeing that he was about to crush Maelstrom Nagato, Minami took the opportunity to strike, completely right origami forming a shield against Silver's face. Blast me! Boom boom boom! A series of explosions came from the seemingly innocuous paper, and the threatening and dangerous flames drove Silver backwards. This little girl can't really be underestimated. A little carelessness and I might suffer a big loss. Looking at the ground that was blown into scorched earth, Silver stared intently at Minami. It seems that I can't really clean you guys up without taking out some of my crushing skills, although I might expose my bottom moves. But it seems there's nothing I can do about it now. What should be exposed can never be hidden. Staring back and forth at Minami and the other three back and forth, Silver's gaze was outlawed by decisive killing intent. When it was time to fight for your life, you should never be shy about it. Chapter 67, Ground Exploding Heavenly Stars, 4th shift on the shelf. If you say the biggest touch is undoubtedly Whirlpool Nagato, as the owner of the reincarnation eye but was Silver suppression, the pressure simply did not have the slightest room to fight back. Think about it, he was a burst of stifled reincarnation eye but the whole world is recognized as one of the three major pupil arts. Now even a random clown jumped out of the can not be cleaned up to suppress. Nagato has a kind of crazy impulse. As the owner of the Eye of Reincarnation, he could not utilize his strength, but instead became a protected animal because of the preciousness of his eyes. How could Nagato bear it? The chakra in his body desperately leaked out. Silver secretly storing power at the same time. He also concentrated on the preparation of the big move. Both sides fought like water and fire, with no room for maneuver. Hurry up and keep up. I'll break the legs of any of you idiots who slow down. A large group of ninjas from the other direction arrived in a hurry, all wearing the standard clothing of the Rain Hidden Village ninjas, each with a fierce face and tiger eyes. This group of people were not good. Each one was a long-time experienced ninja. On the last flank of the group of ninja troops, a dragon-walking ninja was not angry, and everyone looked at him with fear and respect. This person was none other than Hanzo Yamashoyu, the leader of the present-day Rain Hidden Village. Hurry up. This time we must take advantage of a good opportunity to annihilate the rebel ninjas of the Dawn organization. Mighty voice like a burst of thunder roar, deafening all the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village full of spirit. Have to scramble to the Dawn organization and the center of the Silver War swept away. Within the Rain Hidden Village, the will of Hanzo Yamakate was the oracle of the gods. This group of people unconditionally obeyed. Obstructionist, die for me. The silver palms were raised high, and a furious flash of light shot out. Broken Path's 88 Flying Dragon Strike Thief Shocking Thunder Cannon. Whoosh! A thick flash of light covered the sky, and the world was torn apart by the light in the rain, leaving a long gully in its wake. Is there such an unheard of technique in this world? Even if you don't need to form a seal, the power looks more than A rank. Could it be the legendary S-rank jutsu? Yahiko and Minami looked at each other incredulously. They were sweating profusely, their eyes both flashed with a slight sense of awe, and their pace was uncontrollably backward by a few steps. They were still young, and S-ranked ninjutsu was untouchable territory for the two of them. Leave it to me. Nagato took a step forward, unafraid, his violet eyes pulsing with ripples as the pupils of his chakra eyes were then unleashed. Trying to absorb it? Make a fool of yourself. Looking at Nagato's movements, Silver's face was expressionless as he secretly guessed. Inwardly, but unpleasantly, he shook his head straight. Don't think that the chakra eyes are omnipotent. They may always be invincible to others, but I am an exception. A hidden smile played at the corners of Silver's mouth as his thoughts winded down. Boom boom boom. The thick beam of light came crashing down, engulfing Maelstrom Nagato whole, and he was instantly stunned as his hands surged with a touch of invisible fluctuation, just as he was about to absorb the light. I can't believe I can't absorb it? How is this possible? This isn't chakra? Deeply shocked, Maelstrom Nagato's eyes were lifeless, and his first thought was that he was out of his mind and broken. The beam's attack mercilessly destroyed Nagato. His entire body began to be severely burned. The smell of rotten human flesh, and the intense pain even made his face as pale as snow. Behind Nagato, 135 Chinese XS, Minami and Yahiko both yelled, alerting the black shadow that was attacking behind them. Shenla Tianzheng. The repulsive force that had been building up in his body erupted into a circular wall of copper and iron, fighting to resist Silver's invasion. Silver did not hide or close. His fingers tensed and pointed straight up to the sky, and deep in the void, sharp black light poured down, the 90 black coffins of the broken road. A demonic whisper resounded through the sky as the black light transformed into a swarm of curved moon black blades crashing down. Puff! A few crunching sounds in a row. The transparent defense circle appeared hideous cracks, black light mercilessly tearing the absolute defense of the god Luo Tianjin. All the blades focused on the head of Maelstrom Nagato. Click! Ka-chow! Click! The polished body instantly became like a loophole. Blood flowed out from it. Nagato's whole body was like this, shaking white bones exposed under the air. His already thin body became even more scary and horrible. His body was shaking. Even if it wasn't for Nagato's strong and powerful willpower, he would have already collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. However, these were not the ones that attracted Silver's attention the most. The small blood-stained bone on the ground caught his eye in particular. Nagato's bones? It took all the effort to get it. Silver was ecstatic, stealing a glance at Yahiko and Minami, both of whom were so focused on worrying about Nagato that they completely ignored Silver, and rushed to wrap Maelstrom Nagato's bones in rags of clothing. It's time to leave. No matter what, the Dawn Organization and the Rain Hidden Village will be at loggerheads from now on. I'll retreat for the time being and switch to another identity to ally with you then. Silver smiled sinisterly. His mission this time was to pretend to be a ninja of the Rain Hidden Village to provoke a great war. And now that the mission had been successfully accomplished, there was no need to kill Yahiko, saving him a lot of trouble. Click, click, click. Just as he was about to turn away to flash and run, the destructive gravitational force suddenly descended. The earth trembled. The entire world was torn apart by the violent power fluctuations. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the ground and shook, and the Morai were all wailing and crying in sorrow. The dull roar caused the entire world to be cloaked in a layer of shadow. When Silver saw such an unprecedented scene, his soul trembled at the thought of a certain heaven-defying art, and subconsciously raised his eyes to look deeper into the sky. Sure enough, it's that jutsu Earthburst Skystar. Even though it was already late into the night, Silver clearly captured a black sphere of energy deep in the sky, completely condensed from a high density of chakra. This guy is going to send me to hell without sacrificing his lifespan. Taking a heartfelt gulp of oxygen to stabilize his mind's rising emotions, Silver's brow couldn't help but furrow as he looked at the scowling Maelstrom Nagato, the hostility covering his cheeks fleeting. Chapter 68, Destroying the Earth-Bursting Heavenly Star with One Strike, Shelf 5th. The power of the Earth-exploding heavenly planet is undoubted, and because of the relationship between the crossing, Silver knows the terror of this art more than anyone else. Even if the Whirlpool Nagato is only a half-assed person now, and cannot play the full power of the Earth-exploding heavenly planet, the movement created is still shocking. This completely beyond the cognitive range of the gravitational force. Silver simply cannot rise the idea of resistance. This vast power, he just feel too fragile, will be easily crushed. Getting sucked in by that would be the end of me, and I definitely can't just stop here in my life's journey. The white-haired teenager yelled low to the sky, his light tones sounding ridiculous, but no one dared to doubt it. What's going on here? That guy is ignoring gravity? Is it my eyes that are blinking? How did that kid do that? This jutsu was rumored to be the one that created the moon. Maelstrom Nagato pupils dilated stunned road, trembling fingers pointing to the silver. He was surprisingly bizarre floating in the void. No matter how gravity pulls, he cannot move up. The void that Silver stood in was like another dimension altogether. Unaffected. Nagato, give me a reasonable explanation. Yahiko yelled without a good reason as his old face reddened. Under the boundless gravitational force of the earth-bursting heavenly planet, the entire rain-hidden village was greatly affected, and Yahiko and Minami naturally couldn't stay out of it, and both of them were lying on the ground in an indecent posture. On the other hand, Silver, who was mainly held back by gravity, didn't have to do this. I don't know how he did it. He might be using some kind of powerful secret technique. Maelstrom Nagato blackened his face as the earthquake star targeted Jin, yet he was not in the least bit controlled by gravity. Instead, Yahiko and Minami resisted gravity in extreme pain. How the hell did that guy do that? Half a day's meditation didn't make sense, and with the perverted catching ability of the chakra eyes, all of the wind in Silver's body was playing out for Nagato, who was horrified to realize that the gravitational forces were bypassing Silver as they shot down from the hole in the sky. That little kid shall not be missed. The white Jedi lurking underground was incredulous. The shock on his face was hard to disappear and stayed on his face forever. He utilized some kind of jutsu to distort the void and therefore himself was not limited by the gravitational pull of the earth-bursting heavenly planet in a way that was way ahead of its time. But how on earth did this guy do that? Despite seeing Silver's end, the white Jedi was filled with confusion and was unusually curious about Silver's methods. Can only give up. Anyway, I got Nagato's bones. The Vortex clan's life force is extremely strong. Even if I consume a 20 or 30 years of lifespan, it won't hurt. And later when the bones blossom, I can completely make up for it. Silver released a laugh, his tone dripping with a touch of spontaneity. Raising his head to look at the sky, he perceived the ever-expanding earth-bursting heavenly star, and there was nothing but contempt in his pupils. Buzz. Unusual energy fluctuations overflow. The darkness of the night began to gradually warm up. Hot air is like boiling, is difficult to survive. The most spectacular is that the original black sky, all of a sudden turned red, just like hell on earth. The most spectacular thing is that the sky, which was dark, turned red all of a sudden, like an inferno on earth. The sizzling temperature was exceptionally uncomfortable, and the scene in front of him was as if he had come to a lava-filled hell, a mere rubble. And you still want the white moon to rise in the sky? You don't think you're capable of it? Scornfully sweeping a glance at the large meteorite in the sky, the spiritual pressure within Silver's body twisted to the extreme, instantly draining his entire body of strength and beginning to rapidly devour his life force. Buzz. On the ground, a giant, knife-like, flaming greatsword was imprinted in the soil, incinerating the earth and turning all the surrounding earth into charcoal, breaking the Tao of 96 one-blade cremation. As Silver's words fell, the earth's surface was violently shaken, and a greatsword of flame broke through the soil and stabbed straight into the sky, extending and becoming taller without limit, and the meteorite hovering in the void instantly suffered a heavy blow. Click, click, click. The swollen giant meteorite took a heavy blow, and the surface, which looked sturdy and incomparable, was instantly covered with dense cracks, and the originally earth-colored meteorite was burnt to a crisp all of a sudden. Click, click, click. The meteorite that was subjected to a strong attack was dismembered in an instant, turning into scorched black fragments falling from the sky, and with just a casual slash, the huge meteorite that was perched in the sky was instantly shattered. Ahem. The consumption is really great. Last time I lost 10 years of my life. This time I'm afraid I'll have to accompany you for 15 years. Silver withered white hair even more messy, such as dead weeds, eyes dark and lifeless spiritless, but he does not regret in the slightest. Anyway, get Whirlpool Nagato's handbone. As long as the future planted to the farm world, blossomed and fruited, Silver everything will be restored. There is the immortal's body of the support of everything will be solved. Gollum. What kind of monster is this guy? Nagato and the other three were stunned, and the white Jedi, who was watching from the shadows, nearly dislocated his jaw in surprise, looking at the peeling meteorite fragments, and the worldview within his mind instantly collapsed. Even if Maelstrom Nagato's earth-bursting heavenly planet wasn't at full power and he can't control it at full power at the moment, but that masked kid managed to destroy the earth-bursting heavenly planet in one blow. What kind of freak is this kid? A prodigy reincarnated? The petrified white Jedi muttered to himself in disbelief. His exaggerated expression as if he had been struck by lightning. Uchiha had asked him to keep an eye on how the Whirlpool Nagato was moving, not to witness Silver acting out the legend as he was doing now. Even Baijia had a dreamlike feeling, instinctively thinking that this was a dream. Chapter 69, Obtaining an Immortal's Body, Shelf 6th Shift. It is not that the white Jedi is over-exaggerated, but this kind of thing is really difficult to accept. The Earth Bakudansing is the strongest technique in the legend of sealing the 10 tails and creating the moon. Although Nagato is 1,000 miles away from the original 6 paths of the immortals, not the same dimension of existence, but the Earth Bakudansing is Earth Bakudansing. can be said to be invincible art was 1 to the second. Who can accept it? White absolutely can't accept. His master Uchiha-san equally can't accept. Especially this masked man is obviously the outline of a teenager's body. The age is not much. The body's chakra is also greatly restricted, but still can make such an exaggerated jutsu. No! This jutsu in front of you has already exceeded the definition of the jutsu. Oh no! What if this kid hits the chakra eye? Looking at the silver standing in the void, White Absoluta heart cannot help but worry up. The ninja world's highest pupil art, the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. And how many people do not desire to get? However, the White Jedi apparently thought too much. Silver just glanced faintly at Maelstrom Nagato and the other three, and then leisurely turned away, instantly disappearing from the world within his pupils. Find a place to recuperate for a while. Using a knife cremation Silver is also exhausted. Moving the body is difficult. Not to mention in the encirclement of Minami and the three of them, completely have the heart. That said, although there is a drain of 15 years of life this time, it's a beautiful thing to see that there will be no side effects if you use one blade cremation again in the future. Thinking through the Silver a laugh. Do people should be able to afford to let go? Not to mention that to get the bones of the Whirlpool Long Door, just consume 15 years of life. He is not a loss of money. The Whirlpool clan's excellent bloodline is enough to make up for it. Whoosh! With a few dodges in succession, Silver disappeared without a trace. As for the Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo's bones, Silver think about it even if, to his current state of this blind challenge only to send death, and so on later to rest well and then come to find him in trouble is not urgent. There is no need to show off for a while, especially the Rain Hidden Village is a supervisory zone of the Ujibo-zan. At any time, may be subjected to the attack of that unprecedented big man. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was half a month. During this period, Silver had been hiding in the Rain Hidden Village, temporarily living in an inn. In the quiet room, Silver sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, mind immersed within the farm world of his mind. It's still cozy here. Lazy stretching waist, facing the bright sunlight in the east, face hanging enjoyment color, to participate in the 3 wars in a few months' time. Silver almost always in the war within the career, rarely have the opportunity to leisurely cozy experience the comfort of sunbathing. At this moment Silver in a few months a world of difference. Hair as white as withered grass. Face is also pale, bloodless, all permeated with the meaning of old age. This is a serious overdraft of vitality of the most obvious signs. Forget it, let's get down to business. Suddenly took out the bloodstained hand bone wrapped in rags from his pocket. Silver hastily plucked the soil of the land under his feet and buried the hand bone of Maelstrom Nagato in it. Get anyone's bones, buried within the farm world. Blossom to get all his abilities. The owner of the bones is Whirlpool Nagato. Can get the immortal body of his Whirlpool clan? As for the reincarnation eye is impossible. After all, that is the eye transplanted by the Uchiha Zanba. Phew, that makes it okay, right? Silver wiped the sweat stains from his temples and was about to rest for a while when the transparent LCD screen suddenly floated into his eyes. The font on it saying the time the bones blossomed. I can't believe I want 5 years. It's still a question of whether I can live that long. There's no time to wait. Tian watch novel. TTKXS. Silver looked frustrated beyond belief and was quite headstrong. While it was true that he now had 400 point scrolls and spending 100 to redeem a pack of common fertilizer would make the bones blossom instantly, it also meant that he was one step further away from Akane's bones blossoming. Master practically no need to worry. Red Dog bone blossom there is still time to wait. After all, there are quite a few ways to obtain point scrolls, but you seriously overdraw 25 years of life. If you do not find a suitable way to solve the problem, in a few years the master will be fragrant yet. The farm elflasheen drilled out of thin air and warned earnestly, the lesser of the two should be understood by the master. Then give me a pack of ordinary fertilizer. It's only 100 point scrolls. Master has money. The expression of meat pain and reluctance was converged, and Silver showed the vigor that a tycoon should have. Immortal's body not only relieves the depletion of life force, but also gives access to a huge amount of chakra, and 100 points of scrolls to exchange for it is not a loss. Waiting for these words from the master, Lu Xian's white chin tapped, then casually took out a packet of white powder and poured it onto Nagato's bones, and in just a few seconds, white demonic flowers blossomed, permeated with a light and elegant fragrance, not at all like flowers borne by human bones. This feeling, it's so comfortable. Nagato's bones blossomed, and Silver's body instantly made an immediate impact, his withered white grass-like hair shining brightly, and although the strands were still white, they were closer to a silver color. Eyes also became glittering. Mid-air, the most ecstatic Silver is that the chakra in his body skyrocketed dozens of times as much, or even more, completely boundless. Only remaining left eye pupil power also has a great increase. TSK. After getting a whole bunch of benefits, This 100-point roll spent barely makes sense. It's just a shame about Akane's bones. Silver smacked his lips, his face full of sullen regret. Master need not worry. Lu Xin smiled mysteriously and seductively said, only if the master is willing to pay some price, he can instantly make Akane's bones blossom and gain all his powers. Hearing the silver eyes flashed a flash of hesitation. There is no pie in the sky that falls for nothing, and there is even less free fruit to eat here in Lu Xin. Everything has to pay a corresponding price. Tell me now. I can't lose anything anyway, Silver said. Lu Xin did not say anything, just pulling Silver to a place on the west side of the farm. Trance people. Only a huge visit. There is a huge plaque on top of it. Written processing workshop 3 words. A processing workshop, as the name suggests, is a workshop used to process something exclusively, and with just a portion of the parts and a handful of point scrolls, it's entirely possible to obtain a bag of extreme fertilizer, and Akane's bones will bloom immediately. Chapter 70, I am Jiraiya's disciple, 7th shift on the shelves. The power of Akane magma fruit is undoubted. If you have to exchange it for an equal value, it is at least a precious thing on the same level as the kaleidoscope writer's eye. This is still only one of Akane's abilities. In addition to this, he will also see the color hegemony, as well as the armed color hegemony. After the bones blossomed, Silver will obtain, for 300 point scrolls, as well as the addition of the owner's soul, you can obtain a bag of extreme fertilizer. Lu Xion's tone was permeated with magic, compelling one's mind, making one's imagination and heart flutter. Even Silver's rock-solid mind spluttered. Extreme fertilizer is desirable, but you should at least tell me what happens to a person after they lose their soul. And as much as I would like to make Akane's bones blossom, I still can't agree to that if the cost is my own life. What counterintuitive fertilizer is nothing compared to a small life? And a small life comes first, that's the guideline. Of course I won't victimize my master. I'll be buried with you if you die. A person who loses his soul will be affected in all aspects. The biggest problem on the other hand is that after the master chooses to process his soul, it means a complete loss of his soul, and you will only be able to live in the world for another 10 years. Happy Heart cautiously explains that Silver is now 12 years old, which also means that at the age of 22, he will be scattered and leave this world. It's really all pitiful stuff. Silver sighed, his performance flat. He had expected this. With a sudden flash of insight, he asked with interest, is it okay if I process it with something else? Like my kidneys or something. Hey, this one certainly works too. At that Lu Xion's mouth passed out a lewd smile, staring at the Silver Chaos Sorrows with thieving eyes, meaning to say, Jia. For example, that thing? Silver froze and followed Lu Xion's line of sight, and it was clearly his ing root. Don't you fart for me. The corners of his mouth were viciously drawn. Silver was full of gloom, viciously scraping a glance at Lu Xion. Let's talk about this later. Processing one's own soul is simply nonsense. 10 years of time passes in a flash. It's not worth it for a mere bag of extreme fertilizer. After chatting a few more times, Silver's consciousness exited the farm world. In the afternoon, went to check out the guest room again. Once again embarked on the journey to the base of the Dawn organization. Unlike the last time, this time Silver did not wear a disguise mask, but directly with the real face of the meeting. When the Silver left, the rain-hidden village of the Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo also rushed to, and Dawn organization had a big battle. Cunning Hanzo easily routed already close to the collapse of the Dawn. I heard that it also captured Dawn quite a number of important members. I heard that he also captured a lot of important members of the Shao organization. Now that Dawn has suffered a heavy blow, they should be in great need of allies right now, and uniting with them to deal with Hanzo Yamakateya would be twice as effective. Silver Heart secretly laugh, proud incomparable. Jumping forward, he posed as Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo sneak attack Dawn organization. The two sides originally broke out in a fierce battle, can be said to be as deep as the sea, and then the half-mountain pepper fish Hanzo and personally led the department down to beat the wind, but also captured a lot of hostages. Both sides of the grudge completely erupted. The recent days, the Rain Hermit village happened a lot of bloodshed, bleeding incident. The two sides of the war is the Rain Hidden Village and Dawn organization. Usually Dawn organization station base. At the moment there is no people. Turned into scorched earth, were robbed by the Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo kicked out of the Rainy Hidden Village, wandering in the fringe area. Damn you, Hanzo the Mountain Pepper Fish. Unashamed thing. Inside the gloomy cave, a dusty-faced Yahiko cursed, as the leader of a village, he doesn't have the slightest bit of temperament. The contract had already said not to offend each other before, and Hanzo, the Mountain Pepper Fish, took advantage of the danger to sneak up on us. Bang! Pippy books, slapping the table hard. Spiderweb-like dense cracks appeared. Yahiko flames rushed to the sky. the whirlpool Nagato standing beside him likewise, the chakra eyes overflowing with cold and piercing murderous intent. As for Minami, who was always like a shadow, was nowhere to be seen. Chieftain, there is a visit from Kiba requesting an audience. Just then, a respectful voice came from outside the door. A ninja from Kiba? Maelstrom Nagato and Yahiko looked at each other. Both could see the skepticism in the other's eyes. They didn't seem to be socializing with the Konoha ninja. LOL. The closed door was suddenly pushed open, revealing a young back, the teenager's bright eyes and thin lips. His demeanor was courteous and polite. His face had a friendly arc, and his lightly exposed smile gave a sense of enjoyment like a spring breeze, and was very quiet. Are you two Yahiko and Maelstrom Nagato? I apologize for the sudden visit. My name is Uchiha Jin, the disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Hearing that you guys are in deep heat, Master his old man sent me to help you guys out, and together we'll face the demigod Yamasho Hanzo. Spilling his pre-prepared lines, Silver made a brief self-introduction, reassuming an identity of his own, Jiraiya's apprentice. At those words, Yahiko and Maelstrom Nagato looked at each other, both able to see the suspicion in the bottom of the other's eyes, and the two of them quickly exchanged glances, transmitting each other's meaning. I don't know what happened to his right eye, but the left eye, that's a Sharingan eye without a doubt, which means he's a member of the Uchiha family in the Konoha village, and even though Jiraiya-sensei is also from the Konoha, this guy might be an imposter, so we have to be on guard. Yahiko and Nagato's voices were thin, exchanging opinions with each other. The guard is pretty deep, but I know all about that you guys did when you were kids, and if you want to fight me, you're still a little young. Silverheart skimmed his mouth and sneered. Just when he wanted to fool around a bit, the solid ground suddenly trembled fiercely. The shocking ringing sound made the eardrums hurt, and there came the sound of rushing shouts of murder. Something's not right. Minami doesn't seem to be there. Silver wondered. Rather strangely, these three were stuck together almost all the time. It was rare to see them separated like they were now. Could it be that Minami was captured by Yamashina Hanzo? Chapter 71 Utilization, the 8th shift on the shelves. Silver has recently heard that Hanzo Yamakatea has captured a number of Dawn members as a threat to Yahiko and others. Both of you. The three of you. Lord Jiraiya has told me all about your deeds. The three of you grew up with dead parents. Back then, Lord Jiraiya kindly took you in and taught you the art of ninjutsu. And then Lord Jiraiya lived with you. Am I right? Up to 5 or 6 minutes long. Silver carefully narrated, from the goodness of his heart. In his previous life, he knew the deeds of the three Minami people like the back of his hand, so he said it without any mistake, without a drop of water. And even in some places, he knew it better than Nagato and Yahiko, the two people in authority. It seems that you are indeed a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei. He told you all of this, didn't he? Or else you wouldn't have been able to know it so well. Yahiko smiled kindly, and his wariness of Silver tightened. Maelstrom Nagato was equally beaming, his pale face blossoming into a smile as he greeted Silver and sat down with great enthusiasm. I'm the one who's responsible for screwing you guys over. Is this really okay? Silver's surface is also full of smiles, but in the heart is speechless to the extreme. Side ear to listen to the outside world shouting and killing sounds in succession. Should be the Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo's subordinates. Rain hidden village within the only Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo dare so bold. Junior Nan, where is senior sister? Silver called out cheekily, when he had sneaked up on a few people. He had deliberately stretched it out, and now it didn't sound like the same person at all. Whirlpool Nagato and Yahiko glanced at each other, both sighed helplessly and laughed bitterly. After we were attacked that day, Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo took advantage of the fire and snatched Xiao Nan while we were exhausted. Senior brother, you heard the fight outside. I guess it's Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo who came to the door. Dawn organization before the Silver sneak attack has been killed and wounded half, and by the Mountain Pepper Rain Hanzo sudden attack, can be said to add insult to injury, and now has been broken. The remaining members of the majority of the people are also sick and so on. This group, spreading his vision one by one, taking in the sick people coiled around him. Silver frowned. This group is just baggage. Send them home or, how can that be? They have worked with me for many years. We are all good brothers. How can we come to abandon them? Yahiko was the first to stand up and object, looking at Silver rather disgruntledly. This guy is really naive enough. He can't see the current situation at all. You think you can protect this group with your strength? Ridiculous and stupid. Silver silently shook his head in his heart, rather unimpressed with this one-dimensional rash. Yahiko, I can understand your feelings, but don't forget, we don't have the strength to guard them at all. Staying will hurt them instead. It's not like you don't know the character of Hanzo Yamashiro. For enemies, no matter if they're old, weak, sick or disabled, he'll kill them all. Maelstrom Nagato, in a rare move to Yahiko's opposite side, persuaded in a hurtful manner. It's not that I don't want to protect, but we're powerless. Just like Minami. At that, Yahiko was silent, nodding undeniably after half a second. Then let's disband the Dawn organization for now, and rise again when we take out Hanzo the mountain pepperfish later. Today, kill them all for me. Don't leave a single one of these traitors of the rain hidden village. Shocking the majestic diffusion of the sky, mountain pepper rain Hanzos overlooking the entire battlefield. Pale face showed a satisfied smile. A group of yellow-haired brats, surprisingly want to fight with me. Flat, you are still a few hundred years short. You asshole. Behind the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, a blue-haired young girl was tightly bound, unable to move. Her face was wet by the rain, her eyes indignantly glaring at the mountain pepper fish Hanzo full of hatred. However, everyone is ignoring her. The young girl seems to be abandoned by the world. Pathetic. This person is Minami. You can curse to your heart's content. I won't see eye to eye with you. Anyway, you'll be going to the Yellow Springs with those two brats soon. There's no need for me to see eye to eye with a dead man. It's too degrading. Mountain pepper fish Hanzo indifferent. The corner of the mouth tugging smile filled with cold icy murderous intent. Ripped open, his voice loudly yelled, "Give me to listen. Shao organization's leader Yahiko. And that is called the Vortex Nagato's kid. Your companion is here. Do not want to let her be divided into corpses, then hurry to give me out." The sound wave mixed with chakra traveled through the mountains and fell clearly into the ears of Silver and the others within the hidden flickering. You despicable villain. Yahiko, you guys don't fall for it. Before Minami could finish his sentence, he was forced to seal his mouth by Hanzo subordinates of the mountain pepperfish, and he stammered for half a day without uttering a word. I'm going to save Minami. Yahiko's line of sight through the heavy dense forest, looking at the distant mountain top of Shao Minami and mountain pepperfish Hanzo, like ants on the hot pot, restless. All body is permeated with rampant aura. The whole person is like a wild animal beast, permeated with ferocious killing intent. It's a trap. We need to plan for it. We must not take any chances. We must. There's no need to be afraid. The three of us can just go and clean up Hanzo the mountain pepperfish together. There's no need to be afraid. Silver suddenly came out to help, his chesty tone causing Nagato and Yahiko to look sideways. With the two of them going to haul in the rain hidden village ninja, Silver was sure enough to take out the Yamashoyu Hanzo. In that case, try to kill him. Mei Yan's killing spirit was flourishing, and he was by no means a good person, with a suffocating killing intent permeating every part of his body. Borrow the power of you free laborers to seize the bones of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish, and I'll take the opportunity to escape. Silver calculated to himself in his heart, not caring about the death of the three of them. After all, people are selfish. Chapter 72, You will be struck by lightning for pretending on a thunderous day. Ninth shift on the shelves. He was originally borrowing the power of the three and the mountain pepper fish version of the hide. Even if they really unfortunately fell, Silver will only silently watch the development of the situation. His goal is only mountain pepper fish Hanzo's bones, in addition to other things. After a few brief words, Silver and the others left the gloomy cave. Hanzo the bastard. Dawn and him will not rest in peace. The moment he stepped out of the dark cave entrance, the wide area that met his eyes was a mess. Corpses were piled up everywhere. Miserable. Most of the tragic deaths were members of the Shao organization who had been abused by the ninjas of the Yuin village, and the scent of blood poured out of his nostrils. Idiot, if you had known, why would you have done it in the first place? This group of people are fine. You have to incorporate them into an organization, and the ruthless Hanzo who turned them into enemies normally will definitely not let this group go. Silver snorted inwardly, deeply disdainful of the righteously indignant Yahiko. If Yahiko hadn't taken in these vulnerable people, Hanzo naturally wouldn't have categorized them as enemies, which was actually all Yahiko's doing. In this world, sometimes mercy is a cruel crime. You brats finally showed up. Ha! Who is that brat again? But his left eye seems to be the Uchiha family's sharpening wheel eye. Jia. It's still a three-hooked jade. I'm going to make a lot of money this time. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo's eyes were glowing with undisguised greed and covetousness. Who is he? I can't believe he's with Yahiko and Nagato. Shao Nan's eyebrows lightly knitted, flashing a touch of doubt, her eyes fixed on Silver's back. For some reason, she always felt that the silver-haired teenager with a clear brow was déjà vu and had some impression. I don't think she'll recognize me by mistake. Witnessing the gaze shot by Minami, Silver nodded his head in a friendly manner, casting a comforting look, signaling that there is no need for her to worry. But in his heart, he was furtive and uncomfortable by Minami's look, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, peeping into someone else's bath isn't something honorable. And Silver's inner self inevitably fizzled out, not daring to look at Minami's crystal clear eyes. The three of you cut yourselves off immediately, or I'll kill her right now. Pointing at Minami, Hanzo threatened. Young people are always young people, valuing the so-called bonds, So intentionally you lost to me. Hanzo was smug. It wasn't that he was underestimating Yahiko and the others. In all fairness, it was only a matter of time before these people surpassed him as long as they were given enough time in the future. But the biggest problem was that these people were too focused on the so-called bonds, and were destined to be broken. Boom boom boom. The void was strewn with thick silver-colored lightning, tumbling and swimming within the layers of dark clouds, and the dark night sky shone as bright as day for a moment, the entire world dotted with an atmosphere of despair. But this time, Hanzo Yamashiro was doomed to miscalculate. Perhaps Yahiko and Nagato will choose to compromise and cherish this hard-won bond in friendship, but Silver definitely won't. Suicide somehow? Simply fart. We're not going to kill ourselves, and you can't kill her. Taking a small step forward, his silver hair danced in the wind, catching the eye. Whose child is it? Don't think that just because you're young and have opened your three-hook jade sharpening will eyes that you can be proud of yourself. You have to understand what kind of person is standing in front of you. The eyes of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, shot out a cold, insidious light, and his skin stung when he looked at them. I know your title is demigod. Silver naturally knew about the reputation of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, and remained serene, saying softly, but so what? You think you're really a god? Actual Novel 117. Access 177. You're just an old, narcissistic, awful old man. Silver's voice hovered in the void for a long time, falling into the middle of everyone's ears. Is this guy crazy? How dare he openly call Hanzo a self-absorbed awful old man? All the ninjas looked at the placid Silver with demented eyes. This guy was simply drawing fire, insulting Hanzo the mountain pepper fish in the land of the rain-hidden village. 10 lives would not be enough to kill him. Everyone's body is uncontrollable in Silver to open a distance, afraid of being affected by the fish, by the fury of Hanzo involved in it is really too miserable. Kid, you've got balls. Hanzo twisted his hideous old face. His hostility skyrocketed dozens of times, as terrifying as a stern ghost. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me and then take the opportunity to save this little girl? Don't even think about it. The killing machine suddenly turned inward. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo resumed his pleasant color, and resolved wisely, I'm not going to leave this little girl. Nonetheless, I'll even kill her now. Do it for me. Hanzo's cold command with a wave of his hand made Yahiko and Nagato despair. I told you before you couldn't kill her. The silver hand pulsed with silver light, like thousands of birds roaring with a shrill sound that was chilling. Materialized lightning attribute chakra. Surprise flashed in the eyes of Hanzo the mountain pepper fish, and he scornfully said, Idiot, we're both so far away, and you want to attack old man with something like that? That's something impossible to do. The distance between Silver and mountain pepper fish Hanzo was at least 20 to 30 meters, so it was naturally impossible for Chidori to attack over. The rain-hidden village is always cloudy and rainy in all seasons. Today is even a thunder day. The sky is accumulating a lot of lightning. I will punish you on behalf of the heavens. Nonsense on a thunder day is punishable by lightning. You can represent God? Children are really children. They talk so childishly. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish laughed out loud, sarcasm sweeping across the sky like a hurricane. Everyone was staring at the expressionless Silver with teasingly pathetic faces, their eyes clearly looking at idiots. It was Whirlpool Nagato and Yahiko who were embarrassed for a moment, cursing Silver for having a brain fart. If I say I can take the place of heaven, I can take the place of heaven. As his eyes grew cold, the 1,000 birds held aloft in Silver's hands then slammed down, and the void followed, looking up to see a giant beast descending from the sky. Rado Kirin, Chapter 73, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish who spit out blood, on the shelf. 10th shift. The sky, which was already dark, suddenly shone brightly, and everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and the majestic animal roar emitted by the gigantic beast in the sky caused the entire world to tremble and shake with it. Looking at the Silver with a smile on his face, the old face of the mountain pepper fish version of the hide was green, and there was no need to think. The originator was definitely this one-eyed dragon kid with a bad smile on his face. Asshole, I will definitely not let you go. I will definitely make you. Till death do us part. Your mouth is still this vicious. Silver shook his head in disgust. His impression of the old man was extremely nasty. The words of a man who is about to die are good. The song of a bird who is about to die is also mournful. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo is not even as good as a bird. Boom boom boom. Divine beasts with ferocious looks descended from the sky, producing an unparalleled absolute impact. The raised ground was all but obliterated, and irregular cracks appeared throughout the earth. As for the ninjas of the Yuin village, they had already fallen to the ground with blackened bodies, dead bodies, and even worse, they were directly burned by the deadly lightning with a foul odor. You asshole. Mountain pepper fish Hanzo looked at the wretched geography. 2 eyes black, almost a breath did not slow down suffocated past. He was fortunate to cultivate many years of close friends were Silver a move to destroy. Reduced to ashes. Mountain pepper fish Hanzo, a heart is bleeding. Come here Minami. Not bothering to be surprised, Yahiko hurriedly yelled towards the dazed Minami. Idiot, you're screaming so loud, are you afraid that old boy Hanzo the mountain pepper fish can't hear you? Silver Heartslander said, extremely speechless. At the same time an arrow stepped towards the direction of Xiaominami swept rapidly. The dagger in his hand danced. The ninja not in Xiaominami's periphery was killed by the silver seal Ho. What's that smell? Just at this moment, the purple starting fog suddenly took off. The smell came to the face. Xiao Nan's agaric nose slightly wrinkled, gently sniffing, and immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Head fuzzy, the body was not in control up, lost the point of support, and wanted to plant on the ground. Don't smell that. Hanzo is a master poisoner. The moment Minami was about to fall, Silver weaved in and picked her up by the waist, quickly making a hasty exit from Hanzo's side, his eyes warily scrutinizing the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, not to mention Minami, who had no knowledge of the situation, but even Silver, who had been prepared in advance, had been hit, and was simply unable to defend himself. By the way, what are you? Minami asked. Her voice was sweet, giving off a warm and approachable feeling like an angel. I am Lord Jiraiya's disciple, called Uchiha Jin, and I was sent by my teacher to support you. Silver also does not care about 3-7. Directly open mouth pulling the ghost story. The next 10 years, Zelaya and Nagato and other people meet only a few times. Even if it is a flimflam will not be demolished. Naturally do not need to mind. That's not important. Our enemy of the moment is how to deal with this angry tiger. He's been completely pissed off by me, and the chakra in my body is bottoming out. A few of us are in danger. Silver face full of worry said, deliberately say chakra insufficient, quietly waiting for Whirlpool Long Door release that art. He just can take the opportunity to make a big bargain. I love to see Chinese net. It's best to be able to psychic out that outer path demon statue. Once I get the bones of the outer path demon statue then, Jia, it's far more valuable than the bones of a tailed beast human pillar power, and it still have a price without a market. Silver's mind reverberated as he wasted so much effort to penetrate within Maelstrom Nagato and the others. With the ultimate and only purpose, the Gato magic statue. I see. I said why Master is so obsessed with the three of them. It turns out it's for the outer devil statue, so that clears up all the previous doubts. Luxian's celestial voice came from his mind and continued. Some days ago, the Master injured Maelstrom Nagato, in addition to wanting to take his bones, but also wanted to limit his strength, and now that the old wound has not yet healed, it is impossible for him to use the earth-bursting heavenly star kind of art. And now the only forbidden art that he can come up with is the psychic. The only forbidden art he can use now is the psychic Gato demon statue, which is a way to get rid of Hanzo Yamakura. Did the master plan this from the beginning? That's a really bad tactic. Happy Heart beamed in contempt. Bad? Maybe it's really nasty, but so what? The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. It's an irony that never changes. Silver isn't ashamed. He's proud. So what if he's despicable? All he focuses on is the outcome anyway. And often the more despicable a person is, the happier and longer they live. Leave it to me. Witnessing the large number of remaining hidden village ninjas in front of him, Maelstrom Nagato resolutely took a step forward, his face determined and remorseless. Nagato, it's hard for you to. Enough Yahiko, I decide my own matters for myself. Do you think we can escape without paying a certain price? This is a choice we must face. Yahiko's eyes glowed with determination. His unshakable tone gave the impression that he was as tough as a rock, without the slightest room for retreat. Silver remained indifferent. This kind of heartbreaking scene would not have the slightest feeling for him, just silently waiting for the time when Whirlpool Nagato released the demonic image of Gato, taking the opportunity to chop off a small section of his bones. As for the rest, it didn't matter to Silver at all. You guys stay away from me. After stabilizing his emotions, Nagato clasped his hands together, and his purple chakra eyes began to radiate a ripple that whisked through everyone's bodies as each person felt an unprecedented wave of calamity. It was Silver's sweaty hairs that involuntarily stood on end. Even if Nagato hadn't summoned the Outer Way Devil statue to appear in the world yet, he felt the unprecedented danger descending upon him. Psionics. Maelstrom Nagato tensed his nerves. A lot of beads of sweat had already slipped down at his forehead, and his eyes were obviously bulging out a lot, and his tone of voice was hoarse and extraordinary, looking quite nervous. Click, click, click. The void was inexplicably torn through a narrow crack, followed by the revelation of a sinewy head with chillingly dense fangs around its mouth. Chapter 74 Outer Devil Statue, First Shift. Silver stared blankly at the huge head of the Outer Way Devil statue. This was the first time he had seen the Outer Way Devil statue's original form, and he could not help but be baffled by the ferocious appearance. What a world! Who would have thought that this monster's final form would be a graceful and wonderful woman? Associating it with Kaguya Hime from the Geto demon statue, Silver muttered to himself with a lot of emotion. Ouch! A deafening roar resounded through the void, and an invisible shock spread from its mouth. Boom boom boom! The exploding airwaves transformed into a violent hurricane, giving people the feeling as if they were positively ravaged by a Category 10 hurricane, and their bodies were compulsorily pushed away. What the hell was that? It seems like he was using psychic magic just now. Psychic? This monster is a psychic beast? Obviously a giant deadwood human. Oh my god. Can this be considered a psychic beast? It's simply bull asterisk. Underestimating our intelligence? Silver excitedly looked at the monster within the hidden void. The protruding wooden monster with a scary look was incomparable, and those who felt the aura of the demonic statue of the outer path showed fear and trepidation. What was a god of fear to others was a point roll for nothing to Silver. Ow! There was another terrifying roar, and everyone was on pins and needles. What are you screaming for? Hurry up and get out of there! Silver heart secretly anxious, cursing the whirlpool Nagato fool, without enough chakra. Want to manipulate the outer way of the magic statue is simply delusional. Want to force manipulation the only way to ride their own life force. Click 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 click. The outer Dao demon statue was just hidden in the sky, with an ancient and barbaric aura wafting through its body, but it was unable to come out. Rice bucket. Silver slandered in his heart and sighed in pity. Trying to control the demonic statues of the outer paths was still a bit far from the truth based on the level of Maelstrom Nagato. Just then, Silver suddenly looked up, suddenly aware of someone watching and surveying him. Surprisingly, raising his head to the sky, Silver was stunned to realize that the monster in the void, the massive head, stared at Silver and opened its mouth to roar towards him. Unusually, Silver didn't detect the slightest hint of hostility. What's going on here? Silver couldn't help but frown as he pondered in his mind. Controlling the demonic statues of the outer paths requires the power of the 6 paths, and I obviously don't have the 6 paths. No, I also have the power of the 6 paths. A brilliant aura flashed in his eyes. In a way, due to the reason of obtaining the Maelstrom Nagato's bones and perfectly blossoming within his mind to obtain the immortal human body. In a certain sense, Silver, who possessed both the power of the Maelstrom clan and the power of the Uchiha clan within his body, indirectly possessed the power of the 6 paths, and the Maelstrom clan likewise possessed the immortal human body, especially as Silver was now an immortal human body and an immortal eye. Lu Shu Bar, Le Shuoba. Otherwise the demonic statues of the outer paths wouldn't have winked at Jin as they did, and only the power of the 6 paths would have done so. TSK. That's not bad. Silver was overjoyed and began to try to communicate with the outer demonic statue, controlling it to mutilate itself with his own thoughts. As for snatching the outer way devil statue, Silver think about it and forget about it. Although it is said that the outer way devil statue's shell life force is extremely powerful, and the strength is also incredibly strong, even if it is just a mere shell, it can also easily exert power beyond imagination. Silver naturally eyed hot, but the demon statue of Geto now has an owner, and it's a character with a very impressive status. Uchiha-zan. Put. After half a second, a piece of slimy giant arm fell to the ground, able to clearly see the bones inside. Silver was overjoyed and rushed over to him, pretending to be anxious. What's going on here? Nagato, why did your psychic beast mutilate itself? Everyone froze and looked at Nagato blankly, waiting for his answer. And while everyone's attention was focused on Nagato, Silver took the opportunity to scrape off a small piece of bone. Well, I'm not really sure. Nagato's cheeks reddened as he sniffed, and he was confused about it all as he used his Geto magic statue for the first time. In that case, let's retreat for now. Silently hiding the bones of the outer Dao demon statue, Silver suggested in a low voice. In that case, we'll be very angry to break out. They're almost dead in manpower now, and they're definitely exhausted, so it's a good time to break out. You can try. Give it up, Nagato. Yahiko persuaded. The few were close friends without words, and he understood the burden of Nagato's forced use of his chakra eyes. Sometimes it was a total life filler. Let's spread out and break out. It'll distract them. Looking around, Silver said, their people were killed by the Qilin before to kill not much. Now the remaining is only a small number of elites. Separate breakout with half the effort. Just do it. Yahiko and the others nodded in compliance, glancing at each other as they ran off in different directions. Give chase. Not a single one of them. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, gave orders in an organized manner. His eerie sight swept around, finally fixing a Silver figure, gritting his teeth and saying with hatred, that Uchiha Silver will have me personally solve it. Yeah. Hearing this, a cold light swept through the depths of Silver's pupils, and deliberately changed the direction of escape, sweeping towards the depths of the mountain range where there were fewer people. Hanzo's bones were still worth 100 points of scrolls, so Silver naturally couldn't just let it go. Still want to run? You're bound to die. Your little life will be taken by me personally. Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo killing machine austere. Just because the Silver to join, leading to his plan all bankruptcy, lost a wife and soldiers, heavy losses, training for many years of ninjas or Silver a move into burnt corpses. For the Silver's hatred skyrocketed, and even more than the Nagato and others more engraved in the bones. This blood feud absolutely cannot be forgotten in vain. Chapter 75, Uchiha Fireflame Formation, Second Shift. Within the damp dense forest, the two silhouettes chased after me. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. If it was a normal person, I'm afraid that Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, would have just given up, but the only one who was Silver, who kept chasing. It's not hard to see how deep his hatred was. This old guy can still chase me for so long at his age without even taking a breath. His stamina isn't weak. Twisting his head to look at the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, who was full of killing intent, Silver continued to charge forward, and only stopped his pace when he came to about a mountain range that was sparsely populated. Surrounded by mountains and sparsely populated, it is a desperate place. Bird not ghost place. Even shows this kind of place to be a graveyard for yourself. It seems that your skill in reading feng shui is very poor. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo's eyes chillingly flirted, his pupils flashing with rampant murderous intent. No, you've got the wrong meaning. Silver shook his head decisively, shaking it back and forth like a valley of waves, and explained softly, I have no intention of dying in this kind of pandemonium, and I'm a very kind person. Eyes like a torch staring at Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Silver opened the door and said, remove one of your own arms and you will be spared from death. This sentence will mountain pepper fish Hanzo angry 7 orifices of smoke. Stormy roared. Denkai see you kid some talent wanna pull you to join our village. Since you are so ungrateful words, then go to hell. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo took off the respirator that his face was carrying, and exhaled a large amount of purple venom from his mouth, controlled by Hanzo. Everywhere he swept through, the leaves instantly withered and crumbled. Seeing this, Silver didn't dare to be too big, exploding back, taking the initiative to pull out a burst of distance from the purple gas. Finish it once and for all. I don't have time to waste with you. A one-time finish? With a pawn like you? At that, the mountain pepper fish Hanzo good gas and funny. Silver even initiative to approach him did not dare, since also want and he once and for all to end, is simply a daydream. Smile as much as you can, or you may never get the chance again. Silver was impassive, ignoring the taunts of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. The old man was going to cry later. I've never used that jutsu before. Today is a good opportunity, and there's a suitable task at hand that necessitates trying out how powerful that jutsu really is. Silver muttered, ignoring the shouting of Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. A large amount of fiery bursts of heat bubbled out of his hands as Silver touched the earth with both hands, a deep red dangerous glow pulsing even more. The Uchiha family is known all over the world. This kid is just 12 years old, so young that he opens the 3-hook Jade's writing wheel eyes. Definitely not to judge people by their appearance. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, frowned, and then also tensed his full attention, wary of anyone, which was Hanzo's style all these years. Buzz off. Half a dozen times later, a dull ringing sound suddenly came, followed by Hanzo's surprise that the earth under his feet inexplicably jumped. Not much different from an earthquake, only the shaking was even worse. What the hell is going on here? The head full of foggy mountain pepper fish Hanzo discreetly overwhelmed. His eyes instinctively looked towards Silver. Let it all end here. Hanzo, penned by 2020, DST9. Faintly sweeping a glance at the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, Silver lips lightly quirked. This jutsu was from the scrolls of Uchiha-zan. The amount of chakra required was massive, at least beyond the level of shadow class. The other day Silver had acquired the immortal human body, and the amount of chakra in his body had skyrocketed, making him perfectly capable of using that jutsu. Touching the ground with both hands and staring at the ground beneath Hanzo the mountain pepperfish's feet, Silver burst out, Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. Click, click, click. Mountain pepper fish Hanzo feet of the land shaking even more. Has vaguely appeared rupture sound. Hanzo eyelids jumped, secretly said a bad. Was about to turn around and retreat when it was too late. A knot of flames rose up from the ground, instantly hitting the too hard. Rumble. Within the dead silent mountain range, there was a monstrous explosion. The dark and sunless sky suddenly turned into a fiery red. A prime flame boundary stood between heaven and earth, extraordinarily spectacular and majestic, splitting the world in two. That flame barrier, like hell, is difficult to cross the breakthrough. Flame boundary circumference within 10 meters of the place, all ashes. The sky-high tree directly by instant evaporation of water, into a section of old dead wood. and ultimately dismembered. And the mountain pepper fish Hanzo is also in the 10 meters of this range. Was annihilated in it. Damn. It's too dark. This will definitely burn this old guy to the bone. It's a pity. The bones of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish are worth 100 electricity rolls. The corners of Silver's mouth twitched and he sighed tersely. Wishing to give himself a slap and cursing his recklessness, this kind of boundary was overpowered. And everything burned to it would turn into nothingness. Ahem. Just then, a violent coughing fit suddenly came. And when he looked up, it was none other than the gray-headed Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. The only difference being that he was missing an arm. How is it possible that he was not burned to death? I clearly saw his hand being lit just now. So that's how it was. The weapon was stained with blood. This old guy is also a generation of ruthless people. He even chopped off his own arm alive. Rauda's Silver qualitative also jaw-dropping. Liv cut off their own arm. Without enough courage who dared not. But this is a good opportunity. Silver said with a smirk. His body swept through as a shadow. And he hurriedly picked up the bones of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. This old man is running really fast. Raising his head, Silver realized that the mountain pepperfish Hanzo had already disappeared. At that moment is shaking his head. And does not care. His goal is just the bones. As for the mountain pepperfish Hanzo's life is not important. It's time to go back. Sweeping a glance into the depths of the rain-hidden village, where shouts of murder were heard in succession. Silver, however, had the sense to leave. Decisively avoiding it, his mission to the rain-hidden village was accomplished, and there was no need to make more effort. Chapter 76, A Great Harvest, Third Shift. Time flies. In the blink of an eye is 3 days. The full force of the Silver only spent 2 days of time to return to the wooden leaf. Hurriedly rest a day after thinking Silence Farm World. The bones of the Gato Devil statue. And the bones of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. For a total of 500 points of rolls. Is the master sure he wants to redeem them? Looking at the rags Silver handed him, there were 2 blood-stained white bones inside. 500 point scrolls? That means the bones of the Outer Way Devil statue are worth 400 point scrolls? It's surprising that it's worth so much. Silver smacked his lips and sighed that it was too bad. If he could, he would hate to capture the outer demon statues and strip them all as bones to sell. Last time, there were 300 point scrolls left. And this time, I got another 500, which adds up to 800 point scrolls, which is still 200 point scrolls short of redeeming an extreme fertilizer. Silver gurgled and choked on his spit. How could he not be thrilled that a bag of fertilizer could cause Akane's bones to blossom and gain access to all the abilities and tricks of the great General Akane? I heard that Konoha and Iwakamura went to war, and old man Inoki even used his pressure move, the human pillar power, to increase his winning percentage in order to win. Silver's heart was restless. How could his heart be calm when Akane's bones were finally going to blossom? The 2 human pillars came at the right time. After seizing their bones, they could gather enough 1,000 points rolls, and then they could exchange for extremely fast fertilizer. Go and talk to old man Sanjo. For this great battle of the Iwakunin village, I'm going to take part in it as well. Having made up his mind, Silver immediately walked out of the corner door and hoofed it towards the office of the 3rd Naruto. The bones of the four-tailed human pillar power and the Wu-Wei human pillar power. He was determined to win. Making 500 open roll points in one go is definitely considered a bonanza. Phew. I don't have to go after Jasuna to redeem the extreme fertilizer. Silver's heart disease also disappeared. Whirlpool Joexei Nai is the 9 tails of the human pillar force. But the relationship between the two is really good. Silver really cannot go to the cold hand. Heavy mood relaxation easy a lot. Sand hidden village Hiawami hidden village to abandon the past. For the situation of Kiba greatly not good. The black hand of Inoki is like adding to the frost. Kiba's situation is more dangerous. The 3 generations of Naruto for this anxious for a few nights have not closed their eyes. Heard God on the fire full of mouth bubbles. At this moment, Naruto's office, Kiba's top management gathered. Everyone's face is hanging clearly visible worry. 2 villages are not the same as a child's play. Maybe Kiba will really fall. Knock knock. A knock on the door broke the silence. And the 3rd Naruto's brow creased as he said in an old tone, "Come in, LOL." The door was pushed open, revealing the pale face of the silver-haired teenager, who politely said, "Several lords, it's Silver." A crowd of friendly smiles, very gentle. These guys are all hypocrites. Silver heart contempt. In the past, when he had not yet risen to power, this group of people are afraid that he does not know who he is, and now full of smiles are trying to curry favor with Silver. After all, his strength is obvious to all. 3-9. The young man was fluttering, and his strength was just like the peak of the world. I've heard that the village is in trouble and is being attacked by the combined forces of the Sand Hidden Village and the IWA Hidden Village. I wish to do something for the village and am willing to go to the front lines of the IWA Hidden Village to resist the invading enemy. A crowd of people smelled great joy. The third generation of Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Kiba nowadays lack of high-end fighting force. After all, the two villages of high-end power together far more than the Kiba. In the future, the village will certainly not forget your merits and your name will be passed on. The third Naruto laughed, and it was a personal long-cherished wish to pass it down through the ages. This old man is really good at fooling and compelling people. No wonder the skunk was killed off the entire Uchiha clan. Silver was secretly on guard. There were times when a stovepipe mouthpiece was more dangerous than a powerful blood religion limit, as exemplified by a master of the erudite mouthpiece like Maelstrom Naruto. This time you'll be integrated into Jiraiya and Tsunade's team. And remember, you must obey both of their orders. The third Naruto's tone was raised several times and said very sternly, "That one's for sure." Silver made a look of fear. Fearful replied, "The heart is very disdain. Wait until he collects enough bones to exchange fertilizer awakening red dog bones. The strength is bound to surge. Then he did not have to stay in the wooden leaf to look up to people to live. This place is not free to stay. Young in age and humble in temper. That's good. It's a talent to be reckoned with." The third Naruto's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, looking satisfied to the core. "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, please take care of us when the time comes." Silver strides up to Tsunade with his signature sunny smile, giving his first impression of being approachable and very kind. "Ha ha, following me definitely won't treat you poorly." Jiraiya patted Silver's shoulder, showing his thumb and said, "But there's no need for you to be modest. I've heard about your strength from Mizuki's right, and you can be completely trusted." Tsunade nodded softly, her eyes sweeping Silver without saying much. "You're welcome, Lord Jiraiya. Just leave any task to me and I'll do my best to fulfill it." Silver patted his chest and swore to guarantee that. Out of the corner of his eye is a hidden measure of Tsunade. White skin, beautiful, fresh and outstanding temperament. Perhaps because of the relationship between the first generation and the second generation of granddaughter, born with a kind of nobility, called the Tsunade princess, is also in line with her reputation. I heard that Tsunade left Konoha before, and that it took a great deal of effort for the third Naruto to find her, and even more effort to invite her back. Silverside also just swept Tsunade for a moment or two before leaving. She didn't have any highlight abilities. Even as the granddaughter of the first Naruto, she wasn't anything special. At least Silver wasn't interested in her at the moment. Chapter 77. I brush my teeth 3 times. Fourth shift. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya's status is very high, the famous 3 ninja of the ninja world, but Silver does not have any unnecessary thoughts, and cannot talk about flattering. Feel flat. Just this mission to travel with them, at least the two sides to get to know each other. The atmosphere cannot get too stiff. 3 generations of Naruto and urgently arrange some other tasks, as well as detailed set a wooden leaf now facing the situation. Everyone is listening to the face full of serious. Like wave wind water door, such a heart for the village, is full of sadness, compared to the surface of the worried inside cannot wait for the wooden leaf downfall of the Silver world of difference. Silver's eyes only have their own. He is selfish and self-interested. For Kiba, the feeling is general. Not to talk about resentment. Not to talk about resentment. Just hope that he is in the Kiba this period of time. The Kiba can be a little more peaceful. He's gone Kiba in bad luck at best. It was about another half hour before this meeting was over and Jinya walked out of Naruto's office and was about to leave when a figure trotted up behind him and pulled out his coat. "Last time we came back from the misty hidden village we didn't have time to celebrate, so let's go out for a big meal together this time." The person who suddenly jumped out and pulled Silver back was Maelstrom Jioshinna. "Celebrate?" Silver closed his mouth in silence, and after thinking about it for a bit, it was fine lately. He nodded his head in agreement. "No problem, but do we need to call Suikoden along? That guy only has the village's safety in his eyes. This recent period of time he is even more busy crazy." The Sand Hidden Village and Iwakuni Village people come together. The group of guys from the Cloud Hidden Village is also eyeing. "Mizumon's sleep is not even effort. How can he have time to accompany us to celebrate together?" Whirlpool Joshinai complained in dissatisfaction. She could sympathize with Wavewind Summon's difficulties, so she could only find Silver to go with her. And the meal of 3 became 2. "That's right, compared to the 2 of us, Mizuki is really busy as hell. Wave Wind Watergate is almost recognized as the 4th generation of Naruto. Get everyone's recognition. Whirlpool Joexayanai is the 9 tails of the human pillar force is unlikely to often go out on missions, and Silver is only 12 years old teenager. The 2 people naturally have a lot of time to spare. I know a nice restaurant. Let's go together." 10 minutes into the evening, inside a restaurant, there were a lot of customers, and the owner and Maelstrom Jioshinna were acquaintances, so the 2 of them were given a nice elegant room. Because of the effect of the nasal voice, the room was very quiet. The only thing that was there was the hot pot that was constantly bubbling with hot steam, and the 2 of them were eating what was clearly the prevalent ninja's Kanto Oden. Indeed, it tastes really good, with all the colors and flavors. Silver's eyes glowed as he looked at the fishballs held in his chopsticks and said in surprise, "It's much better than what I used to eat. And it's very cheap. Good value. I didn't realize that there was a store like this in Kiba. That's for sure. The owner of this place is my friend. It's certainly better than other shady stores." Whirlpool Joexai thin lips slightly open, spit out a burst of elegant fragrance. "Very very stable." Patted his chest smugly laughed, "But you come to the price immediately became higher." Upon hearing this, Silver rolled his eyes and said, "And looking at the dishes, it's also a black-hearted store. It's a friend's privilege." Whirlpool Jusina's smugness increased. "Blame me." 53 Chinese. Silver did not have the good sense to say, at the same time as if to set off the whole fishball swallowed. Perhaps because the fishball is too big. Silver choked and swallowed. Face red, ears rise, rather difficult. "It's just a meal, you kid. What's the need to be in such a hurry? You must have been a starving ghost in your previous life." Maelstrom Joexai hurriedly carried the kettle full of herbal tea and walked over to Silver. The bowl arrived full of herbal tea as the floor had just been cleaned with the use of a mop and the walk was a wobbly one. Straight away, he picked it up and poured it into Silver's mouth. At first Silver drank comfortably. He had almost choked to death earlier. But as Swirl Jasana poured more and more water, Silver's face quickly reddened and his cheeks swelled and stuffed with tea. "Ah!" Silver slapped away Maelstrom Jasana's bowl of tea with one hand and waved his hand at a high frequency, meaning as if to tell her to get out of the way. But Swirling Joshinai didn't understand exactly what that meant, and with puzzlement written all over her pretty face, she came up to Silver, their cheeks close together, and she asked, "What exactly are you talking about? Making me do something?" "Ah!" Silver heart cursed pit father. Stomach upset more and more press difficult. Continue to gesture. Whirlpool Joexai still did not understand the meaning of Silver. Hopeless Silver directly push away Whirlpool Joexai. Who expected the force can be compared to the giant's Whirlpool Joexai pressed down on the seat at once. Approaching Silver in front of him, he said seriously, "You're not feeling well. Rest for now. Leave something to me. You, put." The stomach rises really difficult. Silver hold in the mouth of the herbal tea all spray out. Front hit Whirlpool Jioshinna. Due to the reason of being too close, the herbal tea all sprayed into the cherry sandalwood mouth of Jioshinna. Due to an instinctive reaction, Maelstrom Jasana drank it all. Seeing this scene, Silver was stunned, and Swirling Joexai now was equally stunned. What's with this dogged script? It's like a dog's day. Maybe I won't get killed and killed. Taking the lead in reacting to the black face spitting in Silver's heart, he explained before Swirl Joexai stormed out. "What just shot into your mouth I assure you was all tea. I brush my teeth 3 times in the morning, noon and night. Absolutely clean and unpolluted. Don't worry, certainly not dirty." Whirlpool Joexai Overseas Chinese Union reddened, viciously locking Silver, said, "You should go to the restroom if you're not feeling well. How dare you squirt all of the herbal tea into my mouth was full of tea that I was holding in, and I couldn't talk, and I was gesticulating to you all the time, but you kept stopping me, and telling me to sit down and rest, and I couldn't go, and I ended up getting so high I just couldn't help it. But don't worry, it was all tea, and it's all clean, and I brush my teeth 3 times a day." Silver was speechless. He just wanted to go to the bathroom. Who expected this bathroom to turn into a Whirlpool Jioshinna by mistake? Chapter 78, Embarking on the Journey Again, the 5th Shift. Maelstrom Jusina gritted her teeth in anger and stomped her right foot in exasperation. Her most inexplicably turning into Silver's toilet and drinking it all in one go would leave a psychological shadow on anyone. "Humph. If you dare to tell. You don't need me to tell you what that means, do you?" Click, click, click. Crackling bones crunching around the ears. Looked up only to see Whirlpool Joexai holding the wrist. Fist clenched enough to be the size of a fist. Threatening intent full. "Of course I won't make anything up. Feel free to rest assured that this world is known only to heaven and earth. And to you and me." Silver swore to guarantee that the woman is always used to coax, not used to beat. Not to mention his relationship with the Whirlpool Jioshinai is not bad. Is considered a mentor. Even if you can beat her, Silver will also choose to compromise. After all, he is the first reason for the loss. The Whirlpool Jioshinai willing to go through has been a great concession. This time you must be careful when you go to the Iwakunin village. The leader of the Iwakunin village, Anoki, is by no means a good person. He's very smart, and his strength is even stronger than imaginable. On top of that, he's even more skilled at using devious and dastardly tricks. So you must be careful. Maelstrom Jioshinna's face was meticulous and unusually serious. "That I certainly know." Silver nodded his head with a small peck of rice, signaling that he understood such a superficial reasoning, while a heart hanging in the air landed peacefully, and that Whirlpool Joexai could be so indicative of the fact that she really didn't mind. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to pay attention." Almost another. Silver then slipped home as if he were a thief, his eyes darting suspiciously every now and then for fear that Maelstrom Juzanai would return to kill him again. After all, this kind of thing can't be released on anyone. After returning home, Silver took a hasty shower, and then began to prepare his own luggage, a heart of extraordinary excitement. The meditation seemed to see the time to manipulate the magma fruit to sweep the world. Excited, he didn't sleep all night and didn't squint a few times until dawn, when the skies cleared and Silver simply took 2 Hyrule pills before setting off on his journey once again, in the wind and in the rain. I don't know when Silver has gradually adapted to this kind of life, when there is no war to be fought instead. He feels bored out of his mind. It looks like they've prepared ahead of time. At the entrance of Kiba village, Silver found that Jiraiya and Tsunade had been waiting for a long time. Just Silver alone, at that moment, is carrying a bag and quickly run. Sorry about the delay. Silver rubbed his head in embarrassment. There's no point in caring about such trivialities. Let's go. Silver. Jiraiya shook his head indifferently and spun away, carrying his bag on his own. Silver and Tsunade glanced at each other. The two of them also chased after each other together. The frontline troops are already in place, early to the forefront of the Iwako village and Kiba ninja exchange. Now all that is missing is Tsunade and Jiraiya, the two commander-in-chief. As for Silver, just came by the way. First floor. 16. The third generation of Naruto also just hope that Silver can stall a few Iwakamura high-end fighting force. No other ideas? Who let Kiba is now by a series of wars to make the chicken and dogs. The third generation of Naruto here really cannot do anything. Can take out of the hand of the bottom of the card is really not much. Whoosh. The ninja's way of rushing is very human can compare. 10 minutes of short time, behind the Wooden Leaf village has already disappeared. Forever disappeared in the pupil. That old man Inoki is very cunning. Before Michio left he said to me that Inoki might have found helpers. Bless us to be careful. Those who were hired by Inoki are all good in strength. After a half-long time, Tsunade took the lead to break the dull atmosphere, suggesting, take it easy with that group of people from the Iwakamura. There's no need to get tough. It's okay to see the situation is not good and avoid the front line for the time being. Makes sense. Silver surprised. Often people to Tsunade's impression is the chest is big and brainless. The actual is not. This woman is actually very careful and serious. And very smart. Otherwise it is impossible to sit on the position of Naruto. No one is an idiot. Well, a woman who knows nothing to send to the position of Naruto is impossible. Organization? What organization? Silver curiously asked, remembering that the so-called organization suddenly came to be interested. Secretly said, this world seems to be only Shao organization this completely by the S-class rebel ninja composition of the organization. Surprisingly there are other organizations. Really? Not right. It is difficult to say. A flash of horror flashed through his heart, and Silver secretly guessed, is it hard to say that that organization is Shao? Although it is only a guess, Silver can be 100% sure, because in this world only Dawn is barely called an organization. In addition to the Earth Shadow Onuki did hire Dawn. Just do not know the exact time. No, I absolutely can't let Minami and the others meet with Jiraiya, or else my words are going to come undone. Silver's brain cells were spinning in full force, thinking hard towards a good plan. He had once fooled Minami and the others by saying that he was Jiraiya's disciple. If he let them meet, he would surely be dismantled, and his actions in the Uhidden village would inevitably come to light as well. They have to be stopped. That damn Inoki is really going to get me in trouble. Silverheart cannot help but curse, tirade Inoki despicable at the same time. Also began to search for countermeasures. No matter what the cost, cannot let Zio and Minami and a few of them meet. If not the last bad luck of the one who is sure to be Silver. I really can't. I'll just have to finish them off. Eyes flashed through the clear cold killing intent. Silver killing machine in all directions. The person who should be killed must be killed. This is the unchanging law since ancient times. Especially Nagato and a few of them have already posed a threat to Silver. Heaven has a road you don't go. Hell has no door you run in by yourself. That organization is really a few of you. You can't blame me for being ruthless and merciless. It's also a wrongdoer. He. To the end to be able to snatch his reincarnation eye. Silver face hung full of covetousness. The time to go out of the way will never be able to show mercy. Even if the capture of the eyes of the long door will indirectly touch the Uchiha spot that cannot be helped. Life in the world, there are too many places where life is not by oneself. Since there is no choice, that will use their fists to fight a piece of azure blue suitable for their own skies. Chapter 79, Splitting Up, First Shift. Traveling along the way, over the verdant wetlands surrounded by mountains, crossing thousands of rivers and mountains, and after a few turns, finally Silver and the other three finally arrived at their destination, the front line of the war between the Iwashan village and the Kiba. During this period, the three of them simply rested for one night, and after that, they were rushing on the road without stopping. On top of the mountain, Silver and the other three look down at the front. As far as the eye can see, the open area in front of them is filled with yellow sand. The ground is dry sand. The earth is full of all kinds of tents. This place is the temporary base camp of Kiba. Phew. Finally we're here. This rush marching all the way is truly unbearable. Jiraiya grumbled, as if 1,000,000 pounds of baggage had been lifted, his tone free and comfortable. Silver suddenly raised his head and looked straight ahead. The front of the wood leaf compound. A large area of beacon smoke puffed. Dust and smoke. You can blur to see countless densely packed black dots. The vast array as if thousands of horses and horses galloping, shouting and killing sounds in succession. The Awashin village is attacking in force. It seems that Inoki has already inquired that Kiba will send support, so he wants to send ninja troops ahead of time to take out our frontline troops. The left eye reveals 3 hooked jades, and the dense black dots instantly turn into ninjas of the Iwakamura. Humph. Want to strike while the fire is burning? It's a pity. Not only will that old kid Inoki not get anything out of it this time, he'll fall on his own buns instead. With a stomp of his foot, countless cracks appeared on the ground he stepped on, and Jiraiya was murderous. Don't be in a hurry. Look at the form before you speak. Tsunade's expression hung with suspicion. Her tone was full of wariness. She knew that Inoki was as cunning as a rabbit, careful, and would never make a move without enough certainty. Why don't Lord Jiraiya go and meet the Iwagakure village, and Lord Tsunade and I will hide in the shadows? Silver blinked and suggested after a few seconds of contemplation. It's safer that way, and in the event of an unfavorable situation, we can meet inside and outside. Jiraiya didn't say anything, his gaze just going to Tsunade. Could try. After brewing slightly, Tsunade chose to follow Silver's advice. Two-handed preparation was a must when facing a treacherous old man like Inoki. If they are not careful, it will be their group of people who will be in bad luck. Inside an unknown hidden forest, the branches and leaves of the lush forest were the best natural coat. Galaxy Tsunade hid in it without making any modifications, just hiding her scent, and the ninjas that passed by along the way didn't even notice the two of them. The eyes looked downward, and there it was, inside the Iwaki village's compound. You kid is really bold, to rush to scurry around under old man Inoki's nose. Ambitious nah. Tsunade had been a little worried at first. After all, this was deep in the enemy's belly. At first they had only intended to poke around on the way. Now all of a sudden they were scurrying right inside someone else's ninja force. She was more than a little concerned. Ha! Upon hearing this, Silver laughed unconcernedly and said, the most dangerous places are often the safest places, and Inoki never dreamed that we would sneak in alone. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. This reasoning also makes sense. End of days microfiction XS. Tsunade nodded her head undeniably. Confessing to this, the two of them were within the premises of the Iwakamura, but the passing shinobi had voices and laughs and were clearly unaware of Tsunade and Jin's presence. No one would ever expect to find a villainous thief under the bed of their own home. We'll split up next to spy on the information and meet back here later. Leave the front line to Jiraiya. He can handle it on his own. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked around the room, her gaze finally settling on the largest tent in the distance, and without waiting for Silver to reply, she utilized her instantaneous technique to leave. The life and death of the frontline troops of Kiba village. I'm sorry, that has nothing to do with me. Glancing in the direction where Tsunade had disappeared, Silver blended into the darkness along with her, only unlike the place where Tsunade had met before. Instead she accelerated in Tsunade's direction as well. I heard that in order to win this war, Anaji even went out of his way to get the 2 human pillars, the 4 tails and the 5 tails. The 2 of them are not mere mortals. In terms of status, even if they are not as good as the Earth Shadow Anaji, they are still not that bad, and there must be a few of them in those biggest tents. Whoosh! The dark shadow jumped around within the woods, and after a few turns, Silver arrived in front of a tent, using a small knife to gently cut a gap, his eyes looking over. Not both of them. Looking at the silhouettes swaying within the tents, his bright eyes darkened. Silver could not help but feel a little disappointed, looking at the large group of tents behind him, and once again swept away, changing a few big tents in a row. Jindo was greatly disappointed that he didn't see any 4-tailed or 5-tailed human pillars. Most of them were unrecognizable dragons without the slightest bit of involvement. It's not a good idea to wear out this way. We need to come up with a solution to this current stalemate, Silver murmured, his sharp eyes catching a glimpse of a fallen ninja and stealing away in the form of a clear wind. Bang! Silver knocked him out with a handful of blows, dragged him to a tree and ripped his clothes off over himself, took aim at a large tent and stepped inside. Old Violet-sama, the Earth Shadow invites you to. Idiot, are all the newbie ninjas these days such useless losers? I'm not that monster old purple. He's in the westernmost tent. Hurry up and disappear. The grumpy ninja inside the tent shouted, impatiently waving Silver to get the hell out of there. My apologies, several lords. as a token of my apology. Silver sniffed with guilt and walked up to a few faces, leaning in close to their ears and said, I'll give you free tickets to travel to heaven. No thanks. Put. The long-hidden Bitterless came out of nowhere, easily decapitating several people who were caught off guard, and blood flowed on the ground, coloring the entire soil a deep red. After coldly sweeping them, Silver turned away, aiming for the very westernmost tent, the location of the four-tailed human pillar. Old Violet. Chapter 80, Snubbing the Four-Tailed Human Pillar Power, Second Shift. Originally those few minions Silver intended to let them go. Who expected that group of people like to die? Since you guys like to play so much, that Silver naturally will not be polite to send them to the west, but also be considered a good person to do in the end. Whoosh! Black residual shadows whistled out, and only blurry black shadows could be seen. Humph! That old man is leaning on his old age. He's deliberately retaliating against me. Everyone in the village knows that Inoki and I don't get along. He's definitely trying to get back at me this time. Inside the tent, there were disgruntled grumbles and whining noises to attract a head full of scratchy Silver. In my previous life, I still remember that the Earth Shadow Onuki and the Old Purple do not agree with each other, and even both sides fell into the situation of backstabbing. The four-tailed human pillar force Old Purple finally left the Awaken village, and the single one was captured by the Dawn organization. Now it seems that what was said is true. Silver whispered softly, his mouth reading the words, and hooked a sly smile as he stood in place for a few minutes before walking into the tent. Humph! Are all of Inoki's men so ignorant of manners? Coming in and not even knowing to knock. Looking at the fresh-faced teenager, the four-tailed human pillar power Old Violet snorted lightly and sneered. The Iwakine village has even fallen to the miserable state of letting dolls participate in the battle? That's right, only in such a predicament would Onuki invite me, the person he hates the most, to participate in the Great War. First point number 1. Straightening his thoughts, Silver said coldly, this is a tent, not a door, so of course you don't need to knock. You little brat looking for death? Old Violet was infuriated by this sudden statement and threatened, be careful, I'll kill you. Ha! At that, Silver didn't say anything, just a sharp sneer, his brain cells working extremely hard, his knife-sharpened face like a sculpture, not afraid of the Old Purple's lechery. You! Hearing that ear-piercing mockery, Old Violet trembled, and his tiger eyes revealed an austere killing intent. What's there to be godly about? You probably don't know, do you? Why Lord Tsuchikage sent you out on a mission with the purpose of getting rid of you with the help of this war. Silver made a pained expression. The villainous look was very arrogant. Idiot brat. Upon hearing that, the four-tailed human pillar power Old Violet couldn't help but laugh out and said contemptuously, do you know what my status is? I have that kind of monster sealed inside my body, surviving in the form of a weapon. Without me, the safety and security of the village will be threatened, and you have to understand that I know you're a human pillar. Silver Exit interrupted the Old Purple, who was full of complacency, and continued to snub. How about you being a human pillar power? If you die in battle, at most the tailed beasts in your body will be drawn out, and then find a other person to continue to be a human pillar power. What do you still think you can do? Thinking that if you die, no one else will be a human pillar power? Don't be naive. It's not like there aren't any suitable ones in the Iwakamura to be a human pillar power. Silver poured cool water vigorously, striking the Old Violet without mercy. If you die, Lord Earth Shadow will die of joy. He can't wait for you to hang up in the middle of this war. Old Purple's expression stiffened, his cheeks were glooming enough to drip water, and his eyes were frozen with cold ice. Despite Inoki's extraordinary temperament and broad-mindedness, but hearts are divided, and the contradiction between him and Inoki was extremely deep. So it was not impossible that this was a possibility. Almost there. As long as I continue to splash him with cool water and fool this old guy, I'll definitely be able to swindle him out of the village by then. And then I'll be. Burning text in 521. Silver heart plotting. In the Iwakunin village resident openly robbery human pillar power will certainly be hit by the entire ninja forces. The face of thousands of ninja siege. Silver, even if the means of heaven is bound to die. To be conservative, or the Old Purple trick out of the Iwakunin village of the front line of the troops safe, so that packing him Silver also have enough confidence. Glancing at Old Violet, Silverheart said, time is running out, keep giving it to him. Bang bang bang. While Silver was pondering, the iron fist of the four-tailed human pillar power, Old Purple, suddenly blasted, and Silver, who had been caught off guard, was directly smashed into the air. Click, click, click. The sturdy tent was torn apart, and a black shadow flew out of it. Silver falling back a dozen meters away. Boom boom boom. Then fiery red chakra rushed into the sky, and a fiery red figure skimmed out, neither running towards the Awashan village nor towards Silver, but rushing out of the Awashan village ninja troops' quarters at unimaginable speeds, and disappearing into the vast skies in the blink of an eye's brief effort. That evil negative chakra clearly belonged to the tailed beast exoskeleton, and there was no doubt that the one who had escaped was Old Violet. This old man didn't hit hard. Silver shook his arm, which felt like it was dislocating, violently numb and barely conscious. All of the ninjutsu are as strong as oxen. Even the weakest one tail is not that weak. Silver heart envy incomparably. Tailed beast power strong. Chakra density is still higher than human. And the content is also extremely large. Look, Old Purple, the old man has run away again. The great commotion made by Old Violet immediately attracted everyone's attention, and many people came out from within the tent, exchanging words. Looks like another bad fight. Silver heavily exhaled a cloudy breath, just like standing up, dusting off the corners of his clothes, intending to desperately block the pursuers, as long as he got the handbone of the four-tailed human pillar power, as well as the five-tailed human pillar power's handbone can be exchanged for the extreme speed fertilizer. And now that it was not easy to trick the Old Purple out of the way, how could he let go of the opportunity for nothing? Absolutely not. This time, however, Silver apparently thought too much. How many times is this? Old Violet, that stubborn old man, has run away again. Hell if I know. Dozens of times anyway. He's often at odds with Lord Tsuchikage. He probably had another attack this time. All of you go back. There's no need to go looking for him. He'll be back when he's had a moment to vent. He's done it every time before. There's a war with Kiba coming up soon, so everyone focus on resting. The ninjas of the Awashan village shook their heads and returned to their tents once again. No one took care of Old Violet, completely listening to it. On everyone's face, there was a color of habit hanging on their faces. This kind of thing happened often. Old Violet often went out alone to sulk, and then returned to the village of their own accord afterward. There was no need to worry about it. Even God is helping me. Silver smiled darkly and quietly followed the older Purple's lead as well. Chapter 81, My explosive charms really explode. Third shift. The Old Purple often in Big Wild would put gas. Everyone is also accustomed to, and did not choose to go to dissuade. The more certain people persuade him, he in turn is the more complacent and arrogant. Hang him out to the side and put it aside. Sometimes can also play an unexpected good effect. So this is cheap to Silver. Dare to attack me and take your bones as an apology gift. Silver pulsed with an icy luster, his line of sight spreading to take in all of the Iwakamura ninjas. Witnessing them all go back before he felt relieved to secretly follow them up. Another place at the moment. What the hell? Is that frothing idiot with a rock for a head starting up again? The frontline troops of the Awashan village were destined to the center of the most central of the many tents. And old man Inoki, with his head full of fog looking at the evil chakra that had not yet collapsed in the sky, said in a confused and puzzled manner, I haven't had any major incidents with him lately. So what's that one-track-minded old man going crazy about again? Who knows? He might be in an uncomfortable mood. After all, Lord Earthshade forced the order on Old Violet. Maybe he feels bad about it. The ninjas clustered around Inoki speculated that it was well known that Inoki and the Old Purple were not on good terms. An unenlightened idiot. Light grunt. Inoki face, coldly said, let him sulk on his own. Instruct everyone to stay out of the way. Well, he will come back on his own. Will soon be at war with Kiba, and can't use the Old Purple at the moment. It's unlikely that he'll add to the old man's chaos. Let him be. Inoki's mouth was full of disgust. He and Old Violet disagreed on many things and were destined to have a relationship that couldn't be easily dissolved. Want to kill someone with a sword? No way. Within the dark dense forest, destined to be a considerable distance away from the Iwagakure village, Old Purple temporarily stayed here for a short rest, and could not help but curse and complain with his mouth. After I consolidate my strength, I will first go back and kill you. The Old Purple tightly clenched his rough fists. He has also clear-cut grudges of people. Eyes cannot rub sand. Was hit in the face of silent tolerance is definitely not his character. Must retaliate only. Especially the opponent is still big wild with this old enemy. The village of the Rock Hidden cannot tolerate him to go to cultivate alone. Chirp chirp. Just then, a sharp bird call suddenly came from the depths of the dark woods. Old Violet subconsciously grabbed her head, just in time to see the black shadow sprinting. And in a trance, she saw the hideous smile, and the chilling sound that was enough to freeze the air. I don't have the right to care about the grudge between you and Inoki. You old man just punched me, and my little master's arm is still tingling now. As the saying goes, as a courtesy, this time I chop off your arm as a return favor. The black shadow is getting closer and closer. The Old Purple gradually see the silhouette of the comber, just like the silver that is silently tracking, and he is suddenly angry. I just beat your hand numb only. Now you want to chop off my arm. This is not too unfair. Whoosh. Bitter cold light stabbing. Old Purple horrified. hastily backward. Indestructible bitterness cut off his arm of the lightning. Old Purple organized to avoid the fatal attack. Yo, that was a pretty quick response. Silver was quite surprised, and then smiled contemptuously. Backhanded thousands of cold light flung out. Micro book bar issue 8. Whoosh! An endless number of bitternesses swooped in. The exaggerated amount was like a moving wall of bitternesses. Are all young people so stupid nowadays? I'm a human pillar. Can something like this hurt me? Old Violet shook her head disdainfully and slapped the ground slightly with both hands, the ground enjoying being cursed and following the trembling unceasingly. Tezuno Earth Flow Wall. A wall of sturdy mud rose up in front of Old Violet. Bang bang bang. The incoming bitterness was all cut off, like rain falling on the ground. Whether or not you know what a Rinpoche is, listen to me clearly, a Rinpoche is not. Human pillar power is terrific? I can clearly and responsibly tell you, I am running to the human pillar power. If you are not the human pillar power, I do not care to take care of you, a bad old man. Master Fight is the human pillar power. Silver impassioned loudly said, full of arrogance. Human pillar power, so what? There is no place special. In my hands fell in the hands of many human pillars. Even the 8-tailed human pillars are no exception. You are no exception. Mouthing off. Coldly snorting, Old Violet directly hit the label of talking big and sarcastically said, and beating the human pillar power? With something like bitterless? You think your bitterless will explode. At the words, Silver's eyes cannot help but stagnate, full of surprise and surprise. Even if there is a wall of obstruction, he also saw the back of the 4-tailed human pillar force of the Old Purple, faintly said, old man, your head is really bright. My bitter no will really explode. The contempt on Old Violet's face increased, and she said contemptuously, bitterness that explodes? Ghostly bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You think you're, and boom boom boom. Without giving Old Violet a chance to speak, the bitterless on the ground exploded without warning, covering Old Violet's taunt. As many as dozens of bitterless resonated. Blazing fire soared into the air. The vibrations could be clearly felt from 200 to 300 meters away, and the unlucky Old Violet was even caught in the middle of it, in excruciating pain. Preventing people's heart cannot do nothing. It is inevitable that people have loose carelessness, so for insurance purposes, Silver spent a lot of money to ask professional manufacturing staff to help build about hundreds of bitter nothing. This time half of the number of all greetings to the Old Purple head, enough to this old boy wail for a while in pain. Your bones I aspire to no matter what. The greed in the bottom of the eyes ultimately cannot be suppressed. Silver ambition at a glance. He was 200 points short of the volume exchange speed fertilizer. Thousands of miles to the front line of the two villages at war. Is for the 4-tailed human pillars and the 5-tailed human pillars and come, and cannot look at the cooked duck wings and fly. Chapter 82 The Melted-Tailed Beast Jade, 4th Shift. The power of a detonation talisman may be average. On the human pillar force cannot play a role, but when it into dozens of, the power of the detonation talisman is also a natural blowout surge. Make out of the commotion is also a detonation talisman power of dozens of times more. Boom boom boom. The inhumane explosion swept away. The whole world seems to follow the shaking, even though Silver first time to fall back dozens of meters, or by the impact of the outbreak was forced to fall back again and again. The azure sky is like in the steamer inside. Beacons of smoke in all directions. Far away from dozens of meters away from the Silver still feel the moisture inside his body evaporate rapidly. Gee, that must be a soulful feeling. It must be hard to forget. Looking at the giant fire, Silver straight goosebumps. Rinpoche was burned also certainly not good. Although Rinpoche powerful, but does not mean invincible. Boom boom boom. In the flames, a despairing chakra wave erupted once again, filled with calamitous killing intent, as if it were the origin of evil. And the leaves on the trees withered and withered at an accelerated rate. I can't believe I'm still dancing. Silver marveled. Human pillar force endurance, staying power, as well as vitality on beyond normal humans, defenseless by dozens of detonation talisman explosion of the wave. Even if it is a village of shadows is not good, but the eye of the 4 tails of the human pillar force of the Old Purple obviously did not suffer fatal injuries. Damn brat! I'm going to break you into pieces and bruise your bones. A charred silhouette stepped out of the flames. His face unrecognizable, his skin melted like water, peeling away in layers, sparing Silver's qualities a chill of nausea. If talking big was useful, Chibiusa and Uchiha had already been killed 1,000 times, right? The tip of the nail pierced through the tender flesh of the palm, the pain that drilled through the heart stabilized Silver's thoughts, and in the face of the killing intent of the 4-tailed human pillar force was not the least bit fearful, but instead teased. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you become ugly. Iwakubo village is always your home. And they won't abandon you. And how do I say that you're a human pillar force? So waste and use it seek death. A hissing explosion. far more terrifying than that of a rampaging beast, rolled out of old Violet's throat, a shrill sound that made the soul tremble and shudder. The four-tailed human pillar power. Old Violet opened his mouth wide and in the blink of an eye coalesced into several small spheres of energy, which he then spat out with great force, swooping down towards Silver carrying his bitter hatred with him. Continuous Tailed Beast Jade. Tailed Beast Jade on a scale of up to 5 or 6 came head-on, pulling straight grooves directly through the ground. Sculpture. Seeing this, Silver lightly megawatt smiled, breezy and unchanged. He suddenly squatted down, the front of his fingers rolling flames, a strand of ancient temperament, spreading out from Silver's body, pressing his hands against the earth. It seemed as if the whole earth wailed and trembled in terror under him. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. A flame boundary composed entirely of flames and magma broke through the ground, and the moment it flashed, the sky was burned beyond red, permeated with an aura of despair. Temple Street Novel. Aoji Eshuo. Whoosh! Blazing heat spread to every corner of heaven and earth. The incoming tailed beast Jade could not withstand the high temperature. Unexpectedly began to melt continuously, chakra like liquid falling to the ground. A few breaths of short time, tailed beast Jade disappeared without a trace. What's going on here? Old Violet opened her mouth wide enough to stuff a stone, shocked beyond words, not even noticing Silver who took the opportunity to sneak up on her. Bang bang bang! A heavy kick directly smashed into the face of the old purple. He immediately sprayed a splash of blood, also mixed with a few teeth visible to the naked eye, was mercilessly kicked by Silver, half dead lying on the ground. The pain bared his teeth. Not only that, the tailed beast Jade was evaporated. The old purple's mental blow was even heavier. Tailed beast Jade was burned melted. This is simply naked open cheating. When in the world there is such a horrible boundary? Most of the boundary belongs to the type of defense binding. Like this can attack, but also can defend, and powerful enough to vaporize the tailed beast Jade flame boundary. Ever old purple is the first time to encounter. Teeth aren't bones, so even if they were collected, they shouldn't be of any use. Completely ignoring old Violet's presence, Silver thought to himself, ignoring it as if it were air. Outrageous. Even if you injure the old man, you still dare to ignore me openly. The old purple had angry straight smoke. Silver that distracted eyes obviously did not put him in the eyes. As a general small role in the casual prevarication to deal with. What kind of look is that? Think I'll let you go just because you're an old man? I'm sorry, that's not going to happen, and I'm going to have to chop off your bones. Witnessing the old purple dared to be angry and dare not say anything waiting for himself, Silver a glance pierced through his mind, coldly laughed. District a tailed beast human pillar force is just, to put it bluntly, you are just the carrier that carries. Do you think you have the capital of pride? Living a handful of years actually still so naive. Your previous years must have lived to the dog. You, four-tailed human pillar force sniffing angry clenched his teeth. In all fairness, he is indeed jealous of Silver. Such a horrible flame boundary completely more than his understanding of the scope of the heart instinctively to the Silver on the label of danger. This guy is a humanoid tailed beast, fierce and powerful. We can't take any chances. We should adopt a prudent approach. I am a human pillar power. My chakra content definitely exceeds his. That powerful boundary just now must have consumed a large amount of his chakra. Supporting it for a while will exhaust this guy. Thinking to understand the old purple release. Worrying is useless. Can only fight with silver chakra content? This is the most secure means. Ow ow ow. Old purple's tailed beast tunic glowed even more. Chakra density was higher, and his power skyrocketed. Even due to the excessive reliance on the power of the tailed beasts in his body, his sanity was also affected. A burst of beastly roars emanated from within his throat, penetrating the negative emotions of wanting to destroy the world, and the endless chakra was unstoppable. The old purple's eyes gradually turned into a deep red and he completely lost his human reasoning. The tailed beast tunic also turns into 4 tails, which also means that the next person to take control of Old Violet is the 4-tailed Son Goku. Chapter 83 Defeating the 4-tailed Human Pillar Power, First Shift. At the same time, Silver and 4-tailed Human Pillar Force Old Purple fight fluctuation is too big, especially just now flame boundary conspicuous to the extreme. Would Leaf and Rock Hidden Ninja have noticed? The two sides coincide, especially the old man of Inoki More is shown as if the fire burns the buttocks like anxious. From the density of chakra characteristics, that is the 4-tailed Human Pillar Force Old Purple. Although the two sides have contradictions and grudges, but the fight to the fight, the big right and wrong must be clear. Inoki understand now Iwainain village absolutely cannot lose a human pillar force. This is the bottom limit. So perceive the fight chakra belongs to the 4 tails of the old purple. He took the large force to accelerate non-stop rush to. The Kiba side was no exception. Ow ow ow. A terrifying roar rushed out of old purple's mouth, transforming into a storm of crimson flames that danced wildly and recklessly, scorching the woods it passed through. Seems like a lot of trouble. staring at Old Purple. At the moment he was wrapped in magma. A living magma man that couldn't even be touched. Whoosh! High-speed rotating hurricane winds blowing. Silver saw the situation to avoid the front, and took the initiative to come away from a distance. Gazing at the Old Purple, he mused. I'm afraid that the vibration of the fight just now has already attracted the ninjas of the two villages. I have to quickly solve this old geezer before they arrive. Whatever you are, the bones I have to get. With a clench of his teeth, Silver's body erupted with majestic chakra. After obtaining the immortal human body, the chakra content within Silver's body doubled and skyrocketed. With a sublime boost. Drink! With a deep shout, he was about to launch an attack when the ground in front of him was shaking. The sky suddenly turned crimson. The temperature increased several times. Rolling lava out of thin air, churning, forcing the Silver can only be evacuated for another place. Whoosh! 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 The Old Purple lava mouth opened, and several head-sized magma balls flew out one after another, chasing after Silver without letting go, pressing the time to form a seal. Ha! No matter how powerful you are, if there's no time to link the seal, you're the 90 black coffins of the broken road. Old Violet's voice came to an abrupt end, staring dumbfounded at the black light coming from all directions, and it was certain that it was an enemy and not a friend. A jutsu that doesn't require a seal? Just move your hand. No! He didn't even move a finger. Old Violet's heart was twitching. Silver had only moved his mouth. The black light came so suddenly that he didn't even realize it, and in an instant, he was out of luck, and the black light as sharp as a knife tore through the Old Purple body. Put! The Old Purple was inevitably hit hard, and many wounds appeared on his body, spreading all over his body, shocking to the eyes. Most of the wounds were shallow, not enough to be fatal. The power of the black coffin can't be this small. Silver wondered, staring for the four-tailed Old Violet for half a second before it dawned on him, thinking, the molten armor on the surface of his skin has resisted most of the black coffin's power. Boom boom boom, the air with a bang, uncomfortable oppressive fluctuations descended. Looked up, the four-tailed human pillar force Old Purple immediately take back, finally holding a very high-density tailed beast jade. Good easy novel. How it's together tailed beast jade right in front of me. Aren't you afraid of a sneak attack from me? It seems you're so confident in your molten armor that you think I can't break through. Silver sneered crossly. Every arrogant person was destined to pay the price. Spiritual pressure in the body rushed. Very imposing danger overflowed from the silver body. Spiritual pressure is different from chakra, as well as imposing suppression. Ordinary people simply cannot face. Even taught to step on the ground are beginning to appear the size of the finger cracks. Silver body possesses the destructive fluctuations even more. This side effect is almost negligible. Faint pain spread all over his body. Silver but full of smiles. This is the immortal body brought benefits. His life has become extremely large. With resilience, mandatory use of high-level broken road although more or less some side effects. But the depletion of life, this kind of thing will not be repeated in the future. He once released the 96th broken road, which is equivalent to open a key. The future as long as the use of the 96th broken road under the move. Life is unharmed, just more or less some insignificant side effects. The end of 1,000 hands, untouchable by the quiet and dark honored hands, unreflected by the heavens. The palm of his hand was raised. The ancient and obscure text is full of confusion, but Silver read with great interest, every word spit out from the side of his mouth. His spiritual pressure will be a little more majestic. The danger index is also straight line rising, within the palm of his hand, just like floating dense pink flashes, breaking the Tao of the 91,000 hands kayak TNT cannon. With a command, the overwhelming light whistled out, and the place where the four-tailed human pillar power Old Purple battle force was, like a spring in the deep sea, attracted all the attacks. Ho ho ho! The Old Purple who was coagulating the tail beast jade in peace was greatly shocked. Looking at the incoming dense light egg, his pupils suddenly shrunk. He felt a heart-palpitating power fluctuation, and without expending more effort, he braced the tail beast jade with his two arms and threw it out with all the strength of his body. Boom boom boom! A large number of pink light and tailed beast jade entangled together. The attack tailed beast jade instantly burst. Large mushroom cloud in the air. Tailed beast jade even with silver 91 broken road both into nothing. Together in the blue sky under the witness cancel each other. Both have about the same power. The Old Purple that was supposed to be swallowed up in consciousness suddenly spat out human words, his tone carrying the meaning of after the robbery, and looked at the dust and smoke that was lifted up in front of him and laughed easily. Offset? Are you blind? There's no way the 91 broken paths I chanted with all my might could have cancelled out your tailed beast jade, and the light projectile destroyed by the tailed beast jade. It's only a part of it. The sudden sarcasm caused Old Violet to freeze, and subconsciously raised her head. as a good number of rays of light were already almost close to old Violet's body. Boom boom boom. Flames rose in all directions. The old purple was surrounded by deadly explosions, and his entire body was annihilated in a sea of fire. Bang! At Silver's feet, a section of burnt black matter fell from the sky, face down. It's a hand bone? Staring carefully at the sapling, Silver was sure it was a human hand bone, and there was no doubt that it belonged to the old purple one. Chapter 84 Immortal Technique Bones, Second Shift. A human bone fell from the sky, which might have been very bad luck for others, but it was pie in the sky for Silver, who hastily pulled a piece of broken step from his body to wrap it up. Just one more five-tailed Rinpoche bone to go. Silver laughed thankfully, merely sweeping a glance at the old purple wailing in agony before leaving alone. This guy's death or life had nothing to do with him, and Silver didn't have any extra time to meddle in his own business. Not to mention, he could detect a large number of ninjas coming at breakneck speed. Swoosh! The chakra in Silver's body skyrocketed, creating wind on the soles of his feet, retreating at the greatest speed ever, rolling up gusts of stormy winds, and departing at speeds that surpassed human perception. For about 10 minutes, Silver had been running wildly, and he wasn't sure exactly how far he'd gotten. Hoo. Within the dark woods, only the sound of violent panting remained, running at high speed for about half an hour. Silver was red-faced and a lung was about to pop out. This shouldn't be noticed now. Silver powerless leaning against the branches of the trees, sweating, after a short rest, full of excitement to take out the bones of the old purple mind immersed within the farm world. The end of a months-long mission is finally in sight. Enjoying the mild daylight, the mission is about to be completed. Silver is innocent and light. It won't be long before all of Akane's abilities will be his. His mood is difficult to calm down for a long time. Even though his heart has long been mature, he still can't help but show a childlike smile. It's masters like that look like children. Lu Xian scurried out unnoticed, a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Cut the crap and hurry up and redeem the bones for me. Silver rolled his eyes and smoothly threw the rags wrapped around the burnt bones to Lu Xian with an expectant look on his face. We're still 100 points of scrolls short of a great success. Whoosh! Unexpected movement attracted Silver's attention. Looking up, the sudden onslaught of several people turned out to be all wearing the same uniform, and Silver was dismayed to realize that he would recognize these people. Minami and the others? Silver was surprised and said. At the same time, the cold light in the bottom of the ice hole shot out, and the hostile gas rolled over. Anoki really invited the Dawn organization. This is your own death. Looking at the rush of a few people, Silver killing machine surge, blood-red eyes staring at the bottom of Yahiko. This guy is like meddling in the affairs of others. The character is also very naive. Want a desire to establish a bridge of communication between people. The idea is very beautiful. The reality is brutal and extraordinary. That kind of ignorant idea is now this war-era press simply impossible to realize. Yahiko, participating in this war with our power is tantamount to looking for death. We'd better quit before it's too late, so that we don't start a fire and burn ourselves. Both the Kiba and Iwakunin villages are objects that we can't afford to mess with. Whirlpool Nagato worriedly said, his eyebrows raised lightly. Not to mention that Zaraya-sensei was our teacher. Book search. Shuin Shu 8. Yahiko, Nagato has a point. This war is a game between great powers. We're just an organization that can't even represent the Rain-Hidden Village. Minami also had a bitter look on her face as she tried to persuade him. Don't worry. I know this. I'm just fooling Inoki. As soon as I get his funds, I'll immediately retreat. And I certainly won't make an enemy out of Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko had a ghostly light in her eyes. Unusually cunning. I see. This kid is trying to cheat Inoki's funds. Also right. Some days ago the Dawn organization was destroyed by the Great War that occurred in the Rain-Hidden Village. The members are not 1 in 10. Indeed need a large sum of money to rebuild. But Yahiko even hit Inoki's attention. The courage is not small. Silver shook his head straight. Being able to access Inoki's funds sounded profitable. But that old man was notoriously cunning, and he might end up getting nothing to keep his hands on, and get himself in trouble instead. A few of them are just fooling around with Inoki, and from the tone of voice, it doesn't seem like they're going to meet with Jiraiya either, so there's no reason to worry in that case. Secretly observing the trio's conversation, Silver gave them a deep look and left silently. Time flies. In the blink of an eye is half an hour's light. Silver also bypassed the Iwakamura's pursuit. The forest within the cranes in the sky on the tree. Silver looked out at the distant ninja troops. It's not Silver. An unexpected voice traveled Lee, with a hint of surprise. At the words Silver froze. The voice master's strength is powerful and extraordinary. Close to their own even did not notice. A pale face then floated into the eyes. In addition to his side there is a small child with orange hair. Lord Orochimaru. This child is Silver witnessed Orochimaru's appearance and didn't rush to be surprised when, inside the village, Michio instructed Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as Silver and the other three, to go first, with Orochimaru following. Surprisingly, it looks a little familiar. Silver meditation. Can be sure that this person has an impression, but scratching his head did not think clearly who this is. Meditation once sometime seems to have met. This boy is called Shigeo, a child I adopted after passing through a rundown village. Orochimaru stroked the teenager's hair, looking satisfied. Shigeo? Silver froze, followed by ecstasy. This kid possessed the ability to use senjutsu. Sasuke's senjutsu Susanoo was derived from Shigeo. Taking his bones also meant that Silver could use senjutsu in the future. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity definitely cannot be easily let go. The power of the immortal technique is clearer to me than anyone else, and thus I aspire to obtain it. Silver eyes quickly change, tightly suppress the inner covetousness. This kid is now just a fart child. Sees his bones as easy as a slap, as long as the Orochimaru support away, and then the Silver disguise dress up a go sneak attack can be. No poison, even if the opponent is a small child. When it is time to strike hard, never show mercy. Chapter 85 Late Night Killings, Third Shift. Have immortal human body but do not have immortal art. This has always been a thorn in the heart of the Silver. Now sleepy to send a pillow. Such a fat pie Silver absolutely will not let go. Even if the other party is a child is also no harm. Anyway, just cut off a bone only. Cannot die. People are not for themselves. Heaven and earth. Silver heart not the slightest sense of guilt. It's better to go back for now. The ninjas of the Iwakamura are not to be messed with. Being encountered is another bout of trouble. Orochimaru said. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Silver nodded with a small peck of his head. Now that Orochimaru hadn't defected from Konoha and was still dedicated to the village. Shoo. At the same time, Tsunade's figure appeared. I didn't find out any important news, but I did find out quite a bit about the Iwakamura's high-end fighting force. Tsunade bluntly. Anyway, Silver and Orochimaru are their own people. There is no need to cover up. Said aloud, as the intelligence said. The sand-hidden village and the rock-hidden village abandoned past grudges right and wrong. This time to come together to deal with the Kiba. The two villages decided to join forces to defeat the Kiba after. And it seems that Inoki also spent a large amount of money to invite a special organization to participate in the war. To defeat the Kiba we all together equally share the resources. And in a few days it is estimated that the action will begin. Not only that, but the cloud-hidden village is still watching from the shadows. Orochimaru also followed the heavy said. Kiba strength again strong. 3 ninja villages at the same time the attack is also the end of the road. 2 fists cannot beat 4 feet. Now the 3 villages want to beat Kiba together. The situation is how serious think about it no. Silver was silent, listening quietly, expressionless. Last time, due to the incident of the misty hidden village, had completely offended the cloud hidden village. Once the Kiba revealed its cracks, the fierce as a tiger cloud hidden village would reveal his hideous side. But all of this had nothing to do with Silver. The corner of his eyes just circled around Shigeo, secretly thinking about how to seize the brat's bones. The other side at the moment, learning that the one who was brutally beaten and dry crippled was the four-tailed human pillar power. Old Violet. The Konoha ninjas withdrew after a burst of laughter. Old Violet, how's it going? What kind of person did this? Tell me the real culprit behind the scene, and I will definitely make him realize what tragic consequences it is to attack the Iwakunin village. Looking at the miserable Rinpoche Old Violet on the stretcher, Inoki was pained, tightly suppressing the roaring flames that were rushing to the sky within his head, and hissing, he asked, give me an explanation. Bull explanation. The old purple sniffing directly indiscriminate cursing. Spit stars are no qualms about flying all over the sky. Sprayed the earth shadow Inoki all over the face. Snorted, up to now still acting? Childish. This is what you ordered people to do. You despicable and shameless old man. If you want to kill, kill, less pretense there. At those words, Inoki couldn't help but stutter. His old face as black as a broken pot that hadn't been washed in years. You idiot, the jutsu that attacked you should belong to the extremely powerful fire escape. Who else within the village is good at using fire escape except for your powerful fusion escape? I would not hire someone else to do it to you. Even if you and I have a conflict, it is not yet to the extent that we are fighting each other with swords. Inoki gritted his teeth and looked at old Violet, cursing without mercy. You stupid pig got tricked. Less 33.99. Eyes red. Inoki have heart in the blood. Recently seen to solve the wooden leaf this heart trouble. Who expects now in this kind of thing? A heart immediately become unpleasant. His short body are shaking. Red huge nose is trembling to and fro. Forehead has naked eye visible veins. Face floating amazing ferocious light is panic incomparably. The life-saving ghosts of the more horrible Anoki have more horror. Take me back to solitary confinement for 2 years. Anoki did not even look at the old purple a glance, directly waved his hand under the expulsion order. He for this old man has despaired. Do not count on this guy is okay, count on him instead will only help. And now even more almost be killed. Time rushed by. 5 days slipped through the fingers. It seems like that old man Orochimaru is going to a meeting tonight, probably to discuss the battle against the Awakamura ninjas. So it's a good time to take this opportunity to go waste that kid. Inside the small independent tent, the room Silver paced around alone. On his mattress, it was a black nightclothes. Tonight is the best opportunity. The three ninja gathered to discuss a plan of attack against the Awakama village. Orochimaru also naturally have to leave Shigeo's side, which indirectly gives Silver the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and take Shigeo's bones in one fell swoop. At night, the void gradually darkened. The stars in the sky hung high above the void space, and Silver wandered alone within the Kiba village's compound. You're going out? Silver had just stepped out of his tent when two ninja blocked over questioning. It seems that there is no mission to strike tonight. Lord Jiraiya has instructed us to get our strength up and go to war with the Iwakuni village only some days later. Without a word, Silver swept his eyes lightly over the two shinobi in front of him and said uncertainly, "It's you two who are going out, and never coming back. How is this possible?" Upon hearing this, the two of them listened in a daze and frowned. The two of us are only responsible for patrolling. Usually there are no tasks that fall on our heads. How come today? Put. Before the two men's voices fell, the cold light refracted from the bittersweet cut both of their necks, and Silver brutally decapitated the two men with a single fatal blow, without even much blood flowing out. Let's get rid of both of your bodies first. It's a pain in the ass to keep them. Words. Silver then dragged the bodies of the two men out of the Kiba ninja's garrison area, placing regardless of the two dangerous, dead in front of his tent. Want to explain all 100 mouths. Chapter 86 Immortal Technique Bones arrive, 4th shift. After quickly dealing with the bodies of two people, Silver changed black clothes. Face is not leakage. The whole person is tightly wrapped up by the black clothes. Airtight. Swoosh. Inside Kiba's compound, Silver looked like a rising wind, coming and going without a trace. And even if someone realized it, most people thought it was a cool breeze. A subtle and brilliant instantaneous technique no one could see. Silver is a three-dimensional crossover from the crossover. He grew up with excellent physique. When he was 5 years old, he could skillfully and freely control the chakra. Then he was able to release some simple ninjutsu, only due to the character problem. Silver did not publicize. There is a saying that the gun hit the head. Low profile will never be wrong. So he has always been mistaken for a waste of young masters. But Silver didn't care about those false names. Let them call it what they want. It's not like there's going to be a piece of meat missing anyway. It seems like this is the place. Half a dozen times, Silver closed in on a tent and gently drilled a hole with his pocket knife. His eyes came up and the sleeping Shigeo immediately appeared within his pupils. After looking around to see that no one was there, Silver dug in. What man? The teenager's childish assonance spread, and his closed eyes snapped open, staring warily at the intruding black-clad figure. That's a quick response, but does it work? Silver was not moved, silently took out the dagger that had been prepared for a long time, and with a jolt, instantly pounced in front of him, and the dagger directly chopped off the bones of his hand. Aha! That hurts! A miserable howl rang out, and when he fixed his eyes on it, Shirgua's bones were just as if they had been chopped off, and blood flowed. Bang! A hand slash landed, and Shigeo, who was howling in pain, fell to the ground, knocked unconscious directly by Silver, his face beaming with false sweat and sweat visible to the naked eye. If you want to complain, blame the parents who gave you this strange power. Sweeping a glance at the unconscious Shigeo, Silver then stepped out of the tent. The piker is not guilty of the crime of harboring a person, has a powerful blood relay limit but does not have the strength to protect him, naturally become the eyes of others in the eyes of the fat goat. Go back first. Looking at the bloodstained pinky in his hand, Silver decisively chose to go back. Now that he had accumulated 900 point scrolls, he was considered a proper super tycoon, and could use the point scrolls to exchange for fertilizer to make him bloom. The importance of the immortal art is self-evident. Absolutely can be called the strongest super cheater. It is worth exchanging. Even if it is a big spit of blood, Silver is also in the heart. It is completely worth it for him to do so. Inside the makeshift tent, Silver's mind-silent farm world is forever sprinkled with bright afterglow. Today, unable to wait, Silver rushed to the field and directly used his hands to pull out a small pit and buried the bones in it. And in a short while, an azure blue display sprang up. 5 years to bloom? It's just a matter of a bag of regular fertilizer for 100 point scrolls, which is cheap and affordable compared to Akane's bones. Silver is quite moved. remembering the powerful psychology of the immortal art straight itch, after urgently doing some mental struggle, or choose to wait until later. The most important thing is still the bones of the red dog. The flowering will be able to obtain the armed color and see the color of the hegemony, as well as his bullish magma fruits. The two compared to the temptation of the silver is greater. With a soft sigh, Silver's mind exited the farm world, re-entering the tent and taking off the night clothes he was wearing. Silver then used his fire escape to burn it all up. Being discovered would be another big deal when the time came. There was absolutely no point in keeping it. Did a simple wash? Silver closed his eyes and lay down to sleep. Nowadays marching and fighting, the conditions are hard. A hot bath is also very difficult, so casually wipe the body is also even. The following morning, the sky in the east gradually turned fish belly white, and the severe coldness under the shroud of night was dispersed by the dawn's light. Silver rubbed his eyes and opened his dazed eyes, when suddenly a flash of light invaded them, and for a moment of discomfort Silver subconsciously closed his eyes. Tsunade-sama? Silver wondered, not expecting a surprise visit from Tsunade just after he got up, or even the effort to brush his teeth and wash his face. Silver, I have an important task for you. Tsunade looked serious and her tone was extraordinarily heavy. Do I have to hand it over? Silver's silence lowered his head. His goal is only human pillar power. Other tasks are really not interested. Looking at Tsunade's slightly anxious face, silently shook his head and pondered. Anyway, now there is no head of the five-tailed human pillar power. Listen to it is also fine. If you say so, Tsunade-sama, I will do my best. Showing a coy smile, Silver promised Tsunade in one breath. Just got the information. Last time you and Mizukato and Gyoshinna went to the mist-hidden village offended the cloud-hidden village to death. With their style of handling things, it's only a matter of time before they go to war with us. But just a few hours ago, we received top-secret information that the third-generation Reikage secretly left the village. Tsunade's words came out as a heavy £1,000,000. That old man as the shadow of a village does not sit at the back, but instead acts like a child to run around. Deserved to be killed by Inoki. Silver mentally spat out that the third Reikage's death was caused by being surrounded by thousands of ninjas, and the one who started it all was Inoki of the sand-hidden village. And what does Tsunade-sama want me to do? To ambush the third Reikage? I'm sorry, I'm no match for him in my small body. He can hammer me to death in 2 hits. Silver shrugged it off. He wasn't interested in this kind of guilt-seeking mission. Chapter 87, The Surprised Inoki, First Shift. Tsunade shook her head. With the strength of Silver to ambush the third generation of Reikage is indeed tantamount to a moth to a flame, and in the end can only bring about their own demise. The third generation of Reikage, how strong? He can fight with the 8 tails. Strong enough to fight any creature. Tsunade does not think that Silver and the 8 tails and the equivalent strength. This time your task is very simple. Just tell the village about the secret disappearance of the third generation Reikage. You don't need to do much else. Just let your teacher take precautions in advance. Tsunade smiled like yen. The teacher in her mouth was naturally the third generation Naruto. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for Silver. No problem. After a slight thought, Jinya cheerfully agreed to Tsunade. Anyway, there is no news of the five-tailed human pillar power. Idleness is also idle. Might as well find some quests to improve strength. Be careful. We may encounter Iwakamura's pursuers along the way. Tsunade looked seriously urged. Don't look at her usually small things nerves. If changed into this kind of big right and wrong issues, immediately become a very strong leadership momentum. The intersection of the 2 villages at war. Silver took advantage of the darkness to leave when it was sparsely populated. A burst of yellow sand flew across the plains, and he was like a moving phoenix's eye, running wherever he ran, and creating a storm wherever he went. Among the 9-tailed beasts, it is left with the bones of the 5-tailed human pillars, as well as the bones of the 9-tailed human pillars, plus the bones of the 7-tailed human pillars are not running wildly at the same time. Silver secretly think, the heart will whirlpool Gyoshinna crossed out, the gentleman's love of money to take the way, although he is not what gentleman also grudges clearly, who is good and bad for himself. Silver can naturally distinguish, previously also feel very lack of point roll, now all of a sudden become a tycoon, holding 900 oceans in the hand. Silver a moment to release, completely dirt cheap, whoosh, a dense line of bitterness flanked the attack, and several dark shadows suddenly surfaced. A ninja from Iwakamura? Looking at the ninja forehead protectors of a few people, as well as their unique clothing and dress, Silver understood at once who they were. Average strength. No time to fool around with you guys, better forget it. Lightly sweeping a few people. Jinga plus even more speed. A foot 10 meters away. Dazzling. A few blinks of an eye. And the sand-hidden village ninja pulled away from a large distance. You guys aren't my type. Turned his head and swept a glance at a few young Iwakan village ninja. Silver does not hear and ignore. Our strength a group of young people about the level of Nakanobu? there is really no desire to strike. With the strength of the enhancement, Silver's mentality also produces changes. The realm is high. He naturally also produces changes. For the pawns that are not worth mentioning, he now takes the way or put aside. Silver full drive. Unknowingly is a few hours. Close to noon. The hot sun, white sun in the sky. Silver casually ate 2 Hyarinmaru on the packing backpack to start again, during which he routed several sets of sneak attack ninjas. Without exception, all of them are Iwaki village ninjas. At this moment on the Iwakamura compound, a bunch of rice buckets, failing several times to clean up a single brat. Do we need the old man to come out personally? See, org. Inside the pandemonium of the tent, Anoki looked at the hands of the information sent to the great anger. Sneak attack a blind boy are so waste of energy, not to mention, but also a succession of loss of troops. Iwashan village's face are lost. This if the employers of certain countries know, who still dare to hire a Iwashan village ninja to carry out the task. That blind kid I heard is from the Uchiha family, and has recently become a legend that Konoha is talking about. His strength is quite impressive. Sojourner-sama, it's better to leave that kid to me to deal with. The Earth Shadow Anoki's own son, Yellow Earth, pulls out a picture of a silver-haired young man with rather handsome features, the only beauty of which is that he is blind in one of his right eyes. 3-hooked Jade Sharingan? Lost in thought as he looked at Silver's left eye, Anoki said in surprise, how old is this kid? On the outside, he looks like he's only 12 or 13 years old, and he's actually opened his 3-hooked Jade Shuriken eye. Anoki's eyes spluttered, quite surprised at Silver's strength. Leave it to you to work it out? The 4-tailed human pillar power old Violet was wrapped in bandages, only revealing 2 eyes. Still unable to resist the sarcasm. I can tell you clearly, you will definitely die if you go. Upon hearing this, Anoki's son, Huangtu's face changed drastically, blushing as he refuted. Old Z, get it straight. I'm a shinobi, and the other party is nothing more than a brat. I know you're a shinobi, but I'm a shinobi too. The old purple tone sank, his tone clearly filled with a bit of awe, saying, but as a shinobi, this master was almost crushed by him. Do you think you can do it? I'm still a human pillar power. At those words, Huangtu was dumbfounded, looking at the bound and dripping old Violet. His face flashed with awe, deflated, and stood back in place with the sense to stay still. Being pressed by him? Could it be that this is the kid who beat you up like that? Anoki said incredulously, his eyes dilating several times over. That's him, turned into ashes. I will not also forget. Hateful. It turns out that this kid is from the Wooden Leaf, even posing as our Iwashan village ninja. The old purple gasping like a cow. Was Silver put together extraordinarily depressed? Outrageous. Are you underestimating the wisdom of the old man? This kid is nothing more than a fart. A child of an unusual family has only just graduated from ninja school. And you're telling me that he almost killed a ninjutsu. Do you take me for an idiot? Anoki chortled pointedly, the old purple clearly treating him like a cutie. Snub. I'm telling the truth. He's the one who hurt me. 4-tailed human pillar force old purple reiterated once again. His heart is also a burst of annoyance. He said the truth is suspected. How not to be angry? Especially Anoki's look at Alzheimer's caused him a burst of exasperation. It was an undeniable fact. Chapter 88, Joining Forces, Second Shift. Huangtu was silent, quietly listening to the noisy Anoki and the old purple. He also knew that the two were not on good terms, so he did not say much. His eyes were fixed on the photo of one eye, and his heart rolled up in shocking waves, which were difficult to calm down for a long time. 12 years old and you've reached this level? You can take on a human pillar power single-handedly? Yellow Earth just felt like his head wasn't enough, and like his father, Anoki, instinctively assumed that the old Violet was full of. No matter what, he absolutely cannot be spared. Eyes showing icy cold, Earth Shadow Anoki finally chose. If that kid really has such potential, then all the more reason for us to finish him off before it's too late. I'm afraid he's only 12 or 13 now, and he'll grow up to be even stronger in the future. So we must strangle him now. A simple sentence but articulates Anoki's concern. Bring enough men. If one-on-one doesn't work, bring a group to surround him. No matter what, make that kid pay. On the way back to the village, it might have been possible to wait until nightfall to return, but the tragedy was that Silver was delayed again and encountered a roadblock. You're quite the poltergeist. Looking at the pavilion of the blonde girl, Silver impatiently said, "Want to kill me on the basis of you are still 100,000 miles short of 100,000 miles, close your hand." The young girl who was in the way was the 2-tailed human pillar power, 2-bit Yakido. Humph, our relationship has long been one of death to you. Thanks to you, the 2-bit Yakido panted, but still hated him, saying, if I don't get you back, I'm going to. You won't have any fruit to eat even if you take me back. Forget about not being strong. Your brain is still so stupid. With a snort, Silver scornfully despised, ruffling the flames of the 2-bit Yakido in just a few words. Whoosh! Chakra erupted from his body, and the two Yukis opened their mouths for a few tailed beast jades. Continuous tailed beast jade. Silver slightly frowned, the same but not willing to show weakness. The expression unchanged softly murmured, "Binding road of 81 broken air." The transparent barrier, which immediately surfaced in front of Silver, was as thin as a cicada's wing, and looked like it would fall at the slightest blow of the wind. Humph! What's the use of such things? The 2-bit Yakido snorted lightly, his face showing disdain. The current me is not the same self I was back then. These days of bitter cultivation, my strength has been. Boom boom boom. The tailed beast jade blasted into the boundary with all its might, and it shuddered fiercely, cracking but stubbornly holding firm. Undoubtedly, yours yet has gotten stronger. Silver had no doubt about that, and he could tell by the awe-inspiring look in the 2-bit Yukido's eyes that he wasn't what he used to be. However, you don't seem to have figured out that while you're getting stronger, other people are getting stronger as well. Take me for example. Do you know why you can't break through my defenses? Because I'm stronger than you. You. The two Yukis were depressed beyond measure, their pretty faces blackened, their white jade finger production trembling and pointing at Silver, their beautiful faces written with unwillingness. After struggling so hard for so many days, in the end, she couldn't even break through a barrier in the area, so how could she hold back her anger? Boom boom boom. Myriad Pavilion Novel. Iabage. Right at this moment, an unexpected explosion swept through. Majestic energy fluctuations spread. The earth shook, tearing out several thick and incomparable cracks. It is? Twisting his head, he looked at the split earth behind him. Silver's eyebrows flashed with surprise as he secretly said, "It seemed to be the power fluctuation of the tailed beast just now." No way. The two Yukis immediately denied that she was the only Rinpoche here, and it's unlikely that the Rinpoche would just come out and hang around. Even if they did come out, there would be a large number of ninjas to protect them. Whoosh! Silver turned around and looked up. Looking desperately, smoke and dust rose up behind him. Gusts of storm swept in, and in the smoke and dust, scattered silhouettes loomed. Old man who can fly. Sharing Will-Eye's pupil power extended to the limit. Silver perceived a pale silhouette flying in the sky. The red nose was particularly conspicuous, combined with that trait dress. A glance to recognize the identity of the old man. Earth Shadow Onuki? Silver's brow solidified deeply as he looked at the hordes of ninjas behind him, and a heart fell even lower. Looks like we need to team up. In a voice a few moments softer, Silver suggested to the two Yukis, or they'll all be eaten alive by that cunning old man. You're afraid to die? The second Yakido scorned, her face full of taunts and scorn, her mouth unforgiving, but her heart heavy with the character of the leader of the Iwakamura, which she had also heard of. I'm from the cloud-hidden village. He shouldn't be willing to do anything rash. The 2-bit Yakido muttered to himself, afraid to make a move? Hearing that, Silver cold smile practice, also do not say anything. Sit and wait for the two Yakido to make a fool of themselves. Anoki, even the third generation of Reikage, dared to ambush, not to mention the human pillar power. The two of them now fall alone, without any support. Surely it is the best of the pie. Kid, you've made old man look so hard. Anoki, who had rushed up, looked at the Sharingan eye in Silver's left eye, and a strange sheen flashed in his eyes, then stared at the two Yukis, and said suspiciously, "This little girl seems to be a human pillar power of the cloud-hidden village. Strange, why did she run out alone? But, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The strange light in the corner of his eyes turned into thick greed. Silver and the two Yakido became the fat sheep in Inoki's eyes. To be able to earn a sharpening will eye is enough to make Inoki wake up with a smile, and now there is also a human pillar power as a gift. This business is very good value for money. I am the second Yakido of the cloud-hidden village. You'd better not do anything rash. It's Rinpoche that I've captured. One word knocked the two Yukis into the abyss, and the outnumbered Inoki ran rampant to the hilt. That guy. The line of sight fell on a teenager, and the silver pupils narrowed, sizing him up, and after half a second, a burst of demonic light shot out from his eyes. Five-tailed Rinpoche-ban? Chapter 89 Magma Fruit is coming. Third shift. Eyes dead eyes staring at the teenager's cold face. Silver as if floating to the depths of the clouds. The five-tailed human pillar force class is like a black hole filled with fatal gravitational force. Silver's mind, thinking, and all sorts of thoughts are instantly terminated, and all gathered on the way of the teenager. In a trance, Silver had seen the beautiful moment when Akane's bones blossomed. Just in time, with a hideous laugh, Silver's figure leapt out, aiming straight at the five-tailed Rinpoche-ban. Still wanting to show off and kill in front of old me? Just who gave you the confidence? Seeing Silver ignoring his presence and being treated as a passerby, Anoki was shocked and furious. His skinny body rose out of the air and raised his arms. Catch this guy for me. Dead or alive. But definitely don't destroy his glasses. Just you? Silver twisted his head and gently glanced at the famous shinobi world of Inoki. A pair of eyes calm to the extreme. No fear. Not only that, the corner of the mouth also inch hanging scorn smile. Do not care about adding fuel to the fire. I may really be killed in the future, but the one who kills me is definitely not a bad old man. You seek death. At that, Inoki stomped his foot at Silver's remark, his brow overflowing with the fires of a prevailing anger, his old hand full of dead skin moving as skillfully as a nimble snake. Click, click, click. The surface of the foot Silver stepped on floated, and the rocky soil buried deep in the earth held up and compressed into shape. The art of the earth transmitting rock fist. A giant, full-sized fist the size of a man slammed into it. Snap. Seeing this, Silver did not show any weakness. The light in his hand floated. A beam of light shot straight out. Bellowing, thunderclap thousand bird sharpshooter. Ka 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 ka. The stubborn stones were instantly penetrated by the light and forced only towards Inoki. Whoosh. The moment he was about to pierce through Inoki, the old man's body was free of gravity for a split second and drifted into the sky. Click, click, click. The beam lashed out, pulling a burnt-like crack in the ground and cutting it off brutally. Tudo aggravated rock jutsu. Noticing that Inoki had been forced back by himself, Silver was planning to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the five-tailed Rinpoche ban. Who would have thought that his body would suddenly become several times heavier, as if he was carrying a mountain, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Ha! A smug chuckle eventually emanated from Inoki, gazing at Silver's frozen face as he said airily, "Does it seem like it's hard to move? And that's right. After all, it is." Swoosh. However, before Inoki's voice fell, Silver disappeared and turned into a gust of wind to pounce on the five-tailed Rinpoche ban. Idiot. Behind. The corners of his mouth were viciously drawn out a few times, and seeing that the five-tailed Rinpochiban didn't realize Silver's presence, he immediately yelled at the top of his voice. Inoki, also shocked beyond measure, looking at the Silver like a hungry wolf, cannot help but be shaken. Hit by his earth escape aggravated art, the body's movement will be vigorously restricted. Ordinary ninjas is to want to walk up are as difficult as heaven. Only Silver this guy is not affected. Dare to find trouble with me? Rot book. Few books. Org. Witnessing the incoming Silver, the five-tailed Rorikaban was secretly annoyed. A fierce light flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and a vast attack followed. The ground beneath Silver's feet began to quake and shudder with a mournful cry that, Earth evasion Earth movement nucleus. The earth in the shape of a quadrangle bulged out without warning and rose up, as if the earth's crust was in motion, rising tens of meters high and sending Silver to the sky in a single bound. Broken. Seeing the Silver body holes, five-tailed human Jurakaban killing more. Again printed handprints. The earth once again began to click 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 sad sound. Grun. The earthbound rock demon statue. The rock and earth compressed giant took shape in an instant. Mighty and unyielding. His hand clenched into a fist and blasted towards Silver emotionless. Snap. Berserk thunder and lightning Silver fingertips rushed, transforming into annihilating beams of light that erupted out. Broken Tao of the 88 Flying Dragon Strike Thief shocking heavenly thunder cannon. Boom boom boom. The mighty, indomitable giant was instantly direct, turning into a rain of particles in the sky. This can't be possible. This jutsu, when did it become so fragile and weak? The five-tailed human Rikaban was incredibly stunned, staring blankly at the particles of dust falling from the sky, so immersed in incredulity that he didn't even notice Silver, who was coming in a frenzy. Put. The bitter endless hand rose and fell. Taking advantage of the teenager's shock, Silver chopped off the fingers of the five-tailed human pillar ban, and then backed away in a hasty burst of flash. Aha! It hurts so much. ING asshole. I'm going to tear you apart. Miserable howl from the five-tailed human pillar force class mouth roar out, only to see his red eyes Silver, body jumping chile hostile, even due to the reason that the killing gas is too vigorous, too bleak and cold. The atmospheric diffusion of the moisture are frozen, turned into bright crystalline ice slag. Extremely calamitous nature of the chakra from the five-tailed human Jurakaban body outbreak, devastating swept heaven and earth. Each feel that rampant chakra on his body, have been straight shivering. Asshole. Inoki cursed, looking at the finger in Silver's hand. The flame in his heart reached an unprecedented level. Silver even scrapped the finger of the five-tailed human pillar power in front of him? This spread out he still want to face? The village people will look at him with what kind of eyes? Forget the Sharingan. Give me this kid in pieces. Inoki coldly gave the order, and the densely packed Iwashan village ninjas surrounded the area. Silver decisively stepped back, keeping a line with the two Yukis, were both targets of Inoki. Teaming up is the only way to break through. You'll help me fend off for a while I prepare a jutsu. Are you sure? The 2-bit Yukido doubted. a group of Iwakamura's elites, and a rampaging five-tailed human pillar power, plus Earth Shadow Onuki. She genuinely wasn't sure how to deal with it. Of course I have. Silver confidently smiled. Looking at the fingers in his hand, the mind sinks into the farm world. Can once again redeem 100 points rolls? Just enough to make up 1,000 points rolls. This time to redeem the extreme fertilizer, so that the bones of the red dog blossomed. Chapter 90, The Power of Magma Fruit, Up, 4th Shift. Within the farm world, Silver's figure flashed, and the sky rang with his hurried voice. Happy heart, get your ass out here. Looking around the room, taking in the world's wind, there was a silence that Silver could only roar at the top of his lungs. Now that the outside world was littered with Inoki's pursuers, it was necessary to fight for the wind. It seems that the master has collected bones again, which will allow him to redeem 100 point scrolls again, and gather enough 1000 point scrolls to purchase a piece of fertilizer to make. Cut the crap and hurry up and redeem it for me. Blaring viciously at Liu Xian, his ferocious eyes stopping Liu Xian, who was going to make a long speech. Silver said heavily, hurry up and bring me the fertilizer. I'm still counting on him. Take it. Without waiting for Silver to finish his sentence, Liu Xian threw in a bag of special powder that shone like glowing paint and looked very beautiful and mysterious. Seeing this, Silver was overjoyed. Not even the effort to appreciate. Turned into a gust of wind swept towards the farmland. After finding the bones of Akane, the wave of chakra surging within the palm of the hand will be shattered, and all the bones of Akane scattered down. This is what I used to save my life. Don't let me down. Silver hands clasped together, silently praying in his heart. The sky full of gods and Buddhas also do not care about useful and useless. All of them are pious and serious condolences. Click, click, click. Half a dozen times, a crunching sound attracted Silver's attention, and looking down, emerald-colored plant shoots sprang up from the originally clean and wet land. This is Gollum. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and Silver, in a trance, realized what this one was, and stared intently at the moment. Young emerald green shoots are like eating hormones. Quickly grow up. At first just the size of a thumbcap. The blink of an eye the growth rate began to run wild. A few breaths of a short time, it became more than a meter high, and its own color also changed, turned into a demonic crimson, or more close to the magma. The most bizarre thing is that the ground is actually all burnt, swept out a smattering of odor, including Silver's shoes as well. Silver was unmoved, his eyes just looking at the fiery red packet at the top of the pile, unable to take his eyes off of it. Half a minute later, a pungent smell into the ears and nose. Silver excitedly clenched his fists, at the same time, inexplicably floating in the mind of countless images. Bronze-skinned, middle-aged man cloaked in the justice coat, covered in lava rushing, displaying his invincible strength. This man is Admiral Sakaski, the future Marshal of the Navy. Akane. That's it? After a few more seconds had passed, the image playing within his mind suddenly stopped. Silver subconsciously clenched his hands and rolled his body right out of the lava. Through that particular image just now, Silver was stunned to realize that he was in control of all of Akane's moves almost instantly. Akane's moves are all implanted within the host's memory. Just how much power they can be utilized depends on the host's ability. There is no invincible fruit. The key still depends on the host's ability to harness it. Liu Xian's face revealed cute dimples as she smiled and explained. However, Silver is pinned down, pressed to hear her statement. This is all redundant. The matter is in the hands of people. Silver does not think he is worse than Akane anything. Even less than Akane has more advantages. After all, there is still the body of the immortal, as well as Writer's Wheel eyes, including the Onimikai, such a powerful ability, and the blood succession limit. On the contrary, Akane is just a clean slate. Silver's advantage is self-evident. Outside, almost in chaos, the sounds of chaotic fights connected to the sky. Countless Iwashan village ninjas surrounded the two Yakido, but the Silver behind them was slow to move. See Chi novel, K7K7. Damn it, what the hell is this guy up to? Deliberately watching me make a fool of myself. The two Yukis were dealing with the incoming Iwakamura ninjas and protecting Silver at the same time. And with their lack of concentration and energy, they had gradually become unable to hold their own. It is an ancient truth that many ants bite the elephant. Ho ho ho! Five-tailed human pillar force class mouth came out today's roar. The body of the tailed beast tunic demonic light generous. The body of the various data, whether it is strength or speed, began to surge. Taking advantage of the two Yuki's carelessness, they pounced like lightning to Silver's side. Their strong hands, revealing sharp claws, grabbing Silver's ears and tearing them viciously. Ka-ching! Silver's entire body was directly torn apart mercilessly and was tossed aside like trash. Ow ow ow! Delighted hissing came out from the mouth of the five-tailed Rinpoche ban once again, filled with endless complacency and arrogance. and the deafening fluctuations that came out caused everyone to show fear and awe, regardless of the world. Being anywhere at the end of the world, absolute strength is honored by the world. It's over. The two Yakuto heart a burst of despair. Silver and her teamed up. If they cannot resist the wolf-like Iwakamura ninja, then alone, she will be swallowed up by the Iwakamura, like imprisoned forever. That brat is finally dead. Congratulations. The ninjas of the Awashin village were silent within their joy of victory, but they did not gather that a large area of magma suddenly appeared on the ground and all stopped at the feet of the five-tailed human pillar power. Pffffffffff. The magma tumbled like boiling hot water, suffused with blazing soul-stabbing deadly heat as it erupted upwards, coalescing into a meter-high column of magma, revealing faces wrapped in magma cheeks. Just a mere brat. What are you so proud of? As the words fell, Silver rose from the dead, the molten plasma that covered his face turning inward, revealing his intact body. He had just used elementalization to easily avoid a fatal attack, so he was able to remain unharmed. Silver behind the black smoke rolling, his feet constantly have crimson magma overflow, especially the right arm is the most exaggerated, directly into a thick red arm, fist out of the magma condensed into a seemingly non-dog creatures, and finally smashed out with all his strength to the five-tailed human pillars of the head. Canine Red Lotus. Chapter 91, The Power of Magma Fruit. Below, first shift. Giant lava fists attacked. Everyone was shocked. Silver came back from the dead for now, and used an unprecedented attack. No chakra fluctuation, but it looked alarming to the extreme. The thick red magma continued to extend, forming a giant fist to blast away. Seeing Silver full of blood to restore his fighting strength, the two Yakuto almost cried tears of joy, but at the same time, his heart was also extraordinarily depressed. His heart secretly tangled thinking, in the past, when he fought against me, he hadn't used this kind of extremely offensive ninjutsu. Damn, even now adopts. He used to look down on me. The two Yakuto's small face was filled with endless displeasure, and they could not wait to pounce on Silver and take a bite out of him. What's wrong with this guy? Shouldn't he be split up? The ninja of the Awashin village were incredulous. Silver's brief outburst stunned everyone. The temperature around them rose rapidly. The dry heat caused everyone to sweat profusely, and they all stared in disbelief at the giant lava fist that lunged at the five-tailed human pillar power. It ended up mercilessly smashing into the head of the five-tailed humanoid. Ban! Boom boom boom! Even with the protection of the tailed beast tunic, he was blasted 20 to 30 meters away. The red canine creature engulfed him, and then exploded away. The five-tailed human pillars were caught up in it. The ground was just left with a large mass of blazing magma, and a young teenager covered in magma was buried alive by the magma. The tailed beast tunic on his body was gradually extinguished. His tail's number was decreasing rapidly, and his chi was very weak, and there was a charred hole in his chest that could clearly see the white ribs in it as well as the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Are you kidding me? This guy punched out Rinpoche? After half a second, a panicked explosion spread within the crowd, and everyone's gazes coincidentally looked towards Silver, the body with black smoke, magma constantly flowing out of his body and then eroding and scorching the ground he stepped on, and Silver's eyes sharp as knives, left an indelible impression in everyone's heart. Are you losers idiots? Why don't you save me now? Earth Shadow Inoki stormed out. The guys were only surprised that the five-tailed humanoid Ban, who was being eroded by the molten lava, was forgotten. Definitely can't just let it go. Silver instantly crippled and disabled the five-tailed human pillar force Ban, instead of forcing Inoki to compromise, but instead completely inspired him ferocious, very imposing command. His tone filled with monstrous killing intent. No need to be restrained. Give me together to surround him. One by one you can take your time, but can you do it in a swarm? It's hard to beat 4 feet with 2 fists. This is the eternal iron truth. No need. Get together and kill him. It's just an enemy. Not bad. Kill him and avenge Ben. This kid is just a teenage kid. In how powerful he is, his strength also has a bottom where it is. There is no need for us to worry. Together we can definitely defeat him. In the end he's just a brat who hasn't grown up. We'll battle to wear him out. The human ninjas of the Awashin village were all emotional and threatened to avenge the five-tailed human Jurikaban. A bunch of idiots, deluding themselves into thinking that quantity will change quality. Naive. Silver's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he snickered repeatedly. Real war is useful for some people, but for some people is immune. Step forward. Body magma eruption trend is stronger. Silver is planning to let this group of rock-hidden village shrimp soldiers and crab generals look good when a warm small hand is pulling him. 1-8 novels. Don't fight hard. They have the advantage of numbers. We lose out. And after wasting our strength, the two of us will become fat sheep in their eyes. The two Yukis warned. When the tiger ran out of strength, he would be torn apart by the pack of wolves. This I know. Silver nodded his head. How could he not understand such a shallow and obvious reasoning? But then what could he do? Anoki voluntarily make a path to let the two of them leave? This was obviously impossible. The only way to make this stubborn old man fearful was to beat him with absolute strength. But it's useless to keep our strength. In the end, it's still the two of us who will be exhausted. Don't forget that the main camp of the Iwakuma village is nearby, and a large number of ninjas will be arriving at any time to provide support. Utilizing all of our strength to break through is the only proper way. With those words, Silver's strength skyrocketed several times, breaking free of the two Yukito's small hands, and the magma that had built up inside his body erupted endlessly, turning the entire area around Silver into a zone of molten lava, where no living thing could get close. Want this to stall? Anoki said sarcastically, revealing a touch of disdain, saying, would the old man's pace be stopped by such a thing? Anoki physically ignored the presence of the neutral law rule and floated into the endless sky, aiming his hands at Silver with a dangerous glow floating between the palms of both hands. Dust transportation original realm stripping technique. The transparent boundary descended, and Silver had no time at all to evade it, and was inevitably enveloped in it. It's right to act so calmly. After all, everyone who knew about old man's dust escape has already fallen. And your shallow, blank stare makes sense. Witnessing Silver's bewilderment, always remaining calm, and looking left and right as if he was searching for the dust vanishing boundary, Anoki rightfully said. Half a second later, a dangerous flash of energy excitement swept up within the boundary that surrounded Silver, followed by a violent explosion. Boom boom boom. After the light, just like things are not the same, Silver also vanished into thin air, leaving only the messy ground. This should be dead now. Anoki exhaled heavily, and was about to call on the Iwakamura ninjas to apprehend the two Yukis when the demon's whisper reached within his ears. The old man isn't bad, but I'll see how you can resist this move. The dismembered Silver used elementalization to recover once again, both arms overflowing with lava, roiling fists of molten lava flying halfway across the sky as Silver exploded with a cry. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 92. This is a natural disaster. Second shift. There is no invincible devil fruit. It all depends on the host's ability to master. Just obtained Akane's magma fruit, although all of his moves are engraved in Silver's mind, but he can't play out the full power of the Meteor Volcano. After all, other people Akane has played with the magma fruit for decades, has reached the realm of the gods, and Silver is just a beginner. Silver is just a beginner, and in the future he may be able to match or even surpass Akane, but right now he is still too far behind. Nonetheless, the noise created by the use of the Meteor Volcano is still astonishing. Is this something the human factor can do? This is a naked act of God. Idiot, don't run. Stabilize the formation for me. The coverage of this art is beyond imagination. Running away is useless. I blame my mother for giving me 2 less legs. It takes 4 legs to escape. 2 are too slow. The Iwakamura ninjas were in disarray, raising their heads to the sky, all staring daggers into the void as the clear sky swept away and was replaced by endless fiery meteors. Whoosh! The huge fist of magma in the sky poured down like a torrential rain, covering an extremely wide range. The void gradually boiled up, bubbling with white water vapor. Affected by the heat flow, the moisture within the atmosphere evaporated extremely quickly. Even the oxygen was about to be evaporated, penetrating the danger of suffocation. Dumbly looking at the falling magma fist, Iwakamura ninja eyes despair, face bloodless. A moment of emptiness transition as if to come to the magma hell full of poisonous flames, the heart full of helplessness. This beyond the perception of the art of natural disaster is not an exaggeration. This is bad. Surveying the magma fists falling in the void, old man Anoki's heart was cold, looking at the densely packed ninjas, who had become ants on a hot pan at this moment. Cold sweat on his forehead couldn't help but drip down. Anoki's mind was bleak. He was able to defend and dodge the covering flame meteor, but the other ninjas of the Iwashin village would have to put a big question mark. Hateful. Old man Anoki gritted his teeth and cackled. His teeth were crunching. Originally thought that if the number of people, certainly occupy an absolute advantage, at first also is so, has an overwhelming advantage, did not expect Silver suddenly summoned the natural disaster over. The huge advantage turned into an unprecedented disadvantage in an instant. Don't mess up your formation. Give me the right to resist. This kind of thing is just a trick. Anoki ordered in a pseudo-calm manner. He was a chieftain and had to maintain absolute confidence and sanity at all times. He could not mess up his own formation. Dying. Silver snorted disdainfully. Due to the immortal's body, the body which was always full of energy unexpectedly appeared to be tired. Especially the mental power was extraordinarily insufficient, and the world in front of his eyes became blurred. It's too demanding in terms of physical strength and fitness. Shaking his head, Silver became a bit more conscious and said in his heart, in the past, He paid too much attention to refining his chakra content as well as pursuing the study of supreme ninjutsu to the point of neglecting the exercise of his physical strength. Silver sighed. He also knew the importance of physical arts, but there was no extra time. In the past, the focus was concentrated on the aspect of ninjutsu. After going back, secretly decided to work out the body with all his might. At the same time, the wails of the Iwakamura ninjas spread throughout the world. Boom boom boom. Magma fists mercilessly ravaged the earth. All the boundaries within a few hundred meters radius turned into magma earth, and slow magma in contact with the Moro slowly collapsed. Inadvertently planted ninjas, in the blink of an eye turned into a withered bone. Ah! Variety literature. Kanzanji. Oozing screams came. Looking up, a ninja accidentally fell to the ground. The whole person was engulfed in lava, instantly ending his life. The most alarming thing was that the skin and flesh were bubbling with the smell of cooked meat. The smell was surprisingly quite good. No different from barbecue. But after the Iwakamura ninjas saw his corpse, which was a human being, they were uncontrollably nauseous, even though all of them were veterans of the battlefield, living to watch their own people being burned to maturity. While they could only watch indifferently, all the Awashan village ninja were deeply struck inwardly. Boom boom boom. The massacre continued. The fire meteors in the sky continued to fall, slicing through the sky, mercilessly harvesting lives, and every time they hit the ground, there were ninjas from the Iwakisa village wailing along with them, collapsing unwillingly into the lava. It's time to retreat. Silver's speed increased to the limit, just pulled his legs and ran a dozen meters. A silhouette fell from the sky. Having killed so many ninja of my Iwakuto village, letting you leave with your eyes open. What face would I have left? Anoki said in a low voice. His eyes that shot out red light were extraordinarily frightening. Yes? At those words, Silver smiled helplessly, then changed his face in an instant. Faster than turning over a book. Then you disappear too. As the words fell, the silver magma-drenched arm blasted out. Canine Red Lotus. Ho ho ho. A heart-rending hissing came from ahead, and Anoki looked up as a vicious dog coalesced entirely from magma lunged in, covered in tumbling, smoking lava that was impossible to touch. What's with this guy? All the ninjutsu don't require a seal? Anoki blackened his face. Silver was simply an outlier. So far, the jutsu released, the need to form a seal of the phoenix. Almost all of them are two-handed hit, taking a great advantage. But no matter what, you, the culprit, cannot be allowed to leave, or I, the Earth Shadow, will be targeted, and the old man will never allow it. Anoki's eyes were also filled with total insanity, and when it came time to fight for his life, he was definitely not going to be soft. Dust transportation original realm stripping technique. A four-square boundary surfaced around the incoming magma varmint. Disappear for me, old man Anoki blandly said. As if playing an extinction overture, the transparent boundary formed by the dust recluse exploded away, and the magma varmints were vaporized and dismembered into nothingness. With his vision narrowed and his eyes back on the ground, Anoki's sinister eyes began to search for Silver, only to find the surprising and harsh reality that Silver had. Chapter 93, The Earth Shadow Who Was Almost Killed, Third Shift. Anoki looked around with open eyes, struggling to locate Silver, his eyes sweeping around, but there was no sign of him for half a day. His eyes were inevitably drawn to the roasted Iwakamura ninja, and he immediately said with righteous indignation, "Damn brat! How dare you take advantage of my carelessness to run away? Humph! Next time I definitely won't let you off the hook. Let's take that little girl first. At least she is a human pillar power. It's also a way to subsidize the huge loss of Iwashan village nowadays." Anoki like a hungry wolf to look at the two Yakido. The latter straight goosebumps. The two Yakido was with the Iwakamura ninja around the body chills, slightly afraid to look at Anoki. Although the human pillar power is powerful, but it is not invincible. Now the age of the two Yakido is naturally not a match for Anoki. Where's that kid? It's not like he's going to run off without me, is it? The two-bit Yukido's pretty face was covered in frost, her shell teeth clenched, and she couldn't help but curse. That damned brat. I'm also naive enough to choose to cooperate with her, knowing that he's a poisonous snake that eats people without spitting out bones. It's no use regretting it now. Anoki sneered, his old hand once again skillfully forming hand seals. Buzz off. The ground, where the lava flowed, was dead silent, yet precisely at that moment there came a throbbing, followed by what looked like the same tumbling of a vast river. What's going on here? Anoki stopped his sealing and looked at the accelerated flow of magma on the ground. Instinctively feeling bad, he stopped his attack for his own safety and drifted up into the sky to scrutinize the end of the ground below. What the hell is that thing? It can actually swim around in the magma. Eyes showing horror. Anoki's eyes were so wide that they almost fell out. A sea of magma has been created by the massive accumulation of magma on the ground, and unknown creatures ignore the heat and resistance and swim around like fish. What the hell kind of monster is that? Not only Inoki, but the ninjas who first noticed the mysterious creatures were dumbfounded, their mouths open wide enough to stuff huge fists. That there could be life in this world living within magma. What kind of unprecedented creature is it? Inoki's pupils narrowed and he couldn't help but come to a few points of interest, looking at the vaguely emerging silhouette, always feeling that the figure looked like a human. Gulp. Just at this moment magma is like water flow, unimaginable appearance of many bubbles, and then the figure that swims around, but also sank into the depths of the magma, disappeared. Strange. After half a second, the magma regained its serenity, and Inoki's mind wandered, his eyes falling back to the two Yukis, and he was about to make another seal when a strange change occurred. The ground suddenly rushed violently along the river, accumulating in layers and piling up into thick, immense columns of magma that drove straight at Inoki. Silver, who should have been recognized by all as disappeared, burrowed out from within the lava and slammed in with a fist of sparks, standing out as a lava fist that burned the sky red. The great Spitfire. Inoki's mouth twitched fiercely, his eyes fixed on the flying lava fist, surveying Silver behind him who was inside the lava. He had never guessed in a million years that Silver could emerge from the lava, practically a lava man who could move freely without the slightest restriction. 187 novels. 187 XSXS. Dust Recluse original boundary stripping of. Boom boom boom. Before he could finish receiving the seal, Inoki was annihilated in the lava, caught off guard and his entire body was devoured. What are you standing there for? Why don't you retreat? Silver intended to turn his head and run, but found the two Yukis looking transfixed and cursed the lack of heart. The two Yukis nodded furiously like chickens pecking at rice, took a deep look at the almost entire army of the destroyed Iwagakure, and left with a sense of humor. This was only a part of the ninjas that Inoki had brought with him. There was still a large number of them that were confronting Kiba, numbering up to several thousands of them. That guy didn't even die. He was swallowed alive by the lava and still managed to survive? The two Yukis twisted their heads to find the layers of lava surrounding Inoki's body peeling away, revealing that he was merely injured. The surface of his skin badly burned, and his life was not in danger for the time being. He's the head of a village anyways. He must have a crushing trick that's not easy to kill normally. Silver replied as a matter of course. After all, it was Inoki, a character of the same generation as the third Naruto. Strong and cunning, surely not easy to kill. Gazing carefully at the magma all over Inoki's body, his three-horned jade shuriken eyes slowly rotated, and Silver said, "So that's how it is. The density of the magma has surprisingly become less dense, and thus although this old boy is injured, it's not fatal." Reduce the density of magma? His however might do it. The second Yakido confessed, and at the moment she was as dusty as a coal digger fresh out of a coal kiln. All thanks to Inoki. Lava contains a large amount of rock and earth, and Inoki has a technique called light and heavy rock jutsu that greatly reduces the density of magma, so it wasn't able to kill him. But while that's theoretically true, if it were the original user of the magma fruit, perhaps the sneak attack just now would have already killed Inoki. Silver seriously analyzed. He is not as good as Akane nowadays is a fact. After all, the magma fruit has just arrived. The first time to use it can play to such a degree is already rare and precious. Frowning softly, Silver suddenly realized that someone was staring at him, and twisted his head to see that the person who was looking at him curiously was none other than the two Yakido. "Is there something on my face?" Silver questioned, while touching his face. That's not true. Don't worry. I was afraid someone would sneak up on you. The two-bit Yakido looked like I'm looking out for you. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the one who really had someone sneak up on me. Blankly glancing at her, Silver said without a trace of anger. Is he human or not? Definitely not. He even knows the jutsu that old man Inoki uses. This guy must be Tsuchikige's long-lost real son. The two-bit Yakido slandered in his heart. People have not yet explained their own art. Silver is like seeing through the future insight into the art of Onaji, either the reincarnation of a god or Onaji's own son. Chapter 94, Too Far Apart, Fourth Shift. The two Yakido and Silver ran away furiously, while Inoki's side was not so lucky, as Kiba's ninjas watched all of the Iwakunin being brutally beaten into submission, and took advantage of the opportunity to strike, beating the Iwakunin into a frenzy of defeat. Even the most important positions are lost a lot. A terrible mess. After the incident, but also the big boss of the Iwakuni Onuki, angry living and breathing, vowed to make the three ninja blood pay. Of course, there is also Silver is also Onuki hate people, and at this moment, on this side of Silver, the night was dark, and bonfires loomed within the dark forest. Put, a delicate carcass in the water elegantly dive out, revealing the front convex back curved body, smooth and delicate skin, like a ghostly beautiful jade, without the slightest magazine, clean as snow. In the clear pool of water, The second Yakido washed his delicate body, and Silver was not far away next to him. Who the hell invented this eyesore? Glancing at the place where the pool of water was, a black boundary was clearly visible, specifically designed to prevent Silver to peeping. Forget it, let's just figure out more about the magma fruit, and Akane's other abilities. All of Akane's abilities surfaced in his mind. Magma fruit, armed color hegemony, seeing color hegemony, and the Navy's 6 styles, as well as quite a few sword arts and such. It's amazing how much you know. Silver was quite surprised, then remembered Akane's identity release, also not in doubt. How to say Sakazuki is also the future marshal of the Navy. No more is normal. After half a second, Silver closed his eyes and after a moment of slight contemplation, he opened them and softly bellowed. Armed color hardening. The white skin of the silver palm turned pitch black in an instant, pulsing with an indestructible light, and out of curiosity, his left hand uncontrollably knocked on his right arm. Dun dun dun! A crisp roar spread with it, like a clash of steel, filling the entire space with metallic echoes. The physical skills within the Pirate King are all good, especially the dominance as the most, which is a good ability. Borrowing the weak moonlight, Silver gazed deeply at the right hand covered with armed color hegemony. There is no specific feeling, only the skin has become a lot harder. The force is also several times stronger. As for the condition of grabbing, the ability of the person is obviously redundant. After all, in this world there is only Silver is the devil fruit ability person. Looks like I'm still a ways off from Akane's realm. Silver sighed. The current him was not even close to Akane. By the way, forgot something big and important. As his mind sank into the farm world and the dark night sky turned into a warm day, Silver headed straight for the distant thatched cottage, searching for any sign of happy heart. Taking Akane's devil fruit time is too fast, so that Silver still understand the problem did not understand, and is still related to the life of the family's big problem. Absolutely cannot be perfunctory. Where did this little girl die again? Seemingly dilapidated within the hairy house. The actual interior has a dry place. Not to say very gorgeous, at least very exquisite. The things that have live quite comfortable. Breaking into someone's boudoir is a crime. U9 ebook. U9. A gust of white smoke swept up in front of her. Luxin flashed out of thin air, her hands folded in front of her mouth, complaining with dissatisfaction. This is my room. You're a big man. Get out of my way. This is my territory. Remember, you're just a part-timer. Silver ordered, barbarically barging in. But this little girl is real good at cleaning up after herself. Very clean. Looking around, Silver nodded his head and muttered to himself, then directly sat down on the twine with a pie shaft and hooked his finger to Luxin. Hurry up and rub my shoulders. What a treat, Luxin said with extreme reluctance, but in the way of Silver's lewd will, she still picked up to help her squeeze her shoulders. That said, are there any side effects to my devil fruit? Like a fear of water or anything like that? Silver asked in a nervous, hushed voice. It was a big question that needed to be cleared up. Seawater is a fatal weakness for the devil fruit. Even ordinary water has a great impact on the devil fruit. Especially in this world, many people will use the water escape. The situation is even more ominous and dangerous. You must inquire about it. As for the sea floor stone is not to worry about troubled. After all, this world does not have. There is no need to worry about this master. The farm's productions will be of the highest quality. It's not like the world you're currently in is the King of Thieves world. There's no limitations. You'll only be affected if you go to the King of Thieves world. Luxin some words to dispel Silver's misgivings. Tightly frowning frown stretch and open. Cannot help but relax a few points. Meanwhile, the two Yukis had finished bathing, dragging their wet bodies to the shore, and finally sat down quietly beside the campfire to roast their bodies. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Eyes fixed on Silver's body. Noticing that he was distracted very much, the two Yukido's eyebrows furrowed lightly, and a wry look of covetousness flashed within her eyes. I don't know where to draw a rope from, and was about to tie Silver into a dumpling when the piercing voice was the first to sound. MS. Yukito, I just rescued you from the fire, and you're trying to stab me in the back again. Do you think that's appropriate? Silver stared at the thieving 2-bit Yukito, and instantly said bluntly, if I had known that you would play dirty, I would have thrown you to old man Inoki as a captive human pillar. You, the 2-bit Yukito's face reddened and she sophistically said, I'm just testing your reflexes. After all, we're on the same rope now, and I'll be out of luck if you die. Lying to a 3-year-old doesn't work, and please, when you lie, don't be red-faced, it's even less convincing, Silver said in a good-natured manner, then looked at the Kiba village looming ahead and whispered, Kiba is already close at hand. Let's break up here. After all, the relationship between the two villages is very bad right now, and the two of us will be in big trouble if we come together. Chapter 95, A Rambling Price, First Shift. Due to the last visit to the misty hidden village, the relationship between the two villages has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and even though they haven't torn their faces apart on the surface, they have long been making small moves in the shadows. No, I have to be with you at all times. The moment Silver had just dropped, the two Yukis hastily denied Silver's resolution. Their jeweled pupils hung with nervousness in an "I'll-follow-you" look. This will never work. Without even thinking about it, Silver directly refused. You're a human pillar power. If you take you to Konoha, do you think that group of people might let you go? At those words, the two Yukitos' face stiffened, and then laughed with pathos. That's right, the human pillar power is the object of covetousness of every village, and anyone who treats it as the existence of a weapon. Silver complexly surveyed the two Yukito, and for a moment couldn't help but empathize with the fact that the Rinpocalypse was a much maligned existence, and every village was no exception. But, I'm still going to follow you. Half a dozen times, the two Yukis still insisted, exasperating Silver to no end. I'm not obligated to protect you, even if you pay to hire me. Silver refused. The two-bit Yukito, a sacred pit, could never be carried. You want to use me as a gun? How is that possible? Silver scorned, immediately understanding what the two Yukis were planning to do. Her status today was similar to that of a rebel ninja. Because of her status as a Rinnegan, she was still being pursued by the Cloud-Hidden Village, and if she and the two Yukis were constantly screwing around, she would naturally be treated the same way. You're the reason I'm in the situation I'm in now, and you have to be responsible. The two-bit Yukito clenched her thin lips and clenched her showy fists. I caused this? Upon hearing this, Silver couldn't help but laugh dumbly and said breathlessly, I've said this many times. Although I'm the main culprit that led to your current situation, you also understand that there's nothing I can do about this kind of thing, so you can't let me lead my neck to be tortured. Besides, I sort of saved your life just now, so the two of us should sort of cancel it out. We don't owe each other anything. Shrugging his shoulders, Silver said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two Yukis were filled with despair in their hearts, their pretty faces pale and incomparably pale, their eyes covered in despair. Hey! Seeing this, Silver secretly laughed incomparably in his heart, and suddenly raised his tone and said, if you really want to join me, you can also, but there must be a condition, which is considered to be your payment of my expenses. Silver said softly, not caring at all about the Cloud-Hidden Village. The people of the Cloud-Hidden Village hated him to the bone anyway. Even without the factor of the two-bit Yukito, the Cloud-Hidden Village wouldn't let him off easily. Conditions? The two-bit Yukito was struck dumb, his eyes fixed on Silver, and he said suspiciously, for the time being, let's hear it. First and foremost, you absolutely cannot come into Kiba with me. It's a must. Upon hearing this, the two Yukis nodded and said, there's no problem, and I won't go to Kiba. The worst and heartless of the 5 major ninja villages is Kiba. Hearing the two Yukis spouting off, Silver didn't deny it, and in some ways it was indeed an undeniable fact. Tell me what I want to know, and I can grudgingly help you once. Fiery ebook. Who are? Silver smiled with an expression of I'm generous, causing the two Yukis to grit their teeth, but for the sake of his own safety, he could only compromise for the time being and said, let's hear it first. Be my subordinate. After a half-dozen moments of silence, Silver said abruptly, Ministry? At those words, the two Yukis were visibly stunned and looked at Silver in surprise, clearly catching the flickering flames of ambition deep within his eyes, and couldn't help but secretly ponder. What is this guy's purpose? It's by no means simple. Eyes are the windows of the soul. Always do not lie. Only reveal a person's truest thoughts. Silver eye sockets within the burning sky, wild hope that she will not be wrong. The monstrous fire seemed to consume the entire world. It's fine to be your minion, but there's a deadline, and it has to be. Fart. Directly not giving the two Yukis a chance to bargain. Silver sneered. I'm the most reasonable and unreasonable person. You either say yes or get lost. Do you guys realize I'm a girl? Speak with some respect. The two-bit Yukito's phoenix eyes flashed with a burning flame of annoyance. Girls? At those words, Silver's face couldn't help but stagnate, looking at the two Yukis with interest, teasingly saying, to be fair, I didn't see clearly where you look like a girl. At best you're considered a woman. You. At that, the two Yukis gasped, glaring at Silver's face full of bad jokes, the corners of their mouths quirking before they finally had the good sense to close their mouths in silence. In the end, she is now nothing more than a lost dog. There is no capital to bargain with Silver, and even after leaving Silver, her life can't be saved by herself. The only way she can live is to rely on Silver's strength. What's your decision? Silver blandly asked. About you are not worried, because the two Yukito have no choice. The only road in front of her, either to follow the Silver meteoric life, or by the Cloud-Hidden Village to capture back. I promise. Despite the thousands of unwillingness, The two Yakido ultimately chose to yield. People under the roof had to bow down. She must now rely on Silver to live. In the future, after becoming stronger in the detachment, is not too late. Count your blessings. Silver stretched his back, and his wariness of the two Yakido gradually dropped, and said softly, "Stop sleeping for now. When I return to Kiba, you temporarily find a place to hide first, and enter Kiba with me. You will surely die." The two Yukis nodded at her words, due to the fact that she had been rather high profile in the past, resulting in most people recognizing her as a ninjutsu, and sneaking into Konoha alone was bound to get her torn apart. Ninjutsu was both hated and coveted by the major villages. Chapter 96, Izanami, Second Shift. The rules of this world are so cruel. The human pillar force are pawns. Want to get others to recognize the chance of zero. Not everyone has Whirlpool Naruto kind of cheating attributes, able to conquer everyone with his magical heaven-defying attributes, such as the two Yakido did not. The two of them went to sleep after talking it over. Silver was also at peace for once in a while. He had been tensing his nerves for a while and was able to relax for once this time. Time passed unknowingly, and it was the following morning. With a morning breeze and sunshine, just hover around the perimeter of Kiba, and if you're spotted, run away. Silver warned that despite the fact that the third Naruto was acting very kindly, Silver didn't know what Silver would take after finding out about the two Yukis that had fallen to. "I've heard that the third Naruto is pretty good. Maybe I'll get him if I join your Konoha." "Idiot, you just escaped a cage and you want to join a den of tigers and wolves?" Silver explained deeply, remembering what Michio had done later, and said, "Don't look at Michio's usual smiling face, but he's actually very smart and cunning, and he's very good at playing with soft knives. More than fighting, he's probably even better at compelling people. Can fool the Uchiha Weasel to destroy the whole clan. The mouth can be seen to have reached the point of excellence. Then I'll wander the perimeter of Kiba and you be careful." The clear eyes of the two Yuma shone brightly, and her tone of voice was thick with sincerity. Silver saved her life. Both sides had already cleared their differences, and now they were still grasshoppers on the same rope. She sincerely hoped that Silver could live well. After all, the 2-bit Yamato also relied on Silver now. "I will. Farewell." Inside the Kiba village, there was a bustle. Compared to the war-torn outside world, it wasn't quite a paradise, but it was very peaceful, and everyone's face hung with contentment. Inside Naruto's office. "Really? The third Raikage has disappeared? What are the ninjas doing? There's no sign of such important news." The third generation of Naruto was furious. The third generation of Raikage secretly left the village. His own family's secret department did not even have news. How can he not be angry? Maybe now is planning to overthrow Kiba. "I have to thank you this time, Silver." The third Naruto solemnly thanked him. "It's just a little thing," Silver replied with a smile. Without this mission, he wouldn't have run into the five-tailed human pillar and Akane's bones wouldn't have awakened, which was a blessing in disguise. "Go back to resting for now. I'll let you know if I have any other assignments." The third generation of Naruto demeanor with sadness. All three generations of Thunder Shadow inexplicably disappeared. He a heart certainly cannot be relieved. Frowning bitterly contemplating the ambitions of the third generation of Thunder Shadow. The Cloud-Hidden Village are all war maniacs. Everyone for the war is very yearning fanatical. "Farewell, Naruto-sama." Yume Island Bookstore. Skew. Forgetting Naruto deeply, Silver bowed and excused himself. Inside the small courtyard filled with vegetables, Silver's home, he casually ate something to cope with it, then began to go through the scrolls his father had left behind. But this time the focus was no longer on Uchiha's legacy. He had read everything Uchiha had left behind. There was no point in wasting time. A black scroll caught his eye. "What's this stuff? It looks like it's some years old." Weighing the scroll in his hand, Silver couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These things are good. The Uchiha family has continued for hundreds of years and passed them down. Surely they are also good. With my father's love for me, he shouldn't have given me something boring or harmful." Thinking nothing of it, Silver directly opened the scroll. He can have today's achievements. In addition to their own to pay part of the effort. Has died father also has a lot of credit. Is that all? After a cursory reading of the scroll's contents, Silver's curious cheeks were replaced by disappointment and he sighed. "It seems to be a muddled trash scroll for me." "No, does this mean?" The end of the scroll was left with these large words, "The art of deciding fate is Izanami." At the sight of these words, Silver's breathing rate skyrocketed, panting like an ox, and his hands trembling with excitement as he touched the scroll. "Damn it, I used to look for signs of Izanami, but I didn't realize I was using it to cushion the foot of the table." Silver hated to give himself a slap, irredeemable pat on his head, then as a treasure carefully look at it. Every handwriting are not spared. Serious to the extreme. I sometimes shoot out a bright light. About an incense stick of work. Silver see the last mood vibration. The origin of Izanami's jutsu is quite complicated. It was created to fight back against Izanagi. The person who created this jutsu was a female ninja of the Uchiha clan. And it seems that the only person who knows this jutsu is the future Uchiha Weasel, in addition to that creator. To be able to create such a heaven-defying art, calling it a genius is tantamount to insulting her, right? Silver did not mince words of praise. He knew the terror of Izanagi's jutsu, which could permanently control a person's will. The person who was able to create such a god-level jutsu, all aspects of her stats could no longer be assessed in human terms. The requirements for learning. 3-hook Jade Sharingan eyes to be able to do it? I originally thought I needed a kaleidoscope to cultivate it. Seeing the scroll clearly a few handwriting, Silver also did not suspect. He 3-hook Jade writing will eyes can be born Izanami. Now 3-hook Jade writing will eyes can learn Izanami is also normal. Learn him as fast as you can. It's kind of a technique that can save your life at critical moments. With a decision in his heart, Silver immediately began to devote himself to the study of Izanami, knowing that he had completely learned to control him until the end. Until the middle of the night, Silver only sleep. Of course, only a few hours of sleep, and then once again energetic open eyes, after obtaining the body of the immortal. Silver mental strength. Chapter 97 Crisis comes, third shift. Silver stared wide-eyed as he studied Izanagi, completely as if he was possessed, devoting himself to it with all his heart and soul, and all 10% of his mental energy was immersed and sunk into this subtle art. It wasn't until the following afternoon that Silver, 4-1, slowly came back to his senses. Getting the characteristics of Izanami roughly right might be enough to unleash this unprecedented and counterintuitive jutsu just by being slightly in the know for a while. Silver exhaled heavily and walked out of his room with a raised eyebrow, chilled from not receiving sunlight for a day or two in a row, and his body was wet and very uncomfortable. And he was just about to enjoy the warmth of his vision when a procession of ninjas in groups caught Silver's attention and suspicion. Surprisingly, there are so many ninjas gathered. Is it possible that someone has hit Kiba? There's no way it can. Glancing around, his eyes subtly surveying the group of ninja, Silver could be sure that something big and unexpected was happening. She was there? Among the assembled ninja ranks, Silver happened to scan a familiar silhouette, and driven by curiosity, Silver followed up, trailing the mass of ninjas out of the village. Red, you look great after not seeing you for a few days. Silver caught up with Yuzuru's figure with a gentle smile on his face, giving him the feeling of a spring breeze. Very peaceful. Ha, good gas? That's impossible. Yuzuru kept shaking her head as she ran. I've been so busy these past few days. I've had so little time to sleep. How can I be good when I'm pissed off? Your mouth is getting better and better at deceiving people. Silver. Upon hearing this, Silver was dumbfounded and eventually shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, then what exactly is the mission? With such a big battle, the ninjas gathered should be more than hundreds. You can't tell the ninjas from other villages to fight over. Yuzuru gave Silver a deep look and leaned into his ear to explain. I don't know the specifics, but while it's not as serious as you make it out to be, it's been picked up on. A ninja from another village did show up outside the village and I've heard it's not a small one. But alas, I don't know her name. It's just that no one has sent a portrait. Silver's breath hitched as bad thoughts flashed through his mind, and without moving, he asked, was it a young blonde girl? About a teenager. How do you know? Yuzuru was surprised that very few people knew about this news, and Silver was not among those people. At those words, Silver's expression flashed with a touch of unnaturalness, but still said calmly, when I was returning to Kiba, I found a blonde girl with strange movements on the road, but I didn't ask more questions due to being in a hurry. Yes, but her. Letting go of the doubt in her heart, Yuzuru didn't think much about it and answered, I heard from above that she is not an ordinary person and comes from a big place. It seems that Mizukato-sama discovered her and then informed the third Naruto-sama, Wave Wind Sailor Moon. Upon hearing this, the killing machine within Silver's pupils passed in an instant, and then he laughed. Red, you go on your mission. Get together sometime. It's my treat. Really? Then I'll be polite when the time comes. 04 Novel. 04XS. Yuzuru smiled and agreed. Then her body turned solid and disappeared from Silver's gaze. Wave Wind Swayman. This kid's dog's nose is really smart. I just arranged the two Yukis in the fringe of Konoha. I didn't expect to be caught by him anyway. Silver clenched his fists, and the hesitation within his eyes turned into determination as he resolutely followed. Come to this world. He originally wanted to keep a distance from Namikaze Minato, so rarely provoke him, and even in addition to certain necessary occasions, the two have almost never seen. The main factor is that Silver does not want to get involved with that kind of person. The two people's character is opposite. It is really difficult to melt into the same team, but who can expect now? Wave Wind Water Door. This guy even took the initiative to send to the door. What should come can't be stopped. And what shouldn't come still comes sooner or later. And without any nonsense, Silver gritted his teeth and followed. Well, too by the wood people to find to do a promiscuous subordinates, is also Silver thoughtfully decided. He is alone in this world, walking is not easy. Combat strength is good, but to inquire about information is really stretched. Everything is slower than people to a beat. Some time to lose the best opportunity. Have been at a disadvantage. If you can find a few chess pieces specialized in gathering information sources is the best. Especially since no matter what the chores were, Silver had to do them himself. He was too busy and it was necessary for him to look for a little brother to play his hand. Wave Wind Sailor Moon. Humph. I'd like to see what kind and difference the rumored Golden Flash has. Whoosh whoosh. The black shadow swings. Just an instant's short effort. Silver completely annihilated. Into the dark dense forest. The pupil of the writing wheel eyes began to observe the surrounding movements. The slightest wind and grass is not but. Clank, clank, clank. Just at this moment, within the jungle, the intensive sound of fighting to attract the attention of the Silver, tranced to see two by the woodman fleeing in a massive soft figure, suddenly changed track to swept away. Let go. Wave Wind Swayman gazed at the delicate girl in front of him and seriously persuaded. You're not my opponent. And now there are so Kiba Village's ninja forces. On top of that, this place is not far away from the village. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Being forced to the corner of the two Yakido, surrounded by gradually approaching surrounding Kiba ninja, cold sweat, heart was filled with despair and countless filled. She couldn't even beat Namikaze Swayman. What could she do against thousands of Konoha ninja? Buzz. The emerald green earth seeped out countless magma. Toward the Wave Wind Watergate and other people surrounded. Not deep contact with the ninja all issued a heart-rending ate the pain miserable scream. The pain is not as good as the death of the whale is even more hairs on the back of the head. Many people suddenly felt that sometimes it was a blessing to die in pain. Chapter 98, The Great Battle of Namikaze Swayman, 4th Shift. Being killed is bliss. Being vaporized alive by lava is worse than death. Someone's sneaking up on us. Everyone. Wave Wind Sootman warned in a loud voice. The turquoise green grass suddenly overflowing with lava and the lack of craters around it was clearly man-made. The magma boiled and bubbled, destroying everything it touched. Even the lifeless soil was scorched black as the magma passed through it. Spread out. Realizing the danger, Wave Wind Sailor Moon shouted out, while tensing his nerves and dealing with it calmly. However, the effect played was minimal. The magma flowing from the ground trembled with a roar, followed by countless densely packed fists flying out. Meteor volcano. The azure sky, all of a sudden, turned into a bottomless crimson color, and in a trance, it seemed to have come to a dark magma hell, and the whole world was filled with the tyrannical atmosphere of destruction, and demonic light burned all over the sky. It shouldn't be that simple. Namikaze Mizukage murmured to himself, the fists made of magma all flying into the sky and no casualties on their side of the Konoha. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. As expected, what happened next made Wave Wind Sailor Moon cry out. Swoosh! Thousands of molten fists descended from the sky, and the sharp air-breaking sound produced by the fall was chilling, as if witnessing the end of the world with their own eyes, and everyone's hearts were bursting with despair and depression. Damn it! What is this? What level of jutsu is this? The legendary S rank? Or a stronger level? It's totally the wrath of the heavens. What have we, Kiba, done to hurt the heavens that even the heavens have become our enemies? Such a good big sound talk about not shocking, but at least to attract the attention of the entire Kiba. Dumbfounded looked down all over the void of the flame meteor. Everyone exclaimed Kiba down bloodluck. Run away. Don't crowd together. All run separately. Wave Wind Watergate to raise the tone of voice shouted. Usually seldom anger. At this moment he also presses a touch of flame. In the end is which bastard assassination wooden leaf. Outrageous. The most let Wave Wind Watergate depressed is. From now on half a day. He did not even see the enemy's ghost shadow. Feel extraordinarily harbor. All aspects are subject to others. Boom boom boom. And, the flaming fists landed on the ground, setting off a brutal massacre formation. Kiba's ninjas fell within the flames and howled in agony. However, all of them were indifferent, because they were unable to protect themselves, and the magma fists falling from the sky far outnumbered their numbers. There were only a few hundred that came out to pursue the two Yukis, but the molten fists descending from the sky seemed to number in the tens of thousands at first glance, and the exaggerated numbers were dazzling. Could it be? A handsome face of a young teenager floated in her mind. A warm current passed through the heart of the two Yakido. Originally thought that Silver was just using her, and could discard her at any time, but now it seems that this is not the case. The willingness to risk his life to make an enemy out of the Konoha's ninjas shows that Silver cares about her, and at least for the time being, he will not abandon himself. Gulp! Underneath Wave Wind Summon's feet, the magma violently churned, followed by the eruption of crimson magma. a blurry silhouette coalesced. 85 novels. Book 85. The Great Spitfire. Giant flaming fists flew out, and it happened so suddenly, and behind Namikaze Minato's back, that he didn't react at all. Boom boom boom. The flaming fists destroyed the trees, crushing the emerald green woods and burning the ground to a crisp. And 20 meters ahead, there was a large crater with a diameter of about tens of meters. Surprisingly ran away? It can't be. At least the instantaneous technique definitely can't do it. The mysterious figure broke the stalemate. He was covered in lava and was clearly the culprit without a doubt. Who are you? A ninja from which village? Namikaze Minato stepped out from within the woods, his steel blue eyes flashing with horror. Mysterious, coming with a silver mask, very hideous and scary, sharp mouth and fangs. Behind the back of the molten lava constantly emerging, black smoke followed, the ground boiling and spreading magma. Seems to be like burning the whole world, and constantly extending. Trees were constantly broken, birds and beasts in the woods fled in despair, the green ground turned into a blackened Jedi, and all living things withered in an instant. Wave wind water door piece to see this mold, a heart in the throat. The person in front of me is clearly the spokesman for the heavens. Snap your fingers, all things are destroyed. You retreat first. Yakito. A hoarse voice came out from under the mask, indistinguishable from a man or woman. But you're alone. Don't stay and cause me trouble. The Kiba ninjas will be here soon. You staying here will only reassure me. Without giving Yakito a chance to retort, Silver waved his hand to signal her to leave. Stay here, she truly cannot play a role. After all, this is the main camp of Kiba. A two-tailed human pillar power, although powerful, but want to invincible in the world, and the Kiba nonsense is delusional. I know. Be careful. With a deep look at the masked Silver, the two Yukis turned to leave. Want to leave? You think Kiba is your home to come and go as you please? Seeing this, Wave Wind Swayman snorted coldly and ordered, give me chase. Don't let her run away. She has, in her body. Wave Wind Watergate mouth sound abruptly ended. Said half a day also no one bird him. Helpless to find that he has become a Jedi around. Birds and animals extinct. The only thing left is a white bone piece. I don't know what you are, but you're playing with fire by openly provoking Kiba, one of the 5 major shinobi villages. Clenching both fists, Wave Wind Swayman, the killing machine, stormed out. Setting fires? Maybe so, but I'm the one who likes to set fire to meteors in front of other people's houses. So what can you do to me? Chapter 99, Disfiguring Namikaze Minato, First Shift. There was no fear in naked humiliation. And even though Namikaze Suikoden couldn't see the nasty face under the mask, he could be sure that the masked man was full of contempt. Then let me learn just what you, Stygian dog. Without giving Wave Wind Sailor Moon a chance to open his mouth to speak, the vicious dog coalesced entirely from magma, lunged at him, its flaming fangs wide open, emitting an astonishing snarl. An amazing art. Wave Wind Watergate surprised murmur. So simple, does not need to form a seal, and the power is also extremely powerful, jutsu rarely seen. In spite of this, Wave Wind Watergate is not a very human, more likely to be scared down by a move. At the moment is to give the most violent counterattack. Chakra flowed in his hand, and a minuscule ball of energy zoomed in moments, sweeping out gusts of wind in waves with a high-speed spinning frequency. Spiral Maru. A large ball of energy formed, and Wave Wind Sutman flew out with all his strength. Boom boom boom. The two extremely powerful moves mixed together, creating a huge explosion as the mighty magma dog obliterated along with Spiral Maru. Not bad at all. Jindo, with his mask on, there was no need to rush when it was still time to tear himself away from Kiba. But, with a cold smile, Silver's eyes showed his killing intent, shooting out a ninja light, and without hesitation, he pounced on him. Want to engage in close combat? That's fine. That would be a good opportunity to rip off your disguise mask. After meditating on the situation, Namikaze Minato rushed forward as well, and the two engaged in an intense fistfight. Bang bang bang. The two men's fists went back and forth at speeds beyond the limits of human perception. Boom boom boom. And Silver swung with force, temporarily forcing back Wave Wind Swayman, and the power within his body exploded to its limit as he pounced again. The rainstorm-like intensive fist attack was relentless. Bang bang bang. Wave Wind Swayman defended with all his might. Looking at the somewhat frenzied Silver, he laughed in his heart and closed me into a fist, his power skyrocketing by as much as several times. Bang! Caught off guard, Silver was blasted backwards and forwards, only stabilizing his body after retreating about tens of meters. Wave Wind Swayman flashed out in one step, followed by what looked like space movement to suddenly arrive in front of Silver without warning. Not even the trajectory of his movement appeared, as silent as a ghost, and in his hand there was also a strengthened version of Spiral Pill, pulsing with a dangerous light. This is, even with Silver's characterization, he couldn't help but be stunned and murmured in surprise. Is this the flying thunder god? Realizing that something was wrong, Silver swept around and suddenly noticed a distinctive marking on his hand between the crevices of his fingers. 22. Silver was instantly surprised. Exactly when was it left behind? I'm not even a little. Spiral Maru. Before Silver's words could fall, a sphere of azure energy whistled. This should end it for you. Wave Wind Watergate wiped away the sweat stains easily, touching his numb arm. Just now by Silver wildly beat. His arm was beaten red and purple. All thanks to Silver. And you. Don't you intentionally get suppressed by me for the purpose of leaving behind the spatial coordinates of the flying thunder god? Silver asked in a shaky tone, the spiral Maru still drilling into his chest and crushing his body. You're smart to say that. Besides Silver, Wavewind Sailor Moon smiled gently, confidently. Is that so? But it's a genius-type ninja with both literature and martial arts. Powerful in strength and unrivaled in intelligence and scheming. I'm impressed. Upon hearing that, Silver first exclaimed, lifting Namikaze Sailor Moon to the clouds. Then the corners of his mouth swept up in a conspiratorial smile. Except that because of the mask's presence blocking Namikaze Sailor Moon's vision, but it could be seen vaguely, Silver's fists turned pitch black in color. But, I also intentionally let you leave behind the coordinates of the flying thunder god. Otherwise, how could you be as relieved as you are now? Armed color hardening. With an explosive shout, Silver's fist pulsed with an impenetrable halo of light, and with a scowl, he greeted Namikaze Suikato towards his face without mercy. Boom boom boom. Caught off guard, Wave Wind Swayman was directly mixed up by Silver and flew more than 10 meters backward in an instant, spitting out blood furiously. The most tragic thing to see is that Silver's hand is extremely ruthless, covering the armed color hegemony fist. Will Wave Wind Watergate's nose bone broken into a puddle of blood foam. Whoosh! At the same time, the chest-rotating spiral Maru also penetrated Silver's body, but surprisingly, there was no blood and flesh appeared, but only lava flying. Despite being cut open, Silver still used the ability of elementalization to repair his body in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, Wave Wind Swayman was miserable to the extreme. The nose such organs have disappeared. Miserable. I know everything you've done before is an act. A professional actor. Silver pontificated, then snickered all over his face and said smugly, but I'm also acting. And I'm still a professional movie star whose acting skills surpass yours. You! Namikaze Suikato cried out in pain. His face stained red with blood. His handsome cheeks grimacing like a ghost. What a blast! Looking at Wave Wind Watergate's bloody cheeks, Silver's heart for some reason, instead of having a sense of guilt, he felt refreshed, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. His face was full of blood, and even when he scraped together 1,000-point scrolls, Silver wasn't this excited. This guy is not an unusual person. He must be dealt with carefully, or the tragedy just now might happen again. Wavewind Sailor Moon stabilized his emotions and looked at the winking healed wound on Silver's chest. A frightening and incomparable thought suddenly sprouting in his mind. The spiral Maru clearly hit him just now, but why did it have no effect? No reaction at all. Does it mean that this guy can ignore physical attacks? Surprisingly, it didn't have the slightest effect. Chapter 100 Cremation with a single cut, second shift. Wavewind Suikato stared intently at the human Silver. The pain coming from the tip of his nose where his face had disappeared causing him to ache. And in a daze, he looked over his shoulder and was startled to see the figure in front of him. Strange. This strange man. He gives me a feeling of deja vu. Wave Wind Swayman strangely said, always felt that this unfamiliar silhouette was deja vu. It seemed that he had encountered it at some time in the past, but he couldn't guess exactly who it was. And there didn't seem to be any ninjas he knew who knew how to melt away. No matter what, there is concentration. This guy with the mask surpasses all the enemies I've encountered before. Wave Wind Swayman secretly exerted his power, and the palm of his right hand once again flashed with a sphere of energy, followed by his entire body disappearing. Boom boom boom. In front of Silver, Namikaze Mizukato flashed and the spiral Maru in his hand went straight for his face. Put! A huge jolt followed as Silver's entire body began to peel away in layers, his face being churned to pieces. The only thing that was startling was the fact that the cheeks were being smashed, and instead of blood and flesh, what was flung out was fiery lava. And even Namikaze Suikato, who had been caught off guard, was affected and stained with molten lava. It's hot. Wavewind Suikato was so shocked that he hastily took off his ninja overlook and tossed it aside. He was spared, but as always, his skin was still crushed and his skin turned a charred black color. What kind of monster is this guy? Can't it be that he's a monster made of magma all over his body? Is he a human being or not? How could there be such an extreme existence in the world? Namikaze Suikato said with a hard look on his face. Silver was simply invincible. Touching him with his hand would cause magma to overflow all over his body, and all ninjutsu seemed to be ineffective. Temporarily hold him back. Wait until everyone arrives to clean him up. You can use a wheel battle to wear him out. Gloomy look swept away. Wave Wind Watergate decisively changed tactics. He is not the kind of person who is a sinewy person. Since single combat can only adopt the policy of group beating consume him to death. If you don't come, I'm not going to be polite. Without any nonsense, the silver body continued to erupt magma, turning the surrounding area into a large sea of magma that no one could get close to, and he naturally knew that Wave Wind Swayman was stalling for time. Body all turned into magma. Silver entire person disappeared without a trace, like a fish swimming in the sea. Within the magma, he wandered unimpeded, silently came to the Wave Wind Watergate feet, while he was oblivious to the time, launched a deadly sneak attack. The arm shook, a large amount of magma spilled out, and Silver leapt up, his arm blasting out in the form of a vicious dog. Canine Red Lotus. The boiling magma was so furious that the atmosphere bubbled with white boiling gas as it gushed out. Boom boom boom. A fist blasted to the ground occupied by magma. The ground fell to appear a big pit. As for the Wave Wind Watergate, thousand novels bar. 77xs8. Spiral Maru. The azure sphere struck again and senselessly blasted Silver, crushing his head and exploding it into a pile of lava. This jutsu is tricky. The headache sensation came from within the headless corpse, and then Silver's body began to gradually recover, and he realized helplessly that if Namikaze Minato fought him head-on, he might still have a chance to hit him, but if he kept going rogue with his flying Raijin no jutsu, Silver had no means of subduing him at all. The damn guy was prepared ahead of time, looking at a large number of bitterness in the distant woods, all of which have the spatial coordinates of the flying thunder god, obviously prepared by Wave Wind Swayman in advance. As long as I don't actively attack you, there's nothing you can do to me, right? Wave Wind Swayman clasped his hands together and regained his previous confidence. This is the powerful and heavenly place of the flying thunder god. As long as you leave the coordinates of the flying thunder god, you can sneak attack him at any time, and this coordinate cannot be erased. Extremely heavenly and powerful. There's really nothing I can do to even try to hit you, Silver confessed. If not for Namikaze Sailor Moon's inattention earlier, Silver genuinely would have had a hard time hitting him. Maybe later, he couldn't do it now. But do you think you're really invincible? Don't get cocky on me there. Silver closed his glasses, his aura metaphysical, and just stood still, murmuring softly in his heart, seeing color hegemony. This guy, there doesn't seem to be anything out of place. After gazing at Jin and realizing that there was nothing special about him, Namikaze Minato once again used Flying Thunder God's art to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! Wave Wind Swayman appeared behind Silver without warning, still holding the spiral pill in his hand, and seeing that Silver didn't have the slightest inkling, the spiral pill smashed away with confidence. Do you really think I didn't notice? Right at this moment, Silver suddenly twisted his head around and laughed coldly. Don't think that the Flying Thunder God is invincible against the heavens. After all, it's created by humans and is destined to have loopholes. As long as I have invisible eyes growing all over my body, wherever you come from, I can discover your traces at the first time, even if I can't suppress the Flying Thunder God. But you don't want to sneak up on me at any time. Lightly sweeping a glance at Namikaze Minato, Silver faintly turned back again, his eyes looking straight ahead as he softly said, "Break the way of the 96th Ichiban Fire Burial." Chapter 101, The Arrival of Maelstrom Gyoshinna, First Shift. Wave Wind Water Door secretly annoyed. The heart cannot help but vicious curse Silver. To say that you are also ahead of time to explain now everything to this end there is a line of use? Buzz off. The ground shook without stopping, and became fiercely hot, as if coming to the hot sun hell, poisonous and abnormal, especially underneath Namikaze Sumon's feet. There were huge flame daggers in the shape of knives floating vaguely. Don't fool around. You'll be heavily injured by the fall yourself at such a close distance. Sorry, Grandpa, I'm a magma man. The moment the words fell, the ground shook the earth. A huge fire rose up. Silver and Namikaze Minato both engulfed. Not even the opportunity to launch Flying Thunder God to escape. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering explosion swept and spread. Silver and Namikaze Minato were both involved, and the plants and trees within a dozen kilometers around instantly disappeared, turning into a bare patch of Jedi. Even Kiba was greatly affected. The land turned scorched black and miserable. Strange. What was that all about just now? Noticing the strange tumbling in the middle of the explosion, Silver incredulously said, looking extremely hard. The burnt Wave Wind Watergate body was covered with strange chakra. Very powerful. The density was far higher than normal humans. Strong beyond imagination. The chakra with golden light in the fire was very demonic and attracted Silver's attention for a moment. Is that the chakra of Maelstrom Gyoshinna? Silver surprised to reach. Hazy, he saw a hidden beautiful body, especially the mat of crimson hair extraordinarily eye-catching, so much so that Silver instantly recognized his identity. It's a pity. If it wasn't for Maelstrom Jioshinna, I'm afraid that 1/Fire Burial just now would have already finished off Wave Wind Swayman. This obtrusive bug. Silver smacked his lips. Wave Wind Watergate body badly burned. From stepping into the road to the underworld is close at hand. Who expected it this time to kill out a 9-tailed human pillar force Whirlpool Joexayan Nai? You guys. How dare you attack Mizukage? Whirlpool Joexayan Nai twisted her head to reveal the perfect face of Killing Machine. Storming out of the Killing Machine to make the sky instantly cold under the cold. The most alarming is that certain about to extinguish the magma are knotted up a thick layer of ice. So what? The battlefield is only about winning and losing. Under the mask, Silver faced gloomy sadness. Frankly speaking, heard Whirlpool Joexayan Nai for Wave Wind Water Door to speak. His heart is very not taste. Anger is straight line sword. Crazy possessive desire is at work. Driving Silver want to Whirlpool Joexayan Nai press to the ground ruthless ravage trample Emil. The best in front of his face to finish Wave Wind Water Door. Damn. Since when? Even I got a kind of idea? Silver laughed bitterly. Will be inside the complex emotions forgotten. I searching for signs of Whirlpool Joexayan Nai, but wrongly found Whirlpool Joexayan Nai has pounced. Muddy demonic-tailed beast coat light generous. Meditation. Silver see long 9 tails of the big fox is spreading his teeth and claws. It's made a big mess. And even though the move 1/cremation has been unleashed before in its lifespan and won't sacrifice the body when used here in the future, the burden is still too great to be used more than a few times. Silver gruffly said. He could feel the majestic negative emotions gathered between heaven and earth. And at this moment Maelstrom Joexayan Nai was like the king of calamity, which made people tremble with fear. Bang bang bang. New Novel City. XXSC. The astounding stance was berserk to the extreme. And every time Maelstrom Joexayan Nai took a step, the earth under her feet crumbled with it, and the explosive power was suffocating. Hundreds of meters away, one could feel a Class 10 storm raging. Did anger lead to a rampage? Silver said cautiously, a dangerous sheen pulsing within his pupils, and the surging spiritual pressure within his body followed. Today's Maelstrom Joexayan Nai is an angry beast, completely losing her mind. Silver's reckless and heavy blow to Wave Wind Swayman has pushed Maelstrom Joexayan Nai to the brink of going berserk. Especially the tailed beast tunic tails behind the back of the Whirlpool Joexayan Nai are getting more and more. It's still painful. Looking at the oncoming Maelstrom Jioshinna, Silver was very helpless. But the look on his face sank as the spirit pressure within Silver began to race. There was something he wanted to get from Maelstrom Joexayan now. A tailed beast or a human pillar's body bones would get him a 100-point roll. Ow ow ow. Silver froze when the fiery red figure fell from the sky. Looked up. It was the Whirlpool Jioshinna who fell from the sky. And there were countless chakra chains like poisonous snakes, which belonged to the unique ability of Whirlpool Jioshinna. A mere 4 tails and you dare to be so arrogant? You're looking down on me too much. The 81 broken air of the binding path. The azure sky. A hidden barrier then flashed. Silver's clear cry. Spiritual pressure converged deep in the void, and fluorescent light separated heaven and earth. Bang bang bang. Thin as a cicada wing of the boundary looks a touch to break. The actual sturdy incomparable. Whirlpool Joexayan Nai can only prostrate above. Cannot shake the slightest. Can only be quietly prostrate in the above. Looks like it ends here. Wiping off the sweat stains on the sides of his temples, Silver relaxed. The powerful strength of the human pillar power is unreliable. Almost no natural enemies. Even if the current Silver has the magma fruit, it will be dragged to death. After all, the 9 tails of the chakra can be called endless, almost invincible existence. Especially Whirlpool Joexayan Nai is not Naruto kind of just started the rookie. Their own strength is originally the shadow level. Driving ability is not Naruto can be compared. Ow 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 ow. The heart-rending rising waves came again. Panic to the extreme. The entire sky seems to follow the Whirlpool Joexayan Nai's roar trembled. A visible ripples of destruction followed the spread of the naked eye. Far away from the mountains that were affected by the waves. Directly by the airwaves to flatten. The world in front of Silver followed the trembling. As if destroying the entire earth. Just Whirlpool Joexayan Nai thought. Chapter 102, to dissolve the Konoha? Second shift. Different vibration exploded in the sky. The violent destruction fluctuation covered the clouds. Resounded through 10,000 miles of clouds. And even the lazy clouds above the void, where 9 tails of the chakra mercilessly shattered. Disappeared completely. In this intensive chakra attack, all things living feel small. Like the hourglass in the vast galaxy. Not worth mentioning. Click. 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 The barrier of Maelstrom Jioshinna's battle power. Came a crisp ringing sound. Silver froze. Subconsciously looked over. What kind of monster is this? Route as Silver Mountain collapsed in front of the face does not change the color of the nature. Pupil. Is also flashed a little stagnant color. only to see the whirlpool Joexayanai behind the extension of a large number of golden chakra arm, as well as a lot of chakra chains, fight to knock the transparent defense boundary, torn apart by force alone? Eyes flash. Silver face slightly changed, only to see the broken air above, covered with dense as a spider's web of cracks. In addition to the vortex Joexayanai mouth holding in the molten energy ball. Buzz off. High-frequency vibrations spread out with it, and the sky and earth shook to and fro within Silver's line of sight. Die for me. Glancing at Silver with a morose sight, the swirling Joexayanai, who should have stormed off and lost her mind, spat out human words, followed by the energy ball in her hand falling with a roar. Swoosh! The sharpness of the energy ball was like the afterglow of God's destruction of the world, and wherever it went, there was an ear-piercing shrill sound. Too fragile. Silver's surprisingly spread-eagled smile, a mask with just one eyeball loophole, was written with cold contempt. Too fragile? I think you mean to say desperate. After a stare, Whirlpool Joexayanai said disdainfully, it's normal that you can feel fear. After all, this is the nine-tailed beast Jade. It's beyond the perception of normal people, and it's quite. You'd be wrong. Silver shook his head indifferently. A vast chakra erupted from his body, and said in a cold voice, I mean, your tailed beast Jade is so weak that it has no qualifications to touch my body. Arrogant. Let's see if you're still arrogant after you've been blasted into dregs. Whirlpool Joexayanai skimmed his mouth disdainfully said, gaze clear cold killing intent also gradually convergence. The corner of the mouth gently column up, revealing the expression of watching a good show. Looks like looking forward to Silver bad luck. Silver did not defend. Blandly face. Eyes looking at the incoming tailed beast Jade. Indifferent. Boom boom boom. The spot where Silver stood was annihilated and devoured by a ball of fire. And the berserk power was infinitely powerful, instantly dismembering his body, disintegrating and obliterating Silver's entire being, completely obliterating the fragments along with his bones. The eye can see the talent into Silver into countless liquids, like a sky full of stars, without regulations more early on the ground. Humph. With your level, you're still far from wanting to fight against me. 00 Book House. 00 Shuwu. Whirlpool Joexayanai playful face reveals charming dimples, flaunts the arm shaking sexually. Deep underground, the fierce battle tore up the earth, causing countless cracks to spread out in the ground, and hot magma flowed right through it, unmoving and leaning towards Maelstrom Jioshinna. She didn't even notice it. At the same time, the surrounding area of the battle scene, groups of ninjas came extremely fast, including the third generation Naruto himself, all dressed in military attire. Looking at the woeful battle scene, the mood is particularly grave. This chakra can't be wrong. Looking at the charred ground, the third generation Naruto was inwardly terrified beyond measure, and his sight was extreme. The demonic swinging tail monster, forever imprinted within his pale pupils. Naruto-sama. The troops are assembled and ready to rush to support. Beside the Naruto of the third generation, a mysterious man with a mask on his head respectfully said, no need. Dismissed. The third Naruto sighed and said feebly, This member of the Dark Division was visibly stunned and asked curiously, most of the ninja forces assembled are elites, and a large portion of them are strong individuals who participated in the last Shinobi World War. Idiot, are you deadhead? Regimental Burial couldn't help but jump out and said in a chilling voice, beyond the range of a fight of a few kilometers. Think it's something you guys can take part in? Even if you don't know how to die and get involved, you're still getting beat up and, forget it, all of you. Go back. That's an order. The dark part of the tone stalled, opened his mouth, looked at the face of helpless Naruto after the wisdom to retreat. In front of the absolute strength, want to see tactics to change the war is impossible, can only bring humiliation and casualties. Is that Whirlpool Juzunai? Sarutobi. Within the Kiba village, Tuan Burial was one of the few who knew the true identity of Maelstrom Jioshinna. Yes. The third Naruto nodded his head heavily, the skin of his mouth shivering. There's even someone in this world who can fight the nine-tailed human pillar power. That guy with the mask. Could it be Uchiha-zan or Hatsune-osama? Shimura Gwanza sniffed without saying a word, and his always austere face rarely appeared to be self-deprecating, and his tone of voice rarely showed a touch of powerlessness. If it's really Hatsuyo-sama then that's great. If it's someone like Uchiha Zebra, Kiba should be disbanded before it's too late. This will also leave a flame of continuity for the village. Resistance will only be annihilated. Sounds ridiculous. The Hall of the 5 major ninja villages of Kiba want to disband for an enemy. But this is the truth. Uchiha Zebra is synonymous with invincibility. Akiba can be easily beaten by him to beat the scrap. When the Uchiha Zebra and Chiba Juma, these two nuclear weapons, are the world successively think that after the fall, the outbreak of the First Ninja World War, the major ninja villages will be pointed at the Kiba. which is indirectly illustrated by the Chiba Juma and the Uchiha. This also indirectly shows the intimidating nature of Chikin Juma and Uchiha spot. Maelstrom Gyoshinna feet. Magma overflowed the feet. Silver God unknowingly appeared behind her, looking at the 9 demonic tails heart covetous. Although none of these chakra tails are bones of the body, it doesn't hurt. Tailed beasts are originally chakra aggregates, and their chakra is the basis for constructing their bodies. And taking away the chakra of the 9-tailed high density can also be used as bones. Chapter 103, So what if it's despicable? Third shift. In a word, take away the number of 9 tails to reach a certain number. Can also be used as a bone exchange point scrolls, because not only the 9 tails, including other tailed beasts, their body is originally composed of chakra. Chakra is equal to their bones. In this way is also exactly in line with the silver mentality. He also do not want to hurt Whirlpool Joexai. After all, the two have an incomprehensible relationship. Whirlpool Joexai wants even more than 3 times to help the silver. No talk of payback, but at least no backstabbing. With a scowl, staring intently at the tail on the tailed beast tunic of Maelstrom Juzanai, Silver's body smoldered with thick black smoke, and crimson magma wafted from his hands. Canine Red Lotus. The magma coalesced into a big red dog, revealing its hideous teeth and tearing towards Maelstrom Gyoshinna. Puff. Due to the fact that it was a sneak attack, Silver easily scored. The big dog of magma instantly shredding the tail of the tailed beast's coat. Maelstrom Joexai keenly aware of the body chakra rapidly reduced. Like being emptied. Damn, the body chakra empty. Back to the Maelstrom Joexai cannot help but burst of anger. The eyes cannot help but swept to the distant dying wave Windwater Gate. At once, the anger index exploded, and the tail that was torn off came out of its length again. Nonetheless, the original 4-tailed beast trappings, this time adding 1 to become 5 tails. TSK. The advantage of a human pillar power is just great. Quite enviously swept a glance at the Whirlpool Joexai. Silver cannot help but sigh tersely long sigh, followed by gazing at the Whirlpool Joexai. The body into a gust of wind to leave. Want to run? Eyes gently narrowed. Maelstrom Joexai coldly smiled. Her body transformed into a lightning bolt and flew out. That furious speed. As fast as the speed of light. Several black energy balls protruded one after another within the tantalizing red lips. Continuous tailed beast jade. Boom boom boom. The explosion of several tailed beast jades coalescing was extraordinary, and the ground was blasted out into a deep, bottomless crater, and Silver's body in particular was once again swept in by the aftermath of the explosion, turning it into fragmented magma and spilling it all over the ground. Ha ha. Finally dead. Right. This kid. Asshole. How did he resurrect unharmed again? What kind of monster is this guy? The smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly stopped, staring dead on at the recoalesced magma that gradually formed Silver's body. Maelstrom Joexai almost vomited blood in depression. This is simply an indestructible body that can't be beaten. Drag you to death. After thinking about it, Whirlpool Joexai immediately took the same stupid approach as Wave Wind Swayman. Since Silver is so evil, he can only carry out the capture operation after exhausting his whole body strength. You have the same idea as that man. Clear left eyes surveyed Whirlpool Joexai. Silver's always remained hoarse, so that people could not distinguish the specific gender. A black dress plus the mask of silver fangs. Looks very mysterious. But you'll all end up the same way. It's impossible to stop me. Silver Lightling's tone is very casual. Fell in the Whirlpool Joexai ears more like a negative. Jin Yong Chinese. Jaibuk. Just you? If it wasn't for that strange body, you yourself would have been blown apart by me long ago. Get a grip on reality for me. Maelstrom Joexai disdainfully chirped, filled with disbelief. Yes? At that, Silver just laughed it off, and black smoke rose from his body once again. Whirlpool Joexai contemptuous look convergence. She also dare not careless. Silver's strange more than the past encounter all the enemy. This black smoke is the signal. The sight indicates that later there will be a natural disaster will reappear in the world. The arm overflowed with a large amount of magma, bubbling red like boiling water, then slowly peeled off, dropping low to the ground and spreading out in an extended manner around Silver. Whoosh! Realizing the danger of the lava, Maelstrom Joexai burst back. Silver raised his arms, both of them piled high with dense lava. His eyes tilted up to scrutinize the depths of the void, followed by a hard dance of his arms. Swoosh! Countless magma fists flew into the depths of the clouds, as if rendered with Silver's endless fury, all striking the sky. Meteor volcano. As Silver's words fell, the fists that struck the void all crashed down like meteors. Idiot, this jutsu is powerful, but it's impossible to kill me. It's hard to even think of hurting me. Hair ruffled behind her ears. Maelstrom Gyoshinna was calm and relaxed. You're right. It's true that you can't be beaten, but they weren't supposed to beat you. But, saying this, Silver's tone was grim as he pointed in Kiba's direction and said, "The targets of these flaming fists can be those guys from Kiba." "What did you say? You're looking for death." At the word, Whirlpool Joxinai instantly stormed out. Forehead veins emerge, feet stepped on the bottom of the fighter instantly collapsed. Two hands clenched creaking, body's murderous aura is like a tidal wave spreading, and even the ground swimming magma where her murderous aura was stopped. Jioshin Nasama, I understand that you want to kill me very much, but before that I must tell you that as a nine-tailed human pillar, if you don't go and stop those fire meteors, Konoha will probably be destroyed yet. Silver's words made the heart of the Whirlpool Joxinai cold, pushed her into hell. The surging killing intent also stopped. The number of thousands of lava fists smashed to the place all the turquoise green and green wooden leaves. As a human pillar force, if she ignored it, the wooden leaf was likely to be destroyed in an instant. You despicable bastard! Whirlpool Joshina cursed angrily, gritting her teeth in anger. Oh, I am despicable, so what? There is a saying in my original hometown that good people live not long, bad people live 1,000 years. It doesn't matter what can live. Silver had no guilt. He had no feelings for Kiba in the first place, and had helped them quite a few times in previous wars, so it wasn't too much of a stretch to recoup some of the interest now. Chapter 104, Because You Don't Understand the Human Heart, 4th Shift. Silver was a stone man and was not painfully unfeeling, but those for whom the heart of the Konoha is in the right place. Silver's merciless and vilely venomous attacks like this. Certain people will only be outright pissed off when they see them. What kind of person did this? I'll make sure to cut him into pieces when I catch him. Looking at the fiery meteors that smashed into Kiba, a heart of Junzo's likewise broke in pieces. Whoever did this must be made to pay in blood. The third generation Naruto is also Isakat's want to crack. Spread countless threads of blood. The falling meteors every move are involved in his nerves. Even if that roaring fist of flames did not bombard the Kiba, the third generation Naruto can imagine the Kiba to bear the miserable end of the heavenly disaster after the end of the disaster. There will surely be heavy losses, especially now during the Shinobi World War, and an attack on the rear will surely lead to panic, and may affect the collapse and disintegration of the entire front. Damn it, is it hard to believe that we're just going to stand by and watch? Shimura Tuzu said as he bit his rotten lip, his mouth full of red blood stains. I also want to counterattack, but with such a massive attack, what countermeasures do the two of us have? Even if we can use certain jutsu to ward off some magma fist attacks, Kiba will still suffer heavy damage. Unless Whirlpool Joshinna can rush to Kiba to help us, we might be able to avoid a big disaster. But after this time, her nine-tailed human pillar power identity will be exposed. The third generation of Naruto pursed his dry lips, looking at the falling meteors, pale eyes even darker. He never realized that he had days so powerless and fragile. Can only watch. Then expose the identity of Whirlpool Joxinai. There's nothing you can do about it. The Rinpocalypse is what protects the village. If there's not even a village left, what does the Rinpocalypse want to come? Shimura Tuzu said austerely, then ran furiously towards Maelstrom Jacina, who was confronting Silver. You wait for me. Definitely won't let you go. The beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the masked Silver, as if to brand her entire being into the depths of her soul, never to be forgotten. Yeah, well, I hope you always remember me. 2. Silver under the mask uncharacteristically revealed a light smile, and then looked at the Whirlpool Joxinai who was ready to pull out her legs and run, recalling the tragic career of the human pillar force. Could not help but advise, your identity of the human pillar force nowadays is not known by many people. Just live peacefully, there is no need to take part in this muddy water. After exposing out identity, your future life will be hostile to the whole village. But I'm not an inhumane guy like you. I love the village and must defend it even if I gamble my life. Even if I expose my identity, I will be trusted by everyone if I protect the village. Coldly skimming, Whirlpool Joxinai bloomed into a beautiful smile, leaving Silver with a backstory as the chakra of the tailed beast exosuit erupted to its extreme degree, quickly dragging Wavewind Swayman out of sight. You love the village? But the village loves you? I am inhuman, but I know more about hearts than you do. After a long time, Silver perceived no one around. Remove the face of the silver mask, revealing the face of the vicissitudes of life, as well as no wind since the dance of the silver hair, as well as the silver hair from the bottom of the heart of the feelings. Looking at the Whirlpool Joshinna disappeared in the direction of Silver's mind cannot help but think of the Whirlpool Naruto in the latter half of the world. He longed for understanding, hoping to be recognized by everyone, so much so that he did a lot of claptrap stupid things, and in the end still be rejected. Single is the most true portrayal. Silver does not think Whirlpool Joshinna can be good to wear. Shoo. Beauty nest fiction oxes. A black residual shadow flashed out from within the forest and stopped beside Silver, asking in disbelief, why don't you kill her? She had been distracted just now. It was the best chance. The people who suddenly came out were the two Yukis. Whirlpool Joexai Nai is a proper nine-tailed human pillar force. Especially looking at her like this, even if she can't harness the 9 tails in her body at all, she can still manipulate the tailed beast's chakra at will. And it's awesome that she can still maintain her sanity when the tailed beast is outfitted with 6 tails. Nodding slightly, Silver's tone of voice was one of heartfelt admiration, tinged with a touch of admiration. Cheat, the 2-bit Yakido pouted, swept a glance at Silver, not at all polite to demolish his lies, smugly said, "You obviously deliberately let go of the water. Don't think I didn't see it clearly. You just circled around behind her. Obviously had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but just used the trick to bite the tail of the tailed beast tunic. The sign of this deliberate letting go of the water is also too obvious. A 3-year-old brat can see it, let alone me." The two Yukis Upon hearing this, Silver glanced breathlessly at the two Yukis, scrutinized the somewhat smug one, and sighed. What an unintelligent little girl. I told you to hurry up and hide, but you hid in the woods and peeked. I'm going to examine the situation. And if you can't, I will immediately jump out to help you. The 2-bit Yakido had a smile on his face and an expression of "you don't have to worry. Don't give me a hard time. You're still too young." Silver dismissively bristled and got right to the point. "Don't think I don't know. You're afraid that if I hang up, no one will be able to help hide from your cloud-hidden village, right?" Upon hearing this, the two Yukido's delicate little face was written with embarrassment, embarrassedly basking her head, her pretty face reddening, as red as a ripe apple. It's not hard to see that hers does, but then again, this side of Kiba is no longer suitable for you, and still moving around here, you might even make a big mess next. Silver knitted her brows together. She had taken in the two Yukis because she wanted to work out a handy subordinate, not one more huge nuisance to mess with. This I know. It's dangerous for me to stay here and cause you trouble. The 2-bit Yakido was self-aware enough to know that staying would be a curse rather than a blessing. Hearing this, Silver smiled slightly, also quite satisfied. Although this little girl naughty childish some, but still have the big picture. No in and out. I happen to have a task for you. Go to the Taki hidden village for me and look for traces of the 7 tails. No need to mess with him. Just gather his location. Chapter 105, Maelstrom Joexai becomes a target, 20,000 fresh. Yakido frowned tightly. Her eyes fell on Silver's body to move. Dark contemplation. Silver has been hitting the tailed beast human pillar main idea. How can she not care? She was also a 2-tailed human pillar power. It was inevitable that she would think of danger. Especially women's hearts are rich in feelings and good at imagining. She couldn't help but think the wrong way. Don't think too much. If I did plot against you, do you think you'd still be alive right now? Noticing the two Yukido's dissimilarity, Silver bluntly said, "If I sincerely harmed you, I could have killed you by now, much less the need to save you. Just now if it wasn't for me, you would have long since been captured by Wave Wind Swayman, and I'm afraid that you would already be in Kiba's prison right now, drinking tea. This young lady does not rely on you and means to escape." The 2-bit Yakido argued with reason, patting her large, fledgling breasts, swaying them in thrilling curves, confidence written all over her pretty face. At those words, Silver, a heart of relief, waved his hand. Under the banishment order, hurry to go to the Taki hidden village. Leave Kiba before it's too late. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the 3rd generation of the old man will come to a big search. Late to go may be caught. Inside the Kiba village, after sending off the two Yukis, Silver rushes back alone and in secret. The village did not suffer a fatal trauma in the imagination. The center of the village unharmed. The border zone by chance there are several giant magma arm. As for what exactly is the reason, after a little inquiring Silver this is known. Whirlpool Jioshinai show human pillar power powerful strength, with the strength of the 9 tails to shatter the falling meteorite natural disaster. This is what prevented the Konoha ninja village from being destroyed. It looks like something's wrong. Extreme eyes. Whirlpool Joexai pounced into the eyes. Silver originally thought that Whirlpool Joexai will be happy. Who thought that she put on a sad face expression, without the joy of winning a big battle? Does that mean? Thinking of the hostility that Rinpoche had received, Silver subconsciously opened his eyes and realized that there were a lot of people surrounding him, but Maelstrom Joshinai was visibly isolated, and all of them were turning away from her. Within the pupils of these civilians, various expressions of awe, panic, disgust, and fear filled their faces, and all the nasty emotions of the human world were played out on their faces. These people are all so snarky? The bottom of the eyes flashed huffing, silver calm bottom of the heart splashed ripples. Cannot help but fight for Whirlpool Jioshinna. This attitude where it is like treating the hero who saved the village, that filled with extreme hatred of the eyes, is clearly looking at the vicious criminals. That's right, I feel palpitating even with that evil power of the 9 tails. It's normal for this group of unusual people to feel intimidated. After a careful thought, Silver, full of hatred, dissipated, witnessed the whirlpool Joxinai, the forlorn face, in the eyes of all the surprised, determined to go. Don't go over there. That guy is a monster. I just saw it all. I saw it too. There were several tails. She looked no different than the devil. Geez, how come the always easygoing Joxina has that evil spirit posture? Can't it be that she used to use her other side to get up and talk to us? We told her everything and now she's hiding it from us. How despicable. Zinding Dianks. The villagers murmured with indignation. All of them were filled with righteous anger, and they forgot about Maelstrom Jacina's saving of their lives. Get back here. She's a monster. Suddenly someone noticed Silver walking towards Whirlpool Joxinai. Some people kindly reminded, but Silver ignored it. His face was calm and relaxed. It's been a long time, Joshin-sama. Walking serenely over to Whirlpool Joshinai in a calm demeanor, Silver raised his hand in greeting with a smile. Silver, you, I. Whirlpool Joxinai desperate eyes glow bright color. The corners of the mouth wriggle. Face a little flushed, obviously very excited, but ultimately stammered half a day, did not say a reason. No need to say more. I know what you want to say. No matter what you become in the future, I will stand by your side. Monster or human. There is only one Maelstrom Joxina that I know in all of my life. And the only one is you in front of me. And before the same expression, the same voice. The only difference is that more Silver promises and assurances. After all, Whirlpool Joshinai exposed the identity of the human pillar force. He is the main culprit. For others maybe Silver can be perfunctory, but change into Whirlpool Joshinai to be a different story. Thanks. Whirlpool Joxinai excitedly said. A pair of jade hands tightly grasped the arms of Silver. The two face-to-face look. Whirlpool Joxinai was afraid that Silver will slip away. White jade hands are appearing sweat stains. Wave wind water door now seriously injured coma. Also recognized Whirlpool Joxinai. Currently the only Silver one. But everyone abandoned me. Whirlpool Joxinai smiled miserably. Her pretty face pale. For Kiba to work hard for many years. I did not expect this group of people to learn that she is a tailed beast carrier after the change of face so fast. Each and every one of them are afraid to avoid it. It doesn't matter. Silver gently shook his head. His husky voice was as magical as an elixir, instantly making Swirl Joxina look much better. The only time an angel can see good and evil clearly is when it folds its wings. In this way, you can also see everyone's true face. Miss Joxina, do not think this is something worth celebrating? There is no need to feel confused. In the past you lived for others. In the future you can just live for yourself. Go your own way and let others talk. Maelstrom Joxina scrutinized the face crawling close at hand, and suddenly felt that the boyish cheeks were unusually mature, like a wise adult, and her cheeks couldn't help but burn as she was stared at by Silver's unblinking eyes. Raising her white jade fingers, pinching Silver's face like white jade, Whirlpool Joxina laughed and scolded. This kid of yours, obviously just a 12-year-old kid, but his mind is surprisingly mature. Is it the reincarnation of some old monster? Why do I sometimes feel that you look at my eyes very crazy? Maelstrom Joxina asked. Silver is given to ignore. The next action is stunned Whirlpool Joxina. The whole person planted Whirlpool Joxina embrace. Chapter 106 Acquiring Senjutsu Chakra, First Shift. Silver face pale and incomparable. The lungs and bowels of the stomach, followed by bright red bloodstains, broke out of the mouth. Caught off guard, Whirlpool Joxina clothes were dyed all. I'm sending you to medical class. Looking at the fainting Silver, Whirlpool Joxina also do not care to ask before the consequences. Hurriedly picked up the young boy's tender body into a gust of wind floating away. It's fine. The spirit of the great battle is just low these days. No need to worry. Silver shook his head and hastily supported his body. No, I have to take you. Damn, what have you done? Standing up, Maelstrom Joshina was dumbfounded as she realized that her shirt was stained red with blood. This I didn't mean to do. Silver saw this and quickly denied it, his head hanging in black lines. Whirlpool Joxina shocked and angry. Angry straight clenched his teeth. In exchange for unusual people, she has long been the other side of the violent beating, even if it is but witnessed the Silver that innocent face. Ultimately, or helplessly sighed softly, I'm sorry, I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. When Silver saw that the situation was bad and planned to hurry up and escape, a luscious arm was pulling him from behind. You can't leave. With resolute eyes that didn't budge in the slightest, Maelstrom Joxina resolutely said, if you leave like this, what about me? Silver froze, subconsciously looked, only to see the Whirlpool Joxina's clothes were occupied by blood, just like this long ago. No doubt will definitely fall into the laughing stock. Cannot help but feel a headache. Their own troubles still need to be set up by themselves. What's it going to be? Deeply helpless at this, Jinya tentatively suggested. I'll lend you my clothes for now? Silver was about to unzip his jacket and hand it to Maelstrom Jioshinna when he suddenly realized that his body was light and his entire body was floating in midair. What are you holding me for? Get off! Gazing at the face close at hand, Silver's old face even though 1,000 hammers, at this moment cannot help but be embarrassed, and even due to the reason that is too close. Silver can even hear Whirlpool Joxan 9 nostrils within the exhalation of the aroma. You'll be my clothes for now. After all, you did this. Maelstrom Juzanai laughed triumphantly, wrapping Silver in a quiet ring and blocking her tightly. Hurry up and let go of me. Don't be ridiculous. Toward the end, Silver's tone grew weaker and weaker. His cheeks were sealed shut, and he couldn't open his mouth to speak at all. Get off of me. Do you want to suffocate me? Silver fought to pull his head out and grumbled towards the grinning swirling Jacinna. What do you want? I'm 12 years old. I'm going to be hugged by you in public. How do you want me to feel? I'm not a baby. Silver grumbled breathlessly and fought for his life. Who made this your doing? And helping me is the same as helping yourself. Maelstrom Joxan Nai looked quite penetrating, using Silver as temporary clothing, and proceeded to leave on her own. 168 Shuku. 168 Shuku. You guy. Alright, count on you to have a point. Just this once, and it won't happen again. Silver laughed bitterly, and it was not good enough to push away Whirlpool Joxan Nai, and no longer struggled. It's like bandits. At the home of Maelstrom Juzanai, Silver sat on the couch, looking up at the ceiling, still shaking his head, the thoughts within his head a mess. At the moment she was in the shower, being used as clothes by Swirl Jioshinna, Silver was tortured and quite hard to bear. A few minutes felt like the most apprehensive period of her life. Never mind. Let's go ahead and redeem the point scrolls while we're at it. The farm world within the mind's silent mind, the blue sky, white clouds and green mountains never change. TSK. Last time, I accidentally obtained Shigeo's bones, and now I've obtained the Nine Tails chakra. He. In this way, the long-awaited Senjutsu chakra is finally going to be in my hands. The bottom of Silver's eyes almost burned at the thought of how powerful and extraordinary the immortal technique was. At the same time, a strange and elegant fragrance came, puffed into the ears and nose. Warm heart, hazy, Silver saw a stunningly beautiful elegant silhouette. Don't give me any more pretense. Hurry up and exchange it for 100 point scrolls and then exchange it for regular fertilizer. Whipping out 5 thick golden tails, Silver ignored the flamboyantly dressed Rakishin, his mind all but silent with the joy of his impending acquisition of Senjutsu chakra. Orochimaru's talisman was, in its essence, the power of Senjutsu, yet the source was Shigeo, and now that Silver had gotten his bones, planting them within the farmland would cause it to blossom, and subsequently Silver took possession of it. Not artistic. With a not-so-full glance at Silver, Lishin still handed Silver the white powder. Whoosh! The moment he caught the fertilizer, Silver was out of sight, running wildly toward the soil on the south side. Stabilizing his inner agitation, he went to the place where he had planted the Shigo bones earlier in the day and reluctantly buried the half-bag of fertilizer he had just obtained into the soil. A heart in his throat, Silver's mind shook tremendously as he quietly waited for the miracle to come. Acquiring Senjutsu chakra would only, without a doubt, increase his strength significantly by leaps and bounds again. Click, click, click. A few seconds later, bright green shoots drilled out of the soil, thriving, Silver's body, but also overflowed with never-before experienced, as if to awaken some kind of deep inside the bloodline. Silver a moment to feel the power of nature. This is the chakra of Senjutsu? Silver excitedly said, and his expression was even a little twitchy. It was as if he heard the resonance of everything in the underworld. Senjutsu chakra was several times or even dozens of times more powerful than in its normal state, and it could equip itself with superb sensory abilities. Chapter 107 Mishiro's Invitation, Second Shift. Inside the farm world, the emerald-colored shoots continued to grow, endlessly enlarging their bodies, and in less than the blink of an eye, they turned into 1-meter-tall giant buds, radiating an exotic fragrance that was intoxicating. LOL. In his mental haze, Silver heard a crunching sound, following which he leaned down to look. A demonic white flower entered within Silver's eyeballs. His breath caught in his throat, and his body shivered a little. At the same time, the Silver body's Senjutsu chakra more and more. Just a moment ago was just a small stream of water. The moment the bud bloomed, Senjutsu chakra is like an outbreak of floods. Unstoppable. Diffuse and extend to the Silver body's limbs and bones. And even by the reason of the overpowering, the surface of the skin are floating black runes. This is the power of immortal arts? Surely it's not just a waste of time. Experiencing the changes within his body in detail, the smile hanging on Silver's face was satisfied to the extreme. And what surprised him the most was that the Uchiha family's forbidden art, Izanami, which was in the process of being brewed within his left eye, had also taken shape in an instant. $1,000,000. Ideas slightly move. Spread all over the body of the black spell convergence disappeared. Silver face also returned to the ancient well. A small fairy magic worth rejoicing but to stop. Compared with some of the super gods of the world in the past, the silver of today is still not worth mentioning. Without making much effort to stay, a dispirited silver left the farm world. Whirlpool Jioshinna's home. She is still continuing in the bath. Silver can also hear the sound of running water. Especially Whirlpool Jioshinna home bathroom is treated with special glass, although it is difficult to see the specific appearance, but Silver's sharpening while eye pupil power increased, can be penetrated to the interior of exactly what happened. It looks like she's going to be a while, so I'd better leave. Standing up and not making any stops, Silver headed for the door. Today's Kiba is in a mess. Silver posing as a mysterious person sneak attack Kiba, causing great panic. A very visual impact of the meteor volcano left an indelible mark. Although the human pillar force Whirlpool Jioshinna destroyed, the depths of the soul of each person is still ultimately left a lingering shadow. Go home. After standing in the doorway for a while, Silver realized he had nothing better to do than to go home and continue to build his strength. That guy Namikaze Minato is going to be in a hospital bed for at least a while, isn't he? That nasty bug that's been pestering Jioshinna all day disappears really comfortably. Silver laughed lightly, beaming and bouncing around, humming a little tune. Stop right there. Uchiha Jin. Right at this moment, an unstoppable and furious bellow came out, containing endless loathing. This voice filled with jealousy seemed somewhat familiar. Silver was stunned and turned his head to look at none other than a clear-eyed teenager, who at the moment was tightly clenching his fists and his eyes were even glaring at Silver with unblinking ferocity. So it's you. Doubts swept away. Silver toned and smiled. So it's Asmar. What can I do for you? The visitor is Sarutobi Asma, now the third Naruto's own son. With outstanding strength and a small reputation, and due to his status as Naruto's son, he is highly regarded. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Silver and Yuzuru have a good relationship, and the kid is swooning over Yuzuru. Asma is treating Silver like a love interest. Ignite text in 521. I thought it was something. I hope it's not one of those boring little childish things. Silver shook his head irredeemably. This Naruto's son was nothing to Silver except for his shiny status. Not the kind of prey Silver could be tempted by. Humph. You better stay away from Red from now on. Sarutobi Asma. I think it's you who's mistaken about one thing. You have no business managing who I have a good or bad relationship with, much less the right to interfere. Don't start a fire. There's a world of difference between you and me. Silver didn't give Asma a chance to speak and refute him as he continued. Don't pester me, or you are Naruto's own son and the price will be too much to bear. Giving a cold shoulder, Silver's back grew farther and farther away until it finally faded away. What can the son of the third Naruto do? The third Naruto wouldn't give Jin a hard time over such a trivial matter. He wasn't bored to that extent. You, grimly scraping Silver's back, Asma dared to be angry, and in the end could only leave with his head hanging in shame. Silver was simply soft and hard. No way would work on him. Extremely tricky. Humph. Flame of the ascension of Asma can only be furious and brush his sleeve away. Silver's strength is far beyond him. Do not know how to die to challenge him is just to take their own lives. The final result is also a beating. His father will not be for this kind of small matter of punishment. Silver. Now the wooden leaf suffered an unprecedented disaster. Wave Wind Watergate was beaten half dead. From the step into the hell is only 1 foot. Like Silver, this kind of high-end fighting force will be reused. Naruto cannot be difficult for Silver. Really, kids are so precocious these days. On the way home, Silver cried and laughed. He really felt wronged for being Asma's love interest for no reason. Forget it, a pawn is always a pawn. No need to care. Thinking of Asma's future accomplishments, Silver laughed it off. There was no need to expend energy against him as he was just a passerby character anyway. The goal now is to increase strength. Everything else is just clouds. The heart has a goal. Silver blank eyes regained the essence of light. Although he is now not the same as in the past, the strength is strong, but it is not an invincible existence. Kagayaheim and Uchiha Zebra want to take out the whole world, but also doomed to be Silver's enemies. Want to rely on the magma fruit and the 3-hook jade writing will eyes on the basis of defeating them is tantamount to Heavenly Night and Daydream. Going to collect point scrolls again. Silver sighed tersely and walked towards his home, but several pitch-black figures suddenly flashed in front of him, all wearing animal masks, making it impossible to recognize their exact appearance. But one thing was for sure, these people were the third Naruto's dark side. Could it be that old man Mishio has discovered my secret? Thoughts turning, Silver began to ponder the motives of the third Naruto. Chapter 108, Let me be the head of the dark side? Third shift. Brain cells running at the fastest speed in his life. Silver secretly thought about the strategy of the third generation of Naruto. This group of dark part of the body does not show hostility and killing intent. On the contrary, also all kneel on one knee, obviously belongs to the friendly behavior. 0. This attack on Kiba. Even if it did not cause Kiba to reach the point of breaking bones, but also caused fear of the impact. If not, the 3 generations of old man will not take care of me, especially Wave Win Shui man after I was seriously injured. Can hold up the Kiba young generation of characters and even in a state of discontinuity, can ask me to help is also a matter of course. Understanding the cause and effect Silver realized, although it was only a guess, but the reason in all likelihood was to pull Silver in. We're all from the same village, there's no need to be polite, so get up. Raising his hand, Silver's tone was easygoing. Several members of the dark sect were stunned at the words, looked at each other or stood up. One of them, obviously a leading dark sect member, said respectfully, Silver-sama, Naruto-sama has an invitation. Naruto-sama actually asked for me? Silver raised his tone and asked in mock surprise, what is it exactly? I didn't even get a hint of it before. Several members of the dark side shook their heads, genuinely unsure of what drug Michio had in his gourd. Mysterious to the core, and everything was still a mystery to be solved. Then you guys go back first, I'll go find Naruto-sama later. Inside Naruto's office, get him to be the captain of the dark side? You want to put that large of an armed force under that boy's control? Sarutobi, I have to remind you that it's the middle of the day, not sleeping and dreaming. Ryunzo dismissed in a sharp tone of voice, especially full of resentment at the mention of Silver. You don't think it's appropriate? State your counterargument. The third Naruto asked in an old-fashioned manner, closing his eyes in thought and voicing his opinion. Uchiha Jin is very reliable in both literature and martial arts, including his loyalty, and it would be a beautiful thing to promote him to the dark sect as a captain. A beautiful thing? At those words, Suzo's face collapsed and darkened. What might have been good for others was a nightmare for him. So I'm the one who's looking for me to be the boss of the dark side. Outside the door of Naruto's office, Silver heard the quarrel inside clearly, and pondered in his heart. That's not bad. If you can mix up with the minister of the dark department, in the future, not only will you be able to utilize Kiba's intelligence network, but you will also have a lot of extra fighters. Eyes looking forward, Silver was quite interested in the suggestion. If he could get mixed up as the leader of the dark forces, he would be able to borrow the right at hand to find out what he wanted. The bodies of Chibiusa and Chibiusas, their corpses are still preserved within Konoha to this day, so if I can become the head of the dark sect, it will be much faster to find them. Silver calculated in his mind that there were a lot of benefits to getting the position of Dark Force Commander, so he could try to earn it. LOL. Pushing open the door to Naruto's office, several figures came into view one after the other. Naruto-sama. 9 Cakes Chinese. Ignoring Shimura Tuzo and Kiba's 2 advisors, Jin turned to the third Naruto and asked, a few of the members of the dark side from before. Long story short, I'm looking for yous but something is wrong. I hope you can be the captain of the Dark Division and contribute to the guarding of the village. With the previous riots the village is on edge. I need someone strong and trustworthy to help me deter the rats. When he said the last few words, the third Naruto's tone was clearly chilly. Captain of the dark side? I don't fit in, do I? Silver deliberately spoke out in negation, rejecting the conditions of the third Naruto, recommending, Mizukado is not bad, his strength and seniority, competent position as the leader of the dark forces is more than enough. I'm not suitable. I also want to find Mizumon to do the captain of the dark department. But, even Gyoshinna is now subject to the villagers' hostile. In addition to the younger generation no longer have other people suitable. So the position of the captain can only fall on the head of the younger you. Yes? Silver's face creased with embarrassment before he finally gritted his teeth and said, in that case, I am willing to sacrifice myself for the village, even if it means dedicating my life. Good point. The third Naruto nodded with a full face, and a hanging heart landed peacefully. Humph. Loyalty or not is not based on lip service. What I want to see is actual action. Unless you can single-handedly assassinate that guy Inoki of the Iwashin village, proving that you are absolutely loyal to the Konoha, even if it means dedicating your life, so that I can agree with Sarutobi's point of view, Shimura Suzu said brashly, his cold tone leaving no room for maneuver. You agree with me? Get this straight. I'm the Naruto. The third Naruto slapped the table angrily, his words dripping with deep ill will. Assassinate Tsuchike Jonuki? Silver's brows solidified as he sniffed, scrutinizing Tuanzou's emotionless face like withered wood, and with a cold smile, he directly provoked the topic by saying, you're trying to tell me to go to hell? In that case, I won't do this position of Dark Force Commander and leave it to you. With those words, Silver was about to turn and leave. Don't leave in a hurry. I have something to say. The third Naruto used an instantaneous jutsu to block the door, glaring hard at Shimura Tuso out of the corner of his eye, and laughed. You're the only one who's competent for the position of Dark Force Commander these days. No. Ryunzo stood up again, his tone even more vehement than before, and was about to verbally attack Jin when the third Naruto choked back all of his prepared lines with a single word. If you think you can assassinate the third Earth Shadow, I can immediately make you captain of the Dark Sections and immediately give the order for you to assassinate the Earth Shadow. And if you can't, please shut up. Shimura Tuanzou for sniffing was dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth wriggled, bitterly thinking half a day did not use to find out the retaliation statement. Can only watch and see the position of the Dark Troop Leader fall to the head of the Silver. Chapter 109 Chief of the Dark Forces, First Shift. Shimura Tuanzou's eyes hold a flame, but had to be silent. Want to use the sword to kill to take out the Silver. The third generation of this hurdle cannot be passed in the first place. After all, nowadays the village talent withered. After the scrubbing of the Ninja World Wars, the real can be hardened very few. By the way, there's one more thing left for you to do. Suddenly realizing another important matter, the third Naruto added, Mizukichi has been seriously injured, and the spot he used to lead can only be entrusted to you for the time being. Naruto-sama means Kakashi and the others? I don't seem to fit in. Silver sniffed in silence. In actuality he was very unimpressed with those mortal brats, and Silver had no priors or credentials to be a teacher. There is no relationship. With your strength to see more than enough. The third generation of Naruto convinced. For the strength of Silver he is still clear. Teaching a few learning on completely no pressure. Silver had a headache for a while. If he kept refusing it would inevitably cause suspicion. The only thing he could do was to reply stiffly. There's no problem. I'll definitely teach them how to become a qualified ninja. There is no impermeable wall under the sky. The news of Silver becoming the head of the Dark Force spread through Kiba with a devastating momentum. All the family heads are stunned extraordinary. The head of the Dark Force can not only symbolize the trust of Naruto, or a recognition of Silver's strength, possessing a body capable of competing with Shadow. If the most bitter family belongs to the Uchiha family, undoubtedly, the identity of the patriarch of the Uchiha Fuyue has become a target, become the object of 1,000 accusations. Not only the people of the foreign tribe to him pointing out, and even the same family are talking behind the scenes, all day long like a year, like a street rat, like everyone shouting. I don't have time to fool around with you three brats. On the path, looking at the three silhouettes assembled on the far playground, Silver couldn't rise the slightest bit of interest and turned his head away. These three are Kakashi and Uchiha Bando, as well as Noara Rin. Flanked by some of the Dark Sect, Silver arrived in an old and somewhat vintage office. Dusty. The actual Dark Sect had never had a so-called captain. The only leader of the Dark Sect was Naruto, and handing the Dark Sect over to Silver was a certain degree of trust. Since that old man, the third Naruto, is so relieved to hand over the Dark Sections to me? Jia, if I don't utilize it to the fullest extent, it would be too much of a pity. Silver thought crookedly in his mind. Utilizing all the resources, especially if he could make use of the Dark Sections for free. Which was the best? All of them were the most high-quality fighters. Right. You guys go and get me all the information on Uchiha Spot. Suddenly craning his head to look at the several members of the Dark Sect behind him, Silver said heavily, Uchiha Spot was the village's great enemy, and although he's already dead in the past, I still want to research everything there is to know about the man who was once associated with him. A group of Dark members are all full of fog at the words. Silver's reason is really a bit far-fetched. Looked at each other, or unanimously leave. Bunch of idiots. How can people like you possibly understand what I think? In the end, the so-called Dark Sect is nothing more than pawns to be sacrificed. Gazing at the fading back of a few people, Silver Heart murmured in a low voice, 99 Chinese XS. Time flies. In the blink of an eye is 7 days of time. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Kiba suffered a surprise attack. Wave Wind Watergate almost surrounded by the news of the death of the fly. The whole world is a chicken and dog. The village that used to have a grudge against the Kiba, but also like the smell of fishy wildcats, have to surround the Kiba around the circle. Inside the jungle, a large wave of fire swept out without warning, destroying the dense jungle of trees. Hatsumi extinguish. As the words fell, the wave of fire within the jungle surged in momentum, swooping out with the stone of an autumn wind sweeping down leaves, turning everything it touched into a charred black color. Aha! That hurts. Use the water escape to extinguish his fire escape. No! It simply can't be done. This guy's fire escape is too terrifying. It's simply not something we can fight against. This kind of mission with a difficulty exceeding S-class should be sent to a Shadow-class powerhouse to execute. Why throw it to us? Idiot, don't you get it? This is a massacre in disguise. It's basically a deliberate attempt to trick us into sending us to our deaths. Ah, that hurts. Miserable screams came one after another. A group of people struggling in the sea of fire. In pain. Under the fire that covered the sky. All living things are fragile and incomparable. Looking up, he saw a group of people howling in pain amidst waves of fire. The silver-haired teenager dozens of meters away from the firelight was indifferent. The only remaining left eye was written with indifference, as if it was a piece of ice man, with a cold and silent atmosphere permeating his body. There was no doubt that the teenager was Silver, and for 7 long days he had grown familiar with his present-day job, with the sole purpose of sweeping away all tasks that were harmful to the village. These guys have been plotting against Kiba ever since Namikaze Minato fell unconscious. Expressionless look at the crowd of wailing among the group. Silver turned to leave the moment. A black shadow appeared out of thin air, also wearing an animal mask, with long purple hair, obviously a woman. Young is very young. There is no 10 years old is a problem. Most of the members of the Ministry of the Dark have a sense of belonging to the wooden leaf. Want them to follow the silver a road to the black is impossible. The only way is to train your own men. The young girl at the moment was considered one of Silver's full-fledged inner circle. Yubari, there's no need to show mercy. Annihilate all enemies within your eyeballs. Indifferently swept a glance at the enemies behind them within the hidden woods, their eyes clearly filled with fear. Without exception, all are insignificant pawns. Yuzuki Yuzuru, although her age is still young, but her talent is incomparably outstanding. A little accompanied by practice, a piece of steel can be turned into a divine weapon that kills the enemy like hemp. Chapter 110, Gathering People's Hearts, Second Shift. Silver's current subordinates. There are only 2 Yakido, and this guy's loyalty is not loyal but also to put a question mark. And now when the position of the Dark Force leader, it is necessary to use the power to seek personal gain. Take the opportunity to plan a few ministries to satisfy their selfish desires. Puffing, puff. Under the blazing sun, the petite figure is as agile as a rabbit, scurrying to and fro, and when the hand rises up and the knife falls, there are people's heads falling to the ground, and the bones are separated, and the cold eyes are full of contempt and disdain for everything, worthy of being the elite of the dark sect in the future. Spending money to invest in this kind of genius is worth it. Silver nodded his head full of comfort. A few days ago, he will accumulate their own jutsu scrolls, all of which were given to Usagi Yuzuru for reference, including some of the scrolls left behind by successive generations of the ancestors of the Uchiha family, but also divided a portion of the scrolls for to her. At that time, the little girl cheated dazed and swore to die to serve the Silver. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen headless corpses on the ground. Their necks were blood red, like fountains of wildly soaring blood. Yubari, good job. Completely ignoring the abundant smell of blood within the air, Silver gave a thumbs up in admiration. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed in front of Silver. It was Yuzuki Yuzuru, who had just committed the murder. Her demeanor were respectful as she knelt on one knee. Lord Silver, get up. You don't have to do that later. Taking off the animal mask, revealing a clear face, gazing at Yuzuki Yuzuru's eyes of admiration and worship. Silver's heart was a burst of smugness and a sinister smile, secretly thinking, it's true that people are only good at fooling when they're still kids. After they grow up they're all as elfin as ghosts, and the difficulty of trying to fool them increases several hundred times. Yes, Silver-sama. Yuzuki Yuzuru withdrew her knees, her demeanor still meticulous. Take it. Casually handing Usagi Yuzuru a crimson scroll, Silver softly said, this scroll is very informative. Not only does it contain records on ninjutsu, but it also has questions on sword arts, so you can take your time to read it, and just ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Could this have been passed down within the Uchiha family? Usagi Yuzuru had a heart in her throat. Her crisp voice was hoarse and abnormal as she said, it's not good. After all, this is something from the Uchiha clan. It must be a rare and precious treasure. If it's being. Silver glanced at the hesitant Usagi Yuzuru and said indifferently, there's nothing wrong with that. Nowadays I'm just an unusual person carrying the Uchiha family name, and apart from the last name of Uchiha, I'm not in the least bit involved with them other than that. Many thanks, Silver-sama. 69 Shubao. 69 Shubao. Usagi Yuzuru's tone was a few shades heavier, and if she hadn't been in the way of Silver's blocking of the block, she might have fallen to her knees in thanksgiving again. She was just a civilian ninja, and now she was just a brat without a bloodline limit, and if it wasn't for Silver adopting her, she might have starved to death. Well, you go back. It takes quite a bit of time to delve into these scrolls. Silver laughed, raising his hands, his cheeks remaining gentle throughout. No one in the world is an idiot. It is impossible to get a wolf out of an empty glove, and the best way to harness a person is to give him grace and mercy. Get out of here for now. Sweeping a glance at the charred corpses, lifeless and completely turned into charred ash, Silver stepped away in disinterest. These little minions who intended to sneak up on Kiba were not his cup of tea. Not even worth interrogating, just cannon fodder sent out to die. Damn. Is it hard to say that the most I can evolve to in this lifetime is the level of the eternal kaleidoscope? Inside Silver's office, he pounded on the table in a grumpy manner, splashing drops of water from the cup he was holding all over the table. In front of him lay densely packed materials filled with a quantity of thousands of small letters about the history of both Chikuma and Uchiha. It's still Rokudo's own son who has the advantage. After half a minute, Silver shook his head and lamented with a kind of heartfelt nagging and jealousy. To evolve the Eye of Reincarnation, one needed to gather the identities of the reincarnators of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura in order to break through the limitations of the bloodline to reach the extreme degree. Silver is neither the reincarnator of Azura nor Indra. Wanting to awaken the Eye of Reincarnation is impossible. Now can only find another way. According to the current situation, can only seize the bones of the two of them. So, not right the future of Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto, those two boys are reincarnated. The future to seize the bones of the two of them on the line. There is no need to provoke Uchiha Zebra. This hornet's nest may not be able to lose their own little life in. Silver laughed badly. There was no need to look far and wide. With the presence of Sasuke, Uchiha and Naruto Maelstrom, there was absolutely no need for him to mess with the other two great gods. Forget it, the matter of the reincarnation eye is a bit distant nowadays. Right now it's better to pursue another kind of eye. The goal is small, it's still real, and it won't attract big names, and all the stats are similar to the reincarnation eye. Walking over to the window, Silver's mind wandered soulfully to the sky, overlooking the Hinata family compound in the distance, his pupils on fire. The power of the transmutation eye is not inferior to the reincarnation eye in any way. And the danger index is small. Silver muttered something at the corner of his mouth, his vision looking away, across the buildings, the Hyuga family's quarters, all clearly and unmistakably exposed to his eyes. The high purity of the Hyuga family's white eyes, as well as Otsutsuki's bloodline, combined with each other, seem to give birth to the transmutation eyes in teleportation, which are powerful enough to manipulate a planet. Chapter 111, The Transmigration Eye Program, Up, First Shift. The Hyuga family's transmutation eye is comparable to the existence of the Eye of Reincarnation. The pupil power extended to the limit, can control a planet, and even the legend can control the moon. The power is not inferior to the Eye of Reincarnation, enough to go hand in hand with the existence of the Eye of Reincarnation. It requires high-purity white eyes, as well as Otanishi's bloodline. Let's forget about Otanishi's bloodline for now. As for the high-precision white eyes, although it's a bit troublesome, the difficulty isn't that high. The village has ready-made goods, but unfortunately it's a bit tricky. Silver murmured in a low voice, a flash of worry in the eyes. Kiba to the Hyuga family is extremely important, as a forbidden domain, and the Hyuga family clan family initiative to participate in the war is very rare. The branch also has a bird in a cage, this kind of charm. Once the white eye will disappear with it. Is it hard to fight Hinata directly? Silver hesitated, his pace not stopping, his clenched fists finally unclenching. Undoubtedly, Silver has absolute certainty to kill anyone in Kiba, but what to shake the entire Kiba is still a long way to go. Ants bite the elephant. This is the unchanging truth of the past and present. By the way, there's no need to fight Hinata to the death. I'm in the dark and they're in the light anyway. Just, jia. The corners of his mouth curved in an evilly handsome arc, and a grim smile emanated from Silver's mouth, sounding chillingly like a human cloaked in a devilishly scary and eerie. Within the jungle, Silver eventually disappeared. The Hyuga clan splitting is obviously impossible. They all have the caged bird curse on their bodies, and once they are killed, the white eyes disappear with them. So that the only way to find a Hyuga clan is to look for a Hyuga clan, and it has to be the type that is still of extremely high purity. I wish I had the right white eyes for me to use. Strange, what's going on lately? Within the quarters of the Hyuga family, the current patriarch Hyuga Rent frowned and said, I do not know just now. His recent right eye jumped a lot. The mood is also extraordinarily bad. Always feel that there is a big event to happen, but to be specific how, and cannot say, so extra depressed and entangled. This sudden uneasiness and apprehension made Hyuga Hinata extraordinarily uneasy. Clan Chief Sama, Uchiha Jin from the Dark Ministry has come over. The servant who also possessed white eyes bent over and respectfully said, Uchiha Silver? At that, Hyuga Hinata's eyebrows hooked up. His mind suddenly recalled the back of a silver-haired teenager. It was reasonable to say that the personnel of the Dark Division were special and would never reveal their own identities. But Jin was truly an accident, and most of the people in Kiba had heard of him, likewise also recognize him. Invite him in. Gathering his thoughts, Hyuga Hinata said eloquently, now Silver's status and position were not what they used to be, and he deserved to be treated with courtesy. But what is that kid's motive? Ching novel. Ching. His expression sank as Hyuga Hinata began to think about Silver's motives, and for some reason, his eyelids were jumping even more, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance at the feeling that something big and bad was about to happen. It's been a long time since Lord Patriarch. Your complexion. It seems a bit unattractive. It was very strange to see the warm floor suddenly covered by black shadows, and the whole room seemed to be quite a bit colder and more bone-chilling, permeated with an indescribable depression. Recently, the village's great disasters have occurred one after another, and certain people with ulterior motives are even fanning the flames, saying that there are heavens in the making, so how can I look better? Throwing his inner uneasiness into the air, Hyuga Hinata was full of worry, quietly sizing up Silver's sudden visit, and after a half a second, said bluntly, "What can I do for you this time? If I can help, as a member of Kiba, Hinata will definitely not refuse. Truth be told, I have something else that really needs your family's help." Silver frowned, his tone heavy as a mountain, and said, "Lord Jiraiya and a few others have been thwarted in their encounter with Inoki, and thus, I would like to ask for your family's full assistance. I try to help." Hyuga Hinata generously laughed, but in his heart was 100,000 grass mud horses dancing wildly. He just casually said I did not expect Silver to shamelessly directly open his mouth. Not the least bit of shame. The group from the branch. I will continue to send them out to fight. With an awe-inspiring smile, Hyuga Hinata said with great vigor, "This insidious old fox," as if the group of split families, none of whom have surnames like Hyuga, are closer to the tool now. Silver frowned traces of frown, and then relaxed. Hyuga's more points of difference is useless. The fall will only be, their white eyes will disappear because of the bird in the cage relationship. Clan Chief Sama misunderstood me. What I'm trying to say is that, in addition to splitting up the clan, it's necessary for the people of the clan family, too, to be invested in this long war. Silver's words instantly stoked the flames in Hyuga Hinata's head, slamming the table and yelling, "Are you kidding me? Saying such childish things always makes me think you haven't grown up." Hyuga Hinata opened his eyes wide angrily, not to mention that he will not agree. Is the top of the wooden leaf will not agree? The white eye not only has a remarkable significance to Hinata, to the whole wooden leaf is also a significant extraordinary. Was Silver so as a child's play to dispose of hastily? Hyuga Hinata how to tolerate the silver that the tone of the light, as if the white eye is a small juggling is just not worth mentioning. Hyuga Hinata high pride was seriously provoked. The head immediately floated countless veins. Think you're innocent? It seems to be all a bunch of idiots. You fools are culpable for having the intriguing blood relay limit but not having the strength to guard him. Silver laughed coldly in his heart, full of mockery. Hyuga clan leader. Since you know that the Hyuga clan is a part of Konoha, you have to contribute to the safety of the village, or else the destruction of the village won't do your clan any good, and the Hyuga clan will inevitably become a fat goat in the eyes of others at that time. Chapter 112, The Transmigration Eye Program, Middle, First Shift. Hyuga Hinata's face was so hard to see that it was vaguely showing signs of turning green, and his eyes were filled with fire. If ordinary people in dare and he said so, may have long been angry in the other side of the battle of 300 rounds, but the opponent if replaced by Silver, he really some jealousy. After all, Silver's identity and status there, and of course a body does not meet the age of the appearance of the strong strength. Impossible, no matter what the reason. I can't agree. Going to war means that the Zong family will die in battle. Do they have a spell mark like Caged Bird? And after they die in battle white eyes will all be. You are too stubborn in your thinking. Hinata clan chief, if a person from a branch family can set up a Caged Bird, does that mean that a person from a clan family can't? Silver said in a long, meaningful tone. This one certainly doesn't. Hinata's tone was firm and unshakable as she said, inscribing spell seals is only most appropriate when one reaches the age of 3. So it is. Silver nodded slowly and suddenly fell silent, his eyes shifting, unsure of what they meant. Looks like this guy is finally going to let go. Seeing this, Hyuga Hinata took a long breath. There was nothing he could do if Silver kept deadpanning. As Silver had said, Kiba, the unlucky Hyuga family can't stay out of it. However, within seconds, Hyuga Hinata's hopes were instantly annihilated. It doesn't matter, I'll secretly protect them along the way. After half a minute, Silver suddenly said, if anything goes wrong, I'm willing to take full responsibility. At those words, Hyuga Hinata's expression froze as he looked at Silver's face, and after half a second, he finally sighed helplessly. Naruto-sama, have they agreed? I haven't asked yet. Silver shook his head and replied truthfully. However, I think they'll eventually agree. With the Sand and Iwakubo villages joining forces with no former suspicions, Lord Jiraiya's frontline troops having a hard time sending the Hyuga clan into the war, and with me personally protecting them, as well as the fact that when they join the barracks, they're only to be used for reconnaissance. and not for battle. I reckon Lord Naruto will agree. Allow me to think about it for a moment or two. Time passed, and it was 7 days later. The ninja forces of Kiba and Iwakamura face off against each other. And faced with such a critical situation, Hyuga Hinata eventually compromises, with the only requirement being that Hyuga's clan, which can only be used for reconnaissance missions rather than normal participation in the war. I have to say, this requirement is extremely harsh. Cannot participate in the war, can only be used for reconnaissance missions? This is completely for show. To go or not is not very meaningful, but Silver does not care. This to be able to trick them out of the village can be annihilation of the Hyuga Soju family after the punishment. This point Silver does not care. Whoosh! The gloomy wind gusted, and a sad cold wind swept across heaven and earth. 120 novels, 120 XS. As many as a dozen silhouettes scurried about within the woods in front of Kiba, all of them being the clan members of the Hyuga clan. And of course there were quite a few dark shadows behind them. The face was masked, clear of the dark side, which included Silver, and his recently received heartthrob, Yuzuki Yuzuru. These guys are too arrogant, going with a dozen or so people, and wanting more than 20 of us dark sections to follow and protect them. By Silver's side, the young girl with a childish figure complained. No relation. Silver laughed darkly, the corners of his mouth sweeping up in a devilish tone. Don't mind, just kill them all. The cold tone chilled, as if it were a block of ice that held no human emotion. Yes, Silver-sama. Usagi Yuzuru didn't say anything but nodded her head in silence. Silver had given her everything. This life of hers was given to her by Silver, and it wasn't surprising that she was devoted to him. But then again, the two Yukis should be about ready. Gazing at the back of the front gradually traveling farther and farther away, Silver face expressionless, but in his heart is a cold smile again and again, like a sprite in human skin, body permeated with chilling murderous aura. Before ambushing the members of the Hyuga clan, Silver had mic'd to contact the two Yakido, the only men he had so far that were considered barely reliable, not very loyal, but trustworthy ones at least for now. Lord Silver, will there be trouble if these guys are killed directly? After all, it was you who took your own life, Usagi Yuzuru earnestly advised, but before the last words could fall, Silver opened his mouth to stop him. A little thing like that can't hurt. Silver waved his hand and shook his head bashfully, ignoring the lives and deaths of the Hyuga family members and not putting it on his mind at all. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's something to be gained and there's something to be paid for. Just let it go. At best, it is best to leave Kiba only. But these people are a bit numerous. Isn't it a bit hard to handle just the two of us? Usagi Yuzuru said heavily. It wasn't just one or two people, or a dozen or so, but as many as dozens. Especially when certain ninjas are extremely extraordinary special beings in their own right. There's no need to worry. We've got help and a good teammate. Silver gave a gentle smile, confident. Usagi Yuzuru was also silent and speechless at the sight. She could not influence Silver's will. She just nodded her head obediently, not worrying too much despite her apprehension. She was convinced of Silver's ability that seemed to be able to foretell the future. Chapter 114, I'll let you have both hands and feet plus an eye. Third, the two women moved so quickly that in a matter of seconds, they had taken all the white eyes and, due to Silver's instructions, the bones of the Hyuga family members. Though they didn't know what this meant, they didn't care much when they were used to Silver's always unchangeable will. Go back to the village, leaving behind a flippant remark. Silver's entire being disappeared. This is going to be bad. Looking at Silver's fading back, Usagi Yuzuru smiled bitterly with a headache. Silver had promised to ensure the safety of the Hyuga family members, and now that he had taken it upon himself to exterminate all of the Hyuga family members, as well as the incoming dark sectors, it was only natural that there would inevitably be trouble when the time came. What are you worried about? He caused the problem himself. Let him set it right, the 2-bit Yakido said casually, but there was also a clearly visible worry running through his eyes. Early in the morning after the next day, inside Naruto's office. What? All dead? Hyuga Hinata stared at Silver with wide eyes in disbelief, mentally disturbed within his mind as if struck by lightning, and only after a few dozen seconds of stagnation did a stormy scream emanate from him. What are you all in the dark side for? Useless losers? Why is it that as long as you have you and that little girl escaped back? Hyuga Hinata roared with bloodshot eyes. All the members of the clan family were killed in battle. The blow to him was no less than if he had died. Matriarch Hyuga, please watch your attitude. Don't feel free to accuse us falsely just because Lord Jin doesn't speak. Yuzuki Yuzuru stepped forward to argue her case. False accusations? Gloom flashed in Hyuga Hinata's eyes, and he said hoarsely, swearing to protect the safety of the clan family to the death. That's what your captain said. And now that all of the clan's people have been killed in action, and only the two of you have survived, shouldn't you give me an explanation? On top of that, the blood relay limit of white eyes may also be lost. Now don't you guys think you have to give me an explanation? Or is it that you dark sect have? Of course I'll give you an explanation. Hyuga clan chief. But it would be childishly comical for you to want my life. And with all due respect, you can't do it. Silver said with an expressionless face. A comment that set Hinata on fire and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Silver clearly meant that he was inferior to him. A rookie. Yeah. Forcing back the anger in his heart, Hyuga Hinata said, in that case, I hope you honor your previous treaty. That's certainly no problem. And if you're capable of killing me, I'll never stop it. Smiling slightly, Silver's tone was very flippant, full of playfulness and flirtation as he said serenely, not only that, but as a sign of apology I will also seal both hands and feet, including the only remaining right eye as well. This, you're kidding. These words fell. Is the silent and speechless third generation Naruto? Also was thunder enough. The tone of voice or shivering, locking the demeanor of the light-hearted Silver, suddenly realized that his head is broken. 510 Literature X. Hyuga Hinata also pulled out his ears, thinking that he had heard wrong. There is a little kid who wants to boldly provoke himself, and still let both hands as well as feet, plus a only remaining eye as well. The shock in the heart of Hyuga Hinata is beyond words. Did I hear you right? Hyuga Hinata muttered in disbelief. You heard right. Silver replied in an unusually serious tone, raised several times. You, Hinata Hinatsu froze after, is to clench huge fists, from the Silver that cold eyes he can see. This is not sympathy but belongs to the naked and direct contempt. Silver simply did not put him in the heart. As a child 3-hearted perfunctory. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Hyuga Hinata's eyes floated countless veins, overbearing cold voice. He originally wanted to have an open match with Silver. Fair and square. Who would have thought that this kid would be so unaware of death? Humiliating him 3 or 4 times, completely setting himself on fire. I miss your age is still shallow. Within 3 strokes, if you do not die, everything before, I choose not to pursue. If you cannot carry down, what exactly will happen? The consequences of their own responsibility. Hyuga Hinata's son foot-deep voice-wise rode. Although this matter he occupies the iron reason, but also absolutely cannot fall a small bully big woeful reputation. After all, Hyuga family is a powerful family, not the streets of the ground hooligans. No problem. Silver nodded gently, not saying a word after a simple response. How did this happen? The third generation of Naruto sighed, crying and laughing at this. One is the boss of the dark department. One is the head of the Hinata family. The heart of the hand is meat. He temporarily cannot give up. Now the wooden leaf war, but also need to serve the two of them. But now in order to not offend both sides, the third generation of Naruto chose to ignore, simply to a deaf ear, let them fool around. A vacant lot that was idly unoccupied. At this moment, 2 silhouettes were facing each other, one of them being rather strange. The silver-haired teenager's feet were tightly bound with strips of cloth, and so were his eyes, including his hands, which were tightly bound, standing in place and unable to move, but could only quietly use his senses to detect the changes around him, not to mention engaging in a life and death struggle with someone. Even moving is difficult as hell. You want to fight me with a half-ass level like you? Looking at Silver's comical gesture, Hyuga Hinata really can't help but laugh out loud. A brat who is not even good at road, facing a man who is strong enough to break a big mountain. Who wins and who loses is known. Kid, before I do anything now, if you're willing to beg for mercy, I'll. The words at the corners of his mouth came to an abrupt end, and Hyuga Hinata's nearly demented Silver was stupefied on the spot by the sudden change. Chapter 115, You're a little carried away. First shift. Silver body wandering special aura. Exactly how? Hyuga Hinata cannot say clearly, just feel that after the influence of this special aura, all his weaknesses, movement, even the most basic moves are seen clearly. You peep! Hyuga Hinata exclaimed out of instinct. He felt that all his loopholes were exposed to Silver's eyes. There was no secret to speak of. However, just after the words had fallen, Hyuga Hinata couldn't wait to slap himself. Silver was now blindfolded. How could he be able to peep? Matriarch Hyuga, I'm blindfolded in both eyes and you're calling me a peeping Tom of your actions. Ungrown brat? Silver was very surprised to say, and then mocked without moving. Is it hard to say that I have a third eye that hides in the dark and can see your actions? Or is it that you are in fear of me? You, humph. I'm just purposely testing to see if you kids are cheating. Hyuga Hinata's old face reddened as he sophomorized. How could Silver spy on him now that he was blindfolded? Yes? Silver whispered, while the special aura from before extended once again, and the general direction of Hinata was once again reflected as an eye. Seeing color hegemony works surprisingly well, even without eyes. It still has no effect on me. Silver Heart secretly smiled. Hinata's direction perceived clearly and unparalleled, and even felt the pupil power of his white eyes. Hinata has a kind of illusion of being spied on deservedly. Swoosh! Just then, Hyuga Hinata's palm shook, and countless bitterless followed, the number at least exceeding single digits. I'm sure I'll beat you all over the place this time, Hyuga Hinata said freely in his heart. Silver was blindfolded, his movement and vision were restricted, and he was bound to be beaten to a bloody pulp. However, Hyuga Hinata was destined to be disappointed. As he watched in amazement, the silver goddess loomed and moved. Swoosh! Even though his pace was not moving, even though his eyes could not see, even though everything was restricted, Silver jumped up alive, chakra all gathered on the soles of his feet. Silver leaped several meters high, easily avoiding the incoming bitterless. This, Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but be stunned, secretly clenching his fists. You're too far off to defeat me at your level. Silver spat cold words, without sorrow or mockery, as if recounting how trivial it was. Don't be complacent. I love Chinese network. Ilaves. Countless veins floated from the corners of Hyuga Hinata's eyes, and the pupil power of his white eyes skyrocketed as he lunged at Silver like a tiger. Buzz. Never had a special energy throb. From the silver body floating out, an instant extension of hundreds of meters away from the distance, only to see his body flooded with white fluorescent light, dotted around the silver. Looks very mysterious, as will glow glittering people, some piercing. Click, click, click. The Mercedes-Benz Hinata was immediately affected. His speed immediately slowed down, an invisible pressure enveloped him, and the solid ground was crushed by his feet. The whole thing was also unnaturally sweaty and dense as rain. What's going on here? Hyuga Hinata noticed the abnormalities of his body. Some incredulous stunned, he steeply realized that his body weight seemed to increase dozens of times in an instant. It was difficult to move, and his bones were also pressed by some kind of unknown mysterious power creaking. Raising his head, Silver was close at hand, but he couldn't move at all. It was impossible to raise his hand. It was hundreds of times more difficult than usual. All aspects of his body were greatly restricted. His body was even dazed because of the poor blood flow in his head. There was a drowsy feeling, but at the same time, his body's bones were shaking violently. The tingling pain was incomparable. Wanting to fall asleep but also inspired by the piercing pain, it was difficult to fall asleep. Hyuga Hinata Hinatsuki was tormented. What the hell is going on here? What kind of sorcery did you use? Hyuga Hinata said with an embarrassed face. His face was white and bloodless. He felt a very powerful energy pressing him, so much so that he was in such a sorry state as he was now. He could only look at Silver, who was within reach, but it was a fool's errand to try to move him. It's called psychic pressure, Silver explained blandly as if against, his light demeanor filled with indifference. The old boy didn't know what spiritual pressure was anyway, much less have the means to learn it, so there was no harm in explaining it. You can also understand it as the oppression of aura, which, in layman's terms, is the suppression of a higher soul over a lower soul. Not caring if Hyuga Hinata could understand it or not, Silver said to himself, undoing the cloth that blindfolded his eyes and taking a deep look at Hyuga Hinata. Silver sighed and said in a bored manner, originally I was bored and wanted to kill time and play a child's game with you, but who would have guessed that you're a bit overjoyed, and in that case I'll have no choice but to declare an early end to the game. Sorry, Hinata clan leader, you lost, Silver whispered softly, a few simple words that plunged Hyuga Hinata into a boundless nightmare. He was so overwhelmed by one man's aura that he couldn't move. Since when did he become so vulnerable? In his heart, Hyuga Hinata had always thought it was demonic magic. It's normal that you can't understand it. Psychic pressure is, after all, energy from other dimensions. Seeing Hyuga Hinata Hibiki's face full of bewilderment, as if he had been drained of his soul, as if he was lost in thought, and his eyes were full of emptiness, Silver couldn't help but shake his head. Even if Hinata scratched his head, he could not understand the true meaning of spiritual pressure. Just like humans in other dimensions could not understand chakra. This is the boundary of the subdimension. The district human could not see through, much less understand. Spiritual pressure can not only be used to fight, but also can be used to aura deterrence, to a certain extent, and can even directly suppress the soul of other people. Just today's Silver cannot do it, or his spiritual pressure is not up to that realm. Chapter 116, Counting on Kiba, Second Shift. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but be dumbfounded and at a loss for words, not realizing that Silver's technique was so exaggerated that he could suppress his enemy from moving with his own aura. Don't you get cocky? The unchanged look in Silver's eyes was like a sharp barb, deeply wounding Hyuga Hinata's pride, and even though his body's bones were about to be crushed by that majestic majesty, he gritted his teeth and stood up. You think it's going to be over like this? The dozen or so lives of my Hyuga family should never be forgotten, and it's fine if you want to quell my flames. At least hand over the culprit to me before you do so. Hyuga Hinata still bites the bullet and refuses to compromise. If he just lets it go and doesn't give a single fart, then where is the majesty of his Hyuga family's rules? Absolutely not. Are you sure you want the culprit? Silver indifferent face. A rare swept out a treacherous smile, full of teasing, hidden very deep. Seeing this, Hinata's heart suddenly thumped, despite Silver's good concealment, but still captured the slight curve of the corner of the mouth. Secretly bad. Things out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. This kind of simple reasoning, Hinata still no. What the hell does this kid have? Humph. Handing over the culprit to you? Sorry, this is difficult for me to do. A violent explosion came, shocked Hinata head dizzy, especially that tone of voice through the disdain, but also deeply touched the bottom of Hinata. Listen to this forward firm breath, revealing the meaning as if saying again the Hinata family how worthless. Hinata enough to the fastest speed in his life to turn his head. Shimura Tuzo? Hyuga Hinata was stunned. His icy complexion was somewhat restrained, although he was in the way of the power of Junzo, but he was not afraid. At that moment it was justified to drink. I want to kill the murderer of the members of my Hyuga family, why can't I? Seeing Hyuga Hinata turn his gun around and spew all the flames full of fire at Tuanzou, Silver smiled without any trace of a smile, and his heart was right in the middle of his triumph. This is going to be a good one. The spiritual pressure permeating his body was put away as much as possible, and Silver also changed his expression to one of a good show, quietly expecting the two who were choking each other. It looks like the plan has worked. At this moment, Silver suddenly looked up, looking at the woods within the hidden several silhouettes. All are root members, but those people are not the most attention. Silver's eyes has been locked, escorted by the head of the two Yakido. At the moment the cunning sinister smile even more. Hinata clan leader. The culprit was taken away by Lord Junzo. If you want it, please find him. Facing Hinata's eyes that wanted to eat people, Silver smiled indifferently. What did you say? Hinata's flames burst into flames in an instant, his entire being burning as if he were on fire as he glared angrily at Silver, and after glaring viciously at him, he finally fixed his gaze on Silver's body. Please hand over the culprit to me. The damage to the Hyuga family must be. Absolutely not. With a resolute wave of his hand, Junzo said sternly, if it was a normal person it would be fine, but not this time. Despite knowing the authority of Hyuga Hinata and that there is absolutely no benefit in offending such a person, Betrayal had to stand up and retort, and he knew that this was a trap for Silver, but there was nothing he could do about it. 918 novels. 918XS. That guy is a two-tailed Rinpoche. I can't hand it over to you. The silent third Naruto suddenly spoke, his pale tone filled with determination. Ninjutsu? Which village? After a moment of stunned silence Hyuga Hinata asked in dismay, his aggressive tone quite a bit lower and dripping with a bit of desperation, knowing that this was the end of the matter, and understanding the reasoning behind why Suzu and the third Naruto were so adamant about it. The Konoha hierarchy will never give in when it comes to matters involving the human pillars. It's the cloud-hidden village's two Yakido. The third Naruto's tone was slightly trembling shaky as he said, with an undisguised greed. So it is. Dawn flashed in Hinata's eyes, and she eventually sighed and left in a state of disorientation. Hyuga family member's name is important, but an human pillar force then simply not worth mentioning. There is not the slightest comparability. Just like the white moon and the light of the firefly, the gap is very far. He even felt that, if it is not the third generation of Naruto in his own face, the last will also award some silver credit. After all, captured too by the woodman alive, within the darkness, surrounded by the stench of malodor, possessing a number of inmates, and a large number of bars, most of the faces were lifeless. There is no doubt that this is a prison, and the two Yukis are among them. Tap tap tap. A sound of footsteps drew the attention of the two Yukis as a ghostly figure had gradually approached. So it's you. Finally. When can I get out? The two Yukido's hearts dropped when they saw the visitor, and they anxiously urged. It's hard not to bathe for days on end. I've had enough. A couple days? It's obviously just a couple of little things. The blurred shadow on the ground lengthened, revealing the teenager's blurred features. Frowning, don't worry, there is me. You absolutely will not have a problem. It will take a few more days before you can do it. Wait until the cloud-hidden village knows that you have been captured by Kiba's news. They will surely storm out, and at that time it will surely be another big battle. In order to act well this scene, I can spend a lot of effort. You the heroine give me focus. Witnessing the two Yuki's duplicity, Silver reprimanded with a stern face. There's big trouble if you reveal yourself. The two-bit Yukido's eyes rolled wryly as he teased. I'll be sure to report you then. Humph. Let me tell you, if that happens, I'll finish you off immediately. With an icy look on his face, Silver sneered coldly. he painstakingly utilized the previous Great War, the root cause of which was to provoke a great war between Kiba and the Cloud-Hidden Village, and upon completion of the mission, he would be rewarded with 100-point scrolls. Chapter 117 Cloud-Hidden Village's incoming offense, third shift. The two Yukis couldn't help but be stunned at his words, one eye surveying Silver with slight consternation. Are you sure you want to do this? Half a dozen moments of silence eventually bubbled up, filled with all kinds of questions and skepticism. What's not to like? Blinking, Silver asked without answering. Of course not. The 2-bit Yukio's delicate face had black lines hanging from it as she said rather helplessly, do you realize what you're saying? Maybe you'll even get. Nope, even get me killed. Too taying, she grumbled in dissatisfaction, red-faced and looking rather disgruntled. You're my subordinate. It's only right that you sacrifice for me, right? A guffawing smile swept across his cheeks as Silver teased rather boredly. The two Yukis just glared at Silver in dismay at his words, then fell silent. Time passed, 5 days slipped through the fingers, and the morning sun of Kiba always remained bright. Around Kiba, roaming most of the face-masked ninja, without exception, all cloaked in heavy black robes, uniforms mostly the same, looks as if they belonged to the same organization within the same people. But, within the jungle, there was a highly discordant sound. The sharp edge of the bitter endlessness had shattered the ancient trees and the prime into a beehive. Talk about rivers of blood. The ground had at least turned the color of blood, depressing to the extreme, and on top of that, there were corpses and severed limbs everywhere. It doesn't end, but it seems about time. Letting you out. I'm afraid it won't be long before the news of the arrest of the two Yukis immediately spreads around the world. Underneath the prime ancient tree, came the young man's emotion, still mixed with some relief. Looking at the gradually disappearing back, his heart was flooded with endless refreshing. There's going to be big trouble happening in Kiba next, isn't there? Silver flashed a quick smile and turned away immediately afterward. There was no difference from the past days. There were still a large number of ninjas coming to spy on the information. Also different from the past, Silver this time purposely left alive, and also relied on them to spread the news they had spied on. It won't take more than a few days for Kiba to explode. No, maybe the whole world is going to explode. After all, that group of people from the Cloud-Hidden Village are extremely keen on Rinpoche, and now that they know that Kiba has captured their second-tailed Rinpoche, TSK, there's bound to be a good show in a while. Silver face is full of gloating color, obviously very hope that Kiba bad luck, but also in disguise to weaken the strength of Kiba. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye another 5 days passed. The world has no impermeable wall. Originally the Cloud-Hidden Village for the 2-by-the-Wood person is extremely concerned. Since she disappeared, the entire Cloud-Hidden Village is like a hot pot on the ants. Hope the stars and the moon are hoping to find the 2-by-the-Wood person as soon as possible. And now heard that the 2-by-the-Wood person by the wood leaf captured. The Cloud-Hidden Village will definitely fight. 12,345 novel. 12345XS. Now suddenly heard that the two Yakido were captured by Kiba. The blow to them was no less than a Category 10 hurricane. Cloud-Hidden Village first time to make the most severe retaliation. Gathered a large number of outstanding ninja rushed to the wooden leaf. Thousands of ninja convergence of the long dragon extraordinarily spectacular. Stretches endlessly. And on the flip side, it's a different scene. Who exactly is the one who leaked out the news? I'll kill him. Inside Naruto's office, Tuanzou suffocated his old face red. His killing intent skyrocketed. How could he be calm when he had gotten the second tail's human pillars on the front foot? And the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village came to his door afterward? Idiot. Of course I revealed it to my old man. As the captain of the dark side, Jinya had the honor of stepping inside Naruto's office for a meeting, and at the moment he was sitting on the couch, his frivolous demeanor distracted, his mind completely silent on the farm world inside his head. Yo, happy heart. A sunny world. Silver raised a hand and smiled. You can only smile so radiantly when you earn point scrolls. Folding her small face into a ball, Lasheen yelled, the borders of the Fire Country have been fought with the Thunder Country, and your mission has been equaled to completion, and you will be rewarded with the reward for this mission 100 point scrolls. So soon? I thought it would take a while to fight. It seems like those guys from the Cloud-Hidden Village really can't wait any longer. With the new hatred, the Cloud-Hidden Village must hate Kiba. Silver lamented. The last time the Misty Hidden Village had already completely offended the Cloud-Hidden Village, and now that this has happened, the chances of the two sides wanting to reconcile are zero. I guess I'll be sent to the battlefield soon. Jia. If I'm lucky, I might be able to earn some rolls again. Eyes filled with starlight. Silver heart reverie. Now the three ninja is responsible for fighting with Inoki. Distracted. And Naruto himself has the need to sit in the main camp. Wave wind water gate a while ago almost by Silver. Now the wood leaf can barely take out of the person. The only one himself. Master is quite the dreamer. Helplessly rubbing her head, Luxian cried and laughed, but again, she had to admit that this was a fact. There were no fixed tasks within the farm. They were all random, and more things to do meant that the tasks increased as well. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's office, the entire top brass were bickering in the face of the Cloud Hidden Village's military attack, except for the third Naruto, who was looking around in old-fashioned silence, his eyes finally landing on Silver's head. Silver, I'm going to have to work you hard to get around again this time. Come to think of it, the third generation Naruto also tragedy found that she did not take out the hand of the person. Certain people, although it is the material that can be made, like Kakashi and the young people such as the Belt Earth. In the future, although it can shock the party, but now is still a fledgling, now they can play a negligible role. No problem, Michio-sama. Do not even think about it. Silver directly refused to agree to the conditions of the third generation. The heart secretly laughs again and again. The Dark Force leader is not a regular person. Must be in the wooden leaf sit in what side? Silver just can take this opportunity to brightly and openly leave the village. The surface of the surface to deal with the ninjas of the Cloud Hidden Village, but secretly can be rushed to the Taki Hidden Village, to take over the 7 tails of the chakra. So Silver almost a breath of assent, without the slightest excuses. Chapter 118, The Initiation of the Great War, First Shift. For this kind of pie in the sky, multiple good things, Silver naturally wouldn't refuse, so he agreed extremely quickly without even hesitating. Good. Your willingness to stand up for yourself when Kiba is in danger is something I will definitely look at and the village will definitely remember. The third Naruto's tone was sincerely thankful, even as crystals glistened on the sides of his eyes. This old man, if I were to snub him twice, would I shed tears of excitement? Silver couldn't help but be speechless in his heart. This old man has too many tears. The whole person is no different from the water maid. Of course, there is another possibility. Staring at the vicissitudes of the third Naruto's face, Silver's heart flashed with a touch of gloom. However, it's also possible that this old man is deliberately pretending to show me. Kiba and Cloud Hidden Village of the shock change to attract the attention of the world, and Kiba is at war with the village door rejoice immensely, such as the Rock Hidden Village and Sand Hidden Village. They are all for the Rock Hidden Village to join and feel happy. After all, the Cloud Hidden Village fighting the most powerful village. Ninjas are very ferocious. Meanwhile, the other direction. TCH, sure enough, here comes another quest. There are no quests to create quests. There are more things to do, and the quests of this bird farm follow. The randomized system is just good to make use of. On the way out of the village, the farm suddenly releases another quest, which roughly consists of capturing the bones of the third Raikage, and upon completion, 100-point scrolls will be awarded. By the way, can I redeem the Hyuga family bones I got a while ago? Silver asked as he ran, this time communicating entirely mentally with the elf Lexine inside the farm. That's fine, but is Master sure he wants to do that? Lushin asked, reiterating once more. Redeem it. Silver didn't hesitate for a second. Even if he buried the bones of the Hyuga family into the soil, I'm afraid that the blossoming would be 5 years later, so he might as well utilize it now for the time being. Okay, hold on, Lushin said, followed by the sound and shadow that disappeared with him. Previously, I got 100-point scrolls for provoking the Great War between the Cloud Hidden Village and Kiba. This time I got another 100 for exchanging the bones of White Eyes. And just now the system released a quest, and it seems that crushing the Cloud Hidden Village will get me another 100-point scrolls. Silver Heart Cozy Incomparable, his only priority today is to earn a large number of points, and then exchange a large dimensional ability. Along with his strength today wanna counterbalance the Uchiha Zebra and Kagaya Hind. This kind of god-level boss is still too far away, not likely to run into the other side, will be instantly killed in seconds. Silver-sama, in front of us are the frontline troops of the Cloud Hidden Village. Do we need to retreat for a while? Get a feel for the enemy. The dark part cloaked in a black robe and wearing a mask leaned up and suggested towards Silver's ear. Good advice. I would have done it before, but now. Silver shook his head. In the past he would have done so, but now that his strength had skyrocketed, there was absolutely no need to keep shrinking. No need to say much. Just rush over and crush them. Dancing God ebook S. Eyes shooting out swollen murderous intent. Silver transformed into lightning and lunged at the front position. I heard that this time the ones who play forward seem to be Kairabi and AI. Humph. I used to be concerned about you too. Now. Face hanging frost. Silver a forward. Eyes enthusiastic ice. This time to come. Just a snow previous humiliation. The last time the misty hidden village in the way of the situation had to retreat. Now must be even with the prophet back. Silver-sama. The Cloud Hidden Village ninjas are outnumbered. We're the ones who will lose out if we keep going on like this. A petite figure flashed by Silver's side, her long purple hair standing out. Yuzuki Yuzuru was quite worried about the current situation. Yu Yen, there is no need to worry. You just need to protect yourself from getting hurt. As for the others, this is a war after all. It is normal to have casualties. The third Naruto will understand us. Looking around, many ninjas fell in a pool of blood, but Silver was indifferent. His face was like a stone without expression. Whoosh! Two sharp rattling sounds struck ahead, followed by two huge figures descending from the sky. Shi Yen, leave this place for now. The next battle is not for you to participate in. Both the silent Ryatsu and Chakra began to race, and Silver realized that both were quite familiar. One was Kairabi, and the other was AI, the future fourth Raikage. Yuzuki Yuzuru was the first to blink away at the sight of the situation, knowing that she was just a liability if she stayed. Surprisingly, you took the initiative to come to the door. Last time you escaped. This time let's see where you'll run to. AI clenched his fists, realizing that he was quite excited and thrilled. Now let's wash away the shame brought by your escape last time. Upon hearing this, Silver would smile and said softly, to tell you the truth, I have the same idea as the two of you. Kairabi and AI were stunned, glancing at each other, could see the sneer in the bottom of the other's eyes. Last time Silver was still a street rat that they casually caught, despite making a scene that made them feel awkward and depressed. But this time, facing the two of them, Silver even wanted to turn around and abuse the two of them. It was simply a fool's errand. Something that doesn't know how to die. You're going to. The words came to an abrupt end, and AI and Kairabi suddenly realized that Silver's figure had suddenly vanished into thin air, as if it had disappeared from the face of the earth, directly evaporating without a trace. The turquoise-green ground. Suddenly came a burst of unpleasant burning flavor. Very choking. Both are stunned. Suddenly noticed the ground inexplicably gushed out many boiling magma, gurgling bubbles, surrounded by emerald green leaves suddenly withered and fell into the magma into nothing, and then smoke disappears. Where did that guy go? Kairabi and AI looked around, half a day and did not find any traces of Silver. Hopeless Kairabi was about to combine the tailed beast perception to find traces of Silver, when behind them pounced a magma evil dog. Canine Red Lotus. Chapter 119 Instantaneous Seconds, Second Shift. The big magma dog came out of nowhere, without warning, without even a hint of movement. Get out of the way, big brother. Suddenly, the eight-tailed human pillar power, Kairabi, burst out, and he himself fled in a hurry. Swoosh! Despite the uncertainty, out of trust in Kairabi, M dodged away at the first opportunity to avoid the deadly attack. Put! The big crimson dog, which was entirely condensed from magma, struck and missed, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, filled with the stench of burning, and filled with magma. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Rao AI known for Iron Man, also cannot help but chills. If not Kairabi reminded words, perhaps he is now already eroded by the eyes of the molten lava, turned into a withered bone. No, perhaps the bones are not left, directly with a person with the bones of the complete evaporation of annihilation. Thank you, Van. M was full of seriousness and solemn thanks. Thank me? Upon hearing this, Kairabi let out a self-deprecating bitter smile, waved his hand, and said, there's no need to thank me. That's what that Yada guy told me. It's better to thank him. Eight-tailed cow ghost? At that, AI froze, then lowered his head. The tailed beast's senses were indeed beyond imagination. So, no wonder it can detect me. So it's me, Eight Tails. If it was before definitely won't let him go, but now it's useless. Within the magma flowing on the ground, there was suddenly a shocking lower then, followed by the formation of a column of magma, which then coalesced into Silver's figure. What kind of monster is this guy? Seeing this scene, Kairabi and AI have stayed like a wooden chicken. We're stunned, the heart exclaimed heaven and earth. This kid can even walk within the magma. No wonder they could not detect, especially Silver, this like a fish out of water. Simply like a giant shark across the ocean, like nothing to worry about. Hurry up and crush their front line troops. It's not good to delay long. It's not fun if I get surrounded. Noticing that something is wrong, Silver frowned. The surrounding battlefield, almost a lopsided situation. The ninja of the wooden leaf was beaten. Despite the two sides flubbed the victory and defeat, the defeat of the wooden leaf is still difficult to hide. After all, the cloud-hidden village occupies the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Show me here. AI roared. His iron fist had already smashed into Silver's head. He was furious and stormy. The enemy was right in front of him, but Silver was distracted, even ignoring him and Kairabi. How could AI stand it? The fluctuation of chakra all over his body gained momentum even more fiercely, like a flood desperately leaking out. At the elbow of his right arm, he gathered a powerful force. Heavy flow explosion. Absolute pounding blasted head-on. AI's speed was so fast and fleeting that it blasted into Silver's face almost instantaneously. Put! Silver's face instantly exploded. The countless liquids that it turned into shattered and scattered all over the place, and his head was blasted off in a miserable manner, turning into a headless corpse. Humph. Still as fragile as before. How dare you speak up? Looking at the headless body on the ground, Am snorted in disdain. Gulp. The magma marched motionless to AI's feet, then emerged as a giant column of magma that continued to climb its own volume. Trying to kill me at your level? The demon's whisper resounded behind him, followed by a giant fist slamming into him. Burning text. The Great Spitfire. The magma fist was unstoppable. The magma power it contained was mind-blowing, and before it even hit the 4th generation Reikage, he felt as if he was going to be melted, and the blood within his body was about to be vaporized. In the nick of time, all of the chakra that had been accumulated within the Reikage's body finally erupted, and an azure light enveloped his body. Rado Chakra Mode. With a command, the azure light transformed into an impenetrable armor. Boom boom boom. The magma fist engulfed AI, blowing him away easily and bouncing him out into blackened coke. Big brother. Seeing this, Kairabi's face was full of gloom, and his brow was even more murderous. AI had taken care of him in every way, and could be called a brother in arms. Without even thinking, Kairabi scurried straight to AI. However, Silver didn't give him a chance and raised his hand to strike the blazing magma monster. Canine Red Lotus. The large dog that the magma pressed in travel formed in moments, leaping up and tearing towards Kairabi. Sculpture. Seeing this, instead of showing any fear, Kairabi paused in his footsteps, and his body instantly just erupted a large amount of fiery red chakra. It's true that the human pillars are just so feckless that they turn on at the first sign of a bad situation. Silver couldn't help but feel that the chakra that Kairabi had spilled out of his body was the very same chakra that belonged uniquely to the 8 tails, and was extremely high in content and density. Whoosh! Without the slightest bit of cohesion, Kairabi opens his mouth for a few small black spheres. Continuous tailed beast jade. Put, put, put. Under tailed beast jade's intensive attack, the magma giant dog went up in smoke in an instant, torn apart by the powerful force. Boom boom boom. The tailed beast jade exploded in a shocking explosion, and the magma vicious dog collapsed, chewing it to pieces in a violent explosion. Swoosh! Not only that, after tearing the canine Red Lotus, the remaining several tailed beast jade all blasted. Extremely fast, hard to catch with the naked eye. Friction of the air generated by the violent vibration. Frightening. In response, Silver smiled blandly, his face unchanged, and the chakra in his body began to stir violently as if it were a volcano erupting. Whoosh! A bright sphere in his hand began to rotate, pulsing with a dangerous sheen as the figure of Spiral Maru was exposed. However, this was only the beginning, as many black charms gushed out from the interior of the Spiral Maru. Chapter 120, Senjutsu Spiral Maru, 3rd Shift. Ninjutsu has multiplied in countless ways, and a variety of novel arts are born when various arts are combined with different ones. Such is the case with Silver at the moment. The high-speed rotation of the spiral pill surged a large number of black runes. Not only that, the volume has become several times larger. The sharpness is even more. The rotation of the light burns the eyes. To look at each other, the eyes as if they are all stabbed with needles is painful. Nonetheless, it is also interspersed with the forces of nature. Senfa Spiral Maru. The Spiral Maru in his hand took shape. Divine white light and black demonic light intertwined with each other, and Kairabi was like a wildcat that smelled something fishy, his sight all but drawn to it. What was that? Kairabi sensed the unearthly nature of the spiral pill. His mind was in turmoil and his entire being froze, and at the same time, he realized something big. The person who injured Namikaze Sailor Moon and the jutsu he used seemed to be the same. Could it be that the person who sneaked up on Namikaze Sailor Moon was him? As he thought of this, a flash of light flashed within Kairabi, and he thought of a good idea to give up without a fight. On the other side, the Senjutsu Spiral Maru made close contact with the incoming tailed beast jade. Boom boom boom. The two violent collision. The sky then shook, and then produced the annihilation of all living things explosion. Like two prehistoric murderers contest, the whole world followed the trembling wail that drifted away from the energy fluctuation. Omnipresent, no matter is the people of the cloud-hidden village, or the people of the wooden leaf, were lifted off. How is this possible? A broken energy ball is adding special chakra. Why is this happening? Not only outsiders, Kairabi was also shaken backward by the impact from the explosion, and eventually sat down on the ground with an unbearable but shaft. You guys, the village was the one that chose to attack when they got the news that Namikaze Sutman was injured. Now what is your relationship with the mysterious person who injured Namikaze Sutman in the first place? Kairabi's hair was sure by sweat, and if that was the case, then Silver was horrible today. Who knows? Shattered hair flowing, Silver didn't admit it or deny it. Silver gave an ambiguous answer. I don't care. Paper can't hold fire. All lies will come out one day. there is no need to cover up. What's more, at that time to expose the magma fruit ability, as well as the broken road moves, Silver also have no way. Want to beat Wave Wind Water Door must use these bottom of the box moves. It was only a matter of time before he was caught in a lie, but as long as he was okay now, he had no intention of staying in Konoha for the rest of his life anyway, and would leave single after he had no more use for it. Boom boom boom. Silver's deep eyes suddenly lifted up, and he suddenly realized that the sky was inexplicably dark, and the earth shook incessantly, as if a natural disaster had occurred, sweeping up monstrous sand and dust, and the ground appeared to have messy cracks along with the shaking. No wonder it's making such a big commotion. It's actually entered tailed beast transformation. Eyes straight swept away. Eight-tailed human pillar force Kairabi has been magnificently transformed into a huge monster, has 8 tentacles, moving the landslide, huge hand nearly cover the vast sky, big to quite big. Silver nodded undeniably, then spat out a soft word, one that made Kairabi storm out. But in the end, it's just a beast. V3 books. V3SY. At those words, the eight-tailed bull ghost's head veins floated like countless larvae walking in the middle of his mind. Killing intent. Since that's the case, then you'll get a taste of the beast's strength. Buzzing. Black balls of energy kept spewing out from his mouth, with no end and no edge in sight. What was originally a fist-sized sphere turned into a giant ball of energy in a moment's work. Boom boom boom. Tailed beast jade endlessly enlarged, roaming and devouring the sky, and under the indignation, Eight Tails' moves were extraordinarily powerful, even as he himself sweated like rain. So much for fights between children, and get rid of the cockroaches that are in the way. Unprecedented tailed beast jade attracts everyone's attention. See the ninja are scalp numb. Wooden leaf side of the ninja, heart a cold, full of despair. Even if the cloud-hidden village ninja to see the great power of the Kairabi, but also really cannot be happy, may not be involved by the Kairabi district. Let go. Hair dancing with the wind. The teenager is fearless, nonetheless, but instead intensified to stimulate the Eight Tails. As we all know, the tailed beast's temper is already bad. Now by the silver come to scream. The Eight Tails cow ghost's lungs are going to explode. Die for me. As the words fell, the tailed beast jade also flicked out with all its might, and the ground it passed through was torn out alive into a long trench that extended uncontrollably to both sides, turning into a canyon so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. Silver closed his eyes, not hiding or avoiding, quietly anticipating the arrival of the tailed beast jade, the corners of his mouth spreading some cunning cold smile. Boom boom boom. Destructive airwaves into endless impact, crushing the silver, tearing apart the earth, destroying the sky, including the surrounding warring Kiba ninja. All were mercilessly involved. The ground is just more than a large crater. Everything was all wiped out in such a silent place of the whole army killed in action. This should all be killed now. The bull ghost was rough with exhaustion, and it was clear that this enhanced version of the tailed beast jade had consumed him quite a bit with its use. However, he was dumbfounded by the next scene that happened. Gulp! The ground churned with lava, and Silver's obnoxious little face took shape once again. Is that so possible? Eight-tailed bull ghost already red body, directly into a deep red, almost depressed gas dead past. Break the full force of the strike. Silver was intact, which makes him embarrassed, lending you a hand to kill those guys, and practically I have you to thank for it. Silver murmured at the corner of his mouth, his tone sounding puzzled. Eight-tailed Kairabi tailed beast transformation all annihilates the Kiba ninja. The captain of the Dark Division, Uchiha Jin, swore to resist, and finally crushed the enemies of the cloud-hidden village. Such a good script. TSK TSK TSK. I'm moved to tears myself. Chapter 121, Beat the Eight Tails, 4th Shift. Hearing these words, the Eight Tails cannot help but stay, looking at the silver that evil little face, the whole body as if hit by 5 thunderbolts, unable to move, disoriented eyes silver, suddenly feel in front of this teenager's strength is not terrible, his deep bottomless, like the deep-sea stalking beast-like mind, is the most terrible horror. Could it be that this guy is deliberately using a knife to kill people? Wincing, the eight-tailed beast's eyes glazed over, confused as to what Silver was really thinking. In reality, as the Eight Tails thought, Silver is indeed a borrowed knife to kill, although he does not care about the identity of the exposure or not, but at present also has its own plans within the wooden leaf. Just borrow the tailed beast jade impact to finish off the group of Kiba's secret department, so that the ninja who saw Silver use magma fruit will be wiped out. Humph. No matter if you have a plot, it's all self-deception before absolute strength. Unable to figure it out, the eight-tailed bull ghost once again opened his mouth wide, and his body shook, with holes all over his body and a high density of chakra desperately leaking out. A wave of tailed beast jade on a scale not even remotely close to that of before formed once again. Swoosh! The only difference was that this time, Silver was no longer as cold-eyed as he had been a moment ago, and the energy floating within his body stormed out, this time taking the most aggressive means of retaliation. Due to previously obtaining Shigeo's bones and after using fertilizer to make his bones bloom, Silver gains the chakra of Senjutsu and can use it at will. Arms gushing dense runes, Silver flat at a few points of evil. Click, click, click. A large mass of light crackled and pulsed in his hand, and the sharp boom was chilling. How is this possible? Could it be that the black talisman can enhance the power of all arts? The eight-tailed bull ghost's tone was tinged with astonishment. Since his birth countless years ago, he had encountered this kind of thing for the first time. Looking up, only to see the black rune full of blending into the thunder light, unusually mysterious, staging the same dogged scene as Spyro Maru before. Whoosh! Completely not giving the eight tails a chance to condense the tailed beast jade. The straight beam of light stabbed head-on. Immortal technique thunderclap thousand bird sharpshooter. In the past, the Rado Chidori sharpshooter was only a few meters away. But now, after the increase of Senjutsu chakra, it immediately produces a qualitative change, with no upper limit, endlessly extending the distance. Click, click, click. Tailed beast jade was attacked and exploded all of a sudden. The tragic and incomparable Eight Tails was struck by his own tailed beast jade, miserable and incomparable, and the monstrous explosion burned and disfigured him. Boom boom boom. The azure sky turned fiery red in an instant, and a large mushroom cloud climbed up into the sky, burning the surrounding sky within white meters into red. Aha! Damn, that hurts. The miserable howl of the eight-tailed cow ghost came out with it, and the sound of agonizing pain, as if it regretted living in the world, caused goosebumps to rise straight to the surface. Being hit by one's own tailed beast jade at full force is a sad thing that few people know about. You think this is the end? My revenge is far from stopping. Search and read ebooks. Sodux. Silver's body melted and the black wolf smoke that rose into the sky as he flowed with lava, taking over the ground and then spreading his territory widely, turning 10 or 4 weeks into a sea of lava. Silver swam into it like a fish and swept in the direction of Yatsuo. Don't underestimate this lord. The eight-tailed bull ghost growled in pain, feeling that Silver had underestimated his intelligence. Just now he had sneaked up on AI in such a way as to knock him halfway out of his body. Now how could the eight-tailed bull ghost be injured by the same trick? Whoosh! A large mouth opens and blinks to form a small, miniature-tailed beast jade, which then blasts into the ground in an uncharacteristic manner. Boom boom boom. Tailed beast jade explosion sent out a strong wave of air, generating a majestic impact, only to see the eight-tailed cow ghost giant body, directly was mercilessly blown to the sky, escaping the ground magma sea surrounded. Ha ha, as long as I'm in the sky you can't hit me. The eight-tailed bull ghost's figure soared, and it looked as if he was about to fall into the distant earth and out of his misery. Utilize the aftermath of the explosion difference to blast away yourself. Jia, but it is to underestimate your intelligence. I did not think that the district at tailed beast will also use their brains. Raising his fist, Silver gave a rather admiring look, full of compliments. Actually, your stupidity really impresses me. Your level of idiocy is refreshing my memory. Silver's arms then began to bubble with burning magma, his morose eyes staring menacingly at the eight-tailed Kairabi still wandering and prowling in the sky, wantonness pulsing within his pupils. Whoosh! Hands smashing into the sky, magma fists numbering in the thousands continue to fly out, one after another, as many as a torrential downpour, all of them smashing into the eight-tailed bull ghost hovering in the sky. Meteor volcano. Eight-tailed bull ghosts see countless flying magma fists, alarmed, struggling to swing the body, but does not listen to the call. There is no power to maneuver. The sky where he is winged and fly, completely is turned into a perfect living target. Eight-tailed cattle ghost heart glowing, thousands of complacency at this moment all the jade. Looking at the Silver that sneer smile, he suddenly felt that perhaps this is Silver intentionally put water pit him. Whoosh! The eight-tailed bull ghost was obviously not willing to sit back and wait for death, and opened his mouth to send successive tailed beast jades flying out. Boom boom boom. The incoming magma fists were blown away one after another, and most of the remaining magma fists went sideways, giving the eight-tailed bull ghost a scare. Ha ha, it seems I was overly concerned. So no. The words on the edge of his mouth came to an abrupt end. The eight-tailed cow ghost realized that the sky turned crimson, and the fists that had previously scurried into the sky and disappeared, all of them seemed to be popping up at the moment, carrying an annihilating power that landed. The attack was aimed at him alone. Chapter 122, When the Eight Tails Become Five Tails, First Shift. Eight-tailed bull ghost tilted his head to look at the magma fist that smashed in the sky, his mouth indisputably choked on spit, only feeling that he was abandoned by the whole world. Everything was his enemy. There was nothing that could be trusted at all, except for the enemy was still the enemy. Boom boom boom. Eventually all the fists in the sky landed on the head of the eight-tailed bull ghost, and his body instantly turned a fiery red color, as if he had been roasted by lava in a frightening manner. Ah, damn, that hurts. I won't let you go. The eight-tailed bull ghost's painfully incomparable shrill roar was chilling to the soul, and the roar that was itching to break Silver into pieces contained endless killing intent. Hearing this, the latter laughed it off. This guy has now become a fish on the chopping board. Even dared to clamor without knowing death. Simply do not know how to write the word death. Boom boom boom. The magma fist set continued to attack Yato relentlessly, slamming his massive body from the sky to the ground in stretches that were no different from the fury of the heavens. Bang! Just at this moment, a strange white smoke, to attract the attention of Silver. Not only so, eight-tailed cow ghost's body, but also followed the disappearance. A body that big can disappear into thin air. Silver frowned, while the pupil power of his Sharingan eyes operated to its extreme level, and mistakenly realized that the only thing in the charred crater was a burnt tail of the eight tails. That guy dodged a bullet last time using this same technique. Silver sighed, and at the cost of one of his tails, he eventually fled for his life and left. Swoosh! The sky was suddenly strangely dark and filled with coldness, and not only that, but Silver also sensed the violent winds and waves sweeping up behind him. Surprisingly, it went around behind me. Pupils set off ripples. The corner of Silver's eyes gently swept a glance at the eight-tailed bull demon, only to see his huge fist smashing, and then he gently shook his head. Calmness once again restored within his eyes. Such an ordinary fist is a bit too childish to try to defeat me. Spiritual pressure ran through his body, and a transparent wall instantly surfaced behind Silver. The 81 broken air of the binding path. Transparent walls about paper thick flashed up, like a wall of faces blocking behind Silver. How can this kind of thing withstand the power of this great master? The eight-tailed bull ghost smiled contemptuously. The sharpness of his huge fist intensified, and even raised veins could be seen. Boom boom boom. The huge fist was even bigger than the boundary, and the fist covered the entire boundary. But what made the eight-tailed bull ghost dazed was that he couldn't even break through when he blasted his fist up. This, what kind of knot is this? The eight-tailed cow ghost asked dully, frozen in place for a moment, his eyes looking to Silver for help, yet silence answered him. Whoosh! In the sky above, black blades fell mercilessly, straight at the eight tails' massive body, the 90 black coffins of the broken road. The sharpness that pervades the blade is even greater, even colder and darker. Search and read ebook. Sodux. Put. Eight tails' huge body instantly became the best target. The body was mercilessly wreaked havoc by the blade, coming and going enough to cut hundreds of times. The body was like a loophole. The blood flowed. Asshole, where on earth did this kid get so many strange and weird arts? The eight-tailed bull ghost hissed in sorrow and agony. His body was full of giant cracks visible to the naked eye, and his giant body was almost shattered. Gulp! Boiling bubbles rose from the ground, accompanied by black smoke, and Silver transformed into magma and pounced on the eight-tailed cow ghost. So a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He naturally would not let go. When the distance from the eight-tailed cow ghost was enough to enter, Silver's body instantly coalesced, his feet gathered strong force, and after stomping the ground with force, he leapt up. Canine Red Lotus. The evil dog condensed from magma also rose into the air, its flaming fangs biting straight at the eight-tailed bull ghost. Put! Bright red blood splattered into the mid-air child, and the demonic swinging tail snapped. Damn, that hurt. You bit off my tail? The eight-tailed bull ghost was shocked and angry, his horse tone carrying a hysterical madness as his entire body almost exploded with anger. Gia, that's interesting. Looking at the woefully howling eight-tailed cow ghost, Silver's face plate hung with a teasing smile. The last time the mist-hidden village, the eight-tailed cow ghost sacrificed a tail, just now sacrificed another tail, and now it was bitten off one. If it can't grow back, it also means that the eight-tailed will become five-tailed from now on. I will not let you go. The eight-tailed cow ghost Kairabi's eyes turned crimson. His resentment was enormous. Since his birth, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? He absolutely could not just let it go. Still not going to give up? Hearing that rushing complaint, Silver eyes flashed a touch of hate. He would have wanted to think of beating this kid to forget, for the last time to export the grievances only. Must be his main task is to defeat the 3 generations of Lei Shadow's large forces. After the success of the 100 points of scrolls of remuneration, who expected this kid so stubborn? Boom boom boom. The eight-tailed cow ghost waved its remaining tentacles with great force, and a large amount of smoke and dust flew up, and the geographical environment changed immediately, and an invisible shadow enveloped the world, only to see him open his mouth wide. A tailed beast jade beyond cognizance took shape in an instant, draped with the power of extinction. Looks like you've forgotten the lesson you just learned. Silver frowned, suddenly looking cold and incomparable. turning into a man-eating ghost in the twinkling of an eye. The teenager's slim body stepped on the ground, and the entire world throbbed in an instant, especially the earth under his feet, which was out of balance as if it was on a rocking bed. The eight-tailed bull ghost was stunned by this inexplicable energy fluctuation and looked at the burning red ground with a foggy head, instinctively feeling a wave of bad luck. Chapter 123, Scrapping the Eight Tails, Second Shift. The temperature of the ground gradually rose, permeated with a special smell. The eight-tailed bull ghost jumped around and suddenly realized that the smell of roasting was wafting out from his own body. Looking down, the only remaining rootless tentacles were burned black. Yatsuo, I feel a wave of badness. Within the spirit world, Kairabi was filled with caution. His tiger eyes were filled with caution. He felt a deep sense of unease, as if he and the eight tails were classified as enemies by the awakened ancient deities. His clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Just feeling bad? It's as simple as that? Human intuition really can't be relied on. I'm telling you, he's definitely preparing some kind of horrible art, and I feel like he's going to finish us both off. The eight-tailed bull ghost who had gotten dusty complained, and since his inception, he had never felt so much pressure. Is it that much of a stretch? Kairabi questioned, doing his best to hold on despite the fact that he too was disoriented by Silver's unprecedented strength. I know you're upset that your big brother was injured, but please get a grip on reality. Eight-tailed bull ghost tone deflated, as if aged dozens of years. Powerless. Fighting so far, we have not even touched his fingers, into an unprecedented disadvantage. I do not need to say you have found out, both of us all physical attacks are not effective against him. At that, Kairabi scowled, which he had naturally found out that no jutsu worked on Silver. It was simply not working. This guy's own strength isn't very strong, but his ability is too tricky for us to cope with. Even if we consume it, in the end, both of us will lose, and you mustn't forget about your big brother. The eight-tailed cow ghost reminded, fearing that Kairabi would fall into his obsession. I see. Taking a long breath, Kairabi chose to hold back for the time being. There was still a way to save AI. If he fought like this, he would be dragged to his death sooner or later. You understand. The earth-shattering roar exploded between his ears, and within the real world, the dangerous excitement emanating from Silver's body grew thicker and thicker, breaking the Tao of 96 one-blade cremation. Eight tails feet a flame greatsword uprooted. Extremely fast. Press even have no time to react, and like eight tails such a behemoth, moving him was not good at all. Inevitably be hit. Boom boom boom. Great swords that were dozens of meters tall stood in the void, evaporating the moisture and burning the various microorganisms that remained within the air, unleashing a relentless massacre of species. Silver unleashed a slash of cremation under full force. The terrain within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers was instantly rewritten, turning into bare scorched earth. Any living thing was slaughtered. Even the corpses on the ground were evaporated and wiped out, disappearing without a trace. Damn, this isn't dead yet? This ability is so damn convenient. It's equal to having 8 lives. Having just finished using the full power of the one-blade cremation, Silver's eyes were dull and his shiny silver hair looked like a veil, losing its former luster. Fixing his eyes, the eight-tailed cow ghost still had 4 tails left. Apparently he had just used one of his tails to replace Death. This kid seems to be getting a little tired. Here's our chance. Eight-tailed cow ghost toned through the excitement. He naturally had a glance to see clearly Silver's exhaustion. Also can be sure that this is not pretending. Will be tens of kilometers within the circle crushed super large-scale jutsu. Already can be said to be God's jutsu. Want to take advantage of the fire? Pupils gently narrowed, keenly catching the battle intent of the eight-tailed cow ghost. Silver coldly laughed. The full strength of the one-sword pyroclasm was indeed stressful for him. The previous use of the one-sword pyroclasm was weakened quite a bit. And although there was also a burden, none of it was as good as this time. Fettering the Tao of 61 6 battles of light prison. Yunnan. YNDXS. 6 huge pieces of light created out of nothing, flashing out of nowhere without the slightest sign. Boundaries? The eight-tailed bull ghost was stunned, then smiled disdainfully. This kind of thing wants to bind me? If I can do that, I'll kill myself immediately. However, Silver's next move stunned the eight-tailed cow ghost. Whoosh! Only to see Silver see the right moment. An arrow stepped to jump to a band of light. The speed of the light stepped on under his feet skyrocketed, frantically swept in the direction of the eight-tailed cow ghost. Does he know that his strength is running out and he's throwing himself at the mercy of the enemy? Looking at Silver, Yatsuo muttered. The Kairabi within the spirit world's vision was dead focused on Silver, suddenly pouncing on the grim curve of Silver's mouth and instantly realizing his intentions. Nope. Back off. He's trying to use the speed of the light under his feet to attack us with all his might. Kairabi exclaimed. Absolute speed produces absolute power. A shallow truth known to the world. Idiot late. In an instant, Silver was already close to Yatu's face, his fist raised high permeated with a strange light. Armed color hardening, the fist was covered in black light, as if it had suddenly become several times larger, enveloped in a soul-crushing glow, and nonetheless, a ring of fiery red magma was wrapped around its periphery. You have to catch it, or you might actually get killed. At such a moment of crisis, the eight-tailed bull ghost instead regained his composure. His right arm condensed enough force to smash a mountain, and similarly swung out without showing any weakness, and the air was shaken with it. Click, click, click. A large and a small fist contact moment. Silver's fist directly crushed the eight-tailed bull ghost's arm. The huge arm trembled, in which came out the crackling sound. Obviously all the bones collapsed, was destroyed by all. And that was just the beginning. As Silver's left arm suddenly raised and a vicious dog suddenly flew out. Canine Red Lotus. The magma big dog leapt up and tore towards the right arm of the eight-tailed bull ghost. Put. The huge arm was simply bitten off dry. Take big brother and hurry to retreat. We're no match for him. Witnessing the eight tails being treated so cruelly, Kairabi hurriedly ordered that the eight tails might actually be killed today. I didn't want to clean you up just now. You didn't leave. Now I'm going to hit you and you want to run? No way. Silver smiled grimly, looking at AI, who was still unconscious in the distance, and sauntered over. Chapter 124, Pit Cloud Hidden Village, Third Shift. Approaching AI's side, Silver lowered his head and the tumbling world came to a halt. Witnessing Silver's appearance beside AI, the Kairabi's pace stopped, as if he had walked to the border of a thunder pool. Stepping into the ground in front of him would result in life and death, and he did not dare to take half a step beyond it. Get thee out of my way. Kairabi grimaced, but didn't dare approach Silver on his own accord. Ha! At that, Silver gave a mocking smile and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Come on, I'll let go of him right away if you dare to come over. You! Kairabi, a head too big. A foot stepped out, felt the cold air that came to the face. The steps taken out again retracted. Still do not dare to approach the Silver. In view of his current strength, and the Silver one-on-one combat only a dead end. By then one captive would have upgraded to 2 as well, and both of their brothers would have been captured without a doubt. No matter what, we have to save big brother out. Eventually affection over reason. Kairabi finally chose to save AI out of the tiger's mouth. No matter what, this is his big brother. Treated himself like a mountain of grace, and now the big trouble is approaching. Want to leave single, don't kill him still hard. Then, don't do anything rash. Seeing that Kairabi couldn't hold back, the eight-tailed bull ghost persuaded. You're just looking for death even if you go over there. It won't do any good. This kid is too terrifying. If you want to finish him off, you'll have to concentrate the power of a village before you can die. But Kairabi wanted to say something, for a moment also do not know what to do. He also knew that the eight-tailed cow ghost said is the truth. But leaving his big brother to flee this kind of thing, he really can not do it. I'm not telling you to run away. I just want you to understand that the two of us can't play any role. After being captured, maybe Canova will have more eight-tailed Rinpocalypse in the future. Instead of that, why don't you take the initiative to leave and tell the village about this news? Understand that your brother AI is the real son of the third Raikage. He will surely send his troops to come to rescue him. Okay then. After half a moment of silence, Kairabi also chose to listen to Yatsuo's advice. It was impossible to fight. Staying would only lead to death. In that case, it would be better to do something meaningful and tell the village about this nightmare. Whoosh! A huge bolt of lightning sprang from his body, and Kairabi disappeared within the eye socket in the blink of an eye. Silver-sama. Fragile, but contains endless compliments of the voice came. The person who spoke is Yuzuki Yuzuru, even though she was not involved by the aftermath of the fight, but even though watching from afar, she has been under the cold sweat. Silver and eight tales of the battle shocked the sky and earth. Well, I've not seen much of the world's young girl scared of the chills. Noticing that Kairabi had disappeared into thin air, Usagi Yuzuru said worriedly, Silver-sama, why don't we just kill him? If not, the cloud-hidden village will surely not spare the two of us when they learn of our capture of Raikage's son. No, it's not going to leave Kiba alone. We're Kiba's people. Silver released, sitting on his butt on the ground, pointing at AI and gasping, keep this guy for now. He's important. Gashoya. 7ys. Thinking of the large number of ninjas from the cloud-hidden village just now, Silver said in a low voice, the cloud-hidden village is coming in strong, concentrating a large number of ninjas from the entire village. It is impossible to crush them in a short period of time, so we can only take another shortcut. A treacherous smile flashed in Silver's eyes as he looked at AI, who was burnt, with only a faint heartbeat left. Yubari, this guy is the third Raikage's own son. Don't you think it's too much of a shame not to make use of it? It's impossible to waste such a good pawn in a hasty manner. Usagi Yuzuru's pretty face was stagnant when she heard this. Her head was confused and she couldn't figure out what it meant, so she could only nod her head silently in agreement with Silver's point of view. Usagi Yuzuru admired Silver's ability to foresee, even see into the future. No matter what, Yubari will definitely follow Silver-sama to the death. The young girl spread a smile, her firm tone betting her life on Silver's head. Her sprightly tone was a sight to behold. Travelers are just fine. Seeing this, Silver smacked his lips and sighed in his heart, for he was well acquainted with the changes in history, and all the intrigues and schemes were but a small matter of hand to him. Use this guy to sneak up on the Iwagakure village. After half a second, Silver spoke out. Does it mean that Silver-sama wants to ignite the flames of the Iwakunin and cloud-hidden villages? Usagi Yuzuru wasn't a fool, and instantly understood Silver's intentions. Immediately her small mouth opened round and looked at him incredulously, unable to help but be dismayed by Silver's crazy idea. Not bad. It's also simpler for us to expel the cloud-hidden village when the Iwagakure village and cloud-hidden village are fighting. What we killed just now was only a small frontline unit of the cloud-hidden village. There are still dense swaths of ninjas in the rear, at least a few thousand. That will be worn out alive, Silver confessed, determined to utilize the Iwagakure village. It was too tiring to single-handedly paint the cloud-hidden village. No, or maybe it was just a little too much effort to single-handedly take on a shinobi village, and in the end, it would be 1,000 kills and 1,000 losses if he could win. Then do as Lord Silver wishes. But, what are we going to manipulate him with? Usagi Yuzuru was submissive. She had always taken Silver's orders as God's commands and would only carry them out without blindly asking more questions. This is easy. Silver showed a strong sense of confidence, stroking his only remaining left eye and whispering, "One Sharingan eye is enough." After obtaining the immortal technique, as well as the immortal body, Silver's pupil power skyrocketed, and even though it didn't reach the level of a kaleidoscope, it definitely wasn't too bad compared to a kaleidoscope. Right now the boy is smothered by us and is at his most vulnerable. It's simple to control him. Reveal Deep 3 Hook Jade. Silver pupil power surge? While you are sick to kill you, this simple reason he also know. Now AI weak period control him the most simple. Not much pupil power. Chapter 125, I'm just fulfilling my duties, 4th shift. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye it's a few days. And the news that the frontline forces of the Cloud-Hidden Village and the Konoha fought a firefight that didn't end until both sides were completely annihilated spreads throughout the world. Of course, the news of Silver's defeat of the 8-tailed human pillar power, Kairabi, as well as the live capture of AI, the son of the third Reikage, spread like a hurricane throughout the world. Uchiha Jin is also honored as a godlike figure, with his reputation reaching the same level as, or even vaguely higher than, Namikaze Minato. Inside Naruto's office at the moment, Lord Michio, I have sinned. Silver was filled with heartache. His tone was sorrowful, and he blamed himself. Because of me, all the brothers of the Dark Division were killed in battle. This is all my fault as the captain. Please punish me, Naruto-sama. 2 or 3 days have passed since the last tragic battle, and Jinya has returned to Konoha to report on his duties, trailed only by Usagi Yuzuru. With all the other dark side ninjas he led killed in action. Silver, you didn't do it wrong. On the contrary, you did it beautifully. The third generation Naruto laughed generously. His tone was very cheerful, saying, you can defeat Kairabi and AI, and capture AI alive. The old man already feels that it is a heavenly surprise. As for the deaths of the ninjas of the dark part, you don't have to meddle in it. It is now the time of the Great War. Casualties are unavoidable. It is only that this time, the losses are slightly larger. The third Naruto was all red as he laughed. You captured AI alive. The old man will give you great credit. Upon hearing this, Silver immediately made an expression of shame and sorrow and pain. Naruto-sama is serious. Kiba is the place I depend on for my survival. Everyone is my brother. Defeating the Cloud-Hidden Village is where my duty lies, and protecting the Kiba village is my heavenly destiny. Silver-sama is really, sometimes Usagi Yuzuru was inwardly speechless to the core. Looking at the pain-filled Silver, she cursed the third Naruto for being an idiot. Those dark parts were the ones Silver had intentionally borrowed Kairabi's hand to finish off. That AI is the son of the third Reikage. It's not worth it to kill him. He can be put to good use. Junzo's entire heart was focused on AI's head. Sinister. We can take this opportunity to threaten the Cloud-Hidden Village into retreating. Preferably. No way. No way. Before Raizo could finish his speech, 2 voices stopped him at the same time. Is there anyone out there who actually thinks like me? Silver froze, hacking out at the root expense of the sound, and the young woman with crimson hair floated as far as the eye could see. Jasuna. Silver tone complex quite a lot, gazing at her slightly thin face, looks listless. Must be these days are sleepless. Must Silver almost finish off Wave Wind Swayman. Shu. Kishix. Go ahead. Jacina took a step backwards and fell silent. Normally she answered questions enthusiastically. Now she was as silent as she was today. Little was known about her. Silver saw this and silently nodded his head. And without any nonsense, he said, "Threats are impossible. The violent temper of the third generation of Lei Shadow is known to the world. Even if we chop his son into pieces, he will definitely not compromise. This will only intensify the hatred between Lei Shadow and Kiba. In my opinion, why don't we use my pupil power to control him to attack the ninjas of the Awashin village? This may directly lead to war between the two sides. I personally think it's more appropriate." That's right. I know the character of the third Raikage, and this would be bad for Kiba instead. The third Naruto took a drag on his cigarette and nodded his head in deep thought. Then his eyes narrowed. "With your pupil power of 3 hookahs, and with only one eye, are you sure you can control him?" "No problem. He's knocked out by me. Controlling him is a breeze," Silver said with confidence. This kind of stabbing black knife thing, he was the best at taking it. Yes? The vicissitudes of the old eyes, quite a deep meaning of a glance at the Silver. The third generation of Naruto for the strength of the Silver and have a new perception. Before rarely see the Silver to use the writing wheel eyes. Thought that his pupil power is just average. Now is obviously not ordinary. These words are simple, but want to control up but strangely difficult. Especially AI strength is quite powerful, comparable to the Shadow. It is likely to be the Cloud Hidden Village's next Thunder Shadow. The control is even more difficult to skyrocket. Leave it to you. Sighing softly, the third Naruto finally left it to Silver to handle. There was no suitable person to take over this matter, and he was relieved to finish it with Silver. Promised to finish. Silver revealed an affable smile, a look of "I'm very loyal," but in his heart was playing his own calculations. Secretly said, "Some days ago Yakido has inquired about the trace of the 7 tails. I heard that it seems to be in the Taki Hidden Village to stay, and even no human pillar power is currently still in the wild state. It is just that you can take advantage of the opportunity to sneak away. Secretly run to the Taki Hidden Village to take away his chakra. For the tailed beasts nowadays Silver is not afraid. He is like a natural enemy of the tailed beasts. Elementalization is enough to immunize any of their attacks. Even if Silver is not as strong as the tailed beasts, he can still wear them out alive. After all, elementalization is such an ability is too counterintuitive, doomed to always be at a disadvantage. By the way, what's the situation at Lord Jiraiya's place? Even though he has now stepped into the ranks of Kiba's top echelon, Silver is not arrogant, and still remains respectful to Jiraiya and the others, if he ignores the others just because his strength has become stronger. Sooner or later, something will go wrong, unless he reaches the realm of the Uchihas, where he can disregard the whole world, disregarding the feelings of the others, and coming completely by his own will. Them? Bad luck. The third generation Naruto said in no good mood. Also knew that this was not the fault of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as Tsunade. They just let a small number of ninjas of Kiba and the entire Iwakamura fight equally, although at present it is still in the downside, already counted as a rare and precious. Silver smiled but did not say anything. The current Kiba is indeed a bit of a tragedy. Sand Hidden Village and Rock Hidden Village pincer attack, and now there is the Cloud Hidden Village ninja to offend. If the Water Country and the opportunity to sneak attack, perhaps the Kiba will be wiped out. Chapter 126, The Beginning of the Plan, First Shift. Silver laughed at this. He will not see the righteousness of the head for Zelaya. This kind of effort is not pleasing to the matter. Only the latter day of the Whirlpool Naruto kind of head one tendon talent will do. Everyone is selfish in their own way. Naruto-sama, I'll go ahead and prepare for the attack on the Iwagakure village. Silver bowed his head in a respectful voice. This old man should be respected when it's time to be respected. Just wait until the destruction of Konoha in the future and take it back with interest. There's no need to go against Naruto now. Go ahead and don't let me down. The third Naruto laughed with full of comfort. An expression of you don't have to worry about doing your job. Silver nodded and left using his instantaneous spell. Outside of Naruto's office, Silver wasn't in a hurry to get back. Instead just walking in company with Usagi Yuzuru, walking in silence with each other down the turquoise green avenue. Lord Silver, you, gazing at Silver's small, slightly forlorn and lonely face. Usagi Yuzuru clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Silver-sama has given so much for Joshin-na-sama, and she still can't understand your heart. So why would Silver-sama's strength be necessary? Smile gently glanced at Usagi Yuzuru. Silver interrupted Usagi Yuzuru's speech. Yuzuru, this kind of thing can't be forced. If I directly forcefully take her, what is the difference between those bandits? Joxian Nai to my favor is heavy as a mountain. Within the Wooden Leaf Village, she is the only person who treats me with sincerity. Sometimes, people may not want the other side to understand their own heart, but seek to ask for a heart without shame on the line. Said the last, Silver tone stubborn. although he is not a gentleman. But that kind of forcibly take away the whirlpool Gyoshinna behavior. Silver really cannot do it. Not how great he is. If replaced by ordinary people, Silver absolutely will not sympathize with the other party's feelings, because the nature of the world of the weak and the strong is so. But the whirlpool Gyoshinna is an exception. As for Namikaze Suikato, the figure of Namikaze Mizukato floated in his mind. Silver's fists clenched, and the silent murderous energy suddenly stormed out, freezing and shattering all the fallen leaves around him. Never mind. Let's go ahead and head to the front lines of the Iwakunin village. If it really came down to it, Silver didn't mind committing acts of animalism. 10 days later, the front lines of the Konoha and Iwakuma encounter. War is cruel. Every day there are ninjas from both sides wailing in a pool of blood, eyes unwilling to die, and even their corpses are unattended, and eventually become food in the mouths of birds and animals. What's the matter, Yubari? On top of the mountain, Jin looked down at the Konoha compound close at hand, his eyes moving to land on Usagi Yuzuru, who looked a little sad beside him, full of questions. If it weren't for Silver-sama, Yubari would surely have been just like them, turned into stone corpses and bones, disappearing in obscurity. And finally, not very old. You have an old mind. There is no need to be touchy. Everyone has their own destiny, and meeting me is what you were destined to do. Looking down on the vast land, Silverheart is also sighing immensely. Who would have thought that he traveled through the world of Naruto, and became a world-spanning Jedi Lord? Fate is so twisted and changeable and full of ups and downs. 9 Peach Novel. 9TXS. Go. With those words, without waiting for Usagi Yuzuru to react, Silver dissolved into disappearance and collapsed. Inside the tent of Jiraiya and the other Sannin. TSK. How long have we been grinding here? It's been at least a month. Right. Not only did we fail to defeat Inoki, but we're still being suppressed by him and are at a disadvantage. That Jin kid. It seems like we're really getting old. Through the dirty light, Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as Orochimaru 3 ninja have carefully read the information sent. Until the end of the time, the three are shocked to the mouth open round. Silver singles annihilated the cloud-hidden village sneak attack frontline small troops, and heavily wounded 8-tail human pillar power, as well as the news of capturing AI alive, shocked their head dizzy. Looks like we're all getting old. Orochimaru's self-mockery shot out from within his snake pupils, and he was also overwhelmed with emotion. The three of them were formidable, but they could only cower at the moment in the face of the power of the Oanoki Jumura. Why do a few of you need to be like this? I'm just picking up some small advantages. If I do it for real, I'm still too far behind. The closed tent shoots into a bright light, followed by Silver and Yuzuki Yuzuru burrowing in one after the other. Silver's mouth curling into a modest, light smile. Finally, witnessing Silver's appearance, Jiraiya and the others' spirits were shaken. Tsunade pursed her lips and stared at Silver for half a second before asking. The third generation said that you brought us a big gift that could decide whether we win or lose this war. What exactly is so powerful? Of course he is. Silver smiled mysteriously at that and walked to the end of the line to a man who was tied up in a quiver and removed his black hood. AI? This guy seems to be the son of the third Raikage. Is it hard to say but trying to use him? Orochimaru, who had inherited the snake character, had an unusually hoarse voice that revealed a touch of excitement, and vaguely guessing Silver's intentions, laughed out loud. If we use this guy to sneak up on Inoki, I'll bet that old man will be furious and spit out blood. What Orochimaru-sama said is very true. Provoking the maw of the Awashin village and the cloud-hidden village? We also have an opportunity to take advantage of it. I intend to use the pupil power of the Sharingan to manipulate him to attack the Awashin village. Silver made no bones about the fact that the current Orochimaru was still quite loyal to Konoha, had not yet defected and could be trusted. So what do we need to do? Jiraiya asked as he nodded along, then looked to Silver expectantly. What was done was not a lot, just a frontal attack on the Iwakamura, and me pupil maneuvering him in the back to attack the Iwakamura's main camp. Silver said truthfully. Then the words turned. We just sneak attack. There is no need to care about other problems. If Onuki can kill AI, that would be the best. Lei Shadow's son was killed by the Iwakura. I'm afraid that in the future, the two villages will be a blood feud. Chapter 127 Rescuing the Two Yukis, Second Shift. Jiraiya and the others did not object, and apparently also very much agree with Silver's plan. This plan is not so perfect, but Jiraiya and the others are in the position of trusting Silver, but still choose to believe in it. After all, Silver's merits are right in front of their eyes, and even though this plan sounds crude to the extreme, it can be tried. Don't worry about carrying it out. We definitely won't hold you back. Jiraiya waved goodbye, signaling Silver to be at ease. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Silver secretly laughed in his heart. Then he deliberately put on a difficult expression and said, this matter has to be carried out in secret. It may take a few more days. At that, Zirai and the others frowned gently, scowled, and asked in a deep voice, about how many days will it take? A cunning gleam flashed in Silver's eyes, and he immediately said, 5 days or so. Alright then, we'll do our best to hold out for about 5 days, so don't let the village down. About a few more minutes of conversation passed before Silver and Yuzuki Yuzuru came out of the tent. It's so strange, it always feels like something's wrong. After realizing the sudden disappearance of Silver and Yuzuki Yuzuru, Orochimaru's serpent pupils were flooded with confusion, and even though they looked no different than they did in the past, it felt a bit strange. You're overthinking it, Jiraiya released, not thinking much of it out of trust in Silver. Not long after leaving the main Konoha ninja group, inside the dense forest, bang, a smoke fell, and Silver also took a weird turn, disappearing without warning. As for the real main body, has rushed to the Kiba village on the way, must be prepared enough time, so Silver this deliberately delayed 5 days, knowing the whereabouts of the Seven Tails, the only two Yakido, so destined to bring her. Now she continues to be imprisoned in Kiba. The only way to save her is for Silver to personally take action. With all the speed he could muster, Silver had secretly sneaked into Konoha village just as it was getting dark, and infiltrated the cell where the two Yukis were being held. Put. Bitter no-see blood seal throat. Silver does not bother to blow fly force of decapitation of a few people. By virtue of the unforgettable tenacious memory, instantly came to the road to the two by the wooden man's cell. At the moment he is fully armed, covered with black clothes. Cats really are lazy and noble creatures. How dare you sleep for me now? Surveying the young girl sleeping peacefully inside the cell, Silver was furious. In keeping with you, Yuma-sama, the 2-bit Yakido stretched, pointed at himself, and said gravely, my sacrifice but, whoosh, countless sharp edges swept in, and when he looked up, he saw countless bitternesses, as well as various types of darts. Seek death. Seeing this, Silver's body shook and turned into a black ghastly wind and pounced over. The incoming bitterness was all deftly dodged, and his tender little hands curved into eagle claws, grasping at a few people. Young. Click, click, click. The ringing sound of neck bones collapsing came from these low-strength jailers who were killed in seconds, not even having the strength to fight back. Hurry up and come with me. I really don't care about you if you're dawdling, Silver said impatiently, saying the whole thing and swept towards the exit, completely ignoring the 2-bit Yakido. This chick talks too much. You. Seeing that Silver had truly disappeared into thin air, the two Yukis panicked and immediately broke out of the prison to follow Silver. Now also in the interior of Kiba, the degree of danger is not less than living in the dragon pool and tiger's den. Silver cannot have time and two by the wood people blind consumption. May not be their own will be her into it. Early to leave to rush to the village of Takaguchi hidden. Seize the 7 tails of the chakra. And then roundabout use of pupils to control the AI to sneak attack on the village of the rocky hidden big wildwood. This is the Silver is currently formulated plan. Session after session. Time was almost squeezed out with no extra gaps. The two Yukis put their best foot forward, and in a few seconds of effort, they caught up behind Silver. AI will be left to Yuzuru for now. You and I will go to the Taki hidden village. You know the way there better than I do. Silver slowed down and took the initiative to get closer to the two Yakido while his seeing color base spread and extended, saying, I hope you won't let me down. I want to see the 7 tails trail. Of course I won't lie to you, but only if we can escape Kiba. The two Yukidos and Silver's steps stopped at the same time, even though it had only been a few minutes of work, but she and Silver had already fled the center of Kiba. Dense black shadows came down in all directions. A large group of people surrounded Silver and the two Yakido. These people, with the same family crest printed on their backs, obviously they were from the same family. All from the Uchiha clan? The 2-bit Yakido was surprised, peeking out of the corner of his eye if anything at Silver, who was also a member of the Uchiha clan. That's normal. We're about to leave Konoha. And with the Uchiha clan being the Konoha police force and having a powerful blood relay limitation like the Sharingan, finding out about us is inevitable. But of course, the main reason is that you're dragging your feet. Silver tone as flat as water. No sadness. No joy. The Uchiha family in his eyes as if it is a stranger. Without the slightest movement. You guys are really talking without mercy nah. The 2-bit Yukido's pretty face was covered in speechlessness, and she couldn't help but be furious that Silver was openly mocking her for being weak. What are you? The majestic low drink came out, which was awe-inspiring, and gave the first impression that it was not angry. Clan Chief Sama. The members of the Uchiha clan said respectfully, indirectly telling the identity of the visitor. It doesn't matter what I am. Just come over if you want to kill or die. Dressed in black. Silver indifference. For this former brother, he has no feelings. Talk about hate, but also cannot talk about like. Now the strength of today is not the same as in the past. Silver's junction also stood differently. The vision has also changed. The powerful people they used to look up to are now just insignificant bugs. Chapter 128, The Bitter Uchiha Futake, Third Shift. Today's Silver. Not when the ignorant young boy, even if his age is still green, but also today is not the same as in the past. At least that an unprecedented strength? Even if the face of the Silver also think that he can do to the point of slaughtering each other. What are you? The line of sight swept over the two Yukis. Uchiha Futsuki couldn't help but frown. The person in front of him was draped in a black slope, with only one eye left, which was extraordinarily strange. I'm sorry, that's a question I can't answer because you. Silver slowly shook his head, closed his left eye, and petrified everyone with his bland statement. Not worthy. When the two words fell, the boiling scene was silent. Everyone was stunned by the black-robed man's arrogance. Humph. You'll find out later if I'm worthy or not. Being taunted in front of so many people, Uchiha Futake's heart also rose a touch of fire. Ordering towards the surrounding Uchiha family members, split into two teams. One team of people is responsible for informing the third generation Naruto. The other part of the people, all of them, stay behind to siege the two of them for me. Understood, Lord Patriarch. The ninjas were obviously trained and organized, splitting into two groups, one sweeping towards the village while most of the others surrounded Silver and the two Yukis. Humph. Still trying to ventilate in my presence? The 2-bit Yukido's killing chance appeared at the first sight, and her flourishing fingers turned into a deadly weapon, her fingers extending into sharp cat claws. Swoosh! In an instant, the two Yukis pounced. Cats are incredibly fast, both in terms of speed and skill, and Yukito, who is a two-tailed human pillar, is even more so. Put, put, put. The merciless massacre quickly unfolded. The Uchiha family's ninjas didn't even have a chance to react. They were directly and brutally beheaded on the spot. Their heads were as fragile as melons and fruits. With a few light scratches, they were instantly split into 4 pieces, and blood-red cerebral plasma flowed out of them, and blood flowed all over the ground. Vomit. The smell of blood spread to every corner, and certain rookies who were on their first mission blanched and began to uncontrollably to vomit. Seeing this, Uchiha Futsuki's heart was incomparably cold. The ninja who had just been killed in seconds, and a couple of Nakanobu, but it seemed that they didn't even have the strength to fight back. This guy. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a hint of a reaction. The eyes of the two Yukis had been focused on Silver's head, but he hadn't moved a muscle, like a monk who doesn't move at all, as if all these trivialities had nothing to do with him. Everyone together, realizing that something was wrong, Uchiha Futsuki decisively ordered while taking the lead and rushing towards Silver with a highly skilled instantaneous jutsu. Silver is not afraid. Armed color hegemony quietly spread, mysterious power unnoticed. Uchiha Fuyue's direction is also exposed, only to see his hand clenched into a fist of smashing. The speed is too slow and the power is too weak. Shaking his head slightly, analyzing the direction of Uchiha Futsuki's upcoming attack, the surface of the skin of Silver's body produced a huge change. The white skin was sturdy for a moment. Armed color hardening. Whoosh! Uchiha Futake suddenly appeared, his fist already close to the face. Temple Street Novel. Eiji Eshuo. Bang! Powerful fists blasted up, sending out violent shocks, followed by agonizing screams that were dumbfounding. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking ensued, and hysterical wails filled with endless pain. But what was overwhelming was that the person who was roaring shrilly in agony was not Silver, who was being punched, but Uchiha Futsuki, who was the first to attack. What? What's going on here? It can't be. It's obvious that the kid was the one who got punched. How come the one who screamed miserably was the matriarch? Acting? This is definitely acting. Worthy of being the Lord Patriarch. Even his eyes are red with pain. And that hand, TSK, it's actually fractured. The members of the Uchiha clan murmured, looking at such a comical scene, all of them thinking that it was an act. You idiots, hurry up. Uchiha Futake bared his teeth in pain. His eyes looked at Silver with slight awe. Just now his fist was obviously not hitting a human, but rather a full-force attack on the head of a steel monster. His hand bone was directly shattered. Surround him together. Reinforcements are coming, so don't be afraid. There's a reward for catching him. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan were like chicken blood, each fighting like the sky, and all of them were like being brainwashed to rush in without fear of death. Something that doesn't know how to die. Seeing the situation, the two Yakido killing machine austere-tailed beastcoat decisively emerged outside the body. Was the wooden leaf imprisoned for many days, collected a lot of suffering. Her heart has long been holding her breath, and now the wooden leaf ninjas do not fear life and death rushed in line with her heart. Intends to make a big fuss when a light rational voice stopped her. We have other missions. There's no need to tangle with Kiba's people. Time was running out. There was no point in wasting time with this group of people and not getting any benefits. Humph. I want to leave too. But how will they willingly listen to us? The two Yukis grumbled discontentedly, their words revealing that they had to be killed and feared in order to force Kiba to surrender. How strange. TSK, it's rare to see a violent little girl like you. I'm really worried about your future. Silver smacked his lips and sighed. I'm sure no one will want you in the future if you're so violent. This is quite a nice ending. It suits you. You. Upon hearing this, the two Yukitos' pretty face reddened with depression and spat out blood, and was about to give Silver a good look when he made a move that blocked off the entire sky, and a world seemed to have been split in two. Since they won't listen, let violence force them to compromise. Chapter 129, Leaving in Peace, 4th Shift. Buzz. It was like blowing the horn of extinction, and the whole world began to tremble, and Kiba seemed to be floating on a cloud, swaying around as if everything would be destroyed if only a gust of wind struck. As everyone watched in dismay, they only saw flames emerge from one of Silver's tiny hands and finally close to the ground. Buzz off! The fluctuation of destruction was even greater, and the vastness of the fluctuation came with it. Gazing at the figures that were gradually arriving, Silver ended everything with a low drink. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. A fiery knot of magma flames rose up into the air, and all those who came into contact with him were brutally melted in an instant like water evaporating. Flame rock wall up to dozens of meters high, almost cover the entire sky. Should be sunny actual. Immediately give a person a kind of in the steamer illusion. Extraordinarily painful and uncomfortable. Really cannot withstand the ninjas scattered and fled. Even if the distance of 100 meters away, they can feel they are about to be melted. What kind of art is this? Uchiha Futsuki dementedly said. In front of this attack boundary, he felt as small as an ant. Hurry up and run. There's nothing to see. Looking at Silver, who stood still, the two Yukis tugged at Silver Dao. The days she had been imprisoned had been the hardest of her life. Recalling the sickening smell of the prison, and the screams of the rats, the two Yukis both shivered uncontrollably and got goosebumps. Calm down a bit. Don't upset yourself. Just go full on. Do you think they can run? Silver calmly said. These words made the Uchiha Futsuki and others on the opposite side of the boundary gritted their teeth in anger, and they sold their efforts to blast the boundary. Fire Transportation Howling Fireball Technique. Fire Transportation Good Fire Dragon Technique. Great Water Transportation Breakthrough. Earth Evasion Earth Movement Nucleus. The Kiba ninja who rushed here were all infuriated by Silver's words, and all of them recklessly sold out to attack the boundary, but the effect that it had was minimal, and their mundane ninjutsu evaporated before they even touched the boundary. Go! Fatally sweeping a glance at the noisy crowd, his silver and black trenchcoat flung out and disappeared as a black wind. 1 hour later, the third generation Naruto who learned the cause and effect of this incident stormed out of the Naruto's office at this moment. Assholes, are you all rice buckets? Surprisingly, you can't even keep an eye on one person, and even if you run away, you can't even find the direction. The third generation of Naruto rare counter-rage. The face of the red face appearance people dare not raise their heads, but also not the third generation of Naruto fuss. The cloud-hidden village and the wood leaf why suddenly tore the face? It is because of the relationship between the capture of the two by the wood people. Now this head of the human pillar force so greatly ran away. They would leaves finally even a hair did not get. But also provoked the cloud-hidden village of this behemoth. It is simply the loss of a wife and folded troops. Junzo was silent and took the lecture seriously, knowing that the blame for the incident lay with him. After all, the two Yakido were handed over to him by Jin to watch over. That kid. Wouldn't it be a deliberate attempt to victimize the old man? Shout out Chinese. Zayatazwe. Juzo's eyes shifted as his mind began to ponder the cause and effect. The tiniest of loopholes. In the other direction, Jin and the two Yukis also increased their speed to hurry towards the direction of the Taki hidden village. For the chakra of the 7 tails, Silver aspires to get another 100-point scroll when the time comes. Then again, are you sure 7 tails is still in the wild? Looking at the two Yukis, Silver asked, who at the moment was also stripped of all his black clothing. Silver only remembered the 7 tails human pillar force as a young girl called Fu, but now she, born are not out of voice are problematic. Even if the birth is feared to be only a few years old, is the human pillar force of the chances are extremely small. Of course, you can be sure, and don't forget that I'm a ninjutsu as well. The 2-bit Yakido replied confidently, don't forget that I'm also a human pillar. When I not only found out about the 7 tails, but also fought him a few times. Just you? Silver skewered and questioned, breaking down the 2-bit Yakido's lies without mercy. I reckon you can beat 1 tail at best. 2. You guys. At those words, the two Yakido's depression was incomparable, and when they moved their mouths to refute, they thought better of it. Every time they competed in verbal sparring, she was the one who ended up losing, so there was no need to make a fool of herself. A wild-tailed beast. That's a qualified fighter. I happen to be missing a psychic beast nowadays. Silver's tone rose a few pitches, and there was no doubt that he had moved on to Nanao. You're going to capture 7 tails as a psychic beast? Hearing these words, the 2 Yakido who were running at high speed almost didn't stabilize their bodies and fell down, as if they were looking at the monster-like eyes of Jin, with black lines everywhere on their foreheads. Are you crazy? That's a tailed beast. It's not your pet. You think you can just grab it whenever you want? The 2 Yuki's hearts and minds were shaken, and they immediately broke into tears. I can tell you that the ninjas of the Taki Hidden Village will definitely not stand by and watch, and even though they are not as strong as the major ninja villages of the 5 great nations, they will not give the tailed beasts away. No, it's not just right. Silver smiled back without fear and replied in an unimpressed manner. If you don't want to, then by the way, destroy them as well. But the task of clearing out the Takuro Hidden Village is in your hands. After what you said, I really do intend to take the 7 tails into my own hands. That I would rather not. The 2-bit Yakido was unusually torn. She wanted to dissuade Jin from recapturing the 7 tails. After all, it would be too dangerous and troublesome. But she didn't realize that the boy had instead become more determined in his mind. Having to catch 7 tails as a psychic beast is simply getting her into trouble. Chapter 130, My Psychic Beast is 7 tails, up, first shift. The 2 Yukis are deeply torn by this, and have a newfound appreciation for Silver's oddball personality. But this guy is the kind of person who walks 1 to see 3. And the fact that he dares to do so means that he has absolute certainty. The 2 Yukis were secretly surprised, their beautiful eyes enlarged and circled around Silver's small face, clearly a 12 or 13-year-old child, but that body strength was at a level that everyone looked up to. Do I have something on my face? Turning his head, he found the 2 Yukis staring at him so intently that Silver thought there was something dirty on his face. That's a no. The 2-bit Yakido moved her eyes away in embarrassment, her small face reddening. It was indeed unfriendly behavior to keep staring at someone. Light speeds up and the next morning, after a night of no rest, Jin and Yakido finally feel the bumpy ride to the Taki Hidden Village. Inside a special valley, surrounded by white clay, permeated by the stench of bad smell, surrounded by a number of corpses and bones, listening to the 2 Yukis said, "This place is the 7-tailed Shigeki snail living place. What a strange smell." The 2 bits were said by the woodman, and the ground glistened and spilled, and the air was still laced with meaning. It should undoubtedly be the land of the 7-tailed Shigeki. Silver was silent, scrutinizing it a bit. Wary, be careful, maybe he's watching from somewhere. Buzz. Before the silver voice fell, a massive throb came from the ground, and the smooth ground bulged upwards. Underneath the ground, it seemed as if there was some kind of ferocious beast moving forward. Click, click, click. A creature of unknown form rose from the ground as a blast fell. Flies? Silver's first impression is a very large fly. Teeth and claws. Looks very disgusting and ugly, especially those wings. Fall in the eyes is more appetizing. What did you call me? A fly? That big ugly mouth, emitting a fishy odor. The 7-tailed rename was shocked and furious. A mere human, calling me a fly? Both wings vibrated, and the magnificent body of the 7-tailed heavy name that covered the sky unexpectedly flew up, looking down at Silver with fire spewing into the sky. And talk. That's just as well. It makes for good communication. Silver ignored Nanao rename's killing intent and inquired, even a fly dares to soar the skies. I would also like to ask, just who gave you that confidence? Human. You've got guts. Upon hearing this, the 7-tailed heavy name laughed back in anger. His mouth opened wide and quickly condensed an extremely imposing ball of energy. Tailed beast Jade. A huge ball of energy fell from the sky, as if the entire sky had fallen, and the energy fluctuations of the tailed beast Jade's eruption affected the surrounding environment, and the sky, which was still quite clear, instantly became dark and cloudy. This is just the beginning. The powder in the sky then landed. The sky was immediately lit up. The starting point of the Chinese language. It's. Silver stared dead in the face of the slowly drifting powder as the sky within his line of sight all but turned into a sea of fire. So it's scale powder. Silver drifted off, then realized that the 7-tailed rename had the ability to control phosphorus powder, using the high temperature generated by the tailed beast Jade falling to ignite the phosphorus powder. The power of the jutsu will skyrocket if it does so. It's unbelievable how obviously a beast is surprisingly cunning and smart. The 7-tailed rename liked to stay in the soil, so perhaps he had calculated everything the moment he had just broken out of the ground. Looking up, a tailed beast Jade white sun in the sky, falling rapidly, as well as a boundless sea of fire that reached an area of hundreds of meters, all of which were bombarded towards Silver's location. Damn it, a jutsu of this magnitude. Let's retreat for now. A cat's instincts are always sharp. And the 2 Yukis smelled a deathly danger. Ha ha, despair. Seven-tailed heavy name laughed triumphantly, the fleshy wings behind him dancing with even greater frequency and faster rhythm as he flew higher into the sky, clearly afraid of being caught in the wave of this move as well. Before I do anything, let me ask you a question first. Will you be my psychic beast now, or later? Silver asked blandly as he looked at the falling powerful attack and closed his eyes. You fart. Seven-tailed rename was half choked to death, and even a few pairs of feathers almost stopped flying and fell to the ground, yelling, "You, a dying man, asked me to be your psychic beast? What a joke. Also, what's the difference between being your psychic beast now and being your psychic beast later? Of course it's different." Silver once again opened what was merely left of his eyes, his three-hooked jade shuriken eyes exposed, ignoring the flames and gazing directly at the seven-tailed rename in the sky. Be my psychic beast now and you won't have to suffer skin and flesh. Be my subordinate later, and you will be half dead. At that, the seven-tailed rename was instantly infuriated, opening his mouth wide for another demonic afterglow. Tailed beast jade. This guy is really arrogant without bounds. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering vibration blasted into the ground. Silver was hit head-on. The body was not left behind. The ground just appeared as a huge burnt crater with a radius of several hundred meters. The energy fluctuation generated by the explosion destroyed the surrounding ground, and the infinite destructive fluctuation swept away with it. Under the two-tailed beast jades, the jungle surrounded by mountains turned into burnt flat land. The majestic mountains change into endless plains. The various animals that roam the jungle are transformed into a mass of yellow earth in a gap of lightning. Just a human. Deservedly so. The seven-tailed heavy name sneered as his feathers stopped swinging and landed on the ground, suddenly noticing a dark spot on the ground. Surprisingly not dead under my tailed beast jade? Just what kind of god is it? After looking extremely hard and seeing the visitor, the expression of the seven-tailed rename stiffened and his soul jumped up. That kid is intact? Is he transparent? Or did I just hit the wrong tailed beast jade? Or was I confused by some kind of illusion? Chapter 131, My Psychic Beast is Seven Tails, middle, second more. Seven-tailed Shigeki meditated. Scratching his head also did not come up with a reason. Silver is not even a tiny thing? Intact. Unharmed. Standing there. Extraordinarily piercing. Invisible provocation of the seven-tailed Shigeki. Silently tell. All attacks have no effect on him. Humph. It must be using some kind of demonic magic. Stifling a grunt. The seven-tailed rename was unusually certain even though it was only a guess. Selling his feathers, he maneuvered his wings and rolled out a gust of violent wind, comparable to a storm of sword blades. Put, put, put. Silver looked as normal. Even when his body was divided into several sections, he did not have any extra expression, always without changing his face. After a few seconds, Silver's body was restored once again, the same as it was a moment ago, without a single flaw. Golem. What kind of monster is this guy? Inside their throats, uncontrollably gulping for air, the eight heavy names' hearts and minds were in turmoil. Within his mind, he suddenly remembered Silver's two words from earlier. Be my psychic beast now and you won't suffer from flesh and blood. Be my psychic beast later, and you will be half dead. Now thinking back on those words, for some reason, he actually regretted it a little. Gulp. At the same time, crimson magma spilled out of the ground out of nothing and without warning. A body that can sprout lava? He really is a monster. With his heart and soul sinking, Chongming's tone was filled with wariness. Just at this moment, the towering Silver suddenly took the most biting counterattack. Snapping his fingers is an unparalleled powerful attack. Hatsumi extinguish. The overwhelmingly powerful flame tide crushed in, and hundreds of meters away, one could feel the high-temperature flames lingering in the atmosphere. Seven-tailed Shigeki couldn't help but stagnate. This was the first time he had seen such a divine fire escape. Humph. Don't underestimate me. The body trembled and floated out thousands of shiny, special powders that resembled fluorescent paint. When Silver saw this, his eyebrows flickered and he frowned. Another thing like phosphorus powder? The breeze blew gently, and the extremely light quality phosphorus powder floated with the wind, making intimate contact with the incoming sea of fire. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions followed. The tumbling sea of fire was blown apart, and the blazing temperature instantly disappeared. It's not bad. It's got a couple of things going for it, Silver softly said, following which his body was like a stream of water, slowly melting, and unlike water, he transformed into extremely aggressive magma. That's all right? The seven-tailed Shigeki said incredulously, and then he decisively blasted out with a cannon. Whoosh! Miniature high-density energy ball molded in the blink of an eye, looking at the gradually approaching Silver, before and after but more than a dozen meters. But the seven-tailed heavy Akira heart is ruthless, or at all costs thrown out. At such a close distance, it is likely that he himself will also be affected, but considering the danger of Silver, he still decisively flung out and an inexplicable voice in his heart told the seven-tailed reminiscent of the seven-tailed. Even if he was blasted by his own tailed beast Jade, he couldn't let Silver get close to him. 518. Boom boom boom. The magma swimming on the ground was burst open by the strong impact of the tailed beast Jade, and was blown all over the ground by the strong impact, and the seven-tailed Shigeki was forced back dozens of meters, and the strong airwave directly lifted his body. This should be the end. Damn it, did all my arts not work on him? Before a heart of the seven-tailed Chongming could relax, the scattered lava continued to roll and all coalesced back together, as if it was forever stuck to one piece, unable to be separated. Courtesy of hitting me half the time, it's going to be my turn to fight back this time. Magma recollected. Compressed Silver figure. Lazy stretching. The corner of the mouth listed a cold smile. Silver and Arrow step across, through the heavy space. A few seconds of work, scurried to the seven tails of the heavy bright giant body under, followed by the whole body of the strength of the whole body. Full strength leap up. Crap! Seven-tailed Chongming cursed, realizing that it was not good. He frantically stirred his wings, and despite flying at the first opportunity, his mammoth size severely limited his speed, becoming a fat sheep in Silver's eyes. His body was constantly overflowing with hot magma, and Silver's fists had become a deep red color. Not only that, but the large fists were also tightly clenched with the accompanying armed color hegemony. Under the despairing gaze of the seven-tailed Shigeki, a fist powerful enough to blast a mountain with a single blow landed on his ugly head. Boom boom boom. Painful screams immediately followed. The seven-tailed Chongming's head was engulfed in lava, howling in pain. His head had turned charred black, permeated with the smell of burning. He was almost burned alive. Click, click, click. The roar of bones also rang out, and half of seven-tailed Shigeki's side mess was directly dented, being broken without mercy. Think it's over? Silver face emotionless, looking at the ground tumbling seven-tailed rename. The silent right arm once again rose black smoke. The morose vision gazed at the renowned disgusting plume, and the murderous intent intensified. Since it has fallen from the sky to the ground, things like feathers, too, have no existence. Canine Red Lotus. A punch swung out of the lava compressed into a vicious dog with chillingly fierce flaming teeth. Put. Taking advantage of the seven-tailed Shigeki's snooze, the magma big dog tore into his feathers, biting into the disgusting wings to reveal pale, blood-red bones. Phew, it's finally here. Witnessing this, Silver finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a cheerful smile, looking at the blood-drenched feathers full of excitement. 100-point scrolls in hand again. The last step is to tame you, the only remaining left eye, revealing the deep three-hook jade. Slowly rotating, the pupil power began to rapidly storm, low-key for many years. Silver's writing will I finally showed his incomparably powerful pupil power. Chapter 132, My Psychic Beast is Seven Tails. Next, third shift. The sharpness of the three-hook jade shuriken eyes is exposed under the air, surrounded by a thrilling light. Not lightly look at it, will be deeply trapped in it to lose themselves. What are those eyes? My heart. Why is it beating? Seven-tail Heavy Bright exclaimed. At this moment his head wrapped in a large amount of magma, has been burned to the point that things are not the same. If before he was a lofty and incomparable phoenix, now it is a grass chicken. Extremely lousy. The skin on the surface of the forehead overflowed with a large amount of chakra. Defense against scorching magma. Almost collapsed the seven tails of Shigeki to feel a little better. Originally thought that his calamity was over. Who would have thought that inadvertently saw the Silver's left eye? I do not know why. He suddenly had some regrets. Those mysterious eyes annihilated his mind in an instant. Good chance. Taking advantage of the fact that seven-tailed Shigeki was somewhat dazed and disoriented, Silver's pupil power surged, and with red light flashing within his eyes, he instantly became like a beast that chose to devour others. No! This guy is preparing some kind of horrible art. Being chilled by Silver's cold eyes, realizing that something was wrong, the seven-tailed Shigeki hastily moved his eyes away. But it was too late. Become my loyal slave. Seven Tails. As the words fell, the movements of the seven-tailed rename's body paused, looming as if under a magic spell. His eyes, too, turned into the same three-hooked jade shuriken eyes, thinking as Silver's began to follow Silver's rotation. Che, resisting Sharingan's illusion is so weak. I should have known that I should have pupil solved you from the start. Witnessing the seven-tailed Shigeki being so bad, Silver complained unfortunately. The actual is not the seven tails Heavy Bright resistance weak, but now Silver pupil power is too terrible. Silver opened three-hook jade writing wheel eyes. Pupil power is already stronger than normal. He was born soul is powerful, and later get immortal body, as well as there is the birth of immortal art. Pupil power has long been refined, to reach the unimaginable realm. That's it? The 2-bit Yakido scurried out from nowhere. Looking at the seven-tailed Shigeki who was controlled by the Sharingan eyes, and couldn't help but have a wicked chill. When did the tailed beast start to be so fragile? Simply no different from a lamb. Obviously it was just a light glance. Surprisingly, is the Uchiha clan's writing will I this powerful? The two Yujin's hearts set off shocking waves, and their mouths trembled unceasingly. At the same time, the corner of the mouth also outlined a smile of excitement. The stronger the silver, the greater the help to her. After all, the two Yukido's backing is the silver. The backstage is strong enough to follow the rise of the boat. The backstage is not hard enough. The two Yukido naturally follow the suffering and bad luck. Go back. My time is precious. Next it's time to control that guy AI to attack Iwakamura's Onuki. The battlefield where Kiba and Iwakamura are facing each other at the moment. According to Silver's original predetermined plan, Jiraiya blows the horn of war and launches a large-scale attack on the Iwakuni village while Silver is secretly away. The two sides engage in a grueling battle, with corpses littering the landscape. It was early the next morning that Silver and the two Yukis returned. 536 Literature X. Inside a dark cave, several silhouettes suddenly descended from the sky. Silver-sama, you're finally here. After seeing clearly who was coming, Yuzuki Yuzuru's tightly held heart relaxed. During the period of time, but there are a lot of people ninjas found them. Were Yuzuki Yuzuru unified door? Which is not a lack of Kiba ninjas. How's the boy doing? Silver asked, striding deeper into the cavern. Silver-sama means AI? The consciousness has awakened. Usagi Yuzuru replied, stepping out in front of Silver to lead the way, and after a few turns, came into a spacious space with a shriveled-up AI tied up tightly and a somewhat depressed expression on her face. TSK. The future fourth-generation Reikage has actually become my captive. It's really the world. Silver said with emotion that this guy was the future commander of the Ninja Alliance, and now he was his prisoner. Yo! Looking tired, Silver greeted with a smile, revealing his deep, three-hooked shuriken eyes. What do you want? Looking at the appearance of the Sharingan, a bad feeling rose in AI's heart. Nothing, just want you to do something for me. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Silver said with a smirk, the corners of his mouth raised high like a fox's cunning. I'm going to believe your bull *******. A 3-year-old wouldn't. AI opened his mouth to speak, however, before he could say the key point, Silver's left eye just lightly blinked. AI's body was a nervous reflex like a tremor. His consciousness fainted again. That's it? Gently Tian the tip of her tongue. Usagi Yuzuru stared in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the two Yukido laughed bitterly. Although it seems very simple, that's pretty much it. He appears to have just tamed 7 tails in the same way, and reclaimed him compulsorily as a psychic beast. This, Usagi Yuzuru was speechless, and after thinking about it for a moment, she was relieved that it was normal for a person who was a miracle in his own right to create any unbelievable miracle. You two find a place to rest. I'll take control of AI's attack on Iwakamura tomorrow. Silver said with a strong sense of confidence, not worried at all. The later life of the Uchiha Bandu, since he was able to use the 3-hook jade writing will eyes to control the 9 tails of such a behemoth, as well as the 3 tails of the human pillar force Yukora, perhaps the silver pupil power is not as good as him. After all, that guy is a kaleidoscope, as well as half of the body is the first generation of the cell composition, but at least to control today's AI is still confident enough. Of course, taking a step back, even if it did end up failing, it would be fine. It would be AI who would be captured at that point, and it wouldn't have anything to do with Silver. Chapter 133, Anoki's Anger, 4th Shift. At this moment on the Iwakamura's compound, Jiraiya suddenly launched an attack. Frankly speaking, Anoki really did not expect, because the Kiba is already at the end of its strength, not to mention launching an attack, even if self-preservation is a problem, and now launching a fatal attack. For a time to hit the Iwakan village caught off guard. It's been quite a time for things, Anoki said with a black face. Since the beginning of the Shinobi World War, all sorts of news had not stopped, especially in this recent day. Jiraiya broke through the frontline positions one after another. Bad news after bad news. Such a kid-sama. Just at that moment, the tent was suddenly lifted and a ninja dropped to one knee. Seeing this, Anoki, with a constipated expression on his face, cursed in a bad mood. Which position was taken by Zirai again? Who's asking for help again? Tell them that old man has nothing. That's not true. Sojourner-sama is mistaken. This ninja who had tipped off the news was sweating coldly, but finally gritted his teeth and reported, our supply unit, it's been crippled. Put. The tea that had just been swallowed into his lungs spewed out, and Anoki, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, cursed angrily, are you all fools? You can't even handle something like transporting food and supplies. Anoki had a voice. The supply troops were extraordinary, responsible for the delivery of food, and if they couldn't even eat, Sooner or later they'd be driven back to the land of Earth by Jiraiya in disgrace. Realizing the importance of the question, Anoki curbed his temper and asked in a deep voice, "Someone from Konoha did this? Was it Jiraiya or Orochimaru or Tsunade who led the group? Approximately how many people were there?" "This wasn't done by anyone from Kiba." The ninja who reported the news stammered. "The person who attacked our supply troops is the son of the third generation of the Cloud-Hidden Village's Reikage AI, who almost annihilated everyone in his group, and I was the only one who ran back." "No way. That guy was captured by Kiba, I heard." "Are you mistaken?" Sachikage Anoki immediately questioned, murderous anger brewing within his cloudy eyes. The world was in an uproar over AI's capture a while ago. Now that it is said that AI suddenly attacked the Awashin village supply troops, Sachikage Anoki naturally did not believe it, and he even suspected that the people who reported the news in front of him were spies from other villages. "It's true." The reporting ninja was frightened, and hurriedly said, "He is extremely powerful using the thunderclap, and his physical body is also very strong, and he has used certain arts that I have heard of, all of which the Cloud-Hidden Village specializes in." Phew. Inside a sparsely populated forest, AI, who was remotely controlled by Silver, was lying under a treetop. Just 2 hours ago, he had activated the pupil power of his sharpening wheel to control AI, and utilized him to annihilate the Iwakamura's supply force. So it's not too bad that I'm using Thunder Escape, otherwise it's really a tricky problem. V3 Shuyuan, V3 SY. Silver gasped and said, "Using the Sharingan to control people, and using the Rado to attack the Iwaki village is quite a lot of effort. Most of the people killed are at the level of Nakanobu. Manipulating AI to deal with the upper ninjas, Silver, is a bit of a struggle. However, just now, I deliberately let a pawn go. That guy should have gone to report Old Man Anoki." Silver smiled slyly as the pupil of his Sharingan eye twisted again, and AI, who was sitting on the ground, stood up with it. To prevent exposure, when manipulating him, Silver is blindfolded with AI's eyes. His Sharingan eyes are covered, and what he uses is almost exclusively the Cloud-Hidden Village's signature Rado ninjutsu. It's time for the other team to take over. After a short rest, Silver chose the rest of the Iwakamura's supply troops to start with. There's no need to go head-to-head with Ono, just slowly slaughter the supply troops, and sooner or later, he'll force the old man to go berserk. For 3 days in a row, Silver was controlling AI's forces that attacked the Iwaki village. It doesn't matter how many people died, most of them are pawns whose strength is not worth mentioning. And the worst thing is that the food and other necessities that they were escorting were all burned up by Silver with a single fire. Asshole, hateful. Inside the Earth Shadow's tent, Old Man Anoki smashed the table in front of him with a fist. If it was a guess before, now he could be sure it was AI who did it, because every time a few ninjas escaped and came back, the character portrayed to him was AI. Lord Sachikage. The Cloud-Hidden Village is ambitious and intends to take over the entire world. We should immediately wage war against them. One of the Iwagakure village's top brass said angrily, extraordinarily enraged at being inexplicably smacked by the Cloud-Hidden Village. "I agree. Me too." A claim must be made. The Awashin village's executives, one after another, demanded that they turn their guns around and open fire on the Cloud-Hidden Village, something the Cloud-Hidden Village had done often before while they were on fire. Earth Shadow Anoki was silent and speechless, thinking to himself and clenching his fists. If it was in normal times, he would definitely tear his face off with the Cloud-Hidden Village immediately, and have a big fight for 300 rounds before saying anything. But this time, he always felt that there was something fishy. And now the environment is also extremely harsh. Before the remnants of the Wooden Leaf defeat has not been eliminated, and then go to provoke the Cloud-Hidden Village may be attacked from the back, is really a military taboo. Counterattack Zio thing temporarily put aside. The next time to escort supplies, the old man I personally hide in it. Have the balls that kid to come back to sneak attack wants to see. Be able to live to capture him naturally the best. Not if you can't. Kill him. The Cloud-Hidden Village won't say much nonsense, right? Anoki said with a killing spirit. When it is time to retreat, he will never take one more step. And likewise, when it is time to be ruthless, he will never be a womanizer. Early in the morning 2 days later, the Iwakamura supply troops set out with great fanfare, and with Old Man Anoki hiding among them. Chapter 134, the battle about to be drawn out, first wave. AI inexplicably sneak attack Iwakan village thing. Cloud-Hidden Village people naturally also have to know the news. Heard his son escaped the tiger's mouth. The third generation of Reikage excited beyond compare. He recently even are starting to prepare AI's funeral. But what does he mean by somehow sneaking up on the Iwagakure village? That's a big trouble. That Old Man Anoki might think we're still the ones who ordered it. The third generation Reikage said with a headache and anxiety. This matter did not have the slightest involvement with the Cloud-Hidden Village. Why don't we send a few people to tell Anoki that it has nothing to do with us? Kairabi suggested with a haggard look. Could try. The third Raikage nodded, already searching for a candidate in his mind. In the other direction, inside the supply unit of the Iwakamura, the cunning Inoki hides among them, sitting and waiting for AI to come to the door. Silver also rewarded him with a face, and did use AI to sneak up on the supply troops, and was tragically run into Inoki without the slightest surprise, and after a couple of exchanges, Silver controlled AI was in a disadvantageous position until he was finally captured alive. Silver, on the other hand, ignored it all and patted himself on the back like it was nothing. During this period of time, Silver has used AI to kill a lot of people, and Iwahide's Inoki has long been holding his anger, and has long had a deep hatred for AI. Within the jungle, there was a soft sigh from the white-haired teenager, next to a freshly eaten fish splinter. It's almost time to go back to the village. Silver stood up to move his stiff body after eating the grilled fish and proceeded to look at the distant sky, and was about to leave when an unusual scream caught his attention. Jags. Countless flying birds were like birds of prey, and they flew into the sky, screaming in fear. It looks like someone is coming, and there are quite a few of them. Realizing that something was wrong, Silver did not rush to escape, but chose a hidden place to hide. Raikage-sama, you don't need to do it yourself. Within the jungle, a surprised, hushed voice came from within. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's a bit risky, but that old man Inoki is really cunning. You guys can't fight him with this group. With a rough face and golden hair cloaked in a layer of light that was dull, this old man with a broad body was the current third-generation Raikage of the Cloud-Hidden Village. This old man, surprisingly came out in person, and there are about 20 to 30 others. Silver, who was hidden above the treetops, looked down at the crowds of people skimming below and his eyes narrowed gently. 20 to 30 people, obviously not fighting, and this direction. It seems like they're rushing to the Iwakamura's compound. Silver muttered, continuing to stretch his ears to listen to the Cloud Cuculinder's conversation, trying not to miss every word. After half a second, he finally figured out what it meant. I see. Want to go to the Iwakamura Inoki Icy Revenge, by the way, to redeem their son. TSK, sorry, if I did not run into okay, since now let me run into. How can I eyeball watching you guys leave? Here mountains and beautiful water. Do your blessed land is simply God's gift nah. After taking a deep look at the dissipating few, Silver also disappeared as a ghostly shadow and began to look for a suitable place to ambush the few. Pen down literature X. Time rushed by, and 2 hours later, it was nearing the time of setting. Silver walking alone, and the troops from the Cloud-Hidden Village going much faster. It's nice here. Within the jungle, a black shadow flashed, followed by a transformation into a solid, condensed body of Silver. The terrain around them was endless, without the slightest obstacle, only a handful of trees, and the view was wide open, so it was impossible to run, hide first and catch them off guard. Finding a hole in a dead tree, Silver burrowed in for a temporary nap. About 10 minutes later, whoosh, the sound of air-breaking sounds resounded intensively, and Silver also opened his eyes instantly, rushing together even to die. Teamwork is really close. Silver laughed softly, while the spiritual pressure within his body began to race, and another special ability spread with it. 25 people? Through the special perception of the hearing color bay, Silver clearly checked the number of people, each one locked in the corner of his eye. Not a single person could be allowed to slip away, including the third generation of the Earth Shadow as well. The arm gently lifted, and a pink mass of light shimmered with it, flowing and brewing in the center of the silver hand. At the moment, the seeing color barrage acted like a navigation system, helping Silver to lock onto each and every one of them. Broken down no. 91,000 hands Kyaku Taito Cannon. The pink light filled up into countless balls of light, and the hole in the dead tree was immediately blasted to pieces. Whoosh! A ball of light flew out of the sky, and the sudden change left all the Cloud-Hidden Village ninjas dumbfounded. Everyone be careful. This is a sneak attack. Hurry up and all retreat to me to avoid it. After a shock, the majestic voice of the third generation Thunder Shadow was like a rolling shadow of thunder, and all the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village were struck by lightning, and they used all their strength to retreat. However, what made them panic was that these pink light bullets, as if they had grown eyes, were staring at them. Boom boom boom. The pink light burst open. Each explosion would take away the life of a ninja. A dozen or so explosions in a row. The ninjas brought by the third generation Raikage were immediately halved, leaving only a handful of them. TSK, the rest of the group is pretty strong. Right, let him clean you guys up. Just try it. The man hiding in the shadows murmured, while biting his own finger and tracing a strange spell mark on the ground. The ground shook violently and was torn out with hideous cracks, and an ugly fly-like monster instantly crashed into the earth. The psychic beast Seven Tails. Chapter 135, Death of the Third Raikage, above, second shift. The vibration of the tailed beasts coming out of their cages shook the heavens and the earth, especially the exaggerated height of the seven tails, which was no less than a mountain, and the pitch-black shadows directly covered the earth. What kind of monster is this? A fly? Doesn't look like it, idiot. Look, he's got 7 tails. The only remaining cloud-hidden village ninjas were talking. All of them were dumbfounded looking at the giant creature that was perched on the earth. In front of this monster, they, the human beings, were as small and fragile as bugs. I can't believe there really are 7 tails. The third generation Raikage's pale eyes flashed with a flash of blazing heat. Looking at the demonic dancing 7 tails, his rough old face was all covetous. There's no mistaking it. This unique tail, as well as the special body shape, and this chakra whose density far exceeds that of humans. This is definitely the 7-tailed Shigeki. The knots of the third Raikage's throat rolled up and down as the fire inside dissipated. The cloud-hidden village already had the 8 tails, and now with the addition of the 7 tails, it would surely be like a tiger with wings. Give up going to the cloud-hidden village for the time being. First clean up this big guy in front of us, the third generation of Raikage said on the spot. For the 7 tails he was determined to win. This guy seems to be out of place. You all look at his eyes. Just then, among the crowd, there was a sudden sound of screaming. The third generation Raikage's rough eyebrows solidified at his words, and he also subconsciously looked into the 7-tailed Shigeki's enormous eyes. This is, surprisingly, it's a Sharingan eye? Looking at the dazzling 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes, the third generation of Thunder Shadow killing machine helicopter, 3-hook jade rhythmic rotation, looks very beautiful, but fell in his eyes, but very stinging. How could he be happy when the fat meat that had reached his mouth became someone else's? The greed of the cloud-hidden village is truly extraordinary. For the sake of the tailed beasts, they don't even want their sons. A ripple swept above the head of the 7-tailed Shigenabu, and immediately afterward, a figure appeared, looking down on the crowd from above. Today, this will be your graveyard. An emotionless voice fell into everyone's ears, and the stormy pupil power intertwined in the folds of the sharing will eyes caused everyone to subconsciously take a step back. I can't believe it's you? A burst of fire swept out of his cloudy old eyes. The third generation Thunder should recognize Silver at a glance and said through gritted teeth. Last time the misty hidden village let you escape. This time you'll die without a doubt. Yes? Upon hearing this, Silver smiled and laughed, hostility rolling within his eyes. Truth be told, I also have the same idea as you. You all have to die today. Just you? A sneer grinning from his rough face. The third generation Raikage pointed at the 7-tailed Shigeki and scornfully said, with just this guy? He's not qualified enough. Ow ow ow. In the underworld, the 7-tailed Shigeki, controlled by the silver sharing wheel eyes, seemed to understand the third generation Thunder Shadow's snorting, and his large mouth opened, emitting an indignant roar, followed by a furious stare, his hideous teeth grinding up and down, itching to break the third generation Thunder Shadow into pieces. He's not qualified. Maybe so, but I don't expect 7 tails to beat you either. Beautiful book bar. Ilishuo. Silver jumped down from the head of the 7 tails, his eyes gently raised, blandly surveyed the few people behind the third generation of Raikage, said expressionlessly, the 7 tails, just to clean up these remnants of the defeated. As for you, will be trampled by me personally. With those words, Silver's feet violently stomped the ground with force, roaring out like a cannonball, his Sharingan eyes turning, and the 7 tails movements being controlled. Ow ow ow. The hissing roar resounded through the clouds as the 7-tailed Shigenabu's many wings stirred and then rose up into the air, a huge reminder pouncing towards the other ninjas of the cloud-hidden village. Humph, a ninja of Kiba. Sharingan eyes are still capable of tailed beasts. In that case, your Sharingan eyes. I'll take them. Straighten his body. The third generation of Raikage's body billowing azure light, wrapped his entire body, as if it were armor, protecting his body. The already sturdy body looks even stronger and more powerful. The muscles of his arms are full of explosive power. Rado Chakra mode. Under this mode, the third Raikage's speed and power, including all aspects of speed, skyrocketed. I'd also like to see how strong your physical skills are. Seeing this, Silver let out a hideous laugh as the fist of his right arm produced a change. Armed color hardening. Whoosh! Both silhouettes accelerated their charge strike, and after a flash of lightning, they blasted together face to face. Boom boom boom. The huge vibration splattered a large amount of smoke and dust, and the place where their fists collided splashed with powerful impacts, and they fell back a few steps. This old guy is practically a humanoid-tailed beast. Silver heart staggering said. He covered armed color hegemony fist. This is the first time to feel pain. His whole arm is uncontrollably twitching. This old man's force is stronger than today's AI. I can't believe you can knock me backwards. Not only Silver, The third generation of Raikage heart is also shocked beyond measure. Rolled up waves of shock. A long time difficult to calm down. The head is the sky is spinning. His and Silver Fire fight arm almost cannot withstand that Tarzan force, as if it is going to explode like pain. It looks like it'll take a little bit of effort to clean up this old guy. Silver rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming, his body filled with wariness, suddenly realizing that it would be most appropriate to take this old man and test his strength today. Swoosh! Silver quickly formed a seal. An array of cold light swept out, stabbing straight at the third generation Raikage. Rado Chidori Sharpshooter. Not only that, but Silver had clearly come down hard this time, and injected special energy into it, bright gunlight with black light, the very same senjutsu that he had taken from Shigeo. Senjutsu Rado Chidori Sharpshooter. Chapter 136, The Death of the Third Raikage, Middle, Third Shift. The third generation Raikage tensed his nerves and looked at the rapidly incoming gunlight and decisively dodged sideways. Swoosh! Immediately after that, he turned into a lightning bolt and pounced on him, and when he told him to move, there was a popping roar of lightning. Whoosh! The third generation Raikage ran wildly as his body gathered powerful force, like a rhino smashing into Silver. Rado Thunder Plow Hot Sword. Put! Silver's body, like a stream of water, was destroyed by the powerful force and turned into lava all over the ground. What's going on here? Seeing this, the third generation Raikage tensed his nerves, his face full of alertness, keenly smelling a touch of unusual. The same scene would occur when ordinary people were struck to death by him, but the biggest difference was that after those were struck down, all that flowed was blood, not magma of unknown origin. Gulp! The magma advanced with smoke. Black wolf smoke burned all over the sky. The void was blackened. It was extraordinarily spectacular. What's going on here? Realizing the danger, the third generation Raikage's body retreated backward one after another, while his body's silver glow intensified. Looks like a tiger, but has a lot of heart. Silver said, don't look at the third Raikage's temper, but in actual combat he was very cunning and careful. Underneath the ground, Silver in the form of magma flowed silently, slowly moving forward in the sandwich, using his hearing color bay to sense the position of the third generation Raikage, and then moving over and approaching the third generation Raikage without moving. Where did it go? 3 generations of Lei Shadow look around, surrounded by a dead silence. Like the Earth's Jedi, there is not the slightest movement, the more so the 3 generations of Lei Shadow the more heavy, which can only sideshow Silver for their own breath of the hidden to reach the realm of pure perfection. Just then, the third Raikage was startled to realize that the ground he was stepping on was suddenly hot, and suddenly remembered something. Does that mean underground? Eyes shooting out an icy cold aura. The third Raikage instantly reacted by taking the most aggressive retaliation, raising his right leg high and covering it with a high density of chakra. Yairi Sinking Fury Thunder Axe. Click, click, click. The ground underneath his feet instantly turned into broken pieces, followed by choking black smoke, and tumbling magma. No one? After carefully sensing that there was no trace of Silver, the third Raikage was disappointed for a moment. Gee, of course there's no one, because I'm behind you. A startled voice resounded behind him, and the third Raikage, in a cold sweat, subconsciously turned his head, and what came into his eyes was the huge fist that rolled over his eyes. The Great Spitfire. The blazing fist was so powerful that the cold sweat on the third generation Raikage's body was instantly vaporized, and even the sweaty hairs on his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. With such a short amount of effort and a close gap, the third generation Raikage had no time to evade. Seek book bar. Shuin Shu 8. Boom boom boom. The whole person was mercilessly blasted 20 to 30 meters away. The third generation of Raikage only felt that his internal organs were trembling, and the powerful force was close to tearing him apart. His body, all taken over by the fiery lava, was in danger of dying. How to say is also a Raikage, but also can in tens of thousands of people to beat each other for 3 days and 3 nights. In how unbeatable, but also not so much that it will be smashed to death by a punch. Silver continued to stare at his guard, bean-sized beads of sweat falling low, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. A fist blasted a village of shadows. Perhaps in the future to hone a period of events can be reached between the snap of the fingers of the sky collapse of the Earth's advancement, but at least the current Silver cannot do. LOL. As expected, a strange crunching of bones came from the smoke. This guy. What a sturdy body. This jutsu seems to be called Rado Chakra Mode. It really lives up to its name. Even something like magma can resist it. TSK. Rare nah. The tone of voice rarely appears to undulate and fall. Silver surprised. The third generation Thunder Shadow was covered in magma, but the layer of Rado Chakra on the surface of the skin was resistant to the erosion of the magma, and did not burn the organs of the third generation Thunder Shadow's body at all. Kid, old man underestimated you. The third generation Raikage, who was lying loftily on the ground, moved his body slightly, sensing the blazing magma flowing around him, and increased the output of chakra in his body. The azure blue emanating from the Rado chakra mode increased even more, like an insubstantial helper that pushed the magma all the way through eventually. I also know that you underestimate me, old man. Your vision is too narrow. So, in order to make up for my loss, please also ask your old man to hurry to. Gathering a large amount of chakra under his feet, Silver's soles became windy. Go to hell. 61 Six staffs of light prison of the binding path. Several golden ribbons of light stole in from all directions and went straight for the third generation Reikage. Whoosh! The third generation of Reikage is not an ordinary person. The first time to notice the incoming light, feet gently step on the ground. After accumulating full strength immediately whistled out. Swoosh! The speed of the light belt was very fast, and the speed of the belt's third generation Reikage was even faster, including Silver, who was catching faint remnants of it. Kid, your mere ability is strong. Your own base is too poor to keep up with my speed, and the only one who can keep up with my rhythm is Wave Wind Sailor Moon. The world in the Silver Eyes was littered with remnants of shadows, more than 100 as far as the eye could see. I do have trouble keeping up with you. There was no denying that the speed of the third Reikage was the speed of light, and it was feared that only a ninja of the type of Namikaze Minato could suppress him. But before that, there is something I must tell you. Lightly glanced at the countless remnants of the shadow. Silver eyeball dynamic capture even if it cannot keep up with the speed of the shadow of the thunder, but also not the slightest fear. Just do not change color reminded. Your mouth Wave Wind Shui Men is by me seriously injured. Nowadays he can still be in the wooden leaf to recuperate from injuries. Cannot survive is a problem. Chapter 137, The Death of the Third Reikage. Next, First Shift. Hearing this, the third generation of Reikage directly snorted. Not even thinking about it. Directly subjective judgment that this is a lie. Wave Wind Watergate fame moved the ninja world. While Silver is just an insignificant pawn, the two are completely different from each other. There is not the slightest comparability. You think the old man will believe your bull ********? The corner of the third Reikage's mouth gently grinned with a sneer. Snap. The body of thunder and light more. Crackling. No regulations of the roar of the ears beating. Want to shatter people's eardrums in general. Depressing to the extreme. You have to look at who you're bragging about. I'm not a brat who hasn't been through the world. Looking at Silver's skinny frame, the sneering smile hanging on the third generation Reikage's face intensified, and he mocked even more intensely. If you can injure Wave Wind Swayman, then I can kill Uchiha Spot. At that time, Silver eyebrows frivolous, originally wanted to open his mouth to retort, and then thought about it or forget it. Right now the year is coming to an end. After the year he is only 13 years old. Said that can beat Wave Wind Water Door is indeed a ghost bull **********. Believe it or not. The only thing I'm trying to tell you is that you're not the only one. You father and son. All of you will be planted in my hands. The spirit pressure in his body burst out once again, and the silver pupils focused on the third generation of Reikage, and a series of powerful attacks suddenly whistled out, like a clamor of Silver's fury, and smashed mercilessly towards the third generation of Reikage. The 31 red fire cannon of the broken path. A large mass of flames came out of thin air, without the slightest sign, and Silver didn't make a seal. It just fell from the sky without a sound. Humph. This kind of thing, how could it possibly work on me? The third generation Reikage sneered and took a step backwards. Just as he was about to step back to avoid the front for the time being, 6 huge pieces of light came at him from all sides. Defenseless. Binding road of 61 6 staffs of light prison. The attention of the third generation of Lay Shadow was all held by the previous light. Was taken advantage of the opportunity to bind. The range of movement is limited. Which was cursed. This kid is what monster. How all the arts do not need to form a seal. It seems that the net kid said there is no mistake. The old man had thought that it was a playful. It seems that it is true. This kid really hit the 8 tails heavily, and captured AI alive. Maybe really can crush the Wave Wind Watergate. The third generation of Reikage clenched his huge fists, muttered to himself, looking at Silver's lean body. The young man, although young and old, but the childishness is still intact. But it is such a person, almost has an absolute advantage to hit the 8 tails, and overwhelming strength to capture AI alive. With such a battle record for Jin, the third generation Reikage suddenly felt that, not to mention merely beating Namikaze Minato in half, it wouldn't be the slightest bit of a surprise if he were to kill him outright. There's still work to go away now. The third Reikage paled, startled to realize that the pupils of a flooded beast surveyed him, intent on destroying himself. The 90 black coffins of the broken road. Dark-colored evil rays fell from the sky, locking the only target of the attack to a single third generation Reikage. However, the third Reikage then acted ahead of time, gathering a powerful force with both feet and stomping the ground hard. Lay Sink's angry thunder axe. Good Chinese bar 8. Click, click, click. The ground under the feet, unbearable, burst open, forming a large crater. The third generation of Lei's shadow whole person also fell into it, temporarily avoided the 90 broken roads front. If not, perhaps a moment, the third generation of Lei's shadow, that is, may be deeply and seriously injured. TSK. The old man's got a good head on his shoulders. Silver was slightly stunned at the sight, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a dangerous arc. The spiritual pressure content of his body once again climbed to an unprecedented height, and since he had set his mind on finishing off the third generation Reikage, he would definitely not let go of the water. Breaking the Tao of 96 one-blade cremation, the ground, which was still considered solid, suddenly began to shake, and so did Silver's body. In the past, due to the sacrifice of 15 years of lifespan, when he used the one-blade cremation, he didn't need to sacrifice his lifespan unless he was in full strength. Boom boom boom. Giant blade-like flames then took off into the air, turning everything into ashes and religious people, and the third generation Reikage, who was hiding under the hole in the ground, was even more fatally hit. The third generation Reikage's body surfaced a shocking crack, showing a burnt appearance, taking up almost his entire chest cavity. Bang! The third generation Reikage was covered in black smoke and eventually smashed to the ground as if he were a charcoal. There seems to be some faint breathing. Calm. The bottom of the eyes swung out of the ripples. Silver was 3 generations of Reikage that exuberant life surprised by the 96 broken road hit, can still survive, already cannot be described as a miracle, is simply a miracle, but, judging from the direction of the wound, it seems to have missed. Luck is really good, let's call it a day. It's kind of your old man's good fortune, God willing, or else he should have been vaporized straight away, Silver mused. While strolling towards the third Reikage, he still had a use for him, and it would not be worth it if he was even touched out of the body. I don't think you're dead, old man. Indifferently kicked the third generation of Reikage's burnt body. Silver squatted down and looked down at the roasted and charred him, and for a while was also quite despondent. A generation of Reikage fell into this now. I'm afraid that no one can think of it. What do you want? I don't know anything. Nothing, and won't answer your questions. The third Reikage came up for air and said, every time he uttered a word, he was having a hard time, obviously approaching the end of his days. Upon hearing this, Silver laughed grimly, his face revealing a soul-crushing smile, his eyes a little red and chilling. You don't need to answer my questions, just go to hell and die without fear. As for your corpse, I can borrow it for a while. Reikage-sama. Chapter 138, The Lord's Fall, First Shift. Hearing Silver's words, the third generation Reikage's burnt old face stiffened, and after half a second of silence, he suddenly swung his body with force, looking as if he still wanted to make a dying effort. What do you want with the old man's corpse? Studying our cloud-hidden village's arts? You're dreaming. I won't let you have your way even if I die. The third generation Reikage yelled out while the other began to struggle violently. His legs were completely burnt and his bones were clearly visible. Despite this, he wiggled his body forward. Studying your cloud-hidden village jutsu? Silver smiled dumbfounded, as if he had heard the most pathetic joke in the whole world. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, and said contemptuously, my esteemed Lei Shadow-sama, you have not underestimated me too much. Although the arts of your cloud-hidden village are good, the arts that can make me move and rise up in greed are really rare, if not non-existent, so please don't put gold on the face of the cloud-hidden village. You, humph. The third generation of Reikage's old face was red, angry and furious. The tiger's eyes glared angrily, but in his heart, he was muttering straight away, and began to search for Silver's purpose. After a few seconds of thought, the third Reikage had no guess as to what Silver was planning, and could only begin to make side comments. Don't think I don't know. The only reason you want to take away the old man's body is because you want to study the cloud-hidden village's jutsu. Your Konoha is just so dark. It's not like this hasn't happened before. You think too highly of yourself. Lightly sweeping a glance at the third generation of Reikage, Silver naturally understood the meaning of this old man, and also heard the implication of his words. Also, for the sake of your imminent fall, you might as well tell me my final plan. Recently the person behind the scenes manipulating AI, that is, your son, is actually me. After a few seconds of silence, Silver flatly said. However, within the ears of the third Reikage, these words brought about a shock that was no less than a magnitude 10 earthquake. Impossible. Do you think you're the Uchiha Zebra from back then? With that weak pupil power of yours, what can you do? The third generation of Lei's Shadow questioned. The first time to deny the Silver of these words. Only one eye only, or 3-hook jade. Perhaps control ordinary people can, but the strength of the AI is known. Even if it does not reach the later kind of peak degree, in the whole world of ninja is also well known, and the Kairabi known as combination. the strength of the quite not bad, and the turbid old eyes shot out a flash of essence. The third generation Reikage wisely explained. You can't be that strong. The old me once sent someone to inquire about your origins, and also read all the information about you. You didn't even go to a ninja school. Nowadays, you're not even a shimonin, and theirs. So what if I didn't go to school? So what if I'm not even a lower shinobi? But the shadows I've killed, and the tailed beasts that have fallen at my hands, add up to 10. Silver coldly sneer. The 9-tailed beasts except the 3 tails, all were beaten by him. Scratched. Beaten. The culprit who killed the third generation of Mizukage was Silver. The black hand behind almost killing Wave Wind Watergate is still Silver. And now the originator who was about to kill the third generation of Reikage is still him. You. At that, the third generation of Lei Shadow's tone of voice stalled. His face changed. Some lost in thought looking at the Silver. This guy is just 12 years old. The battle record is a shame. The only Chinese network XS. To clean up this guy, you have to concentrate the entire power of a shinobi village to do it. Staring at Silver for half a second, the third generation of Reikage finally had the cognizance that I'm afraid that in today's world, one-on-one can destroy Silver does not exist. The only way is to take the absolute advantage of the number of people, to fight with the many against the few. It's getting late. Noticing the change in the color of the sky, Silver frowned slightly before taking out his dagger, his pupils emotionless as he looked at the third Reikage. Your corpse. I'll just laugh it off. Under the despairing gaze of the third generation Reikage, Silver mercilessly swung down, destroying his heart, and a generation of lords fell miserably in this obscurity. Let your corpse for the whole world to find out. In this way, the cloud-hidden village will certainly become a target. Right. The Lei Shadow wore dead. Sun AI and was captured by the Iwakamura. The group of dragons without a head of the cloud-hidden village, in time, will also become the eyes of other people's fat goat. And the cloud-hidden village nowadays and the Iwakamura have a big contradiction it. A conspiratorial smile curled the corners of his mouth as Silver muttered to himself. So that's how it is. You have calculated everything to cause a big war between Iwashan village and our village. Before you control AI to massacre Iwashan village's supply troops is to cause the conflict between the two villages. Now if I, the Reikage, am killed, and AI is also captured, the cloud-hidden village will definitely be in a big mess, and fall into a situation where the group is leaderless, and the yoke that locks on the shoulders of that old man, Anoki, will disappear, and the Iwakamura is also likely to go to war with Iwakamura. Even though the third Reikage's heart was destroyed, the beating of his pulse completely disappeared, and his body gradually began to go cold. He was like a robot who couldn't stop talking nonsense. This old man's physical strength is not comparable to ordinary people. To be beaten like this and still be able to preserve a faint consciousness is rare in the world. It's worthy of being a top-notch character who single-handedly challenged the Eight Tails and was still able to battle tens of thousands of ninjas for 3 days. Silver frowned as he whirled around and swung out his bitterness, shattering the third Reikage's bitterness before he reluctantly closed his eyes completely. Puff. Stopping slightly to rest for a while, Silver began to recuperate his strength. Later on he would also have to throw the body of the third Reikage to the Iwakunin village, so that the man-eating tiger that is Inoki would let go of his scruples and cellular attack on the cloud-hidden village. With the third Reikage dead in battle, and his own son, AI, in his own hands, what could Inoki possibly fear? When the time comes, this hungry wolf will be transformed into the most ferocious weapon of all. Human greed cannot be curbed. Whoosh! A black shadow swept inside the jungle, and both Jin and the scattered third Reikage disappeared. Chapter 139 Bitter AI, Second Shift. 3 days later, inside the premises of the Iwaki village, usually old man Inoki specially used to meet in the tent, at this moment has been piled up with people. The 4 tails and the 5 tails human pillars are all there. Not only that, there are also the other high level of the Iwakubo village. In short, all the people who have a seat in the Iwakubo village, all gathered here. That can't be right. That old man can be killed? The third Reikage of the cloud-hidden village was able to battle the 8 tails and not lose. How could he be killed? It must be a rumor. Yes, it must be a conspiracy. Whoever made up this hilarious joke has no class. The top brass of the Iwakunin village, each and every one of them filled with rage, looked at the information in their hands and all of them tore it to pieces in a violent rage. The third Reikage was killed? This ridiculous news is simply a lie to the kiddies. Sachikage-sama, a high-ranking member of the Iwashan village, stood up and said in an impassioned voice, "Which idiot spread this kind of news? It must be a spy from another village trying to provoke us into war with the cloud-hidden village. You're saying that the person who distributed the message was a spy?" Upon hearing that, Inoki just looked up and gave him a faint glance, then said grimly, "In that case, then you should hurry up and arrest me." Why is that? The senior asked in disbelief. Because the idiot you say is spreading false news is old me. Not only the Iwakamura, but the other villages were also shocked by the news of the massacre of the third generation Reikage. Why did the news travel so fast? The reason is very simple. Silver will be the third generation of Reikage's body to the black market in exchange for money, where the mess of all kinds of cow ghosts and gods are there. The news transfer is also surprisingly fast. Almost the same day Silver left, the news also leaked out with it. The whole world is buzzing. After all, the third generation Lei Shadow was the leader of a village, and also the boss of the cloud-hidden village, and his body was directly thrown to the black market and countless photos were taken. Even in the end, the people of the cloud-hidden village found that black market and personally claimed the body of the third generation Lei Shadow. The son of the third generation Lei Shadow, AI, was captured, and the third generation Lei Shadow himself was killed by a mysterious person, and the already fiery shinobi world was even more lively this time, almost exploding. At the same time, certain villages with ulterior motives, or usual grudges with the cloud-cloaking village, all gathered together in secret to discuss how to recapture everything that had been taken away by the cloud-cloaking village in the past. The cloud-hidden village was warlike, and as a result had made countless enemies, not to mention others, the Iwagakure village being one of them. Make it clear to me, why did you sneak up on the awakened village's supply unit? Chishu ebook. Chishu 520. Inside a tent full of torture devices, Anoki looked down at the sturdy ninja below who were being tortured and bruised without any semblance of sympathy, and his tone was laced with pain and hatred. I don't know. It seems to have been controlled by that Uchiha Jin kid with his Sharingan eyes. AI. The future fourth generation Reikage, breathlessly replies that after his consciousness awakens, he becomes the guest of honor at the Iwakunin village torture chamber, trying all kinds of torture. Do you take the old man for an idiot? Old man Anoki blackened his face and unkindly rebuked. I once fought with that kid. He's only a three-hooked jade riding can, and he's also a one-eyed dragon. And you're telling me that he can control you? Do you treat the old man as an idiot like teasing? Outrageous. Up to now still mouth hard. Give me a hard beating until he confessed. At those words, the third generation of Lei Shadow want to cry without tears. The heart of 100,000 grass mud horse flying burst through. Ono would need is the truth. And their own said is the uncompromising truth but also be beaten. Resentment roams the sky. The third generation of Lei Shadow died in battle. AI was captured. Kairabi although enough to deter a party. But a few days ago also by the silver beat scrapped. Now still lying in bed to recuperate it. The loss of 3 generals in a row. The cloud-hidden village is also in an unprecedented crisis. Become the eyes of the village fat sheep. Realize the danger of the cloud-hidden village senior helpless. Can only want to attack Kiba ninja troops to fall back again. Temporarily protect the village's security. Who let the cloud-hidden village like war? Often expanding invasion of other countries. Offended by the village as much as the river of Krishankarp. And Silver, once again, returns to Kiba. Quest completed. Master gained 100 point scrolls. Within the farm world, from the moment the cloud-hidden village retreated, Silver was tantamount to indirectly completing the mission, relieving the crisis of Kiba, and managed to obtain 100 points of scrolls, and the last time he defeated the 7 tails and seized his chakra, plus the previous balance, before and after adding up to the remaining 400 points of scrolls. It seems like you can't exchange it for anything good. The trash ability is useless and the price of the good stuff is too expensive. It's true that you need money wherever you live. Silver was powerless to spit. His demeanor was somewhat disheveled and disappointed, and his depression was extraordinary. One bite wants to become a big fat master. Think it's possible? The farm elf Luxin cried and laughed. Silver's kind of mentality of wanting to reach the sky in one step was simply impossible. Forget it. It's better to continue to look for opportunities to fish for some roles. The death or life of Kiba, and I have nothing to do with it. If not for this time there is a bargain to be made. Who cares if they live or die? Anyway, nowadays I'm not what I used to be. Even without Kiba as a big backbone, I can still live. The inner confusion dissipated, and Silver took a deep breath of cool air before instantly coming to a new decision. Although the bloodline of the Uchiha family is powerful, but it is also limited. Wanting to just use something like the riding wheel eyes, facing the future Uchiha spot, as well as Kaguya Haim, this kind of god-level boss, it is completely a one-sided situation. There will not be the slightest victory. The same is true for the magma fruit, which is powerful but impossible to be invincible. So there is only another shortcut: obtaining a large number of point scrolls through the various quests on the farm. Chapter 140, 2 years later, transitional chapter, third shift. The flames of the Shinobi World War burned throughout the world. The third generation of the Reikage was slaughtered after the son also became a captive. Fighting strength and morale are greatly reduced, and became the eyes of the villages and the eyes of the fat goat, especially Iwakuni village for the most. And the cloud-hidden village tore off the camouflage of the face of the two sides to start the real meaning of the big battle. And this fight, is a full 2 years of time. Each village's strength resources are almost all consumed. After 2 years of fighting, the Third Shinobi World War is about to enter the end of the world. Not only that, even the misty hidden village such as the village, the last to join the war circle, choose to stand on the opposite side of the wooden leaf, come out to pick up the cheap. 2 years later in Kiba, even though it was one of the most prosperous ninja villages in the past, now after 2 years of fighting one after another, Kiba is also depleted of talent. Yellow-faced ordinary civilians walk on the street in a daze, for the victory or defeat of the war. They also questioned, and there are even certain people who demanded an immediate halt to the war, but they were all dealt with in secret. Silver's home, high above the building, a silhouette condescending, looking down on the passing crowd, tender cheeks extraordinarily vicissitudes. 2 years have passed. Silver's mind is also more mature, the strength has also been greatly refined. Then again, it seems that the third generation has been making moves again lately. It seems that he can't hold back any longer, and with the situation in Konoha deteriorating, that old man would like to end the war quickly as well. I guess. Eyes turning, Silver rationally analyzed. In the last few days, the fire-breathing third generation Naruto was so anxious that even Namikaze Minato, who had been in a coma for almost 2 years and had only recently awakened, had been activated once again, so it was clear that there was another big problem. Yes, Silver-sama. Naruto has indeed been in a hurry for quite a few elites lately, and is expected to have a big operation. The young girl's crisp reply resounded in her ears. Compared to back then, Yuzuki Yuzuru's strength had also progressed greatly, and was already at the level of an elite shinobi. Let them be. We'll just continue with the plan. Silver is not moved. 2 years of time, he struggled to earn enough point scrolls. Under the frugality, he has accumulated to 1,000 point scrolls, completely exchangeable for a bag of extreme fertilizer. After pouring it on the 3-hook jade writing eye fruit, immediately will be born kaleidoscopic writing wheel eyes. Just wait for now. Silver is not in a hurry to exchange extreme fertilizer. There is no crisis at the moment. Keep it just in case. It is not too late to exchange it when there is a big problem. The reason for obtaining so many point scrolls was because of the defeat of the Sand Hidden Village a while ago, from which Jingachun was able to reap the benefits. After 2 years of time, the Sandy Hidden Village was the first to be unable to survive the endless war, and compromised with Kiba. The war between the two villages temporarily stopped. Now in Kiba against only the Rock Hidden Village, as well as just joined the Fog Hidden Village. Of course, the Rock Hidden Village of the day is also not easy. They are two sides of the war, a change to cope with the Kiba, at the same time also have to pay attention to the Cloud Hidden Village of the unprecedented enemy. The day is not easy either. I'm afraid it won't be long before that old man, the third Naruto, sends me into the fray. Looking into the distant sky, where the Naruto's office was situated. 2 years of time, Silver's reputation is also as the sky, even more than the original wave wind water door. Even the three ninjas such as the old ninja may not be comparable to the hidden tendency to ask for the fourth generation of Naruto. However, there was one thing that both Jin, and the third generation Naruto, including Shimura Tuzo and the others, understood, that today's Jin was merely 14 years old, and even though his physical size, as well as his appearance was similar to that of a regular person, there was no way that Konoha would look for a 14-year-old to be the Naruto. Lord Silver, 186 Chinese XS. A respectful, hushed bellow suddenly came, and Silver whipped his head around to realize that there were a number of ninjas standing behind him, all wearing masks and on one knee. It's Naruto-sama looking for me? Silver asked with a flash of color in his eyes. The extremely dark members looked at each other and said in unison, indeed Naruto-sama has something to discuss. I knew that old man would beg. Silver silently nodded. The heart is proud to the extreme. Now he has become the right arm of the third generation of Naruto. The 2 years of the Southern Campaign. He is famous. The Wood Leaf Senior various large and small meetings. Are less Silver figure. You guys go back. I'll be there later. Waving his arm, Silver signaled that they could leave. That old man Naruto must have trouble to throw at Silver-sama. You can totally refuse this mission. Usagi Yuzuru said with a furrowed brow. She was now a hardcore diehard Silver loyalist. Having been busy for 2 years in a row, Silver would not be gossiped about even if he took a vacation and rested once. No, I have to take part in this operation, and already know what the old man wants from me. It's a shame not to eat the fat meat that's been brought to my mouth. Silver laughed mysteriously, disappearing from sight with an instantaneous jutsu and moving at high speed towards the location of Naruto's office. Recent news has indicated that the Awakamura has almost reached its limit, with the Earth Shadow Inoki recently sending over 1,000 ninjas to invade the borders of the Land of Fire through the Grass Ninja Village. Once he got his way, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is also the third generation of Naruto reboot Wave Wind Watergate, one of the main reasons. To know 2 years ago Wave Wind Watergate 2 years ago by Silver Sneak Attack. Almost killed. Now not completely recovered. Cannot wait to activate has not yet been healed Wave Wind Watergate. Can see the seriousness of the situation. It seems that the Battle of Godless Kunzashi was the one that took place during this recent period. Combined with the memories of his previous life, Silver can be sure that this is the recent time to break out of the famous Shenwu Kuenxiao battle. Silver painstakingly searching for many years of the Three Tails will also be in this period of time to appear. He naturally will not let go. So with any recent mission, Silver hadn't given up. Chapter 141, A Gradual Change of Heart. Silver accelerated to Naruto's office. Recently this period of time, no matter whether it was a small or large task, he showed extreme dedication. Especially this time, there is also Wave Wind Watergate this fat sheep to participate. Silver even more not to leave no stone unturned. Fire speed rushed to the third generation of Naruto office. It's important to keep up the pace when it's time to pick up a bargain. LOL. Gently pushing the door open. All of these old faces were reflected in the eyes of Junzo and the third Naruto, as well as the two advisors of Konoha. Naruto-sama. Gently bowing towards the third Naruto. Silver's gaze however flew to the side, his afterglow staring at the whirlpool Joshinai who was lined up side by side with Namikaze Minato. A flash of murderous anger flashed through his heart. Sit down first, Silver. Naruto the third's pale face squeezed out a smile and pointed to the seat on the couch, gesturing for Silver to sit there. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Silver smiled slightly at the sight, glancing lightly at Namikaze Sailor Moon before taking his seat. The lesson you were taught 2 years ago doesn't seem to have been deep enough, and it's only been a short time since you awakened, and you're getting together with Joshinna again. Silver Killing Machine Storm. Did not expect the Wave Wind Watergate. This guy is not at all sensible, do not know how to advance and retreat, completely is a warp. At the same time on the Whirlpool Joexai also disappointed incomparable. He had counted on time to eliminate the Whirlpool Joexai on the Wave Wind Water door of attachment. Now look, Silver's plan to put into effect, completely abortive. Maybe Silver was just a normal boy to Whirlpool Jasuna. After all, he was only 14 nowadays. I'm not willing. Silver face expressionless, but the heart is like a beast roaring like a growl. Tightly gripped the huge iron fist, veins floating, for the Whirlpool Joexai to give so much. Almost Silver regarded as the most important person in his life. And now see the boiled duck is about to fly into the mouth of the Wave Wind Watergate. How can he bear it? Soft doesn't work. Surprisingly so can only dominate the king hard bow. Eyes shot out biting luster. Silver heart hideous smile. He is not merciful in soft generation. The ruthless time must be hot hand destroying flowers. No matter what he couldn't stand the thought of Whirlpool Joshinna flying into Namikaze Suikato's mouth. And Iwagakure as well has reached its limit and is close to a total collapse. As long as we can thwart Inoki's plans this time, we will have the final victory. Inoki pressed all on this sneak attack, and in the end success would be a great victory for Iwagakure, and vice versa loss would be a defeat. It was time to figure out when to end the war. Suikato, this time you'll be in charge of cutting off the Iwakamura's supply route. The godless Kunzashi. The third generation Naruto finally decided to offer up one of the strongest trump cards, Namikaze Minato. In such a severe form, Kiba had to go all out. There could be no sloppiness. Jinya trails alone, and you're in charge of the ninjas from the misty hidden village. Being careful is something that Michio understood and decided to add Jinya to the mix. This is a good opportunity. It's best to be able to exterminate this guy. Namikaze Minato. Silver's body was covered in an icy cold aura, and his eyes danced with scarlet fire, filled with a rampaging killing aura. Previously on the Wave Wind Water door ignored. Not he is kind, but indirectly may let the Whirlpool Joshinna sad. So Silver on the Wave Wind Water door has been to take the state of ignorance. Now to the critical moment. Any means, Silver will use, in order to recapture the Whirlpool Joshinna. Kill the Wave Wind Water door is also in order to do nothing. Win or lose. Must remember not to be careless. This time you go too. Jusina. The third generation of Naruto's hesitation indulged, full of resolute eyes. Although the Whirlpool Joexai is the nine-tailed human pillar force, cannot often go out of the village. But now to the life and death crisis. The human pillar force should stand out when, absolutely cannot be afraid of the head, to save the village with the fire and water. This is also the role and duty of the human pillar force. Yes, Naruto-sama. Whirlpool Joexai pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Silver bell-like light smile intoxicating, filled with magic half, so that people cannot pull themselves out of it, forever addicted to it. Indifferent eyes swept a glance at the Whirlpool Joshinai. Silver heart to seize the Whirlpool Joshinai's heart more. Selfish or not, genuinely like it or not, this all does not matter. Wave wind water door to take away whirlpool Joxa and I. Silver has no other feelings, is doubly upset, must wave wind water door to pay the price to calm the anger in the heart. Therefore Silver must cuckold him, no matter what, cannot let go of whirlpool Jioshina, really cannot be forced to push down. As for how wave wine swayman ends up, this is not something Silver can meddle with. Into the night, the sky is getting cold, the cold wind whistling, out of reach of the darkness of the dense forest. It is more like a large stone pressed on the chest. Gasping for breath is as difficult as heaven. Whoosh! The leaves shook, and several black shadows stepped over one after another, running with all their might in the direction of the godless Kunzashi bridge, their golden as well as silver hair unusually dazzling, like stars in the middle of the dark night. It was Silver and Whirlpool Joshina, as well as Namikaze Swikato, and a few of his disciples. These few people are probably all sent to their deaths. Fixing his eyes backward, Uchiha Bandai and Noara Rin, along with Kakashi. This brat, Uchiha Zebra, is using her to lead Bring It to the darkness. I remember that it was the implantation of the three tails into Noara Rin's body, which then led to a series of accidents and Noara Rin's death under Kakashi, which pushed Uchiha Bring It to the abyss of doom. Silver's mind plotting his own plan. The purpose of his trip is the three tails and Wave Windwater Gate. Cannot be missing one of them, for both of them is a must. After capturing the three tails, the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts was taken away. In the future, it's the same as cutting off a path of wealth, and the way to obtain point scrolls in the future is even more bitter and arduous. Silver sighs long sighs in the heart of self-talk, face hung with loss, which is equal to the loss of a financial road in the future.